Chapter 145. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "Just yesterday, I called every parent here. Only Shun Tainan and the others didn't look well and weren't suitable to participate in this training. If they force themselves to participate, they might encounter danger. I mentioned it seriously, but you answered the call yourselves, right? It was also you who promised me that you wouldn't let your children participate in this training." Qin Fangyang said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was worried that they would be stubborn and insist on participating in this training. Yesterday afternoon, I broke their legs with my own hands. I wanted them to stay at home obediently and avoid this calamity. But I never thought that all of you would be so resourceful. In just one night, you completely healed their shattered bones and sent them on the path of death that had already deviated." Qin Fangyang sighed softly. "Now, you're asking me for an explanation? I, Qin Fangyang, have already done everything I could. What explanation can I give you? From what you're saying, you don't have any responsibility." Shen Yushu looked like he was about to explode. "That's right. I don't think I have any responsibility or fault. Even if I didn't warn you and didn't do anything, I still don't have any responsibility. Or you can directly ask me what responsibility I have. What else can I do? What can I do?" Qin Fangyang said indifferently. "As the parents of martial arts students, everyone here has signed a waiver with your children. Everyone knows this. When students go out to train, they are responsible for their own life and death. The fate of martial artists is also like this. If it's not life, then it's death. I understand your feelings. I also understand your feelings. But things have already come to this. There's no point in venting your anger. The most important thing now is to bury your children in peace." Qin Fangyang said calmly, "Parents, please restrain your grief." "Ha ha ha." Shen Yushu let out a long, ear-piercing laugh like a night owl. "My son is dead, and you want to let this matter pass with just a sentence of restrain your grief?" Qin Fangyang was silent and didn't say anything. Shen Yushu's eyes looked at him like a wolf. "Teacher Qin Fangyang, do you have a son?" Qin Fangyang shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "I don't." "Then, do you have parents?" "They've already passed away." "Do you have a wife?" "I do, but she's been missing for almost 100 years. CEO Shun, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it?" "Ha ha 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 ha. So Teacher Qin is a single man," Chen Yushu said viciously. "No wonder when someone else's son died, you only said restrain your grief. Let me tell you, Qin Fangyang, this matter is not over." "Yes, this is not over." The other parents roared angrily. Qin Fangyang sneered. "Are you done talking to me? Why don't you think about whether you fulfilled your duty as parents? I warned you in advance that your children might be in danger on this trip. You promised me in front of me and thanked me profusely. Then you turned around and clearly knew that your children might be in danger, but you didn't even inform me. I even found out about Shun Tainan and the others from a third party. What reason do you have? What face do you have to tell me that this matter is not over? If you had just sent me a message and said that you didn't manage to persuade your children, that's fine. I'll still think of a way. Why didn't you even send me a message?" The faces of the parents turned ugly when they heard this. "You, Qin Fangyang, caused the death of our sons, and you still think you're in the right." Li Changjiang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Mr. Shun, you're being unreasonable. We're a martial arts school. The first rule for martial artists to enter the path of cultivation is to be willing to take responsibility for their own life and death. We've already signed the disclaimer. Secondly, in order to prevent a disaster from happening, Mr. Qin first broke their legs to prevent them from participating in the training. Then, he called you to explain the situation. This double insurance is to prevent the children from going out. It can be said that he has already avoided the possibility of this disaster to the greatest extent. Teacher Qin has really done all he can. Besides, Supervisor, we checked the city gate records after the incident. Your children left the city 1.5 hours earlier than the other teams, and Mr. Qin didn't know about it. Secondly, he has to be responsible for most of the children. As the leader of the team, it's impossible for him to only focus on your children. Now that communication is so advanced, Why didn't any of you think of informing Teacher Qin that Shun Tianan's team is coming to participate in this training? After all, Teacher Qin had already called to not let them participate. If there isn't a big reason, why would he do that? In the end, it was your child who violated the rules and entered an area that martial masters and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Thus, you can't blame Teacher Qin for this. One of the parents said coldly, "Why can't he be blamed? Maybe it's because he broke my son's legs that caused this disaster." Yes, how can a person whose legs are broken avoid death? A teacher who broke the legs of students who were about to participate in the training, how can he be a teacher? Pooh! Qin Fangyang is the murderer. It's fair to kill someone to pay with their life. Li Changjiang was getting more and more angry. Everyone, you're twisting words and forcing logic. How did people whose legs are broken walk out of their houses at 5:30 in the morning? How did they walk out of the city? Are you really not worried? Anyway, it's Qin Fangyang's fault. Now that my son is dead, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. Yes, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. This vicious teacher caused the death of our child. He must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. For a moment, vicious words came out like a tide. Li Changjiang realized that it was impossible to reason with him now, and no one listened to him. Humans were just that strange. In the face of many acceptable incidents, everyone would be reasonable and fair. They also hoped that the other party would be reasonable and fair. But in the face of some unacceptable incidents, almost no one would be reasonable. Even more so, no one would care about fairness. Especially when this kind of incident happened in a group, it would be even more unreasonable. As for the promise that these parents made yesterday to not let their sons go out, everyone chose to forget about it. They didn't dare to think about it, much less admit that it was their connivance that caused the death of their children, even though they regretted it so much. But strangely, their hatred for Qin Fangyang was also increasing. This was a very strange mentality. The situation was getting more and more chaotic, developing towards the direction of losing control. Dong, dong, dong. Knocking sounds came from the door. A wheelchair was pushed in. Old principal. Everyone bowed at the same time. Even people like Shen Yushu, whose eyes were red and had been blinded by hatred and sorrow, were no exception. He Yuan's indifferent gaze swept across everyone's faces and said calmly, "This incident came so suddenly. It's sad, and it's also hard to accept. It's understandable that everyone needs to vent their emotions. However, everyone, please listen to what I have to say and then decide what to do next. The fate of martial artists has always been like this. Firstly, there's a disclaimer. Secondly, Qin Fangyang has already taken precautions in advance. He even informed all the parents to not allow Shan Tainan and the other students to participate in this training. Thirdly, Shan Tainan and the others entered the forbidden area recklessly, which led to the deaths of so many people. Therefore, I now announce the school's opinion on Qin Fangyang's punishment. He will be given a major demerit and will be fined 1 year's salary. This is the school's attitude." He Yuan said, "If you are dissatisfied with the school's decision, you can privately negotiate with teacher Qin Fangyang, and our school will no longer bear any responsibility for this incident. That's all." Teacher Qin, "Yes. Hand over the students' remains to the parents, and then you may leave." Yes. He Yuan forcefully put an end to this matter. No matter how unwilling Shen Yushu and the others were, they did not dare to say another word to He Yuan at this moment. Shen Yushu said fiercely, "Qin Fangyang, just you wait." Qin Fangyang handed the ring to Li Changjiang, turned around, and left calmly, as if nothing had happened. Every year, or even every month, second high, and all martial arts schools will face this kind of situation. He Yuan's face was unusually tired, and she said, "Theo Shun, let me give you a word of advice. My condolences, and don't cause any more trouble. In life, there must be a reason." After He Yuan finished speaking, she left without saying a word. An hour later, at the entrance of second high, Shen Yushu held his son's broken body, his eyes red, and his teeth clenched. "Qin Fangyang, you must pay for my son's death with your life." And that's what Xiao Duo, On what basis did he say that my son would die? A little bastard, spouting nonsense, cursing my son. This must be a curse. I won't forgive you. The faces of the 6 children's parents were filled with grief, including Shen Yushu. Although their faces were filled with anger and ruthless words, they were also filled with deep regret. That's right. Qin Fanyang clearly called yesterday and did not allow the children to participate. There was a death sentence. Why did he push his own son onto the path of death? It was only a day's training, so what if he did not go? Even if he allowed them to go, calling Qin Fanyang or sending a message was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not even considered labor. So why did he not do it? So regretful. More and more regret, but it also caused more and more hatred. Human nature was like this. When a normal accident happened, people would instinctively shift the blame, not to mention this kind of unacceptable thing. How could he bear the responsibility himself? His lively and energetic son had turned into a pile of minced meat in his hands. He, Qin Fanyang, was the teacher leading the team. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Did I cause the death of my precious son? Even I don't believe these words. Of course I regret it, but no matter how much I regret it, I can't forgive Qin Fanyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo. Shen Yushu's gaze was fierce. I suspect that Zhuo Xiaoduo is the one who cast the curse. And Qin Fanyang went to break our son's leg. It was premeditated. These 2 people are the main culprits. After the incident, we still have to call him to inform him? Why should we inform him? He is the teacher leading the team. My son is a high school student. It's natural for him to come to school. Is there a need to inform him? Do we still have to call the school teacher every night? My son is going to school tomorrow? Ridiculous. Since ancient times, there's been no such logic. When the parents heard Shen Yushu's words, they inexplicably felt that this actually made sense. Chapter 146. Qin Fanyang sat cross-legged on a high platform a few hundred feet away from the school gate. He stared at the few families at the school gate and sighed silently. With his cultivation base, he could not miss a single word of what these people said. He understood that it was normal for the parents to have such a reaction. Whose child was not a precious treasure? How could the parents not be sad when their child died in an accident? Not sad. It was understandable for them to be angry and sad, and even take their anger out on others. But everyone was facing such a cruel world. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. It was really just a matter of a breath. Since they had chosen this martial path, they would have to live with death for the rest of their lives. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done, but I still couldn't save that child from death. I really couldn't do anything. But for this matter, it's fine if you take your anger out on me, but to take it out on Zhuo Xiaoduo, isn't your temper too bad? Whoosh. Luo Lai quietly landed beside him. How is it? It must be a little uncomfortable. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Yes, I was in charge of the martial warrior class before, so I really didn't come into contact with this kind of thing. Sai, this kind of thing happens every year. Most of the time, it happens a few times a month. Once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. We also hope that every child can live healthily. But in reality, it can't be done. Training is to cultivate their ability to face life and death. Since it's a matter of life and death, it's normal for accidents to happen. The students can safely stay in Phoenix City after graduation, so their safety is higher. But for those who swear to serve the country and protect the mainland, if 1 out of 10 goes to Sun Moon Pass, it's already not bad. Qin Fanyang mocked. In other words, the more a man cares about his country, the faster he dies? Can you understand it this way? The more a coward drags out an ignoble existence, the longer he can live? Luo Lai sighed. He really wanted to refute. But this was the truth. Luo Lai said, in this world, because of the external environment, there are such rules. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about the deaths and injuries caused by the students. Similarly, there are also parents who are angry because of their deep affection for their children. We can't do anything about it either. After all, we all share the same heart. Qin Fanyang asked with interest, how did the previous parents and teachers deal with it? I can't handle it. As I mentioned earlier, The premise of this situation is that the current external environment is not the same as the previous peaceful technological era. When such a thing happens, we can only deal with it coldly. If any of their children attend the martial arts school, the school will give them free tuition. But in this kind of family, even if they still have children, they won't go to this martial arts school, or they won't go to this martial arts school. However, you have to be careful for the next period of time. This Chen Yushu's power is not small. Looking at his performance today, he will definitely deal with you. Qin Fangyang nodded silently. I know. I'll be careful. In the past, there were also teachers who suffered from the revenge of their parents. It is said that there was once a teacher who was seriously injured in order to protect his students. He was bedridden, but because of the death of his son, the angry parents rushed to the teacher's house and beat the whole family to death. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Luo Lai sighed. Qin Fangyang was stunned. There's such a thing? Not only such a thing, but such things are too common. Luo Lai patted Qin Fangyang's shoulder. In this kind of world, what is impossible? I'm telling you these things so that you can be prepared and be more careful. Qin Fangyang's gaze was deep. I know. Thank you for the reminder. His gaze was unhurried and had an indescribable meaning. No wonder Chen Yushu wanted to ask about my family, my son, my wife. Ha! He has a lot of ideas. Let's go and drink. It's better not to go. Qin Fangyang said, my other students are all in the cultivation pagoda. I want to see them come out. I know. Luo Lai left. Before he left, he said, don't leave the school in the near future. Qin Fangyang sat quietly and did not reply. When Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the 5x gravity room, it was 4 in the afternoon. Since he had a lot of contribution points in hand, Zhuo was rich and overbearing. He simply spent 2 hours farming contribution points. Let's test the quality first. It was only 20 contribution points. It was nothing. The door of the gravity room opened. Zhuo Xiaoduo valiantly walked in. Gravity room, I'm coming. Regarding the gravity room, Mu Yinyan had mentioned it to him before. Zhuo Xiaoyan had mentioned it before. He Yuanyue had mentioned it before. Qin Fangyang had also mentioned it countless times. As a result, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been drooling over this training place for a long time. No matter if it was training hidden weapons, normal martial arts, or movement techniques, the gravity room was the best choice. 5x gravity. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the gravity room, he felt his body suddenly sink. The first thing he felt was that his body suddenly became much heavier. It was as if there were countless forces pressuring him from all directions at the same time. It was hard for him to bear. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and relieve the pressure. After a while, an extremely sticky feeling made it difficult for him to even breathe. Zhuo Xiaoduo had expected these negative feelings after being informed by Zhuo Xiaoyan and the others. He tried to adjust his breathing as he walked in step by step until he reached the center of the room. Huh! With a light shout, he got into a stance. Star-picking palm. Originally, when entering the gravity room for the first time, the most important thing to do was to adapt to the environment. This meant that he had to slowly adapt from the basics, such as the horse stance, finger presses, sit-ups, and so on. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already at the peak of the martial master level. He didn't need to start from these most basic steps. He directly started to practice his fist and palm. However, after just one practice of the star-picking palm, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already sweating profusely. He was exhausted. This is not good. It's only 5x gravity, the lowest level. Why is it so uncomfortable? Zhuo Xiaoduo had an idea. He started to practice the Flaming Sun Sutra, practicing his fist and palm at the same time. As he practiced the Flaming Sun Sutra, the spiritual energy in his body became abnormally lively. He immediately felt that the negative feelings lingering in his body were reduced by a lot. Therefore, he started to practice controlling his breathing rate. The longer he stayed in the gravity room, the more he realized that once his breathing rhythm got messed up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He might even be tormented to death, which was the worst-case scenario. So Xiaoduo slowly breathed in and out. He continued to circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra, causing the temperature of the room to soar. Soon, the room became unbearably hot. This feeling is similar to being in a sauna. Furthermore, it's steaming, boiling, and splashing water at the same time. So Xiaoduo tried his best to hold on. He used a star-picking palm and used a star-picking step. However, after 2 rounds of punches, Xiaoduo was really out of strength. He fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. He felt as if his entire body, torso, stomach, thighs, and chest were all being sucked into the ground. And even his second brother was no exception. He was also firmly sucked into the ground. The reason why he could feel it so clearly was because his second brother had straightened up after circulating his blazing sun Jin Qi. The feeling was exceptionally obvious. Just as Master Nian Yin Mao said, I have to get used to the current gravity before I can talk about using it to train. As for hidden weapons, that's a topic for later. So Xiaoduo was determined. He rested for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before he got up and continued to practice the star-picking palm, dragon gate leg, and star-picking step. When he couldn't take it anymore, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, prostrating himself on the ground. He repeated this process once, twice, and thrice under this extreme tempering. Xiaoduo could clearly feel the surging sound of the Flaming Sun Sutra's origin energy circulating in his meridians. He could also hear the sound of his blood flowing continuously, as well as the creaking sound of his bones being unable to bear the burden. However, he focused and persevered without any distractions. Later on, he didn't even prostrate himself on the ground. Even if he didn't have any strength left, he wasn't willing to prostrate himself on the ground anymore. Instead, he stood up straight. Lines of sweat flowed down from his chest like a waterfall. Oh no, I forgot to bring water in. So Xiaoduo was startled by this thought, and his eyes immediately looked around. Yes, the setup of this gravity room was quite user-friendly. There was a tap in the corner. Not bad, not bad. It solved his urgent problem. In fact, the gravity room was the place that consumed the most energy and sweat. If there was really no water to replenish the energy, it was very likely that the students would die in there. How could the school not think of this and make preparations beforehand? Under such a difficult environment, Xiaoduo had been tormenting himself to the limit for 2 whole hours. Time and time again, he tormented himself to the limit. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he continued tormenting himself. When he reached the limit again, he took another breath. Even when he drank water, he tried his best to control himself and only drank a total of 2 times. However, he ate a lot of various pills. There were only 5 minutes left before the gravity machine could be used again. Suddenly, whoosh, a cool and refreshing feeling descended from the sky without any warning. Another drop of luck quietly arrived, causing Xiaoduo's extremely tired body to suddenly be filled with vitality again. Even his meridians expanded a little. Big brother, you should have come earlier. This time, wasn't just 1 drop of luck, but a full 1.5 drops. Including the new luck points, Xiaoduo had a total of 6 drops in his hands. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he had become a tycoon in one fell swoop. He really became rich overnight. This time, when the luck points arrived, the first drop was a full 1, but the next half drop was divided into waves, and half a drop was gathered bit by bit. And this result made Xiaoduo realize something. It came true. The death calamity that he had predicted for Shun Tainan had come true. Only then did he get a full drop. As for the other groups, because they were all scared but not in danger, there were no casualties, so it didn't cause any fluctuations in fate. As a result, there weren't many luck points feedback. But even so, the 7 groups only had half a point, and Xiaoduo was still satisfied. Chapter 147. Putting everything else aside, these new luck points would allow him to complete the last round of training in the gravity machine, allowing him to improve even more. In the last 5 minutes, Xiaoduo unleashed all his strength. He used the star-plucking palm, dragon gate kick, and galaxy step in tandem. He used all his strength in every move and executed them 7 times in a row. At the last second, Xiaoduo finally stopped his movement after the final kick. The door of the gravity room opened again, but Zhuoxiaoduo's remaining strength wasn't enough to support him to walk out. He could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily with his tongue out. If the teacher in charge of the gravity room hadn't come in to check the situation and dragged Zhuoxiaoduo out like a dead dog, no one knew how long Zhuoxiaoduo would have stayed in this position. How is it? Qin Fangyang came. This student of yours is really extraordinary. The teacher in charge of the gravity room didn't know how to comment. He raised his thumb and said, he didn't waste a single second of the 2 hours of 5 times gravity training. When he walked into the gravity room, there were a few obvious puddles on the ground that were rapidly drying up. The circles of salt stains and white lines were especially eye-catching. This is all sweat. The teacher was even more surprised. You're so harsh on yourself. Seeing Qin Fangyang dragging Zhuoxiaoduo away, the teacher was convinced and raised his thumb. Teacher Qin, as long as there are no accidents, this student of yours will definitely be like this in the future. Qin Fangyang smiled, feeling gratified. His face, which had been gloomy for a long time because of Shun Tianan's matter, suddenly brightened up. I think so too. Seeing Qin Fangyang walk away, the teacher returned to the gravity room. The gravity room also needed to be cleaned. Basically, every user who entered would leave behind a pool of smelly sweat. If it wasn't cleaned up early, the gravity room would definitely smell worse than a latrine pit. The teacher went in to clean, as usual. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and turned to look. This isn't right. Why is there a layer of softness on the wall? Qin Fang dragged Zhuoxiaoduo for about 10 meters before Zhuoxiaoduo was able to walk on his own and move freely. This was easy to understand. Zhuoxiaoduo had to withstand 5 times his body weight in the gravity room. Moreover, he had just learned it, so it was easy to imagine how fast his stamina was being consumed. Now that he was outside, everything was back to normal, so his stamina naturally recovered quickly. However, as he walked, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly realized that his entire body was as light as a feather, as if he could float at any time. This gravity room is so useful. Zhuoxiaoduo was pleasantly surprised. This was because he discovered that under this kind of gravitational cultivation, it had the effect of purifying the spiritual energy within his body. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes at the silly bird. Of course it was useful. Otherwise, why would the cost of using the gravity machine be so high? How did it feel to cultivate for the first time? It's all right. What have you done? It's just practicing punches and kicks, practicing martial arts and footwork. That's the right thing to do. Only when you're used to the gravity and pressure and have a solid foundation will you be qualified to talk about hidden weapons cultivation. You did well. When you practice hidden weapons in the future, remember to bring your target in. Qin Fangyang said, don't practice other places. Just focus on the throat, heart, eyes, and ears. These are good enough. The focus is on the eyes and ears. These 2 places are the most important. Do you understand the key? Understood. Zhuoxiaoduo silently added the genitals in his heart before asking, why? For the experts of the Umno Alliance, the throat and heart aren't fatal points. In other words, these 2 places have the strongest protection. As for the human body, no matter how strong an expert is, compared to other parts of the body, the eyes and ears are always the weakest. If you think about it from another perspective, aren't these parts the weakest parts of the body? Qin Fangyang said lightly, legend has it that the Umno Alliance had an ancient witch god. This god's head was chopped off, but he continued to fight against the heavenly court. The more he fought, the braver he became. That's awesome. Zhuoxiaoduo clicked his tongue. If we really meet such an expert, what's the use of hidden weapons? The only thing I can think of is attacking the primordial spirit. Qin Fangyang wasn't sure either. He said, but that kind of realm, we can only dream about it. Maybe you'll have a chance thousands of years later, but I definitely won't in my lifetime. Teacher Qin, you've unified the Jianghu for thousands of years. Your future is boundless. Get lost. The sky was already dark. I'll send you home, Qin Fangyang said. You send me home? Zhuoxiaoduo was surprised by Qin Fangyang's decision. I'll send you home. I'll send you to school and back these few days. Qin Fanyang's expression was a little cold. Zhuo Xiaoduo even felt an inexplicable murderous aura flowing around Qin Fanyang's body. It was fierce, and indestructible. Qin Fanyang's current appearance was completely different from the teacher Qin Zhuo Xiaoduo remembered. The teacher and disciple walked side by side on Zhuo Xiaoduo's way home. Zhuo Xiaoduo noticed that Qin Fanyang seemed to be deliberately slowing down. Teacher Qin, we can walk faster. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that there was something wrong with the current atmosphere. Even with his shallow aura viewing technique, which could not even be considered as a beginner, he could actually see that the road ahead was filled with a faint blood color. It's okay. Walk slowly, there's no hurry. Qin Fanyang smiled faintly and kindly. Teacher is here, it's okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. His eyes lit up. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a smart person. He could understand the meaning behind Qin Fanyang's words. He had already guessed what Qin Fanyang was going to do. Xiaoduo, from today onwards, I'll use myself as an example on the way home. I'll give you a lesson on the Jianghu, the border, and the battlefield. Qin Fanyang said calmly as he walked. These days, I've observed your moves over and over again. I've discovered that your heart is unexpectedly soft. You have plenty of time and opportunities to strike at your opponent's throat, heart, back of head, and other vital parts. But you chose to kick the crotch. Others may be confused by you, but I won't. You're just soft-hearted and don't want to kill. Kicking the crotch is an excellent way to effectively paralyze your opponent's attack power. Qin Fanyang said solemnly, but this is the way the world is now. If you don't want to kill, you can only be killed. Then tell me, is it better to kill or be killed? Qin Fanyang's body suddenly floated into the air. The moment he flew up, 2 masked men rushed out from the corner. 7 or 8 masked men jumped down from the roof of the nearby building. In a trance, a magnificent sword light pierced through the sky like a lightning bolt, stunning the dusk sky. Even the street lamps on the roadside were overshadowed by the brilliance of the brilliant sword light. Qin Fanyang's body circled around the field like a goshawk and landed beside Zhuo Xiaoduo again. Clang! He sheathed his sword and walked forward slowly. His voice was indifferent and calm. You must be ruthless to your enemies. If you can kill 10, you must not only kill 9. Whether it's a hidden weapon or a weapon, you must be steady, accurate, ruthless, and ruthless. Behind the 2 of them, of the 10 masked men who came with ill intentions, 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and 2 at the back, they all slowly fell to the ground. Then 10 heads rolled off their necks almost at the same time, rolling back and forth on the ground like big watermelons. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the whole street, turning the originally quiet street into a blood pool hell. Do you know why? Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's faintly pale face, Qin Fanyang didn't even turn his head. As he walked slowly, his voice was extremely calm as he said, "There are too many ordinary people on this street. Once the opponent knows that he is no match for them and will die, he will drag ordinary people down with him. That will be your sin. So, when you can kill with 1 blow, you must kill with 1 blow. If any ordinary person dies because of your soft-heartedness, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. To ensure that in the future, you won't." When Qin Fanyang said the first 4 words of this sentence, he was still on the ground beside Zhuo Xiaoduo. But when he said the last few words, he was already 70 feet away and 70 feet high in the air like a meteor. Just like before, the brilliant sword light once again pierced through the sky in a flash. 3 more corpses fell from the sky in an upside-down position. While they were still in the air, their heads fell first, and a large amount of blood poured down like a waterfall. Qin Fanyang returned to Zhuo Xiaoduo's side and finished the last 2 words of his sentence. "I'm sorry." His voice was steady, calm, gentle. It was as if he did not move at all. "Who are these people? Are they targeting you, teacher, or are they here to kill me?" Although Zhuo Xiaoduo had already guessed Qin Fanyang's intention to teach before the battle, he was still puzzled about the purpose of these 2 groups of enemies. They're here to kill you, but their main purpose, or the real target, is me. Actually, there are people around you who are protecting you. But in my heart, I have to come out and show my attitude. I also have to give the person who wants to kill me a chance. After all, he is not resigned to his fate. He will definitely try. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, I have to let him try and feel it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. Try and feel the taste of attacking you. Feel the feeling of killing you. No, it's not like that. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo strangely. Don't think like that in the future, okay? Thinking like that shows that you are not confident in your own strength. It's true that I want him to try, but I want him to know that the target he wants to target is too strong. He can only feel helpless and despair. From there, he will understand the truth. Qin Fangyang smiled very elegantly. Truth? It is the truth. As a teacher, the truth I want to teach him is that in this world, there are some people he can't afford to offend. Don't think that he is rich. In this world, there are too many things that can't be done with money. Qin Fangyang raised his head and looked at a camera by the roadside. He revealed a gentle smile and showed his snow-white teeth. Don't you think so? I'm really tired. I continue to write. The next chapter should be out at night. So many things are happening at the same time. I have to take care of them all and form a line. It's really taxing on my brain. Chapter 148. Arriving at the entrance of the Zhuo family's residential area. Qin Fangyang watched Zhuo Xiaoduo go in, then turn around, but did not go back. His black robe fluttering. He flew in a strange direction. In the darkness, bat-like shadows rose one after another in the night, chasing after Qin Fangyang. After a while, streaks of blood soared into the sky. You want to kill me? Then I'll let you kill to your heart's content. When Zhuo Xiaoduo arrived home, Zhuo Xiaoyan had not yet returned. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still in Mu Yanyan's office. Opposite her was Meng Chunyu, who was being punished. Mu Yanyan's face was as calm as water. Chunyu, an entire afternoon has passed, and you refuse to say anything. I don't have the temperament to continue wasting time with you. Mu Yanyan went straight to the point. I just want to know, why do you insist on Zhuo Xiaoduo dying? I really didn't, Master, I really didn't mean that. Meng Chunyu's eyes were red. I can swear to the heavens. Then how do you explain your actions today? Mu Yanyan was a little tired. She went to the chair behind the desk and sat down. In her voice, there was an indescribable disappointment. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had the upper hand. I felt that there was no need to intervene, so I overlooked that Mu Yun phone was hiding nearby. Well, even if you were negligent at the beginning. But after Mu Yun phone made his move, you should have come back to your senses, right? How could you let Mu Yun phone leave so easily? How do you explain this? I also wanted to stop him, but there were people from the second middle school chasing after us. I didn't want to expose myself. Even senior sister Nian didn't make a move until the people from second high gave up on the chase. Meng Chenyu said with extreme grievance, Master, you have to believe me. Mu Yanyan lowered her eyes. After a long time, she slowly said, Let's put this matter aside for now. Chenyu, you can go back. Yes, Master. From beginning to end, Zhuo Xiaoyan stood to the side, not saying a word. Watching Meng Chenyu leave, Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with coldness. Little Nian, Mu Yanyan said tiredly, What do you think? Watching Meng Chenyu leave, Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold face was filled with indifference. She faintly said, Master, I am not thinking of anything. She smiled coldly. I'm really not thinking about anything. She used two sentences to say the same thing twice. Mu Yanyan immediately understood what she meant. Nian, you have other ideas, don't you? Zhuo Xiaoyan said softly. Master, I don't think so. Mu Yanyan pondered and didn't say anything. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly switched to telepathy and said, Master, there are some things we can talk about later. The Meng clan was the one who built this building. If the Meng clan has any other intentions. Meng Chunyu's abnormal reaction caused Zhuo Xiaoyan to become completely vigilant. It was a matter of Zhuo Xiaoduo's life and death. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly felt that the whole world was full of malice. Mu Yanyan was shocked. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan. For a long time, she did not speak. The two exchanged glances. One was full of suspicion and vigilance, and the other was full of shock. After a while, Mu Yin said in a low voice, Chun Yu is still your junior sister. Even if she has done something wrong, there is no need to be too harsh on her. Also, isn't your brother fine? Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and responded, Master is right. Xiao Duo is fine, and I have no intention of continuing to pursue the matter. But Qin Yu's state of mind has not been stable during this period of time. Is it because she has progressed too much that she has developed an inner demon? Mu Yin hated iron for not becoming steel and said, If she has progressed too much, that would be great. Right now, I have no idea what she's doing. I can't even see her shadow. How is it that she has progressed too quickly? And this matter is indeed strange. I will help you keep an eye on Xinyu. You don't have to worry too much. It is normal for there to be some friction between young people. Also, Xiao Duo scolded Xinyu too harshly at that time. Hee, your brother's mouth is really annoying. Xiaoyan hesitated and said, But I'm always worried about Xiao Duo's safety. Master, I only have one brother. He's fine this time. He is lucky, but luck will not always be with one person. Don't worry too much. Mu Yin promised. Master promises you that this matter will not happen again. What if it happens again? Xiaoyan asked. If it happens again? Mu Yin gritted her teeth and said, If it is really determined that it was done by Chunyu or the Meng family, I will expel Chunyu from the sect. This sentence was already very serious. Xiaoyan did not speak again. And by the way, since you are here, come with me to get some jade of astral souls. Mu Yin said, Let's go. The window opened, and the master and disciple rushed directly into the sky and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, the clouds were dense, and the wind was howling. Mu Yin took Xiaoyan all the way to the sky and hid in the clouds. Then, she put all the communication devices she carried, including the jewelry, into the space ring. Then, she turned to look at Xiaoyan. The temperature in the sky was extremely cold, but Xiaoyan was calm and collected. Her expression was as cold as ever. Mu Yin frowned, and the expression on her face changed. Obviously, she was struggling fiercely in her heart. She said softly, The location of your breakthrough last time was leaked. Now it seems it should be Chunyu who leaked it. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional. Xiaoyan's expression still did not change. Chunyu's mood fluctuated greatly today. Mu Yin looked at the rolling clouds under her feet and said softly, It's probably because some of her thoughts were exposed too suddenly, and your reaction was too intense. You fell out with her on the spot, giving her no time to mentally prepare herself. So much so that I felt a little strange. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, but asked another question. Master, do you feel that Meng Chun Tian's feelings for me are purely the love between a man and a woman? Mu Yin frowned. And Meng Chun Tian, I'm afraid he has other intentions. Xiaoyan said, My feelings should be right. I just don't know why his family is so hostile to our family. But no matter what, there must be a reason. Mu Yin was thinking, and everything that had happened recently flashed through her mind. Master, you have met Meng Chun Tian. What do you think of him? Xiaoyan asked. Very mature, very steady, and there is no room for criticism. Everything is perfect. Mu Yin said. Performance? Well, I think so too. Master, your description is very apartment. This kind of perfection is too fake. It can only be described as performance. Xiaoyan said. Fake? I think it's true. His speech, etiquette, steps, expression, everything is presented perfectly. Xiaoyan said, It gives me the feeling that it's like an actor on the stage showing his best side to the people in front of him. There is no flaw in any aspect, and there is no overdoing it in any aspect. Even his smile, no matter when, no matter what happens, is in the state of being tempered 1,000 times. This state, even if it is a senior who has cultivated for a long time, who has seen the prosperity of the mortal world, and who has experienced the hardships of the universe, it is impossible to achieve this level. Because as long as one is still human, one will retain some emotions and personal character. But Meng Chun Tian has none of this. Everything is perfect. Based on my personal judgment, there's only one kind of situation in which a person can be in such a state. That is, everything is an act, something that can be faked. Zhuo Xiaoyan said. Also, this person said that he is 33 years old, but I don't think so. Mu Yinyan pondered and did not speak. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, Master, can you confirm Meng Tian's birth record? Who is his birth mother? Is it Meng Tianyue's first wife? Where did he go to school in his youth? His cultivation is not bad, and he should be an outstanding person in the martial arts school. This information should not be difficult to investigate, right? The reason why I put this on the table is that I have investigated Meng Tian for a long time, but I did not find any information. This is really abnormal. Even if it is a fake file, I did not find it. A person, no matter how he hides his past, even if his information is S-class secret, there are always some clues. Mu Yinyan frowned. Let me check. I hope you can check it through the Star Shield. I am afraid you can't find it through other normal channels. Yes, Mu Yinyan suddenly asked. At that time, it was Xiao Duo who saw that you were about to break through, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan was silent for a moment. She remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had now publicized her physiognomy to the world. She bit her lip and nodded. Yes. He saw that you were about to break through from your face, so you suspected that the information was leaked? Yes. That's why I asked you. What about now? He didn't say. Little Duo is currently learning the aura examination technique from Principal He Yuanyue. It seems so. This is not a secret. Xiao Duo even declared in public that his physiognomy is divine. Everyone is welcome to come to him for guidance. Mu Yinyan thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Let's go to your house and talk to Xiao Duo. Maybe we can also ask him for guidance. Okay. Speaking of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly became a little enraptured, and even the look on her face became a little gentler. Mu Yinyan couldn't help but smile. Nianer, you were so good to your brother. Zhuo Xiaoyan took Mu Yinyan's arm and flew in the direction of her house, saying sweetly, Master, you don't know that Xiao Duo is even better to me. While flying, she took out her mobile phone. I have to talk to Dad. Mu Yinyan expressed her understanding. You have to ask your father if he will accept guests. Haha. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. After all, it was rare to have guests in the house for so many years. She had to ask if her father was willing to let them in. After the phone call was connected, Zhuo Chonglu readily agreed. I will wait for you to eat. At this moment, Mu Yinyan actually felt a sense of shock. Was this really what that stingy guy said? This stingy guy actually wanted to treat them? That she was exhausted both physically and mentally. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, genuine subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 149. With Mu Yinyan's amazing cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, she was flattered by Zhuo Chonglu, who was just an ordinary person. This feeling really made Mu Yinyan feel incredible. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Thinking back, when she accepted Zhuo Xiaoyan as her apprentice, Zhuo Chonglu didn't even invite her to dinner. Not to mention to have dinner at home. Compared with the past, these 5 words really gave her a lot of face. I'm waiting for you to have dinner. Xiaoyan, has your father's character changed over the years? Mu Yinyan couldn't help but laugh, and she was actually very happy. No, Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. With your father's character as a stingy rooster, he actually invited people to his house for dinner. How can it not be a big change? Mu Yinyan was a little gratified. I've taught you for a few years, and today I can finally go to your house for dinner. It's not in vain. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed. To be honest, your father is really very good at living. Mu Yinyan wanted to complain, but halfway through, she remembered that she was talking to her daughter, so she sighed and said, He's a good man. Good man? Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face was a little red, and she was inexplicably vigilant. She summoned up her courage and said, Master, my father, and my mother have a very good relationship. You, him, and he is just an ordinary person this. Mu Yinyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed after a long time. What are you thinking? Do you think you really know how to think blindly? My original intention was to complain that your father was a stingy person, a stingy rooster, a glazed cat, and a glazed cat covered with sugar all over. But for your sake, I didn't say all of it. Why are you suspecting that I have taken a liking to her father? Look at this nervous little face. I doted on her for nothing. Is your father so good? His dot with a ding-dong. A message came, which interrupted Zhuo Xiaoyan's embarrassment. Zhuo Xiaoyan took out her mobile phone and looked at it, and she couldn't help but be stunned, because the message was sent by He Yuanyue. In the wee hours of the morning, the clouds disperse. The phoenix turns its head. Bring Xiao Duo here. Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked when she saw the message. My dog, why is it so popular today? Master Mu Yinyan wanted to see him and even took the initiative to meet him. Now, even the old principal, He Yuanyue, wanted to see him. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel proud and smug. Bullshit. Awesome. But I still have to go buy some groceries. Otherwise, Dad might really just be waiting for us to eat. Zhuo Xiaoyan was obviously a villain in vain this time. When the two of them entered the Zhuo family's house, Wu Yuding had already prepared a large table of dishes. It was really packed to the brim. In addition, there were also 4 large pots, which were placed on the stoves that they had just bought a few days ago. There were 2 big pots of rice and 2 big pots of steamed buns. It was steaming hot and eye-catching. In order to make sure there wasn't enough food, Wu Yuding even opened 4 cans of chili oil and cut 2 large plates of pickled vegetables. The entire Zhuo family was like a small shop that specialized in selling steamed buns. The air was filled with the fragrance of steamed buns. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at the side, rubbing his belly from time to time as he listened to the rumbling sounds coming from inside. Looking at Wu Yuding's little eyes walking around, he really looked like a hungry puppy. His eyes were blue, but he didn't dare to move and was waiting for the order to eat. Bear with it a little longer. Zhuo Chonglu comforted his son. Your sister Nian Yin said that she wanted to bring her master here for dinner. You can't eat now. If you start eating, there won't be anything left on the table. How can we serve the guests then? It'll be rude of us. Zhuo Xiaoduo said pitifully, Let me eat a few steamed buns first. My stomach is too flat, and I'm panicking. I'm hungry. Sigh. Zhuo Chonglu had no choice but to raise his voice and ask Wu Yuding, Are the steamed buns okay? They are okay, but they're just steamed. Wu Yuding said, The freshly steamed ones are the best to eat. This kind of steamed buns usually only require 20 servings of food. If you eat this, you'll need at least 30 servings. Bear with it a little longer. Let him eat a few servings first. Look at his pitiful eyes. Wu Yuding turned her head and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's wet eyes. He was swallowing his saliva madly. Wu Yuding almost laughed out loud. She didn't say anything else and opened the lid of the pot. She picked up a few steamed buns and placed them on a plate. Just as she was about to bring them over, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo had already brought his bowl over. He had already grabbed a handful of pickled vegetables in his hand. Coupled with his impatient expression, he swallowed his saliva. Wu Yuding hurriedly protected the food on the table so that the guests wouldn't be rude. She watched as Zhuo Xiaoduo threw the steamed buns into his mouth one by one. He just flattened his lips and swallowed them. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes began to wander around the lid of the pot. Mrs. Zhuo couldn't help but cover her forehead. Just how hungry are you, son? Fortunately, at this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyan finally arrived. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed up as if he had seen his savior. His enthusiasm was overflowing. Great, they were finally here. It was time to eat. Mu Yinyan didn't know what was going on. She was shocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's enthusiasm. She smiled and said, Xiaoduo is also home. Sorry for being late. It's my honor to be your guest. Hello, Mr. Zhuo, Mrs. Zhuo. She felt that she was much older than Zhuo, Chonglu, and Wu Yuding, so it was inconvenient for her to call them brother and sister-in-law. Miss Mu, you're getting more and more beautiful. Please sit down. Zhuo Zhonglu appeared to be particularly enthusiastic. He didn't have the appearance of a miser in the legends. Instead, he was elegant and handsome. Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Chonglu with a faint smile, and then warmly said, Miss Mu, please sit down. You're a rare guest. Mu Yinyan was sure that she would never forget this meal. She would remember it every night when she dreamed about it. The five of them sat around the table. Mu Yinyin saw Zui Xiaoduo bring a basin over. She was surprised, but then she saw him bring another basin. Was that soup in the other basin? At first, Mu Yinyin thought that it was for washing hands, but then she saw Zui Xiaoduo take a sip and then put it on his left foot carefully. Then, Teacher Mu, please help yourself. Don't stand on ceremony. With Zhuo Chonglu's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already begun to eat. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan, 3 people and 6 hands, quickly grabbed 6 dishes, moved aside, and drank and chatted with Mu Yanyan as usual. They talked while eating and even opened a bottle of wine. It was no different from a normal banquet. But on the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo ate 13 dishes by himself, including 2 pots of rice, 2 pots of steamed buns, 2 plates of pickles, and 4 cans of chili sauce. Mu Yinyan occasionally glanced at him and only felt that she had entered a farm. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't make a lot of noise when he ate, and he wasn't smacking his lips, his eating frequency was too fast. It was like entering a silkworm breeding room. The 4 of them had only finished a third of the bottle of wine and had only eaten a little of the 6 dishes. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's side was already completely clean. Mu Yinyan was present. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't lick the plates. But if he didn't lick the plates, he could dip the steamed buns in the soup. The dozen plates were no worse than washing them with water. Mu Yinyan felt that she had opened her eyes today, and it was a big eye-opener. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up politely and glanced at the dishes on the table reluctantly. He seemed to be trying hard to control himself, and said, "Take your time. I'm full." "Here you are." Zhuo Xiaoyan took out a roast goose weighing 7 or 8 kilograms from the space ring and handed it to him. Hee. "Sister, you love me so much." Zhuo Xiaoduo went back to the room with the roast goose in his arms, satisfied. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding couldn't bear to look at him. Mu Yinyan, after a moment of shock, explained with understanding, "Xiaoduo has reached the peak of martial master. Considering his age, his speed of advancement is really rare. Moreover, he reached the peak of martial master in a short time, and the energy he needs to replenish is more than that of ordinary martial masters. In fact, at the stage of martial master, the consumption of his own vital energy is higher than the replenishment of external vital energy. That's why he can't eat enough. It will be fine when he reaches the innate realm." "I hope so." Wu Yuding sighed. "We also know that martial master cultivators have high requirement for food. When Xiaoyan was a martial master, she was also at this stage. But at that time, Xiaoyan couldn't eat as much as Xiaoduo. At most, she could only eat a quarter of his food. At that time, I was very worried. Girls, if you eat like this, won't you become a pig?" "Mom." Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed. She put down her chopsticks and said coquettishly, "Why are you talking about the past?" Mu Yinyan laughed and said, "Back then, Nianer asked me for fasting pills every day. She would eat the fasting pills before coming back to eat. Haha." As a master, Mu Yinyan rarely saw Zhuo Xiaoyan in her own home. She couldn't help but want to tease her. Wu Yuding couldn't help but smile and said, "So there is such a thing. I wronged Xiaoduo. I only talked about what Xiaoyan was like back then. It turns out that there is such a story behind it. Hee." Wu Yuding sighed. "Back then, I should have prepared 2 basins for Xiaoyan." Chapter 150. Zhuo Xiaoyan finally couldn't bear it. She blushed and said, "You guys are so bad." She stood up and was about to leave, but Zhuo Chonglu stopped her. "Sit down. Why are you so rude? Your master is still here, and you want to leave? If people know about this, they will think that I, Zhuo Chonglu, have no upbringing. Hurry up and sit down. Serve your master tea, pour wine, and serve him well." Master, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Now and in the future, you must remember this sentence. Always be the same, and always be the same. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoyan was obedient. Mu Yinyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan and thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo. She couldn't help sighing with admiration and said, "Boss Zhuo's education is really unique. Your son and daughter are so excellent." It's really enviable. Zhou Changlu said with a smile. You flatter me. Let's drink. Ms. Mu, try this dish. This is my wife's lifelong signature dish. It tastes good. Both the host and the guest enjoyed the meal. After the meal, Zhou Changlu knew that Mu Yinyin wouldn't come for no reason. He felt that it had nothing to do with him, so he went to the study. Wu Yuding cleaned up the table and said goodbye apologetically, saying that she had to do some homework. She didn't know what homework she was going to do. Anyway, she went into the room. Anyway, she left the room to Mu Yinyin and her master. In the study, Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Is Ms. Mu beautiful? Zhou Changlu said seriously. She is just so. So? I think she is prettier than me. She can't even compare with a hair of yours. She is too ugly. Really? Really? Then why do you keep looking at her? Hey, she seems to have soup stuck to the tip of her nose when she was eating. I wanted to remind her, but I was too embarrassed. Oh, Wu Yuding stopped. Outside, Mu Yinyin rubbed the tip of her nose with a speechless and embarrassed face. Well, nothing. Mu Yinyin looked at Zhou Xiaoyan and couldn't help feeling envious. She said, Nianer, it's really a blessing to be born in such a family and have such parents. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes turning into crescent moons. The master and disciple did not delay and entered Zhou Xiao's room. They saw that Zhou Xiaoduo was already panting and sweating all over. Zhou Xiaoduo was in the room. He was punching very slowly, but at the same time with the most standard movements. There was not the slightest sound of wind, but every move and every style was filled with strength. Mu Yinyin nodded secretly. As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. So Xiaoduo obviously did this because he did not want to let go of any time to cultivate. He was really racing against time. This child is really not bad. Mu Yinyin praised him in her heart. Stop practicing. Let's talk. Zhou Xiaoyan, like Mu Yinyin before, put all the communication devices, including Zhou Xiaoduo's mobile phone, into the ring. Even the computer and all the other electronic devices were all turned off and packed up. Xiaoduo, I came here mainly to ask you about the divination method, especially the thing that you saw before that there would be obstacles when I was breaking through. Tell me the truth, and the more details, the better, Zhou Xiaoyan said. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. This day had finally come. After such a long time of hard work, dedication, and sparing no effort to keep reading people's faces, Mu Yinyin finally truly believed and recognized her ability. And Mu Yinyin's belief would be a great progress in his plan to save Nian Cat. This progress was extremely crucial. Previously, Zhou Xiaoduo did not think about influencing Mu Yinyin through Zhou Xiaoyan. It was not difficult to do this. As long as Zhou Xiaoyan acted coquettishly to Mu Yinyin, with Mu Yinyin's love for Zhou Xiaoyan, it would have a certain effect. But the following problem was obvious. Mu Yinyin would not pay too much attention to these influences. At least she would not believe it. It could be imagined how difficult it was for a 16 or 17-year-old martial artist to make a nascent soul master believe in his fortune-telling. And once Mu Yinyin had a preconceived idea, then Zhou Xiaoduo's follow-up actions were bound to be extremely difficult. In that case, it would cause more trouble, and the loss would outweigh the gain. In this case, from the beginning, let Mu Yinyin believe in his divination method, and then trust every word he said. The follow-up actions would naturally be supported by Mu Yinyin. Today, the efforts that had been brewing for so long finally paid off. Xiaoduo, it is said that your fortune-telling is very accurate, and it comes true like a god. Mu Yinyin smiled and said, so this time, I specially came to ask for advice. Teacher Mu, you are too polite. So Xiaoduo said politely, you can ask, and I will tell you everything I know. So Xiaoduo's elegant and steady appearance almost made Mu Yinyin think that the good-for-nothing she saw just now was an illusion. Tell me about Nian's tribulation first. It's better to start from the very beginning, when you saw that Nian's breakthrough would lead to her death. Mu Yinyin put on a serious attitude and said, I know that a lot of your efforts during this period of time are for this matter. Hearing this, although Zhou Xiaoyan knew that they were talking about business, she still could not help but feel sweet in her heart. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with hook-like eyes. Hum, dog. Hum, my dog. Hum, hum, hum. Hee. In fact, Sister Nian's tribulation has always been in a state of ascension. Teacher Mu, about Sister Nian's tribulation, it can be said that it involved a lot of people. Not to mention others, because of Sister Nian's death, you are full of death aura. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly. In fact, this is not difficult to imagine. When Sister Nian breaks through this tribulation, you must be the main protector. The enemies who want Sister Nian to die will not let her go, but they will definitely target you first. Because if they can't kill you, they can't hurt her, so. In this tribulation, you're the first one to bear the brunt. Mu Yinyan's beautiful face was calm. Then in your opinion, what is my ending? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. He looked at Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan's faces with rapt attention. The master and disciple were almost the same now. Dark clouds covered the sky. Bad luck filled the air. Death aura. Murderous intent. Although it wasn't as certain as before, but it was still a great ominous sign with a slim chance of survival. It would be difficult to escape with one's life. However, what made Zhuo Xiaoduo even more puzzled was that Zhuo Xiaoyan's physiognomy. After an aura of death, could it be that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? This situation was like after the sky was full of dark clouds, there was not only a clear sky, but also 10 suns in the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo could be sure that after Zhuo Xiaoyan passed this tribulation, she would have a bright future. However, this was different from the sky, full of dark clouds. The dark clouds would disperse sooner or later, but she might not be able to pass the tribulation. If she couldn't pass the tribulation, Zhuo Xiaoyan would still die. However, now that he could see the purple aura, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already very satisfied, because there was no such thing before. In other words, the previous Zhuo Xiaoyan had no future. Now, although the tribulation was still there, the future was promising. I've already seen your ending. On the day of Sister Nian's breakthrough, you fought to the death in order to protect Sister Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Mu Yinyan's expression did not change, but her eyes flickered. What about your sister? Because she was disturbed during the breakthrough, she died of qi deviation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheeks twitched, and he said, Now, there are 51 days before the breakthrough time I foresee. Well, today is over, there are 50 days left. Mu Yinyan sat calmly and asked softly, I have 2 questions now. I need you to answer them directly. Please ask. The result you foresee, is it fate or luck? Mu Yinyan asked. If it is fate, is there a way to change fate? If it is luck, is there a way to reverse the universe? Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time and said, It is fate and luck. What do you mean? Sister Nian's tribulation is not destined to be a death tribulation. In other words, if she can break through the tribulation, she will be able to rise to the top. That is to say, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, Since it is a tribulation, there are 2 possibilities. One is to pass, and the other is not to pass. Naturally, there is no such thing as fate. But for now, it is very difficult to change, isn't it? Mu Yinyan asked. So Xiaoduo said in distress, I have thought of using variables to affect this tribulation. That is, I told Sister Nian that she would be in danger when she broke through. She believed me and communicated with you about this. But now, I unexpectedly found that the breakthrough day after 50 days has become the moment of eternal death, and there is no way to change it. I'm puzzled about this. Why can't the breakthrough date be changed? Isn't it normal to advance or postpone it? Mu Yinyan was stunned when she heard this. Mu Yinyan had not considered this problem at all. Although she knew the time of Zhuo Xiaoyan's breakthrough, she had already considered the possibility of advancing or postponing it. In fact, she had thought of changing the time of Zhuo Xiaoyan's breakthrough again, and using the time to affect the tribulation. At this moment, when she heard Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly ask this question, she was stunned and murmured, The breakthrough date can't be changed? Who said it can't be changed? How can it become the moment of eternal death? Only Zhuo Xiaoyan's delicate body shook violently, and her bright eyes flickered. Mu Yinyin immediately found that something was wrong. She turned her head and asked, "Nianer?" Zui Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "About this. I went to see Headmaster He the other day and heard her talk about it. I am destined to break through, and once I break through, it will involve the Phoenix Vein of Phoenix City. It is said that it is related to the soul of the Phoenix Vein. Is this the reason why it can't be changed? In the afternoon, the leader will update. Also, brothers and sisters who have received the divine light, please join the group 1090 number 866 at 686. Why don't you join the group after receiving the divine light? Do you want me to give it to you?" Chapter 151. Zhuo Xiaoyan recalled. So, the breakthrough will happen on the day of the Phoenix Pulse? The old principal once said, "Even if I accumulate more power beyond the inner core realm, it will be difficult for me to break through the bottleneck. Because no matter how much power I accumulate, it will never surpass the accumulation of the Phoenix bloodline over the past 40,000 years. So, I'm afraid the breakthrough date can't be changed." Mu Yinyin finally couldn't maintain the indifference on her face. She said in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" "Yes, it's the Qi Pulse. The old principal He Yuanyue said that the day of my breakthrough is the day of the Phoenix Pulse. At the same time, it's also the moment of eternal death that Xiao Duo mentioned just now," Zhuo Xiaoyan said. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? I just found out a few days ago, and there have been too many things happening these few days." Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that she was in the wrong. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything more. If that's the case, things will turn for the better. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression suddenly brightened. He was even in high spirits. "I think I really understand. Originally, I only judged the situation based on the divination and foresight. I didn't think too much. After the old principal's guidance, I more or less understood the aura viewing technique. However, I didn't use it on Sister Nian, nor did I connect it with the mountains and rivers. Not bad, not bad. No wonder I've been watching Sister Nian's fate. It seems to be closely related to this city. So there's this layer of origin. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. My big sister Nian Yin is one of the top few geniuses in the entire Yinwu Empire, yet she has never taken a single step out of Phoenix City. Indeed, there's another reason for her to stay." Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. "Now that I understand the root cause, I'm suddenly enlightened. It's the power of the Phoenix bloodline that has been faintly restraining you and restricting you." After Zhuo Xiaoduo said this, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyin also understood at once. For so many years, there have been so many super sects and hermit sects who want to take Zhuo Xiaoyan away. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan has always been reluctant. How persistent can a little girl be? Wouldn't he just pick her up and leave? When they arrived at the sect, they would at most cry for a few days. In the end, wouldn't they have to accept it, even if they didn't want to? How difficult could it be? But things weren't that simple. One sect had come, but before he could convince Zhuo Xiaoyan, another even more powerful sect had come. The first one couldn't compete with the second one, so he retreated. After that, he continued to work hard, and then he encountered a different sect. The same thing happened again and again, and the cycle repeated itself. When Mu Yinyin arrived, with the powerful strength of the Kunlun Taoism, He Yuanyue's face, and the price left by Mu Yinyin, they were able to accept Zhuo Xiaoyan as a disciple. Others only thought that it was natural for everyone to compete for a genius. But in fact, the twists and turns of this matter made Mu Yinyin feel incredible when she thought about it now. Now, after listening to Zhuo Xiaoyan's description of the restriction of the Phoenix Vein, Mu Yinyin immediately solved the doubts in her heart. But then she became more worried. She said, since Nian Er's death involves the Phoenix Vein soul, and the moment of eternal death can't be changed, then the danger of Nian Er's death will be many times greater. No, I have to talk to Headmaster He and see if there is still room for negotiation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mood at this moment became relaxed. He said in a deep voice, now that we have a direction and the root of the problem, it will be much easier to do later. I'm afraid that there is no way to deal with it. What I see is fate, while the Phoenix Vein is luck. In other words, what I see is fate and luck, while the Phoenix vein is luck and fate itself. It has accumulated the general trend of fate for 40,000 years. In front of Zhuo, a road suddenly appeared. Finally, he connected everything together. For a moment, he was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Originally, he only saw the result. Now, after gathering all the information of Zhuo Xiaoyan, Mu Yinyan, He Yuan Yue, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, he finally saw the tip of the iceberg of the truth. But this tip was enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo, because the direction to solve the problem was finally found. No, I have to see Headmaster He as soon as possible. A trace of anxiety flashed across Mu Yinyan's beautiful face, and a trace of determination. Before this, she had never thought that the breakthrough of the Origin Core realm would have such a big impact. Now that she suddenly knew, she really couldn't sit still for a moment. Headmaster, he asked me to meet him at the Phoenix Pavilion tonight. He also asked me to bring Xiao Duo. Why don't we go together and discuss what to do? I think Headmaster, he should also have a headache about this. Okay. Mu Yinyan agreed. At this moment, outside the window, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The heavy rain fell with a crash. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the time. It was 9:50 p.m. 2.5 hours left. A heavy downpour hit the Phoenix Pavilion. This heavy rain was very heavy. The good drainage system of the city couldn't drain the water in time, causing the water to be tens of centimeters high on the street. This rain was as if the heavens were pouring water down directly. At midnight, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The three of them set off on time and directly flew out of the window. At a glance, they saw a cushion made of an unknown material drifting like a small boat in the turbulent water on the street. On the cushion was a kitten. Riding on the cushion, its two ears flapped and turned back and forth uneasily on the cushion. It looked up to the sky and shouted, "Meow." The water was rumbling, carrying the cushion downstream. Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart moved. With a wave of her hand, the kitten had already come down from the cushion and was sent to a safe area on the side of the road. Although the kitten was safe, it shook its head with a confused look on its face. Why did it suddenly fly on the clouds just now? Phoenix Pavilion turned back. The trees in the mountains that blocked the view had been cleared by Sister Lawn, and the view was unprecedentedly open. A big stone like the head of a phoenix stood tall, and at the top of the big stone there was a wheelchair. He Yuenu's white hair was fluttering in the wind. With an indifferent expression, she stared at the thousands of lights in the city. In the sky, large patches of dark clouds were rapidly dispersing, and the stars were showing little by little. After a while, a bright full moon appeared in the sky. The moon was full and bright, and it shone everywhere. In the eyes of Zhuo Xiaoyan and others, who came from afar, He Yuenu's skinny figure seemed to be embedded in the full moon and integrated with the full moon. Hanging high in the sky, she quietly looked at the earth, looked at the mountains, and looked at the mortal world. This transcendent atmosphere made Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan instinctively stop and look at the old woman who seemed to be integrated with the full moon with awe. It was this kind of character, this kind of loftiness, the real heart of the world, the real heart of all living things, the real boundless love, and the blessing of all living things. Even Mu Yinyan, who was obviously much older than He Yuanyue, couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of her heart when she saw this scene at the moment. The full moon hung high in the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the sky it was blue. There wasn't even a trace of cloud. "Come up," He Yuanyue was beckoning. Mu Yinyan took Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo and flew through the air. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She slowly landed beside He Yuanyue. He Yuanyue's skinny face suddenly bloomed with a smile. The night of the full moon, the peak of Phoenix returned. The dragon soared and the phoenix danced. Not bad at all. I really didn't expect to complete two things at once today. It's really the will of the heavens. Sister Lawn, dressed in black, stood beside her as usual, quietly gazing down the mountain. At this moment, it was already midnight, and all the lights in Phoenix City had been extinguished, but she understood the meaning behind Yuanyue's words. Being able to seize Xiaoduo was naturally the main theme of the night, and seeing Mu Yanyan at the same time was an additional surprise. After all, these two people came together in such a delicate atmosphere. It was really rare, so naturally it was a surprise. Just when Yuanyue, Xiaoduo, and Mu Yanyan met, Yuanyue suddenly frowned slightly, raised her head slightly, and looked at the southern sky. At the top of the southern sky, there seemed to be 3 stars in the shape of a triangle that lit up slightly. Is it an illusion? When Yuanyue looked again, she couldn't see anything. The 3 people all saw Yuanyue's abnormal behavior at the moment and naturally wondered, and they all looked back. Mu Yanyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't see anything. Only the jade pendant that Zhuo Xiaoduo had integrated into his body, at this moment, slightly heated up and flickered, but this change was enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo to feel. That was an inexplicable aura falling from the heavens and gathering here. Yuanyue continued to survey the entire Phoenix City in a trance. Even though it was the middle of the night and there weren't many lights left, the bright moonlight allowed her to see far, far away with a single glance. Under the hazy moonlight, clear splendor spread over thousands of miles, spreading over the world. Come and see. Yuanyue smiled, stretched out her right hand, and pointed to the south. Tonight is the 15th of June. After a heavy rain, all the dust has been washed away. The blue sky is clean, heaven and earth meet, and yin and yang feel. Tonight, at this moment, is the time for the dragon to rise. After the heavy rain, if there's a dragon vein, there will be a green dragon rising, riding the wind to the 9 heavens. I came here tonight to take advantage of the heavens to see the rise and fall of the green dragon, moving among the clouds. Yuanyue smiled. My original intention of calling Xiaoduo here was to guide him in the aspect of the aura examination technique and to deepen his understanding. I didn't expect Teacher Mu to come with me. This can be considered a coincidence. Rise of the Green Dragon? That's right. Yuanyue said, as the saying goes, Loning does not grow, Lonyang does not grow. Where there is a phoenix vein, there will be a dragon vein. It's just that the dragon vein in Phoenix City is too well hidden, and I can't do anything about it. But tonight, I'm at the time when the green dragon rises to the heavens. Even if there are people who want to hide it, there will always be clues. Where does this dragon rise to the heavens? Where does it come from? And where does it end? Does this Phoenix City have a dragon vein? Chapter 152. Mu Yanyan pondered and asked slowly, what if there are still no signs, or there is no dragon vein in Phoenix City at all? Yuanyue's eyes were deep. If there is no dragon vein, then we will lose this battle. The Phoenix Pole Spirit is also a dead end. Then take your spiritual sense with you and run away immediately. Even if the whole Phoenix City turns into ashes, you are not allowed to come back. Little Nian, if you really do this, you will not be able to return to Phoenix City for the rest of your life. Why is that? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. If the dragon vein does not exist, or if it has been used by the enemy, Phoenix City will be your death ground. Especially after the Phoenix Pole Spirit, this will be your death ground. No matter when you appear in Phoenix City, you will die immediately. Mu Yanyan, Zhuo Xiaoyan, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's faces suddenly changed and became very ugly. Zhuo Xiaoyan said firmly, even if there is no dragon vein, I will not leave. I swear to live and die with my family. Yuanyue's eyes flashed, and she glanced at Mu Yanyan imperceptibly. Mu Yanyan nodded slightly. The rain has just fallen, and the sky is clear. In terms of timing, the Azure Dragon is still in the breeding stage, and there is still some time before it rises. Yuanyue waved. Zhuo Xiaoduo, come here. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood beside Mu Yanyan's wheelchair, blocking the cold wind for her with his body. Don't stand there and don't block my wind. Yuanyue frowned and said, stand here, facing the wind, and look carefully. Look at what? Look at the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of you. At this moment, The position you're standing at is the highest point. Use your eyes and your heart to look. He Yuanyue said softly. Use the position you are standing at as your eyes and look down. The panoramic view of Phoenix City is in front of you. I want to know, from your point of view, what can you see? Zhou Xiaoduo was at a loss, but he followed her words. Zhou Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyin could not help but look in the same direction, but they felt that they could not see anything strange. Zhou Xiaoduo did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he quietly opened his eyes and looked forward. He unconsciously gathered power in his eyes, and everything in the world seemed to be clearer and brighter in his eyes at this moment. After the heavy rain, the mountain was full of the sound of snakes and rats and other animals crawling. Apart from that, the world was completely silent. Even a meteor shower, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain. As the rainwater seeped into the ground, the scorching heat of the ground evaporated, and endless amounts of water vapor slowly rose from the ground. Looking from afar, it looked like plumes of smoke that shot straight into the sky. It was the same everywhere in an area of a few thousand kilometers, and the scene was magnificent to the extreme. Zhou Xiaoduo came to a realization. This should be the time He Yuanyue mentioned. He Yuanyue's voice, with a strange melody, slowly sounded in his ears. The cycle of heaven has a beginning and an end. Water rises and falls. The more water vapor that falls to the ground, the more rain that returns to the sky. Xiaoduo, what do you see? Zhou Xiaoduo focused and looked forward seriously. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. I see. Everywhere there is mist rising. The mountain below, the mountains to the left and right, are all rapidly rising. Over at Phoenix City, it is also rising. Yes, is there anything else? Just like the celestial mountains, the mist is constantly growing. Nothing is left out. There are two places where no water vapor rose from the beginning to the end. What's going on? There are two places? He Yuanyue opened her eyes in surprise. Two? Yes, two. Those two places are very far away from here. But from here, it seems to be the center of Phoenix City. It is the most prosperous area. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised. In the most prosperous area, the roadside buildings were almost all hardened. In such weather, it should be hotter and there should be more water vapor. How could there be no water vapor rising? How far do you see these two places? He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked softly. She did not have any cultivation. What Zhou Xiaoduo could see, she could not. Zhou Xiaoduo heard her and closed his eyes. He used his mind's eye to measure and observe. The distance is about half a foot, Zhou Xiaoduo said uncertainly. From the distance of half a foot in your eyes to the actual terrain, two places. Two places. He Yuanyue suddenly thought of something, and her spirit suddenly became excited. This sudden excitement made her spirit all of a sudden, and even her old face suddenly became flushed. Sister Lan, dear, Xiaoduo, keep watching. Don't stop. Sister Lan, take little Duo and fly over from a high altitude. You have to be fast and remember to conceal yourself at the same time. See what these two places are. Go to the sky above the center of Phoenix City as fast as you can. Make sure Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes are locked on those two special places. Then come back as fast as you can. Be careful not to expose yourself. Be sure to see clearly. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo maintained his mind's eye state and did not move. Sister Lan grabbed his belt with one hand, and her body quietly floated as she floated away. Old principal, what are you doing? Mu Yinyin asked, puzzled. He Yuanyue gently raised her hand and stopped her from asking. There was a cold light in her eyes. Don't be impatient. Wait for them to come back. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, this matter may become the key to reversing our disadvantage. Mu Yinyin didn't understand what she was talking about at this time. She only felt confused and mysterious. He Yuanyue murmured, this is really a coincidence. How did I not think that Zhou Xiaoduo would be able to see more than me and be able to distinguish where there is no water vapor? This is really the mercy of the heavens. Sigh, I should have thought of this earlier. The physique of a martial artist is not something an old man like me can compare to. Then she sighed again and said, but even if I thought of it, there are not so many people I can trust. Phew. She took a long breath and didn't speak anymore. She just looked at the distant sky with longing in her eyes. Sister Lan moved very fast. After a while, she flew back with Zhuxiaoduo. This time, Zhuxiaoduo was directly in the vacuum air cover. He wasn't even blown by the wind. It was close to being unaffected. It was naturally easy for her to lock on to the target. Did you see it? Can you confirm it? I saw it. I've confirmed the location. These two places, where are they? Yuanyua's breathing was a little heavy at this moment, and she asked anxiously. One is the headquarters of Meng's group. Zhuxiaoduo said. The other is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. Meng's group? Ning family's ancestral grave? Yuanyua was stunned when she heard these two places. Suddenly, there was even a feeling of suffocation. Then, Yuanyua suddenly coughed violently. She coughed so hard that she almost coughed out her heart, lungs, and intestines. Her face was red and faintly purple, but her eyes showed a kind of angry and frightening brilliance. Sister Lan and Mu Yinyin, the two masters, worked together to calm Yuanyua down, but they couldn't calm her down for a long time. 40,000 years of accumulation, painstaking efforts, millions of people's lives, the fate of the entire continent. The survival of the Astral Souls Umno Alliance is a matter of life and death. Because of selfishness, it's in danger. Yuanyua let out a shrill cry and cursed angrily. Shameless. He was insane. Shameless. He was insane. Shameless. You're insane. She gasped for breath, her face flushed red, her eyes bloodshot, and her body trembled in anger. I thought that my decades of hard work were going against the heavens, but in the end, it was all in vain. But I never thought that I would be stabbed in the back by those who thought they were on my side. I see. Yuanyua looked up to the sky and shouted, Damn it! Mu Yinyin and the others didn't understand what Yuanyua was angry about, and they were all confused. Even Zhuxiaoduo was full of doubts at this moment, and it was difficult to understand. After a long, long time, Yuanyua's breathing finally calmed down, but she first let out a long sigh. Her entire person looked a little older. She didn't have much energy left, and she seemed to have lost most of it. What happened just now? Mu Yinyin asked. Yuanyua ignored her and raised her head tremblingly. Xiaoduo, come, you still stand in the same position as before. Look at the Phoenix Turnback Mountain under your feet, the mountains on your left and right, and the Phoenix City and even further away. Look at it with your heart and see what it looks like. Zhuxiaoduo looked at it seriously and quickly outlined a relatively complete image in his mind. As this image was outlined, Zhuxiaoduo was shocked by his own visualization and said with some uncertainty, This, if viewed as a whole, it looks like a big bird. Yes, a big bird. Yuanyua said with relief. Remember, the mountain under our feet is called the Phoenix Turnback Mountain, and the stone we are standing on now is a complete big stone weighing tens of millions of tons. I call it the Phoenix Head. Sister Lan, please take Xiaoduo to the sky again to see the whole picture. Okay. After a while, Zhuxiaoduo looked thoughtful after seeing what he saw. Yuanyua asked expectantly, What did you see this time? I saw a big bird. Zhuxiaoduo said honestly, I don't know if it's because of the factor of preconceived notions, especially when looking at it from the sky. The impression is more vivid. Anything else? Yuanyua asked, looking for monthly votes, subscription, and recommendation tickets. He was too tired to type, so he went to rest. Chapter 153. Also, Zhuxiaoduo was a little uncertain, but he still told her the ridiculous idea in his heart. The big bird I saw spread its wings and was about to fly. The mountains on both sides were like flapping wings. Yuanyua said seriously, Then tell me, can this big bird fly? Zhuxiaoduo said honestly, it can't fly. Why? The entire Phoenix City is the body of this big bird. It's close to the ground. Based on the momentum of the big bird, it can't be moved at all. Combine it with your previous discovery. It's the water vapor that soars into the sky. He Yuanyue guided impatiently. I've already thought of this, but even if the water vapor is added to the big bird's momentum, it's still not complete. Is it because of those 2 points? This time, Zhuo thought for a long time and said, I'm not sure, but it does look like. He Yuanyue exhaled twice and said, if that's the case, let me put it in another way. This big bird wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Its wings were ready to soar into the sky. Its tail was also ready to soar into the sky. However, it seemed that someone on the ground had used 2 hands to firmly hold the 2 legs of the big bird. This big bird was firmly fixed to the ground. So this big bird, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't fly? He Yuanyue had made it very clear. So Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with understanding. That's right, it does feel that way. When the water vapor soared into the sky, the big bird had a chance to fly, but think about it again. The 2 places you went just now, don't they look like the place where the big bird's feet were caught? He Yuanyue's voice was getting more and more urgent. From a geographical point of view, it should be those 2 places, but I can't be sure. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally nodded. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh of relief. So the root cause of the decline of the Phoenix pole spirit is actually here. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and breathed tiredly. I've been wondering for decades, how could the big bird not fly with the accumulation of 43,000 years of earth veins? I see. He Yuanyue muttered to herself. She was filled with disappointment and sadness as she muttered to herself. The human heart is so terrifying. I'd rather imprison and kill the phoenix just to drink a mouthful of insignificant phoenix blood. I'd rather not let the phoenix soar into the sky and soar through the 9 heavens. He Yuanyue smiled miserably and said softly, the phoenix soars and cries. The 9 heavens congratulates. The true dragon echoes. The dragon and the phoenix bring prosperity. The mountains and rivers of the universe. The seas and the rivers are clear. This is supposed to be an ancient trend that follows the will of the heavens and the people. Yet now, the phoenix wails, yet doesn't rise. The dragon hides, yet is unable to emerge. And all of this is actually caused by the selfish desires of man. He Yuanyue's eyes were filled with boundless hatred as she looked ahead. Thinking of the 2 places she couldn't see, she felt as if she was weeping blood. Such a person should be an animal for all eternity, and his entire family should be exterminated. He would be a beast for all eternity, and his 9 generations would be exterminated. Mu Yanyan was terrified to be able to make He Yuanyue, who was like a Buddha, utter such a heavy curse. It seemed that this matter was serious to a certain extent. Old principal, what's going on? Can you explain it to us? Mu Yanyan asked cautiously. Teacher Mu, please wait a moment. After I finish watching tonight's weather, I'll explain it to you in detail. He Yuanyue's eyes almost didn't blink as she looked at the dark Phoenix City under her feet. The entire city boundary. Her eyes were filled with eagerness and expectation. Time passed by little. The full moon had already deviated from the overhead. And He Yuanyue's expression became more and more anxious. Why hasn't it come out yet? Where's the Azure Dragon? Are you going to watch your partner endure imprisonment and die in humiliation? Where's the dragon? Tom went back a few hours. In the pouring rain, Qin Fangyang swept through the forest. His sword light was like lightning, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This forest had completely turned into a battlefield. Today, I've really seen the power of money. The power of money. It's not empty words. Qin Fangyang didn't know how many times he had sighed in his heart. He originally thought that things wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. How much power could a local tycoon mobilize? With his tyrannical strength at the nascent soul level, few people in the entire Phoenix City could do anything to him. But the reality was obviously beyond his expectations. The local tycoon, Shun Yushu, had mobilized an extraordinarily strong force. Ever since he sent Zhua Xiaoduo home, Qin Fanyang had been constantly attacked. Just when he was having a meal in a small restaurant, he was attacked 3 times. Poison, sneak attack, strong attack. The 3 consecutive attacks made Qin Fanyang feel even more incredulous. After that, as Qin Fanyang left the city, the attacks continued. When Qin Fanyang climbed up the Phoenix Tail Mountain, the number of people under his sword had already exceeded 100, and as the number of people who died under his sword increased, the combat power of the people dispatched by the other party also increased. After a night of fierce fighting, 7 or 8 experts at the peak of the Origin Core Realm had already died under Qin Fanyang's sword. Peak of the Origin Core Realm, martial arts master. Each of them was no weaker than Zhou Xiaoyan, but they had all died in this battle. Qin Fanyang was surprised. He grabbed a few of them and interrogated them. Kill Qin Fanyang. In the dark channels of Phoenix City, a new reward for killing Qin Fanyang instantly caused a huge commotion. 1 billion Astral Souls coins, 10 Astral Souls flame pills, 10,000 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade, an ancient book that can allow one to cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, and the reward for Qin Fanyang's head. 1 person kills, 1 person gets the reward. The reward will be split equally if more people kill him. If you die in the mission, regardless of whether you succeed in the end, you will get another 100,000 as a settlement fee. Such a huge reward, not only in Phoenix City, but even in the Central Plains. This was the first of its kind. Money moved people's hearts. Such a huge reward could be said to be shocking. This explosive news caused the underground world of Phoenix City to go crazy overnight. As a result, many well-known experts came in disguise, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Looking at the time, it was close to 7 o'clock in the evening. At that time, he had just sent Zhou Xiaoduo home and killed a few experts who had ambushed him. Also, through the roadside surveillance camera he had spoken before. It seemed that it was at that time that Shun Yushu finally decided to issue the reward. After a series of killings, Qin Fanyang finally felt that he was indeed ignorant and inexperienced. At the very least, he was outdated. Who would have thought of this during the fierce battle at the Sun Moon Pass? Some rich people in some places can throw away so much wealth just for their own personal grudges, driving these experts who are already considered to be accomplished cultivators to rush to their deaths. Money, is it so good? The power of money, is it so captivating and unafraid of death? Better than the perseverance of the heart? Better than the righteousness of the country? Better than the responsibility of a martial artist? Better than the principles of injustice? The more Qin Fanyang killed, the angrier he got. In the end, he did not hold back and started to kill. Since you all have the ability to go to the front line and use it here as the lackeys of the rich, then I can't say anything. Whoever comes, I will kill. Even if you're alive, you're still someone else's dog. Why can't I kill you? Come on. Endless noble spirit, endless heartless people to kill. Qin Fanyang was on Phoenix Tail Mountain, holding his sword to his chest and laughing to the sky. Watch me kill my way out in broad daylight. Ha 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 ha. The torrential rain was like a waterfall. Qin Fanyang had completely turned into a killing god. He no longer walked in the light, but hid in the darkness. Assassination? Don't I, Qin Fanyang, know how to do it? Don't I, the 5 swordsmen, count as a powerful dragon? How long could a few local tyrants of Phoenix City act so arrogantly? Qin Fanyang was on this Phoenix Tail Mountain, moving back and forth, killing here and there. With his tyrannical cultivation, at least in this area, except for a few people, he was an invincible existence. The rain continued to fall, and people kept dying. The rainwater flowing at the bottom of Phoenix Tail Mountain turned into a light pink because of the death of too many people. Even Qin Fanyang had forgotten how many people had died in his hands. The power of money could drive people crazy. From dusk to the arrival of the storm, from the downpour to the end of the storm, Qin Fanyang didn't stop at all. I will give you a chance to take revenge. I will also give you a chance to vent your anger. If you can't seize this opportunity, don't blame me for being merciless. In the end, although there were still people at the bottom of the mountain, few people dared to rush up. Qin Fanyang is just a teacher in the second high school. He only taught the martial arts class. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Nascent soul cultivation? How can a teacher of the second high school's martial arts class be at the nascent soul cultivation? Impossible. This information, this understanding had been questioned and puzzled by many people, but it was difficult to understand. Qin Fanyang is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as we rush up, we can kill him. This kind of words have been said countless times. In any case, nearly 400 people had charged forward because of this sentence, and not a single one of them had survived. At this moment, hearing this sentence again, no one dared to go up. This Qin Fanyang must be good at assassination. In other words, in this mountain forest, it is no different from his home ground. Going up is suicide. Otherwise, it can't explain why so many people were killed by him. This kind of talk was getting more and more. We have to find a way to force him out. Otherwise, we can't do anything and can only sigh. Everyone was thinking of a way. As the mastermind, Shen Yushu was also thinking of a way. He had overestimated Qin Fanyang as much as possible, so he put out such a high reward. In fact, this reward was really put out by him in a moment of impulse. He almost regretted it the moment he put out. The price was too high, but he never thought that under such a reward, under the tide-like serial assassinations, Qin Fanyang would be safe and sound. Not only was he safe and sound, but so many experts died. It was almost like they were rushing to their deaths. Chapter 154. After a night of killing, Shen Yushu would have to pay close to 200 million just to settle down. However, Qin Fanyang's words made Shen Yushu even more furious and fearful. I heard that CEO Shen's hands are stained with blood, but I don't know if you have more or I have more. It was this sentence that made Shen Yushu even more fearful. If I don't kill Qin Fanyang, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. He could feel Qin Fanyang's killing intent towards him, and it was not that he did not regret it. As his son's teacher, Qin Fanyang was originally from the same side and could be said to be a natural ally, especially when Qin Fanyang specially reminded him for his son's safety and even took extreme measures without regard for his status. He only hoped that his son would not go out to train, and it could be said that he was already extremely benevolent. Not to mention the disclaimer. He had stubbornly allowed his son to go out, and this matter could not be blamed on Qin Fanyang. At this point, Shen Yushu was clear in his heart. If he could handle this matter rationally, Qin Fanyang would not be held responsible, but the guilt in Qin Fanyang's heart would still exist, and the two of them would have a high chance of becoming friends through this matter. To be able to have such a capable person as Qin Fanyang as a friend was already a blessing. However, he could not take this line down, and his only thought was, my son is dead, and you guys are safe and sound. Then I will mess with you. What I have is money. See if I don't mess with you to death. I only need to throw money, and I can also smash you to death. It was this kind of arrogance that allowed him to command the wind and rain in Phoenix City for so many years, and the pain and madness of his own son's tragic death that made Shen Yushu take this step. And now, there was no turning back. The rain has stopped. Stopped? It's good that it has stopped. Shen Yushu jumped up. Burn. Burn the mountain. Force him out. CEO Shen. Against such an expert, I'm afraid burning the mountain is not very useful. Yes, he is flying. Fire is useless. He has been fighting for 6 hours. Have you seen flying? Is he made of iron? Shen Yushu said indifferently. If he could leave, wouldn't he have left long ago? Since he is still here, it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't. Who would be so stupid to face 10,000 experts and not retreat? So stubborn. The others thought about it. This makes sense. As a result, thousands of large carts filled the foot of Phoenix Tail Mountain with fuel. An order was given. Flames soared into the sky. Qin Fanyang, even if you can fly, I will still burn you to ashes. Shen Yushu looked at the raging inferno that stretched for several hundred li, his heart filled with indescribable joy. We've been fighting for 8 hours. Are you, Qin Fangyang, made of iron? Even if I'm tired, I'll exhaust you to death. Shen Yushu muttered to himself. Die, Qin Fangyang, die. Ah! The fire soared to the sky. When the fires started burning, the people at the foot of the mountain were shocked to see Qin Fangyang's figure appear on a protruding cliff of Phoenix Tail Mountain. Beneath Qin Fangyang's feet was a towering inferno. It was as if he was floating amidst the flames. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Fangyang let out a deafening roar. Shen Yushu, I will give you another chance tomorrow. In the light of the fire, the sword Aura soared and turned into a long, cylindrical dragon. It was bright and dazzling as it soared into the sky. In a cloudless sky after the rain, it soared and danced. Then, it turned into a meteor-like ray of light, streaking across the sky and leaving calmly. Just like a comet, it pulled a long tail and disappeared into a place that was difficult to see. Shen Yushu's face turned pale. At this time, a few people rushed up with dark faces. Mr. Shun, the information you gave said that Qin Fangyang is at most at the peak of the inner core realm. Even if he hid his strength, he should have just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Is the early stage of the nascent soul realm his limit? But how do you explain the situation now? Flying thousands of feet in the sky and flying on the sword. This is clearly the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Mr. Shun, to assassinate such a peerless master of martial arts, the minimum requirement is that the information is accurate, right? Shen Yushu, you are simply cheating people. Facing the tide of accusations, Shen Yushu's eyes stared blankly and his face turned pale. Qin Fangyang had been in second high for so many years, but he had never really shown his strength. The information that was registered in second high was also very vague. Moreover, Qin Fangyang had always been teaching the martial arts class. As for teaching the martial arts class, embryonic breathing realm cultivation was enough. Even innate realm cultivation was enough. Shen Yushu had already estimated Qin Fangyang's cultivation based on the highest estimate. There was a 30% chance that he was at the inner core realm. The worst estimate was that he had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. There was a 70% chance that he was at the inner core realm, master realm cultivation. This was not only Shen Yushu's guess, but also what most people knew about Qin Fangyang. This included many teachers in second high who thought so. There were only a few people who knew Qin Fangyang's true strength. As for the attack on the Long Street that involved the Umno Alliance, they had already sealed their mouths. Now that Qin Fangyang had displayed such strength, Shen Yushu and the people who participated in the encirclement felt a chill in their hearts. A basin of ice water poured down on their heads. The fire on the mountain was still burning fiercely. With so much fuel, it was enough to burn Feng Wei Mountain to ashes. After a long, long time, Shen Yushu finally gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, the reward will be doubled. Everyone who had come because of the bounty had an ugly expression on their faces. Fuck you. Even if it's increased by 10 times, I won't go. Money is good, but it's only useful if you're alive to enjoy it. Fighting with someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm, is seeking death. Luckily, I didn't rush up stupidly. Otherwise, this day next year would be my death anniversary. Me too. It's so fucking dangerous. This Shen Yushu really tricked people to death. The scene of Qin Fangyang flying on his sword at the end made me feel cold all over. I'm infinitely glad. It's like taking a stroll with your head tied to your belt. Luckily, we came late otherwise. In one night, almost 2,000 people died. 2,000 martial arts practitioners who were at least at the peak of the innate realm, and more than half of the embryonic breathing realm and inner core realm, all died in the hands of one person. They only found out that he was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm. Will those who die with regret? Is this Shen Yushu retarded? His son's teacher is such a peerless grandmaster. Not only did he not suck up to him, he actually made their relationship to this extent. He wants to use a 1 billion bounty to kill someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm? Is there something wrong with his brain? Let's go. Let's go home and sleep. That glimpse just now scared me so much that my legs turned to jelly. For 100,000 yuan, he risked his life with a peak of the nascent soul realm expert. Fuck, is 100,000 yuan enough to fucking kill Shin Yushu? All right, let's not talk about it. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die. Let's go. Tomorrow's drinks, my treat. My treat. Don't fight with me. Inner core realm expert, actually didn't die from chasing a cloud transformation realm expert. My luck is indescribable. It must be my treat. Let's celebrate properly. Don't say that. Normally, embryonic breathing realm experts can also fly. However, the height Qin Fanyang flew to in one breath was more than 10,000 feet. The distance he flew directly on his sword. Damn, I don't think there's any problem for him to fly a few thousand miles around the 4 major cities in one breath. It scared me to death. Isn't that so? All the assassins who were chasing after Qin Fanyang were all discouraged. They left while discussing. No one was interested in the reward anymore. Looking at these people leaving one by one, Shin Yushu's whole body turned cold. Even his eyes began to show despair. The only thing he relied on was his own money. Now that money had lost its attraction, Shin Yushu could no longer think of any other way to deal with Qin Fanyang. He stood there blankly for a while, but said viciously, "Help me make an appointment with Chairman Meng tomorrow morning." The phoenix turned back. On the mountain, He Yuanyue was anxiously looking at the southern sky. She was waiting for the moment when heaven and earth converged and the dragon soared after the rain. Her gaze was so ardent and expectant. However, there was no movement in the distance. The full moon slowly deviated from the top of her head. He Yuanyue looked up at the full moon above her head for a while, then at the southern sky. Seeing that the full moon was about to deviate from the center, she was burning with anxiety and muttered, "Where's the phoenix if there's no dragon? Where's the dragon? It's impossible that there's no dragon. Come out." He Yuanyue called out weakly. Right at this moment, far away, a fire suddenly rose into the sky. The fire reached an uncontrollable level in an instant. The entire southern sky turned red because of it. The huge heat caused by the fire quickly turned the rain that had just fallen on the ground into steam. The steam rolled and rose slowly into the sky along with the heat wave. Not only He Yuanyue, but also Zhuo Xiaoduo, Mu Yinyin, Zhuo Xiaoyan, and Sister Lan, who were watching on such a large scale, all saw this scene. Due to the raging fire, the heat wave formed a cloud of water vapor that filled the air, creating a peculiar sight in the air. The vapor slowly spread, expanded, and engulfed the entire Phoenix City. Right at this moment, the steam in Phoenix City seemed to be attracted and changed again. At the moment when it was about to converge with the heat wave, suddenly, it changed its course midway. An atmosphere spiraled, carrying the sweeping heat wave, and rushed into the sky. From Feng Huihui's side of the mountain peak, the scene was clearly that of a huge fire dragon. It was surrounded by endless red light. Suddenly, it drilled out of the soaring flames and soared into the sky with all the power of the flames. This fire dragon had a head and legs. Its 5 claws were awe-inspiring. Its whole body was covered in flames and golden light. It was clearly a dragon's scales. The way it shook its head and wagged its tail was as if it had suddenly broken free from endless shackles. It was mixed with tens and hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. It erupted and soared into the sky with more than enough. The continuous body of the fire dragon seemed to be endless. Its head was already in the sky, but there seemed to be a huge body that kept drilling out from the ground, that I've been exploding continuously for half a month without stopping. In 15 days, I've updated 230,000 words. I'm really tired. I'll take a rest tonight and continue to explode tomorrow. Maybe I'm still not as much as others. However, I'm at the forefront of the updates. As for those old guys who have been writing for more than 10 years, I'm probably the only one who's still updating like this. Cough. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please come to Chidian Chinese Network and support me. Thank you. Chapter 155. Finally, the dragon's tail rose from the ground, and the fire dragon flew up and down, soaring towards the endless sky. This miraculous scene lasted for a full 2 minutes in the eyes of the crowd. The fire dragon finally disappeared into the sky. Nothing could be seen. However, the originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly surged in layers of clouds from the horizon. Suddenly, the wind in the horizon seemed to have torn a hole in the blue sky, and it blew crazily. The dark clouds in all directions were like soldiers who had heard the command of a great general. They began to gather at lightning speed towards this place. In the sky, the clouds rolled and flew, magnificent and infinite. Yuan's lips trembled, and tears quietly flowed from her eyes. Those were tears because of excitement. I didn't see it wrong. Since there is a phoenix vein here, of course there is a dragon vein. The phoenix vein is protected by the dragon vein. But why is it a fire dragon? Why is it not a green dragon? Yuanya muttered to herself. However, the ecstasy in her heart was even more than that. The power of the fire dragon and its instantaneous explosive power were much greater than that of the green dragon. In the current dangerous situation, it was more appropriate to have the strongest explosive power. The phoenix of the dragon Yin dies, and the phoenix of the dragon Yang rises. Before the sun and the moon, the city is covered with blood. I see. Fire dragon, fire, doesn't it represent the appearance of the dragon Yang? At this moment, Zhuo and the others were also shocked to the point that their bodies stiffened after witnessing such a miraculous scene. Their adrenaline surged as they trembled with excitement. Dragon, Mu Yinyan exclaimed, "That's a fire dragon?" Although Mu Yinyan was a super grandmaster at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she had never seen a dragon, a creature that only existed in legends. She absolutely did not expect that she would be able to see the manifestation of a dragon today. Although it was only a wind, water, and fire dragon, no one could deny that this was a dragon. Mu Yinyan was so shocked that she was a little carried away. It turns out that many ancient legends are not nonsense. Too many people won't believe it, but it's just that future generations, or people today, who don't have the chance to see it. Just like today's scenery, if not for standing on top of the phoenix turning around and overlooking the entire land, rivers, and mountains, even in Phoenix City, it would be impossible to see. It's just that this dragon, why has it been dormant for so long and not come out? Mu Yinyan looked at the sky with some reverence. The dark clouds in all directions were gathering rapidly. In the middle, there was only the surroundings of the full moon, which had not been covered, but it was only a matter of a moment. The wind blew crazily, causing all the trees on the mountain to let out a mournful sound. They bent neatly, as if they were bowing respectfully to the king of beasts. Yuanyue smiled. She smiled with satisfaction. It's good that it has come out. It can be seen that this dragon has also suffered a lot. I'm afraid that it has been dormant all this time because it was restrained by some factors. Now, at this moment of time, the wind and clouds have gathered, and it has finally awakened. However, if it weren't for the strong force of the fire from the south that strongly impacted the dragon and phoenix veins, increasing the power of this fire dragon to a considerable extent and taking advantage of the momentum to rise to the sky, I'm afraid that it may not be able to break free. The rain bred the dragon's body, and the fire encouraged the dragon's power. It's good that it can get out of the trap. Maybe it will be better because of this. Yuanyue's face was full of relief. So Xiaoyan looked in the direction where the fire dragon disappeared and murmured, "Grandma, I feel that the fire dragon that just came out is very strange." Yuanyue was in a good mood at the moment. She asked with a smile, "Very strange? What's so strange about it?" "I always feel that this fire dragon is a little strange, especially when it just broke free and rushed up. It was quite a kind of exaltation. No, it shouldn't be exaltation, but the feeling of a villain who has achieved success. Anyway, it's not the kind of atmosphere that is particularly decent." So Xiaoyan muttered, This dragon gives people the kind of feeling that I want to catch and beat it up. The kind of lovable feeling that it is hateful and hateful, but I can't bear to kill it. He Yuanyua laughed heartily and said, a dragon has been trapped for 10,000 years. Now that it has escaped, it's natural for it to be arrogant. It must have been hard on you, little girl, to think so much and empathize with it. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. Well, just now, she was acting like a girl and couldn't help but fantasize about it. Then, he tilted his head and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo staring blankly at the sky. That sluggish pug expression on his face made Zhuo Xiaoduo want to trample on him. He immediately grabbed his head and rubbed it in his arms. Seeing the wonder of heaven and earth, Zhuo Xiaoduo was so excited that he almost went crazy. Damn it! Your expression just now was so silly, haha. Help! Help! Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice changed. Everyone laughed. Yuanyue finally put down the biggest worry in her heart. Her smile also became relaxed. She said lightly, the situation has been reversed with the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. We have at least a 50-50 chance of success. Now that the time is on our side, we just need to continue to think of ways to cooperate with the follow-up of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his messy hair and struggled out of Zhuo Xiaoyan's arms with a complaining face. Then he heard this sentence. He couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face. Sure enough, the strong, inexplicable death aura from before had dissipated a lot. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable unknown. Unknown? How could it be unknown? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't believe it. He activated the Deva Eye and used a drop of luck point to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face with a burning gaze. However, more strange information was projected into Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind. The moment it entered his mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes bulged and his eyeballs almost flew out. How could this be? Because what he saw was Zhuo Xiaoyan? Well, it was a series of question marks. What the hell was this? Zhuo Xiaoduo was cursing in his heart. How could this be? A series of question marks? What kind of answer was this? It was driving Master Zhuo crazy. When Zhuo Xiaoyan saw him suddenly staring at her in a daze, she couldn't help but feel angry, happy, and embarrassed. The moment she came back to her senses, she became even more shy. She couldn't help but pinch Zhuo Xiaoduo's waist forcefully and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Ouch, 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 ouch." Zhuo Xiaoduo howled in pain. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Mu Yanyan and the others all smiled knowingly when they saw this pair of children playing around. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky from afar. It was like a bolt of lightning that penetrated the heavens and the earth. It rushed into the clouds and disappeared behind the thick clouds. Sister Lan's eyes were the sharpest, and the owner of the sword light was someone she was familiar with. Although it was just a flash, she still recognized who it was. She couldn't help but be surprised. Qin Fanyang? What is he doing? Qin Fanyang? Hearing that it was Qin Fanyang, Yuanyue couldn't help but look up. She only saw that the dark clouds in all directions had gathered and formed a thick layer, like mountains gathering in the sky. Silver snakes danced in all directions, and countless bolts of lightning interweaved into a big net. Even though the wind was blowing, it didn't have any effect on the dark clouds in the sky. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and the sound of lightning was gradually becoming clearer. Amidst the dark clouds, the faint sound of thunder had already begun to resound rhythmically. It was like the dull beating of ancient war drums as it gradually approached. The sword light flashed again, and Qin Fanyang came out of the dark clouds and landed on the big rock. He said angrily, "The wind is so strong, and it's going to rain soon. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Yuanyue nodded slowly and said, "The birth of the fire dragon and the change of the chi of the phoenix vein, we are indeed not safe here. Especially the appearance of the fire dragon, who knows how many years of accumulated resentment before will inevitably turn into a heavy rain and fall on the world. Let's go back to the office and talk." Just as Yuanyue's voice fell, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky, as if it was responding to her words. Crack! It was deafening. A blazing white light of lightning from the clouds to the east and west went straight to the north and south, and then with a violent force that could destroy the world, it zigzagged and fell to the ground. The whole sky and earth at this moment was even brighter than noon. The target of the lightning was the phoenix turning head, like a heavenly tribulation descending to the world, abundant and unstoppable. Sister Lan's vital energy suddenly rolled up, and Qin Fangyang moved almost at the same time as her. He rolled up He Yuan Yue and sped away. Mu Yinyan rolled up her long sleeves, rolled up Zhuxiaoyan and Zhuxiaoduo, and also flew away. Zhuxiaoduo's face was full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Just now, when such a frightening lightning fell, Qin Fangyang didn't even look at him from the corner of his eye, and directly took He Yuan Yue away. I'm your disciple. Where do you put me by doing this? I'm so angry. Humph. Luckily, I can still control a few of them. If I'm really angry, I'll eat more tomorrow and directly choke myself to death, and directly let you, Qin Fangyang, lose your legacy. Just a moment after everyone left, the phoenix turning head was hit by the lightning. The endless power of the lightning went deep into the whole mountain, and the earth-shattering rumbling sounded one after another. Not long after, the cliff at the back of the mountain began to collapse, and the whole mountain below the phoenix turning head had landslides and mudslides rolled out. With the appearance of the mudslide, the phoenix turning head, which was no less than 10 million tons, began to slowly rotate. Although the rotation frequency was very slight, it was very clear and even very coherent. Once it started to rotate, there was no sign of it stopping. With the landslide in the north, the cliff collapsed, and the mudslides rolled out from the east and west under the gaze of the few people who flew to the sky to avoid the lightning. The phoenix turning head just a little bit, slowly. Turn back. Finally, the protruding huge rock turned in one direction, from facing south to facing north. The whole mountain was shocked for a moment, and then returned to silence. The mudslide lost its power source and slowly stopped. The rainstorm that had accumulated to the extreme in the sky began to pour down crazily with a crash. Chapter 156. In the distance, high up in the sky, when Zhuxiaoduo and the other 5 saw this scene, 5 of them fell into a state of stupefaction and were in a daze. The momentum of the entire mountain had changed right under their noses. When the heavens unleashed killing intent, the stars shifted, and when the earth unleashed killing intent, the dragons and snakes rose. Only He Yuan Yue, who was in Qin Fangyang's vitality shield, was full of relief. She looked ahead quietly and said, Zhuxiaoduo, do you see anything? Zhuxiaoduo looked at it attentively and said after a long while, I don't know if my feeling is right. Please enlighten me. Go ahead. The overall shape of the phoenix, before the mountain changed, was like a big bird. A phoenix spreading its wings to soar, but it didn't fly. The whole structure was very strange, anxious, and angry. It turned its head to look at it, as if it was observing what was preventing it from flying. He Yuan Yue's eyes were smiling. What about now? Now, after the phoenix turned its head again and again, it was like a phoenix that was ready to take off and could fly at any time. What's more, there seemed to be a very strange sense of stability helping its momentum. It only needed to flap its wings and fly. It didn't need to worry about anything else. He Yuan Yue laughed and said, You've seen it very carefully. This is the effect of the phoenix and dragon souls cooperating and supporting each other. Now that it has the protection of the true dragon, the phoenix no longer has any scruples. It only needs to wait for the right time to spread its wings and soar. This is the extreme trust between the dragon and the phoenix. If the dragon can't block the danger for the phoenix, then the dragon and the phoenix will grieve together and live and die together without regrets. If the dragon can block the external constraints, then the phoenix can really dance in the nine heavens. This is the dragon and phoenix veins. This is the power of the world. Now, the time and the place are on our side. Hiyuanhua looked very happy. Originally, this fire dragon shouldn't have appeared now. It is also bound by some shackles. Even if it wants to come out, it can't. Therefore, this was originally a situation where the dragon was in the dark and the phoenix was dead. They struggled bitterly, but were powerless. But now, I don't know if it's fate or a stroke of luck. In any case, there are too many factors entangled together. Too many people are working hard. All kinds of forces are mixed together. It's a freak combination of factors. For example, the Umno Alliance, in order to obtain the power of providence of the Phoenix Pole Spirit, resorted to all sorts of means. Or perhaps it was deliberately manipulated by someone to forcefully capture the power of the Phoenix Poles for their own use. In today's sudden mountain fire, all of these means were originally evil and harmful to Phoenix City and the Phoenix Pulse. But in the end, because no one knew about the existence of the dragon's vein, all of their methods combined, and by a free combination of factors, caused the birth of the fire dragon today. Today, the situation in Phoenix City is no longer one of absolute death or 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Instead, it's a situation where dragons and phoenixes roar, where the winds and clouds meet. This is fate. This was the predestined fate of the unseen world. Man proposes, God disposes. Hiyuanhua sighed from the bottom of her heart. Zhou Xiaoyan was also watching this scene. When she heard this, she said thoughtfully, I don't think so. Oh, if you put it this way, I feel that the phoenix turning back is the phoenix waiting. That is, I'm about to leave. Why aren't you following me? That kind of feeling. Now that the dragon has soared, the phoenix is relieved. Hence, it turned back. What it's waiting for is the feeling of relief that it's waiting for. Zhou Xiaoyan's words were filled with the innocence of a young girl. Everyone laughed. If you put it that way, it makes sense. Hiyuanhua laughed very happily. Sister Lan said quietly, this is also something that no one would have thought of. This dragon's vein is really too well hidden. It's so well hidden that no one realized that there was a dragon's vein here. At most, they only knew that there was a phoenix pulse here. Hiyuanhua said, of course, it's because of this that they only made all the arrangements for the phoenix pulse. They wanted to capture this lone phoenix directly. However, they didn't expect that this would awaken the sleeping true dragon. They hit the jackpot and awakened the true dragon's vein, turning the situation around to their disadvantage. It's really luck and fate. This dragon's vein has been hidden deep underground. No one has discovered it. Until now, no one has discovered it. It's like a dragon that has been sleeping for a long time. However, at this moment, it was awakened. The awakened true dragon broke free from its shackles. When it soared into the sky, it realized that the phoenix pulse was trapped. Naturally, it reached out to help. It turned into a meeting of the winds and clouds. At the same time, it formed this heavy rain and changed the phoenix's situation. This is a sleeping fire dragon. Hiyuanhua heaved a long sigh of relief. She smiled and said, now that the winds and clouds have gathered, we should do our best to fight for a 50-50 chance of survival. We can't allow the Phoenix Pulse's power to be stolen by thieves. Now that the true dragon has appeared and soared into the sky, the situation is good. Will the Phoenix still be in danger? Sister Lan asked. Of course. Hiyuanhua said, the dragon's vein and the phoenix's vein are just the natural feng shui of the qi gazing technique. It's one thing for the situation to turn for the better, but it's still far from enough. We still need manpower. We have to be involved to make the dragons dance and phoenixes dance real. If we don't do anything because we see this, then the final result will still be a dead dragon and a dead phoenix. Because the terrain has reached this point, there's no way to change it anymore. If we don't do anything, the Umno Alliance may accidentally obtain a dragon's vein after they've completely obtained the Phoenix Pole Spirit. This dragon's vein buried deep underground. It may have been hidden underground for a longer time than the Phoenix's vein. It's unknown how deep and wide it is. When that time comes, it'll be a real disaster. The turning point doesn't mean that there won't be any more disasters. On the contrary, we have to deal with it more actively to ensure our safety. The heavens have given us a hint. If we don't seize it, we'll be letting the heavens down. Everyone nodded in unison, not fully understanding. The 9 heavens dragon's roar pierces the heavens. Phoenix soars through the wind and clouds. In the pouring rain, Yuan solemnly warned, "What you saw today must be kept a secret. No one is allowed to breathe a word of this to anyone else. Not a single word." When Yuan spoke, she didn't look at anyone else at all. She just stared straight at Mu Yinyan's face. "Don't worry, old principal," Mu Yinyan said solemnly. "I'm worried." Yuan shook her head gently and said, "Your Kunlun Taoist school has too many people, and too many people, especially you, Mu Yinyan, are too sentimental. If you encounter your elders, I'm worried that you'll tell them." Mu Yinyan made a prompt decision and swore to the heavens, "I, Mu Yinyan, will keep today's secret forever and never reveal a single word. If I violate this oath, I'll be destroyed by the heavens and abandoned by the gods." Yuan's expression eased. "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry. It's okay." Mu Yinyan was very free and easy. "This matter concerns the overall situation. Old principal, you should be cautious. Then now, shall we go home?" So Xiaoduo asked weakly. "No, let's go to the second high school together. My office." Yuan smiled, her eyes shining. "A lot of things have to be finalized tonight." The second high school, Yuan's office. "Teacher Qin, why are you in such a good mood tonight? Did you travel around the mountains and rivers?" Sister Lan looked at Qin Fangyang and asked a rare question. Although Qin Fangyang had already tidied up and changed his clothes, the aura of a battle could not be concealed no matter what. Especially in the eyes of a powerful person like Sister Lan, there was no way to hide it. Not to mention that there were still many wounds on his body that were still bleeding, and his face was pale, which was even more evidence. "It's nothing, really nothing. I'll be fine by tomorrow at most." Qin Fangyang smiled and said, "You guys are really so busy that you didn't notice the wanted order posted on the internet. The most popular news in Phoenix City right now is nothing more than this." "Wanted order?" "Yes, Shen Tainan died while training. His father, Shun Yushu, vented his anger on me and sent people to kill me. In the afternoon, he sent more than 30 people, but they were all killed by me. Then he posted a wanted order with a reward of 1 billion for my head." Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery, with a hint of sadness. He was sad because there were so many good men, each of them with good cultivation, but they did not go to the Sun-Moon Pass to resist the UMNO alliance. Instead, they were dogs for the rich and powerful. It was really sad. "This is too much," Yuan said angrily. "Shun Yushu is crazy." Sister Lan smiled and looked at Qin Fangyang. "So Teacher Qin went out?" "Yes." Qin Fangyang smiled. "I have to let Shun Yushu try and see if he can kill me. Otherwise, I think you will regret it." Just to let others try and see if they can kill him? Yuan was speechless and decided not to say anything. At this time, she felt that if she was not afraid of being exposed, she would definitely rush up and scratch Qin Fangyang's face. Wasn't he treating his life as a joke? "Do you think that your life only belongs to you? Do you think you're the only one?" Sister Lan narrowed her eyes and said, "Teacher Qin, what you are doing is extremely irresponsible to Second High, to the students, and to yourself." Qin Fangyang smiled. "I have already taken the responsibility that I should take. Now, others are looking for trouble with me. Do you want me to be like a tortoise and hide in Second High for the rest of my life? Don't forget that you still have your career." Sister Lan said seriously, "You still have your own dreams, your own ambitions." There were some things that Yuan could not say, so Sister Lan naturally had to say it for her. Although Sister Lan was not willing to say these words. There was no more stock. It was more painful to write now. Monthly tickets, referral tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 157. Dream? Ambition? These things are too high and mighty. How am I worthy of having them? Qin Fangyang smiled bleakly. Ever since my wife went missing for nearly 100 years, I searched every day, every night in my dreams. My only goal is to find her. The battle at Sun Moon Pass lasted for decades, and there are no less than thousands of scars on my body. However, no matter how many scars there are on my body, how can they compare to the deep scars in my heart? If I can't find her, my life will most likely be like this. However, Emir Shen Yushu wanted to kill me. It's one thing for me to give him a chance, but whether he can kill me or not is another matter. Qin Fangyang laughed bleakly. Tonight, with Shun Yushu's bounty on my back, I slaughtered my way out of Phoenix City, all the way to Mount Phoenix Tail. Those who wanted this bounty, even Nanji City and Antai City, gathered nearly 10,000 people. We fought until midnight, killing until blood flowed like a river, until the storm stopped, until Shun Yushu set fire to Mount Phoenix Tail. Only then did I decide not to play with him anymore. Hearing this, Yuenu's expression changed, and she looked at Qin Fangyang with a strange gaze. So that monstrous fire was actually caused by this? Qin Fangyang was actually the person who triggered this southern heavenly fire? If that's the case, Qin Fangyang and the person favored by the dragon vein had great karma. However, this obviously didn't happen before. Thinking back, regarding the origin of Qin Fangyang's bounty, other than Qin Fangyang and Shen Yushu, there was also a Zhui Xiaoduo. Yuenu's gaze slowly turned, stopping at Zhui Xiaoduo, who was looking at Qin Fangyang with an envious and worshipful expression. This kid had an expression of, "You're so impressive. You're so awesome. I really wish I could be like you." Yuenue was stunned. This kid's aura was a dot, but how is this possible? How could dragons and phoenixes be of the same origin? She stared at Zhui Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan and was tongue-tied for a long time. Suddenly, she asked a baffling question. "Spiritual sense, you and Xiaoduo, you're not biological siblings, right? Spiritual thoughts?" Upon hearing this name, Qin Fangyang immediately reacted. He turned his head to look at this girl who seemed to be surrounded by an ethereal, immortal aura, even though she was just standing there. She was actually the legendary spiritual thought goddess, and the spiritual thought goddess was actually Zhuo Xiaoduo's sister. Was she the cerebral palsy sister mentioned by Zhuo Xiaoduo? Even though he was exhausted and covered in wounds, Qin Fangyang almost couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red like a big piece of red cloth. The fairy from the heavenly palace just now had turned into a shy girl in an instant. "Grandma, just answer me directly." Yuenue had already guessed it, but she still wanted a definite answer. "Ahem." Zhuo Xiaoyan lowered her head and blushed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. "Yes, I'm my parents' adopted daughter." She lowered her head shyly, and her head was almost buried in her chest. Sister Lan was puzzled. "So what if you're your parents' adopted daughter? Do you have to be so shy?" Yuenue knew it in her heart. She smiled kindly and said, "I see. That's great, that's great." At this moment, she was really happy, and excited from the bottom of her heart. The two candidates were finally confirmed. Although Yuenue wasn't going to tell anyone about this, she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. The person she had been trying so hard to find turned out to be right under her nose all along. Qin Fangyang was confused. "Weren't you concerned about me just now? I was impassioned, emotional, and affectionate for a long time." In the end, Yu changed the topic and asked if they were biological siblings. What does this have to do with anything?" "Ahem." Qin Fangyang coughed. He timely let a trace of blood flow out of the wound on his arm. "Look at me and care about me." However, Yuenue was obviously not going to care about him. She was completely not interested in him. Not to mention that Yuenue was full of joy now. She was only angry with Qin Fangyang. "You foolishly ran out to fight with more than 10,000 people?" He still wanted to feel sorry for her. He was really thinking too much. "It's a coincidence that I called everyone here tonight." Yuenue smiled and said, "Originally, only Nian and Xiao Duo were invited tonight, But Teacher Mu and Teacher Qin also met by chance and gathered together. This should be said to be a blessing from the heavens. Qin Fanyang took a step back warily. A blessing from the heavens? Are you trying to set me up with Mu Yinyin? What are you thinking? He Yuenu's next words made Qin Fanyang know that he was thinking too much. What I'm going to say next is also very confidential. It's related to the success or failure of the breakthrough of spiritual thoughts, and also the success of the Phoenix Pulse Soul. If we look at it more broadly, it may even affect the fate of the entire astral souls. He Yuan said, "So, I need your help." Mu Yinyin and Qin Fanyang said at the same time, "Old principal, just say the word. A few decades ago, I made a mistake." He Yuan sighed softly and said, "And this wrong thing, I didn't realize it until today. It's really a sin. I neglected human nature. People always want to have the best things for themselves, even if this thing was originally someone else's and was destined to be someone else's. However, people are not saints. How can they be selfless? Especially when it involves family inheritance. It can't be normal. As for me, I neglected this selfishness." He Yuan said slowly, "Decades ago, I discovered that there might be a Phoenix Pulse in Phoenix City, so I began to investigate. And the results of the investigation confirmed my guess. There is indeed a Phoenix Pulse here. Moreover, it has the momentum of the Phoenix flight that has been accumulated for 43,000 years. So I began a new effort, hoping that my discovery could be taken seriously. But at that time, I was really a nobody and was not valued at all. Even if I worked hard for more than 10 years, there was still no result. It was probably at that time that the Meng clan and the Ning clan both had descendants studying in the second high school. Back then, the Ning clan was the leading martial arts family in Phoenix City and even in the 4 nearby cities. It was very prestigious. The Meng clan had also become the richest family in Phoenix City. Since I couldn't do it myself, I naturally thought of looking for help. So, I met with Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyue at the same time. I hoped that I could borrow their power to influence the upper management to pay attention to this matter. In fact, the Ning clan and the Meng clan did use a lot of power to report to the upper management. But after 5 or 6 years of hard work and using a lot of resources and connections, there was still no result. Slowly, these 2 clans also seemed to slack off. But I can understand. After all, these 2 clans had already paid a lot for this. So I have always been grateful. He Yuenu's voice was very calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. But Qin Fanyang and Mu Yinyin listened with rapt attention, afraid that they would miss every word He Yuan said. After that, I don't know if it was because of those continuous useless efforts that the Ning clan's power continued to weaken. At that time, Ning Suifeng retreated behind the scenes and handed over the position of the clan head, at least in name, to his eldest son, Ning Tianlan. And Ning Suifeng himself retreated behind the scenes, declaring that he would no longer care about the affairs of the world. He even mocked himself in front of others, saying that he had worked hard all his life and wanted to enjoy a few years of life. But after his wife passed away, these years were really lonely. At the beginning, no one took Ning Suifeng's self-mockery seriously. But from that time onwards, Ning Suifeng really became an old man who flirted with girls everywhere. As long as he saw a beautiful girl, he would go up and flirt with her. You have to know that although Ning Suifeng was not young anymore, his cultivation was not bad. His appearance was about the same as Teacher Qin's now, looking like a mature, middle-aged uncle. He was quite popular with young girls. Qin Fanyang, who was listening attentively, suddenly widened his eyes. You. Aren't you telling your story? Why? Are you talking about me now? Old man and popular with young girls. I keep feeling that there's a hidden meaning in your words. Thinking of this, he actually felt a little uneasy. All these years, I didn't do anything. When I saw young girls, I always avoided them, afraid that there would be a misunderstanding. No one knew that in the blink of an eye, Qin Fanyang had already recalled all the things that happened to him in the first half of his life. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't do anything. After thinking it through, he immediately felt refreshed and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Sister Lan glared at him fiercely. What do you mean by this smile? I just said that you were popular with young girls, and you're so happy? Pooh, ungrateful person. Indeed, there's no good man. In the end, how many girls did Ning Suifeng get? It's really hard to count. Just those who entered the Ning clan, there's already no way to check. The number of heads is really too many. He Yuanyue said, all in all, Ning Suifeng was really crazy at that time. Sister Lan was busy for the whole afternoon this afternoon, and I've compiled some data. Yes, just a part of the data. He Yuanyue said solemnly, in the past 5 years, just based on the records, there were more than 200 young girls who were brought home by Ning Tianfeng. We don't know how many we haven't found and confirmed. And among these 200 people, more than 170 were pregnant. In total, they gave birth to more than 90 male babies and more than 80 female babies. And these children, after being tested for astral souls, were sent to different places by Ning Suifeng to receive education. Only a few of them stayed in Phoenix City, and most of the mothers of these babies are silent. Perhaps many of them have already disappeared, but with the Ning clan's status and wealth in Phoenix City, it's really easy to settle these matters, especially since he never laid his hands on the girls from the big clans. From the beginning to the end, he never caused any big trouble. Chapter 158. After that, Ning Suifeng began to look for some female warriors with good aptitudes. For ordinary girls, no matter how beautiful and elegant they were, he didn't care about them. 2 years later, Ning Qingsheng was born. After testing her astral souls, it was found that her aptitude was 97 astral souls, a peerless genius. Ning Qingsheng is 19 years old this year. Hearing this, Mu Yinyin and Qin Fangyang already understood half of it. Mu Yinyin frowned and said, Ning Suifeng wants his daughter to inherit the phoenix vein? He Yuanyue looked cold and ignored Mu Yinyin's question. Then she talked about Meng Tianyue of the Meng group. Following Ning Suifeng's crazy actions, Meng Tianyue also followed in his footsteps. At first, he acted secretly and only hunted girls in the dark. Later, he began to pursue girls openly. So he became a famous beauty hunter in the upper class of Phoenix City. In just a few years, the number of girls that Meng Tianyue has dated has reached a terrifying number of thousands. Those who were taken back by him after they got pregnant, there are about 40 to 50 of them. The children that they gave birth to are all missing, just like what Ning Suifeng did. And those women who gave birth to his children, now they are all dead. Hearing this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but show a yearning look on his face. These two people were both beauty hunters. Thousands of people killed. A lot of sons and daughters. Oh my God. But just as he couldn't help but imagine, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. So Xiaoduo opened his mouth wide. He didn't dare to make a sound to interrupt He Yuanyue, but his facial features were distorted by the pain. Turning his head to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan, he showed a begging expression like a pug. He pitifully mouthed, "Spare me." The soft flesh in his waist was finally free. Zhuo Xiaoyan calmly retracted his hand. There was not a trace of anger in the whole process. Everything was so casual, as if it was his own arm and finger, as if it was his heart's desire. Like this, another 3 years passed. The year after Ning Qingsheng was born, Meng Qinyu was born. When it was time for Meng Qinyu to take the test for astral souls, her innate talent was the 9-5 astral souls. Not only is she a peerless genius, she also has the fate of an emperor, even above Ning Qingsheng. About 5 years before Ning Qingsheng was born, the Ning family suddenly moved their ancestral grave. At that time, the person who was invited to look at qi and feng shui was the famous qi diviner, Blind Hong. Yes, at that time, Blind Hong wasn't blind. It was only after he finished observing the geomancy of the graveyard for the Ning family that he lost an eye. 4 years before Ning Qingsheng was born, Meng Tianyue suddenly moved the headquarters of the Meng Corporation. During this period, they spared no expense in speeding up the construction period, causing the entire project to be completed within half a year. Then, despite the cold, they moved in. And the person who watches the Ming Corporation is also Blind Hong. After looking at the feng shui of the Ming conglomerate, Blind Hong really became blind. Both of his eyes were blind. When he Yuanyue spoke to this point, she suddenly stopped. Qin Fangyang and Mu Yanyan's moods also became very heavy. Although they couldn't deduce the whole story based on these secrets, with their wisdom and what they saw tonight, they could more or less guess the situation. He Yuanyue drank some water and ate a pill. After resting for a while, she continued. According to my investigation, Meng Chunyu and Ning Qingqing's birth characters are fake. Nobody knows the real birth characters of these two girls. He Yuanyue laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I have to say, with the strength of these two great clans, it is really too easy to trick and deceive a lonely old woman like me who usually stays in second middle school and almost never goes out. Qin Fangyang's eyes burned with anger. After Meng, Chunyu, and Ning Qingsheng were tested to have astral souls, they encountered many assassination attempts by the Umno Alliance. Now that I think about it, whether or not the mastermind behind the assassination attempts was the Umno Alliance, it is hard to determine. Let's just say it like this for now. Then the two families came to me and begged me to show them the way. I considered the past friendship between the two families and the fact that those two girls had the qualifications to inherit the Phoenix vein, so I thickened my skin and invited a few experts from various sections. In the end, it was Kunlun Dao School's teacher Mu. He Yuanyuan nodded to Mu Yanyan, and teacher Chiu of Zizai Dao School stayed in Phoenix City and took in Meng Chunyu and Ning Qingsheng as disciples. Teacher Chiu came early and took Ning Qingsheng as a disciple. Teacher Mu came a year later and took in Ling Yin first. The second year, she took in Meng Chunyu. He Yuanyue said, originally, if the Ning family and Meng group only coveted the Phoenix vein, I might not be angry. Helping others and helping oneself is a good way to solve the problem. But today I found out that the two families, in order to ensure the success of their plan, one in the cemetery and one in the headquarters, tied the Phoenix vein's two legs. These two legs are what Xiao Duo and I saw at Phoenix turning around today. He Yuanyue sighed softly. Using the terrain, they tied the Phoenix's two legs. How can a Phoenix fly? Also tonight, after confirming it again and again, I made a new connection. Holding the Phoenix's two legs and not letting the Phoenix fly. There's still the Phoenix vein soul, but this derived Phoenix vein's soul power is not complete. At the same time, I can already confirm that the true inheritor of the Phoenix vein soul is Ling Yin. But based on the previous situation, with the Phoenix's two legs tied and unable to fly, Ling Yin's Phoenix vein soul power will definitely end in failure. There is no luck. If my guess is correct, after the Phoenix vein's soul power fails, the true inheritor of the Phoenix vein will definitely die. And the power of the Phoenix vein has already rushed out, but it can no longer be retracted. And the person who is not the Phoenix vein's inheritor cannot accept the Phoenix vein's soul power. And because the Phoenix's two legs are tied and controlled, the power after the Phoenix vein's soul power fails will be divided into three. The left Phoenix vein will rush into Meng Qinyu's body, and the right Phoenix vein will rush into the Ning family's Ning Qingqing's body. And more of the Phoenix spirit's soul power will rush into the air. The spirit's soul power that rushes into the air will still be unable to truly soar into the sky because its two legs are tied. At that time, there will be two possibilities. One is that it will dissipate in the air and be fed back to the mountains and rivers. The other is that it will be taken away by someone. For so many years, the upper echelons on our side have never noticed this. So if there is someone who takes away the Phoenix spirit, it will definitely be someone from the Umno Alliance. You can well imagine this. He Yuanyue's voice was heavy. Speaking until here, her breathing became weak and she stopped to drink water. But Mu Yanyan and Qin Fangyang were so shocked that their scalps were numb. Especially Mu Yanyan, because Meng Qinyu was her disciple. Qin Fangyang swallowed and said, So, The Meng family and the Ning family are most likely colluding with the Umno alliance. He Yuan Yue finished drinking water and gently said, not necessarily both families, but at least one family is undoubtedly colluding with them. Now, I finally understand why the upper echelons did not pay any attention to my painstaking efforts for more than 40 years. He Yuan Yue laughed self-deprecatingly. It's because I entrusted it to the wrong people. Mu Yinyan understood. It's still these two families. Yes, these two families provided money and manpower to help me. I have always been grateful for dozens of years. Yuan Yue's expression was bleak, and she said, but what I never thought was. Qin Fangyang snorted angrily and sneered. Using this matter to deal with you, it could not be easier. The two families were both rich and powerful. How could they not be able to get in touch with their connections? They must have contacted the weaker ones while spending money to contact the stronger ones to stop you. Like this, you will never be able to achieve your goal, and you will only see them running around, and the gratitude in your heart will accumulate day by day. It will also make it easier for them to obtain information about the Phoenix vein from you and turn it into their own family's arrangements. Truly a good scheme, a good method. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth. So right now, these two families cannot be trusted. You must assume that they are colluding with the Umno alliance. He Yuan Yue breathed heavily and said, so I need you to help me. Mu Yinyan's expression was solemn. Please speak. First, I need to confirm which of these two families is related to the Umno alliance. Second, I need to know Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingqing's real birth characters. Third, the Ning family graveyard and the Meng Corporation's headquarters must be destroyed. Hearing this, Qin Fangyang and Mu Yinyan's expressions immediately became ugly. These three matters were truly each more difficult than the last. Not to mention the first two, just the third. A family that had been in Phoenix City for thousands of years, the #1 martial arts family. You want to dig up their ancestral graves? The other was a business empire that had businesses all over the Yinwu Empire. You want to destroy their headquarters? Not to mention He Yuan Yue and Mu Yinyan. Even the current governor of Phoenix City, Wan Pingyuan, would not dare to do this even if he had gone mad. I know this matter is difficult. He Yuan Yue also had a worried expression. But these two matters are related to the success or failure of the Phoenix Pulse. From a certain perspective, the success or failure of the Phoenix Pulse also affects the fate of the continent. Although it may not affect too much, even if it affects the slightest bit for the entire continent, it is a huge matter. If we cannot stop it, even if we die, we will have no face to face our ancestors, and even more so, no face to face our descendants. Qin Fangyang laughed bitterly at himself. How can I, Qin Fangyang, have descendants? Ahem. Sister Lan lightly coughed and interrupted. Teacher Qin, this matter, just tell us if you will help or not. Although Sister Lan interrupted, He Yuan Yue's expression had already darkened. How could she not understand Qin Fangyang's meaning? I don't even have a wife, so how can I have descendants? I have no face to face our ancestors long ago. This unfinished sentence caused He Yuan Yue's heart to ache as if it was pierced by needles. Chapter 159. Qin Fangyang suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. He regretted it so much that he wanted to slap his own mouth. Without hesitation, he said, help. I have to help you no matter what. Mu Yinyan pondered and did not speak for a long time. This was not a simple promise. The difficulty of this matter was as high as heaven. No, it was not that difficult. Sister Lan's eyes flashed and said, one more thing. Meng Tianyue's son, Meng Chuntan. I'm afraid the problem behind him is not small. Mu Yinyan suddenly looked up. He Yuan Yue also suddenly thought of something and said suspiciously, Meng Chintian? The father is called Meng Tianyue, and the son is called Meng Chintian? That's a repeated word. The repeated word is just one aspect. You can deal with it if you don't pay attention to it. Sister Lan said lightly, what I care about is the word Chuntan in Meng Chintian. It's really thought-provoking. Which heaven does he want to sink? As for the person who gave him his name, which heaven did he want to sink? Is it the heaven of the Umno Alliance, or the heaven of the astral souls? Zhou Xiaoduo said, that Meng Chintian wants to pursue my sister Nian Yin. What wishful thinking. This sentence was said casually, but Yuanyue's expression suddenly became serious. Is there such a thing? Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Is there a problem? There is indeed such a thing, Zhou Xiaoduo said. He turned to Zhou Xiaoyan and asked, he didn't look for you again after that, right? How could he not? Zhou Xiaoyan seemed to be a little guilty and whispered, no matter where I went these days, I would bump into him. Bump into him. Zhou Xiaoduo was jealous and said angrily, why didn't you tell me such a big thing happened? Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and said, what's the use of telling you? What kind of big thing is this? Zhou Xiaoduo was jealous and said, humph. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled. Are you angry? Humph. Why are you angry? Humph. Are you jealous? Who? I'm not jealous. You could do whatever you want, humph. Fuck. Huh. Humph. Qin Fangyang, Mu Yin, He Yuanyue, and Sister Lan thought. Everyone had the subtle feeling of eating dog food until they were full. It was sweet and greasy, but they just couldn't swallow it. It was stuck in their throats. The two of them were flirting with each other as if no one else was around. Seeing that the two of them were still exchanging flirtatious glances, one of them snorted proudly and rolled his eyes, while the other immediately snorted and rolled his eyes back. He snorted back and forth like this 7 or 8 times, but he still didn't get tired. Cough, 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 cough. Qin Fangyang and Mu Yinyan coughed at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. Zhou Xiaoyan came to her senses and blushed. Little dog, how dare you embarrass me in front of everyone? I'll beat you to death when I get back. Just wait for your sister. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression didn't change. Boys were more thick-skinned than girls, not to mention Zhou Xiaoduo, who was known for his thick skin. He said righteously, anyway, that Meng Chuntian is not a good thing. Even He Yuanyue couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're like a little dog protecting its food. You've been jealous for a long time and then acted like there was no one else around. Now that you've finally remembered what you wanted to do, you actually belittled your love rival as soon as you opened your mouth. However, this was really a big deal. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were right. He Yuanyue looked dignified and said, Teacher Mu, it seems that you have to pay more attention to the safety of your spiritual senses in the future. Mu Yinyan said, What do you mean? He Yuanyue sighed softly and said, I hope I'm gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. However, for this kind of thing, you have to consider the worst first. Before thinking about the victory, you have to consider the defeat first. At this juncture, no matter how cautious you are, you can't go too far. Perhaps Xiao Duo is right. Meng Chintian is really not a good thing. His accidental encounter with spiritual senses is really a big deal. Mu Yinyan became more and more puzzled. Where did this come from? Let's start with the most sinister human heart and the worst plan. He Yuanyue looked at the rising sandalwood on the table and slowly said, We can basically be sure now that the Meng clan is coveting the soul of the Phoenix Pulse, and they're taking action. So, for the Meng clan, the constitution of spiritual senses is no longer a secret. Mu Yinyan nodded slowly. This was an indisputable fact. There was nothing to say. Then, spiritual senses are the fated master of the soul of the Phoenix Pulse. The Meng clan is naturally well aware of this. As we previously speculated, once spiritual senses successfully break through, they can truly bear the full power of the Phoenix Pulse. But if it's Meng Chenyu, at most, she can only bear 30% of the power. So, if the Meng family really does have some considerations, plans, and even actions in this regard, and if their goal is to have Meng Chenyu replace her, then targeting Xiaoyan is a necessary part of this. Mu Yinyan, Zhou Xiaoyan, and Zhou Xiaoduo all shivered at the same time. What do you mean? Actually, there's a secret method that can transfer the host. He Yuanyue seemed to find it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, she said, The method I know of is called the Vital In Soul Transfer. It is a very evil secret method. Vital soul transfer. Mu Yin could not help but scream. Her pretty face flushed red, and she angrily said, "It's actually this evil method." "Master, you know of this method?" Zhuo Xiaoyan asked curiously. "I've heard of it." Mu Yin sighed softly, but she could not help but hold Zhuo Xiaoyan in her arms to let her disciple feel at ease. "Master will protect you." He Yuanyue also sighed softly. "Yes, this is an extremely evil secret method." The vital soul transfer is a method used to deal with talented, rare female geniuses. Because it's too wasteful to deal with ordinary people. The effect of this method is to transfer the body of the target female genius to another girl. But the highest effect of this method is only 30%. Because of this, there are not many people who use this method. Unless it involves great luck, great benefits, or the struggle of the great Tao, it's hard to see results. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. To use the vital soul transfer, several conditions must be met at the same time. None of them can be missing. Firstly, the target cannot be in a perfect state when performing the art. When the target is in a perfect state, his mind must at least be in turmoil before he can perform the art. If the target is in a state of extreme grief and his primordial spirit is wavering, the success rate will be doubled. Mu Yin and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at each other. They both thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo's inexplicable behavior and the change in mentality of Zhuo Xiaoyan once Zhuo Xiaoduo died. The hearts of the master and the disciple suddenly sank. Second, the transferred person and the transferred person can't be too far away from each other, and their cultivation can't be too different. Especially, the closer the aptitudes of the two are, the better. For example, it's best if they are from the same sect and practice the same martial arts. It's best if their aptitudes are similar. Third, the target of the technique must be a virgin. As the name suggests, the so-called vital soul transfer is based on the fact that the target girl is a virgin and will lose her vital yin. After the technique is performed, the target girl will not only lose her vital yin, but also her vital soul. In the end, it will lead to the loss of consciousness, and she will completely become a walking corpse. Mu Yin's face was full of anger, and her eyes were cold. So Xiaoduo asked curiously, "How do you do it?" "This." He Yuanyue was a little embarrassed, and Mu Yin's face was full of shame and anger. After a long time, He Yuanyue said softly, using the man's vital yang as a guide, reversing the yin and yang, and copulating with the target girl, when the girl is most emotional, using the most extreme method to completely extract her vital yin. After that, using the same method, the seized vital yin and vital soul are injected into the body of the target. This is the whole process of the vital yin soul transfer. Although He Yuanyue was not young, she still felt embarrassed to talk about this evil secret technique in front of everyone, so she quickly explained it. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still a loss, scratching his head and rubbing his hands. Obviously, he did not understand what this operation was. Compared with Zhuo Xiaoduo's ignorance, Zhuo Xiaoyan knew more, but she was still confused. She only knew that this technique was extremely evil and shameful, but she did not have a specific intuitive concept. Sister Lan, He Yuanyue, and Mu Yin were full of shame and anger. As for Qin Fanyang, his face was full of anger. If the Meng family really intended to do this, it was really intolerable, and death was not enough to be regretted. If the Meng family, Meng Qintian, really intended to do this, then Meng Qinyu must know it. When performing this technique, the other target needs to be completely awake and cooperate. He Yuanyue looked at Mu Yin, and the meaning of her words was self-evident. Mu Yin's face became more and more unsightly, and even became a little pale. She said perhaps yes. She remembered that since this year, Meng Qinyu had been trying to match Zhuo Xiaoyan and Meng Qintian. She also remembered that Meng Qinyu had asked many times to go to Zhuo Xiaoyan's house as a guest. But Zhuo Xiaoyan had refused. In addition, she had invited her and Xiaoyan to go to the Meng family countless times. But she had never liked to socialize, and Zhuo Xiaoyan was naturally wary of Meng Qintian. So they never went out also. During this time, Meng Qintian came at Xinyu building almost every day that last night. Zhuo Xiaoyan had said those words. The word fake still rang in her ears. Meng Qintian's feelings for me are definitely not real love. This was Zhuo Xiaoyan's intuition. Not long after she said this, all the signs pointed in the direction that Yuan Yue had just said. Vital Yin's soul transfer. If Meng Qintian's plan is successful. After Xiao Yin's death, Meng Qinyu will receive the power of the Phoenix Vein. She will be able to bear 50% or more of the power of the Phoenix Vein, which is half or more of the total power. Chapter 160. And this half doesn't include the part that rushed out. The extra 20% is from the 30% that Ning Qingsheng was supposed to take after the balance was broken. Yuan Yue said, in this way, Ning Qingsheng can only take 10% of the power of the Phoenix Vein at most. So, the Meng family can take 50% of the power of the Phoenix Vein. As for the remaining 40%, it will be taken by the Umno Alliance. If the Meng family is related to the Umno Alliance, or even the Umno Alliance placed a pawn in the astral souls, then it means that the Umno Alliance has 90% of the power of the Phoenix Vein. This is no different from the complete power of the Phoenix Vein. Yuan Yue said, of course, this is inferred from the worst, the darkest, and the worst way. Mu Yinyin said, then what about the better way? The better way is that the two love each other. Ling Yin marries Meng Qintian, and the Meng family directly has the genius Ling Yin, who is the natural candidate to inherit the power of the Phoenix Vein. That's about it. Yuan Yue said, Teacher Mu, what do you think? Mu Yinyin looked more and more depressed. This was clearly an impossible direction to take. Combining all the signs, the situation was already very obvious, especially when the matter of Meng Qianyu not saving Zhuo duo had occurred earlier. Combined with the explanation of her soul being transferred to her primordial Yin, everything seemed so logical and clear. She can't be in a perfect state. At least, her mind must be in turmoil. If the person is in extreme grief and the primordial spirit is in a state of drifting, the success rate will be doubled. If Zhuo Xiaoduo died, Zhuo Xiaoyan would be in this state for a long, long time, or even many years. This was an inevitable result without any consideration. Mu Yinyin looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Her eyes were full of pain. That girl whom he had watched grow up. That girl who seemed heartless and impulsive. That girl with short hair, delicate and neat. It was actually so evil? That little girl who always leaned on Zhuo Xiaoyan and acted coquettishly, shamelessly pestering Zhuo Xiaoyan, really had such vicious thoughts in her heart? She had personally pushed senior sister Nian, who she regarded as her own sister, into the abyss of eternal damnation? Even on the surface, he could still act like he had no qualms about it. Why did he act so naturally? How could she talk and laugh so freely like a flower? The contradiction in Mu Yinyin's heart was hard to describe. It's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. Yuan Yue bowed slightly in her wheelchair. I'm counting on you for the things we talked about tonight. Mu Yinyin and Qin Fangyang's expressions were solemn as they returned the greeting at the same time. Of course, we will do our best. When they came out of Yuan Yue's office, Zhuo duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still in a daze. They only understood half of what was said, but the worry in their hearts had lessened by a lot. Zhuo duo, in particular, was filled with excitement at this moment. Finally, there was a goal to work hard for. Originally, he had no idea how Zhuo Xiaoyan could survive this disaster. It could even be said that he didn't even have a direction to work hard for. He could only mess around. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was at his wit's end, directly pinned his hopes on making the world chaotic so that no one would pay attention to Zhuo Xiaoyan. But he was always groping in the dark like this. He had no idea at all. Who knew if he was groping correctly or wrongly? It was fine if he was right, but what if he was wrong? Wouldn't that make things worse? What if even that slim chance of survival was blocked? But now, Zhuo really only felt relaxed from the bottom of his heart. He had a direction. Phoenix Pulse Soul. Phoenix Pulse. As long as the hidden danger of Phoenix Pulse Soul was solved, everything would be fine. The Alliance, Meng's group, Ning's group, were difficult to deal with. In other words, they were harder to deal with than reaching the sky, but at least he knew the target. In other words, it was still harder than reaching the sky, but at least he knew that reaching the sky had to start from here. Was that right? With a target, it would be easy to do. Phoenix Pulse, Meng's group, Ning's family. Just these three. Zhuo inexplicably felt that a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although this sigh of relief was lifted again, and a new stone was placed on his heart, he still felt that there was hope ahead. After all, the situation was clear. He just had to work hard and move forward. Xiaoduo, why do you look so happy? Zhuo was suspicious of Zhuo's state. Did she see wrongly? There were so many powerful enemies listed all of a sudden, and there was also the Alliance hidden in the dark. Why was this kid so happy? Even if he was heartless, he shouldn't be like this, right? When there were outsiders around, Zhuo would never call Xiaoduo doggy as long as it was not in front of her parents. That was a term that only belonged to her family. If outsiders heard it, they would definitely laugh at doggy. Men still cared about their reputation, especially in front of outsiders. Of course, Zhuo had a rare, serious look on his face. He smiled with some satisfaction and said, Sister Nian, have you noticed that our days are actually getting better and better, more comfortable? And more. These words made Mu Yin, who was walking with them, directly roll her eyes. You really dare to say that? Now, it was clear that every step was life and death, and every step was dangerous. The Meng family, the Ning family, the Alliance, the Phoenix Pulse. One by one, the dead knot was hanging around their necks. Any one of them, once pulled, would immediately hang by the neck and die. There was no way to save them. Even Mu Yin felt that the future was bleak, and she was quite helpless. Why was this kid still bragging here, saying that things were getting better and better, more comfortable, and more? Mu Yin almost wanted to ask, what is your goal? But what Mu Yin did not expect was that Zhuo actually agreed with these words. She kept nodding her little head and said, yes. Mu Yin was speechless. You two are really a pair made in heaven, Zhuo said with some emotion. At first, you couldn't cultivate, but now you can. At first, I was doomed to die, but now there are so many people willing to help us with all their hearts. Even the hidden mastermind behind the scenes has shown himself. We have a goal and hope. I really feel that our days are getting better and better. Zhuo sighed softly. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhuo Xiaoduo was as mature as her father, Zhuo Chonglu. Zhuo said, although the road ahead is still difficult, and life and death are at stake, who dares to say that we will definitely lose? Everything has to be done to know the result. It will not be so easy for the Meng family and the Ning family to succeed in the Alliance. He turned his head and looked at Zhuo with a warm smile. Sister Yin, I am here. Zhuo was stunned for a moment. She only felt that her nose was sour, and she wanted to cry. Looking at Zhuo in front of her, who was half a head taller than her, and his thin shoulders clearly gave her a subtle feeling that he was carrying the wind and rain for her. It was an extreme sense of security and ease of mind. In an instant, Zhuo felt that her whole heart was suddenly warmed. Yes, Zhuo nodded hard and pursed her lips and tried to smile. Yes, Sister Xiaoduo. Mu Yin sighed. She wanted to say, what's the use of having Xiaoduo? He was just a little rascal who was as weak as a chicken, but she couldn't describe the feeling of having a mouth full of dog food. Qin Fanyang quietly returned to his dormitory. He simply treated his wounds and murmured, the Meng family? The Ning family? Feeling his weary body, he muttered, looks like I won't be able to make it tonight. Well, Tomorrow I will go to Zhuo to discuss countermeasures. Let's see if the number of providence can be changed and how to change it. He pursed his lips and gently exhaled, blowing his hair on his forehead. His eyes shone with a fierce light. But, no matter what, the Meng family and the Ning family actually took advantage of Qianqian's good intentions. They are simply insane and infuriating. Even if I, Qin Fanyang, didn't do it for the Phoenix Vein, I will not forgive you. When Zhuo and Zhua Xiaoyan returned home, it was already 3:30 in the morning. At this time, the rain was still pouring. The two rainstorms, one after the other, were astonishing. It was rare in 100 years. It was estimated that the roads of Phoenix City would be difficult tomorrow. Don't you want to come in? Zhuo opened his door and unconsciously invited her, as usual. Zhua Xiaoyan bit her lips. Her eyes darted around and glanced at him. For a moment, she looked a little flustered. She snorted and turned away. Zhuo scratched his head and looked at Zhua Xiaoyan's back. He was puzzled. What? I didn't make her angry on the way here, but now that Zhua Xiaoyan was gone, Zhuo could calm down and think about it. So he closed the door. Bang! Zhua Xiaoyan heard the door slam behind her. She could not help but bite her lips. Anger rose in her heart. This guy is really an idiot. If I really want to leave, can I fly? Idiot. She stomped her feet and flew away with a whoosh. The Phoenix Vein is rushing to the soul. The Dragon Vein is already rushing to the sky. The feng shui trend is favorable to us. But strictly speaking, this trend does not provide any substantial help. At most, it will separate the forces of the enemy and us more clearly. Our comprehensive strength is still relatively inferior, and the gap is huge. Zhuo lay on the bed. He put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. He was deep in thought. The Umno Alliance wants the power of the Phoenix Vein. The Ning family and the Meng family also want the power of the Phoenix Vein. Now, I don't have to take one step at a time. I can target these three families. According to the old principles instructions, the Umno Alliance is at least cooperating with one of these two families. Then which one was it? The Ning family is a family with 1,000 years of martial arts inheritance. They have a deep foundation in their own family culture. From this point alone, the possibility of the Ning family colluding with the Umno Alliance is not high. Although the possibility of colluding is not high, it does not mean that there is no connection. So, the Ning family is not a good person. Chapter 161. If it's not the Ning family, then it must be the Meng family. Not to mention, the Meng family's behavior is so crazy. They already set up a vicious plan for Nian Cat. That Meng Xinyu girl must know about it. She's not a good person. I can't find the Umno Alliance. There's nothing I can do. I can't figure out the Ning family. It's better not to act rashly. Then I'll focus on the Meng family for now. Pick the weakest persimmon first. Zhuo eliminated them one by one. In the end, he found out that the Meng family group, which was known as the richest family in Phoenix City and had businesses all over the world, was actually the easiest to deal with among all the enemies. Of course, this was the easiest to deal with, but there was another relatively easy to deal with. Money could enslave ghosts, but it could also connect gods. The power of money had been fully demonstrated in the matter of Shun Yushu targeting Qin Fanyang. It cannot be ignored. I have luck points now. It's only 5:30. 3 points have been used. Nian Cat has 2 points, and Mu Yin has 1 point. If the used points are counted, then I only need 2 more points to level up. Once I break through and level up, I believe it will be very beneficial to the current situation. But what if the used points are not counted? There's no fucking manual. No, I can't not consider this possibility. But no matter what, these points will be used in the end. Meng Xinyu, Meng Chuntian, Meng Tianyue, these people need to be checked. And the people of the Ning family. If I could see Ning Qingchang, that would be even better. There are too many enemies. I don't have enough points. Aura observation technique is a very useful auxiliary skill. I must master it as soon as possible. There are so many things. Duo could not help but sigh. But the greatest advantage we have right now is everything, all the enemies, all the experts on our side, all the schemes. There's only one central point, and that is the Phoenix Pole Spirit, everyone's target, the focal point. Similarly, there is only one key person, and that is Nyin Nyin Cat. Nyin Nyin Cat is now the center of everyone's attention. If I'm not wrong, unless Miss Nyin Cat is being carried around by Teacher Mu like last night, there will be people following her no matter where she goes. The Ming clan won't be reassured about the Phoenix Pole Soul, the Ning clan won't be reassured, and the Umno Alliance won't be reassured either. Now that the old principal knows about the situation, he will definitely be even more worried. Nyin Nyin Cat is so cool now. Duo heaved a long sigh. You have the attention of both the righteous and evil paths, 2 continents, a large financial group, a large aristocratic family, and 2 super sections. TSK. Let not think about it anymore. I'll go to sleep and rest up. Tomorrow, I'll start with the aura examination technique and see if I can come up with any ideas. That night, there was another person who didn't sleep at all, Jiang Zhongbin. Chief Jiang had almost pulled out all his remaining hair. On the paper in front of him, there were a few messy names, Mu Yinyin, Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Jiang Zhongbin, and 3 other names. As Jiang Zhongbin looked at it, he suddenly became furious. He grabbed the paper and crumpled it into a ball, cursing loudly. What the fuck? Phoenix City is so big, and there are so many people that I can trust and use, but there are only these few people. What can I do with these few people? And most of them aren't even my people. Once something happens, they won't listen to my orders at all. What the fuck? He paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast, his face full of anxiety. In the end, he simply smashed all the pieces of paper into ashes and strode out of the door. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright. Chief, yes, I have to go out for something. I'll be gone for about 2 days. Don't call me during these 2 days. Even if you have something, send me a message. May I know where you're going? It's none of your business. Jiang Zhongbin was now in a delicate state where everyone was an enemy. Hearing this, he immediately became furious. Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Who are you? Who are you? You're so fucking concerned about my whereabouts. I think you're a spy. The secretary's eyes bulged. He was so shocked that he almost peed in his pants. I know you don't like anyone these days, but I just asked a question and you're calling me a spy? And as a secretary, shouldn't I know where the leader goes? Otherwise, would I still be a secretary? What should I say if others ask? You have to explain this, right? You're the chief. How many things are going on in the bureau every day? Without you, even if things don't stop, there will be many things that can't be carried out. But at this time, Jiang Zhongbin was in a fit of anger. The secretary, who knew him very well, could only hang his head and look aggrieved and scared. He didn't dare to say a word. Behave yourself. Jiang Zhongbin looked around suspiciously. I'll deal with you when I come back. Before his voice died away, he soared into the sky. His black cloak fluttered in the night sky, and he disappeared high up in the sky. He actually changed directions several times before he left. The secretary felt more and more aggrieved. He didn't even want to know which direction he was going. Is there a secretary as aggrieved as me? Jiang Zhongbin flew all the way to the sky. He flew all the way to the left side of Mount Phoenix Tail. After confirming the situation of the mountain being burned, he immediately turned towards the direction of Ontai City. But on the way, he randomly entered a village and immediately changed his appearance. Sticking close to the ground, he scuttled into the forest and went all the way to Nanji City. I can't make a phone call, so I'll go there personally. Dragon Blood Squad, if you don't give me a few people this time, I'll show my identity and strip dance in front of Star Shield. Yes, the chief of Star Shield will strip dance in front of Star Shield headquarters. Let's see who will lose face in the end. As long as you're not afraid of losing face, I'll go all out. I'm a fucking bachelor. Who am I afraid of? Early the next morning, Duo finished his meal an hour earlier. He dashed out of the house like a wisp of smoke and went to school in a hurry. He went straight to Qin Fangyang's dormitory and knocked on the door. "What's the matter?" Qin Fangyang opened the door impatiently. "I stayed up until 4:30 last night. Did you know that?" "Well, I don't have enough mental strength." Zhou Xiaoduo took out the Qi examination technique's general outline jade slip that he Yuan Yue had asked Sister Lan to engrave for him. With a smile on his face, he said, "Teacher Qin, I'll have to trouble you to record all the contents of this thing into my mind." He Yuan Yue had specially instructed Sister Lan to make this jade bamboo slip. She had originally intended for Zhou Xiaoduo to practice until he had reached the embryonic breathing realm before he could immerse himself in learning it with his deific consciousness. However, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't wait any longer. Even though he knew that the content of this jade bamboo slip was definitely not small, he had learned from Uncle Nan's previous experience of imparting the Flaming Sun scripture to him. Reach the embryonic breathing realm. How could he wait? With an expert like Qin Fangyang by his side, it would be a waste not to use him. So, Zhou Xiaoduo went to look for Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. "Fuck you. Record into your head? That would be the fucking enlightenment technique. Was this a trick that could be used casually? I know how to do that. However, you're just a little martial master. If I were to imbue you with my power, your head would explode if you couldn't handle it. At least that would be the end of it. However, what if you turned into an idiot? What should I do then? Hurry up. I don't have time to hesitate now." So Xiaoduo held the jade slip and urged recklessly. Qin Fangyang was speechless. "You bastard brat, your knowledge is shallow. How would you know the difficulties and dangers of this? This jade inscription can only be used when one has reached the embryonic breathing realm. Empowerment also requires one to have at least the cultivation of the embryonic breathing realm to be able to be empowered. You're now 2 whole realms away. So how can I empower you?" Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of disdain. "If you can't do it, just say so. Can you not fool me? I've already been through enlightenment technique once. How could I not know the reason behind it?" "What? You've already been through enlightenment technique once?" Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. "Who gave you enlightenment technique?" "No, there was such a powerful person in Phoenix City, giving enlightenment technique to a martial arts master. Furthermore, nothing happened to him. Anyway, Qin Fangyang felt that he definitely couldn't do it. So Xiaoduo hesitated for a while and said, "It was an uncle with the surname Nan. He knocked me out and gave me enlightenment technique. Sigh, just thinking about it makes me angry." So Xiaoduo recalled the day when he wanted to speak, but was interrupted and then knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was already gone. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. If Uncle Nan had stayed here, his ability would have been enough to intimidate everyone, right? He would have killed whoever he wanted, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble today. Qin Fangyang was even more shocked. Knocked out enlightenment technique? Fuck, why don't you go to heaven? As a high-level cultivator, he knew the pros and cons of this. The difference between enlightenment technique, where the person opened up all his deified knowledge and cooperated wholeheartedly, and enlightenment technique after being knocked out, was huge. No, the two couldn't be compared at all. Saying that the difference was like heaven and earth was not enough to describe it. This Uncle Nan, huh? Uncle Nan, Qin Fangyang suddenly remembered the strange little flying dagger that he saw that day. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo again, his gaze was a little strange. No wonder. Since you've already undergone enlightenment technique once, your deified knowledge has already opened. Qin Fangyang nodded. There won't be any obstacles, and you can directly transmit the contents of the jade slip. In his heart, he added, especially when he was unconscious the last time, there should be no problem. I guess that person added an extra layer of insurance when he enlightenment technique for you. But this was Xiaoduo. Could actually be related to such a powerful person? That's really awesome. It's like a girl taking off her pants. Not simple at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, your Uncle Nan, what's his relationship with your family? So Xiaoduo thought for a long time and said, he should be my father's. Creditor? Creditor? What the hell creditor? Qin Fangyang almost cursed it out loud. Who in the whole continent dared to owe that person anything? It was simply, if you didn't want to say it, then don't say it. Hurry up and get in here. Qin Fanyang scolded angrily and slapped Zhuo into the door, making him kneel. Chapter 162. Zhuo rubbed the back of his head, feeling extremely depressed. You hit me when you're happy, when you're unhappy, when you're depressed, and when you're excited. Now, when I see you hitting me on the back of my head, I feel like a basketball superstar hitting a basketball. Can I change this habit? Master Duo is now considered a big shot in Phoenix City. Sit cross-legged and face up. Qin Fanyang's face darkened. Okay, that's what Duo asked. 5 hearts facing the sky? What do you mean? Slap. Is the palm a heart? Slap. Is the sole of the foot a heart? Slap. Do it. What about the other heart? Is it the heart? It's the top of your head, the top of your head. Sit down. If you talk again, I'll beat you. Duo immediately shut up and did not say a word. Don't think about anything. Qin Fanyang woke up just as he was about to move. He called to ask for leave and locked the door. Then he pressed Duo on his bed and started. After a long time, Qin Fanyang let out a long sigh of relief and got out of bed. He was sweating all over, and his vitality was greatly depleted. He wiped his sweat and murmured, "How can this kid's divine sense be so strong? Even if he's at the peak of the martial master realm, he still hasn't reached the point of opening the sea of consciousness under normal circumstances. Haven't he reached such a level? What a freak! And his meridians, aren't they too wide?" After repeatedly experiencing the strength of Duo's body and the wonderful condition of his body, Qin Fanyang looked at Duo, who was still immersed in the process. He was amazed and full of doubts. My sister, Zhuo, is the spiritual thought goddess. Her talent is ridiculously good. Previously, I always thought that, as the chosen one of the Phoenix Pulse Soul, it was reasonable for her to have good talent. However, after seeing Zhuo, I realized that he is also a rare genius. If it is just a coincidence, his parents are just ordinary people, but Nan is actually his father's creditor? That was definitely not the right way to put it. A more appropriate way to put it was that they were old acquaintances. But how could there be an ordinary person who knows and has a relationship with that person? This family, from the old to the young, is full of weirdness. Qin Fanyang was truly puzzled. He had seen Zhuo Chonglu and his wife before. He had also probed them many times. He was absolutely certain that they were ordinary people. Their physique was at most equivalent to a martial warrior. Is it possible for 2 middle-aged people to have the physique of a warrior to give birth to a genius like Duo? Qin Fanyang felt that his understanding was being overturned again and again. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. After a while, Duo woke up. After the enlightenment, a certain someone stood up dizzily. His body suddenly swayed, and he sat back down on the bed. For a moment, he only felt that the world was spinning, and countless pieces of knowledge were fighting in his mind. After calming himself down, he still felt dizzy. He struggled to get off the bed and staggered out of the room. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the gravity room." "You're silly. Rest for a while before you go." It's okay. I know what I'm doing." Dong! Duo bumped into a big tree on the side of the door. Immediately, he lay on the ground with his 4 limbs spread out. His eyes rolled back, and he looked around blankly. "I told you to rest. Didn't you hear me? You know what you're doing? Damn it. It's not that I don't want to rest. But there are only 50 days left. There's no time." Duo muttered to himself. His eyes were misty as he struggled to stand up. He staggered a few steps before he found the faucet and turned it on. He stuck his head under the faucet, and the water splashed onto his head. Then, he simply sat under the faucet. He let the faucet wash over his body. Slowly, Duo finally felt his consciousness, which had been shattered by the impact, return little by little. From a state of the Big Bang, it recovered bit by bit, returning to the blue sky and white clouds, Returning to the clear and boundless sky, that dizziness was fading away bit by bit. Qin Fangyang's expression changed. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and did not speak for a long time. He had seen Zhou Xiaoduo walk step by step to where he was now with his own eyes. This seemingly slippery, greedy, stingy, and miserly guy had actually been working hard all this time. Originally, Qin Fangyang thought that Zhou Xiaoduo had the heart of a strong person. However, this kid stirred up trouble and pulled out countless things like pulling out the ends of a thread. With his weak, ant-like strength, he pulled out the ends of the thread one by one, exposing the whole matter to the eyes of the people involved. This was no longer a simple heart of a strong person. He was doing what he wanted with a purpose. Until last night, Qin Fangyang finally knew that everything he did was for his sister, Zhou Xiaoyan. And last night, everything was almost completely clear. However, who knew how much credit Zhou Xiaoduo had contributed to this? He, Yuan Yue, and the others had worked hard for decades, but could not uncover the matter. They had investigated for decades, but could not find anything under Zhou Xiaoduo's desperate efforts. He finally floated to the surface of the water. And just last night, all of the enemies had shown their full strength. Along the way, many things had made Qin Fangyang gasp in amazement. This kid really did not have it easy. Almost every moment, it was as if he was dancing on a tightrope of a bottomless cliff. If he was not careful, he would be smashed to pieces. However, not only did he do it, he did it over and over again. He also kept pushing the difficulty level up to play tricks. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo being washed under the faucet, Qin Fangyang did not try to persuade him anymore. He did not say anything. Everyone has something that they want to protect. Everyone has their own limits, Yi Zichen said. Kid, hang in there. 15 minutes later, Zhou Xiaoduo finally felt that the uncomfortable feeling in his mind, like the Big Bang, had finally receded. In its place, there were pages of aura observation techniques, secret techniques. There were so many of them that he did not know how many there were. There were countless people's works and countless people's insights that Zhou Xiaoduo had already begun to feel fear after browsing through it once. He originally thought that he, Yuan Yue, had only given him a book. Now, it seemed that this was not a book at all. This was clearly all the knowledge and applications related to aura observation technique that he, Yuan Yue, had collected in her lifetime. Even some classic and representative cases were included in it. He, Yuan Yue, probably felt that it was useful, so she stuffed it all in. At a rough estimate, there were millions of words of content. It could be said that even he, Yuan Yue herself, was far from mastering it. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to hold such a huge amount of knowledge. Now, all of these were stuffed into Zhou Xiaoduo's head in one breath. It was already a huge miracle that his head didn't explode. Done. Holding his still wooden head, Zhou Xiaoduo slowly stood up. His whole body was dripping with water. For some reason, Zhou Xiaoduo's spirit was restless. When a tree came into view, his first thought was to look at the tree's atmosphere. When he saw a blade of grass, he instinctively looked at it. Even when he saw Qin Fangyang, he instinctively looked at him. But when he took a look, he discovered something incredible. Teacher Qin, Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. How did you consume so much of your body, cultivation, consciousness, and especially your foundation during this period of time? Qin Fangyang in front of him was like a huge candle, burning himself in a way that he had never seen before. Although the light was dazzling in this state, it was true that every moment he burned, his foundation would be damaged. And this damage was permanent, the kind that was difficult to recover. Qin Fangyang was stunned for a moment. He said lightly, "I've been fighting continuously for the past few days. It's inevitable that I'm exhausted. I'm afraid you've forgotten what my greatest ability is. You're not simply exhausted from fighting." Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head. Teacher Qin, if you continue like this, you'll be exhausted. It doesn't matter. Qin Fangyang was unusually calm, but there was another kind of indifference that was different from his usual indifference. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that he couldn't persuade Qin Fangyang. He could also see where Qin Fangyang's losses went. Right now, he was like a gardener who worked his heart out, pouring all of his cultivation, all of his comprehensions, and all of his sword heart into teaching the students. He focused all of his mind and dispersed it bit by bit to all of his students. The focus was on himself, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Wan Li Xiu, passing the torch to the end. Zhuo Xiao Duo suddenly had a realization in his heart. Qin Fanyang must have realized that Yu's lifespan wouldn't be long. He didn't want to continue searching for her, and he didn't want to continue enduring the loneliness alone. Perhaps Qin Fanyang originally had many ideas, such as the Sun-Moon Pass, the military, fighting, and guarding. But the current Qin Fanyang had changed a lot. The current Qin Fanyang should be planning to follow Yuanyue when she passed away. However, he also felt that it was a pity to give up his cultivation. Therefore, he chose to pass it on to his students in this way, including his heart, mind, and soul. This was also the reason why he was able to wake up so quickly just now. Qin Fanyang was using his own spiritual force to nourish his own soul. So Xiao Duo sighed softly. What should he do about this? He quickly made up his mind. He stood up and was about to leave. He couldn't stay by Teacher Qin's side any longer. The longer he stayed, the more Qin Fanyang would have to pay. In other words, the faster he would die. Where are you going? The gravity room. I go ahead. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's back, Qin Fanyang narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, Zhuo Xiaoduo. Yes, I'm fine. Don't talk nonsense. I know. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked back. He saw Qin Fanyang's deep gaze, his face solemn. He actually felt his heart sink. A deep sadness suddenly welled up in his heart. Ask the world, what is love? Even a person like Qin Fanyang would go crazy over her. Chapter 163. Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped into the gravity room. This morning, he exchanged for 4 hours of cultivation time in one go. While he was training, he was trying to digest the vast knowledge that had just entered his mind. He was training hard and absorbing the knowledge in a way that was close to exhaustion. He was comparing everything related to the aura examination technique in his mind and integrating them bit by bit. So Xiaoduo was squeezing himself as hard as he could. He wanted to master the knowledge that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to accumulate in the shortest amount of time. Even so, he still felt that it was not enough. He wanted to master all of it in 1 minute. There was not much time left. 50 days. There were only 50 days left. Noon, 12 o'clock. Zhuo Xiaoduo was soaked in sweat from head to toe. He crawled out of the gravity room as if he had just come out of a swimming pool. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even have the strength to walk out of the gravity room. Noon. Zhuo Xiaoduo only spent 5 minutes to finish his meal. Then, he rushed into the gravity room again. It was a race against time, a race against time. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo exchanged 6 hours of training time. Qin Fanyang stood at the door of the gravity room. His eyes were deep. Is he okay? He asked the teacher who was in charge of the gravity room. He's fine. I thought something bad would happen. The teacher's face was full of admiration. I've been in charge of the gravity room for 27 years. I've never seen a student who is so desperate. Yesterday, he was only training his fists and feet. After overexerting himself, he became paralyzed from exhaustion. Similar situations are not rare. But 2 consecutive days of high-intensity training like this will definitely put a great burden on the body. I've been paying attention to your student's condition. If there's any problem, I'll come to his aid. In the past, he didn't have enough control over his own condition. There were many problems that occurred when he forced himself to train. The teacher paused for a moment before continuing. But not only is your student's willpower outstanding, his physical fitness and cultivation foundation are even stronger than many people. Since 11 o'clock this morning, he has already begun to jump and perform the starry sky steps under 5 times the gravity. In the last hour, he was already able to use it flexibly and freely. Moreover, he was able to combine the 3 martial arts of the Kunlun Taoist sect and practice it in the void to the greatest extent. Such progress has already made me gasp in amazement. Yes, During the afternoon practice, he even closed his eyes and practiced the whole time. Other than the slight obstruction at the beginning, he quickly got the hang of it and returned to the state of being extremely familiar with it. All right, according to this progress, if he comes again tomorrow, we could try to add some weight to his body. How much weight do you think is appropriate? That depends on one's physique. I can see that this student of yours is quite talented. 10 to 20 kilograms isn't very suitable for an ordinary martial master. But don't add too much either. I recommend about 100 kilograms. Qin Fangyang nodded slowly. I'll prepare it. All right, the teacher said softly. This is really a good seedling. Teacher Qin, you should properly advise this child. It's a good thing to train hard, but he shouldn't work too hard. It's not good if he really becomes a cripple. I'm looking forward to when this child grows up. I believe that by then, Second High will be proud of him. Understood. In the other gravity rooms, Li Chenglong and the others were also sweating profusely. Obviously, Zhou Xiao's hard work had greatly stimulated them. Don't let Zhou fall too far behind. Wan Lixio was sweating profusely in the gravity room. Every time she was about to collapse, she would shout this sentence. Keep up, keep up. The sweat on Long Yuxing's body converged into a small stream. Train, train to death. Umo Yin tossed and turned, trying his best to train every part of his body's resistance to attacks. No matter what, you have to hold on. Li Chenglong was furious. At the very least, when Zhou hits me again, I have to hit his hand. The last gravity room. No matter what, I can't fall behind. Huff, huff, huff. In the gravity room, Li Zhongming fell into a deep sleep on the astral soul's array that he set up. As he fell asleep, the white mist produced by the jade of astral souls enveloped Li Chengming's entire body. The white mist was then absorbed by the jade of astral souls. The cycle repeated endlessly. It's not just this child who came yesterday. The other 5 children are also the best of the best. The teacher who was guarding the gravity room looked over and was even a little envious. Teacher Qin, you're really lucky. A person who had 6 talented students with a bright future. Such a teacher was destined to go down in history. As a teacher, if this wasn't a good fortune, then what was? Good fortune. Qin Fangyang was in a daze. He muttered to himself, this kind of fortune is of course good fortune. In order to live up to this good fortune, I have to be more careful and conscientious. When it was time for school to end in the afternoon, Zhou Xiao's body was as soft as noodles. He was almost twitching as he slowly moved to the door of the gravity room. He knocked on the door twice with his hand and then lay on the ground, motionless. The door opened. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhou Xiao's hair and dragged him out like a dead dog. He didn't know if it was because he felt uncomfortable, but he tied a rope around Zhou Xiao's wrist and dragged him out just like that. The teacher in charge of the gravity room was dumbfounded. Was he pulling a sled? Was he not a genius? Was he the student that he was the most proud of? He watched helplessly as Qin Fangyang went to the other gravity rooms and opened the doors. He then dragged out the students one by one and tied them with ropes that in the end, there were 6 of them. Then, he dragged them away like a hunter who had hunted a few rabbits. Fuck! The teacher was stunned. He was filled with righteous indignation. If you don't want this kind of student, then give him to me. This kind of genius, this kind of choice, not to mention protecting him, but to treat him so rudely. No, this is simply torture. I'm convinced. After dragging them for more than 30 meters and passing through a few stairs, they woke up almost at the same time. They shouted, Teacher Qin, we can walk on our own. Put them down. Fuck, they're tied up like a bunch of grasshoppers. Qin Fangyang stopped in his tracks. With a flick of his hand, the few fellows fell to the ground. They hurriedly untied the ropes on their own. It was another round of work, and each of them kept rolling their eyes. They had never seen a teacher like this. He strung his own students up like a bunch of grasshoppers and dragged them away. Wan Lixio was the most aggrieved. I'm a beauty. Now my image is gone. Long Yuxing was more open-minded. He didn't care about Wan Lixio's image. Then, he was chased by Wan Lixio. Who asked you to care? Who asked you to care? Sleeping in the gravity room, No, the effect of cultivating the Great Dream Divine technique is really hard to explain. Li Zhongming said sadly. His ancestral Great Dream Divine art required him to be in a sleeping state to cultivate. However, after cultivating the Great Dream Divine art in the gravity room for a long time, his limbs were still sore and his entire body felt like noodles. Now that he wasn't dragged by Qin Fanyang, he lost his footing and leaned on Li Chenglong like a little bird. He had no choice. If he didn't find a new footing, he couldn't even stand up. But the progress is still very good. After school, Qin Fanyang was waiting for Zhou Xiaoduo like yesterday. "I'll send you home." "Ah." Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously. "Teacher Qin, what did you experience last night?" "It's just something that martial cultivators experience. I don't know if that Shun guy has given up." Qin Fanyang said indifferently. "Let's see what happens today. If it still doesn't work, I'll take the initiative to talk to him." "How many families are involved?" 3 families. Qin Fanyang took a deep breath and said, "There were a total of 6 families involved in the incident. Although 3 of them were very agitated at the time, they did not participate in the hunt organized by Shen Yushu. Of the other 2 families who acted together with Shen Yushu, only one of them offered a reward of 50 million. Shen Yushu paid the bulk of the reward." "Awesome, he's so rich." Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his envy. "Sigh, Teacher Qin's head is really worth a lot." "No, I can't think like that. I have to respect my teacher. I'm a good student. I have to protect Teacher Qin's head. It's more than 1 billion. Protecting something that's worth more than 1 billion. Even if I don't get the money, I still have a sense of accomplishment." But they were already halfway there, and still no one came to attack them. This situation made Zhou Xiaoduo feel very puzzled. "Teacher Qin, they couldn't have given up, right?" "They won't." Qin Fanyang said seriously. "Shen Yushu, as one of the richest people in Phoenix City, he won't give up just because of his pride. I understand the mentality of this kind of person who thinks he's awesome, but is actually a frog in a well. He's not making a move now only because he knows that I'm not easy to kill. So he's thinking of other ways. Don't worry, this Shen Yushu, I'll get rid of him no matter what." Qin Fanyang sighed twice and said, "Forget about the other families. Their children that they painstakingly raised are gone, so it's reasonable for them to curse." "All right, I saw the reward this morning. Other than Shen Yushu, the other 2 families have already announced that they're withdrawing from this mission. Since they're withdrawing, then forget about it." Qin Fanyang said leisurely. "Actually, I can really understand. Anyone who loses their son would feel terrible, and they have no way to vent. In a moment of anger, they came looking for me, the person directly involved, to take revenge and vent their anger. Although it's not right, it's also understandable. Besides, the old principal didn't let me pursue the matter." Qin Fanyang said regretfully. From his tone, it wasn't that he didn't want to pursue the matter, but that Yuan Yue had stopped him. In the continuous mountain range, there was only one mountain peak that protruded high. That was the phoenix turning its head. Well, it had changed now. Only the back of its head could be seen. Rather than saying that it was the phoenix turning its head, it was more accurate to say that it was the phoenix raising its head. In the east and west, there were continuous green mountains. They gradually rose from flat to tall, forming a continuous mountain range. Although the southernmost Phoenix Tail Mountain had turned into a piece of scorched earth, one could still see its protruding shape. From the mountain in the west, there was a continuous river flowing down. It passed through Phoenix City and flowed east. It was like a jade belt, sparkling and clear, endless. In Phoenix City, there was a large lake in the east and west. They were like 2 bright pearls, dazzling and eye-catching. Inside the city, there were many tall buildings and green trees. Outside the city, there were towering trees and pavilions. As far as the eye could see, there were green mountains and clear water. It was really a blessed land. The entire Phoenix City was like a huge basin. Last night, when Xiaoduo was looking at it. He had some preconceived notions and did not think much of it. However, after a night's difference, Xiaoduo's attainments in qi divination were completely different from last night's. Furthermore, when he looked at it now, the position, height, and point of view were completely different from last night's. As he thought about it, he exclaimed, "What a treasure bowl! Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements are complete, and the 5 elements are in accordance with each other. It is like a cycle of reincarnation, interlocking with each other and not messing up at all. What a good place! It is indeed the beauty of a place with outstanding people." So Xiaoduo frowned and looked at the city. The only eyesore is the tallest building. No matter the direction, position, height, it makes people feel awkward. It is as if a single stroke has ruined the whole picture. This is the headquarters of the Meng conglomerate. They spent tens of billions to build it. It has a total of 108 floors. It is the tallest building in Phoenix City. Qin Fanyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I know. What I mean is, from my current angle, the shape of this building doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it." Xiaoduo mumbled. "This building seems to be the same thickness from top to bottom. In fact, there is another platform above the 108th floor, forming an extension of the stone. Further up, there is a building that is slightly smaller than the main building. I heard that this is the office of the president of Meng conglomerate, Meng Tianyue. But is there a need to build this office as high as 6 floors? Also, what's the meaning of the circle above the CEO's office?" "Mr. Qin, do you know the purpose of these shapes?" Qin Fanyang said indifferently. "I have asked around about the unique shape of this building. The more reliable explanation is that Meng Tianyue is crazy about saber techniques, and this building was built using his favorite saber as a model. The overall shape of this building is a saber that fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. As for the CEO's office at the top, it's the handle of this knife. So this building is called the Mad Saber Building. It is like a mad saber that was stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City, intimidating everyone." "That's not right." So Xiaoduo's eyes flashed coldly. "It is not that simple. Instead of saying that this saber is stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City, it is more accurate to say that it is stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City. It is this saber that has suppressed the fate of Phoenix City. What's more, the tip of the saber is stabbed into the heart of Phoenix City, absorbing the power of Phoenix City at every moment. Looking from this position, I can almost see with one glance that all the auras in the surroundings are converging towards this building, regardless of whether they are doing it willingly or under the threat of the saber's murderous aura. In short, everything is surrendering to this saber." So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall building. He said, "Teacher Qin, whether it's Phoenix City or the Phoenix Vein, this building is extremely ominous." Qin Fanyang said faintly, "This building is the tallest building in the city. There's no comparison. What's more, ever since it was completed, the observation deck and glass walkway upstairs have become a major attraction in the city. They are open to the public at fixed times, and people can even go up to see the entire city. If you want to demolish it, it will not be a simple matter. Just the resistance from all sides is enough to give you a headache, not to mention the power of Meng conglomerate itself." So Xiaoduo nodded. "With regard to this, I am naturally mentally prepared." Then he turned his head and looked in another direction. "Is that where the ancestral grave of the Ning family is located?" "That's right. The yin energy over there is very heavy. Even with the basic knowledge of feng shui, such a place should not be chosen as the location of the ancestral grave. However, in the entire Phoenix City, only this place can be compared to the raging saber tower of the Meng conglomerate. Also, this place is where the earth veins of Phoenix City gather. Teacher Qin, you may not know how to look at aura, but if you look at the 2 lakes as the dividing line, don't you get the feeling that one side is high up in the clouds, and the other side is deep underground? The higher you look at one side, the lower you look at the other side?" So Xiaoduo said. Qin Fanyang did not know anything about aura observation, but what Xiaoduo told him was very simple. At a glance, he could see that the aura of the two sides were very different. Then, with Xiaoduo's reminder, he looked in the direction that Xiaoduo pointed out. Indeed, the opposites of the two sides were becoming more and more obvious. This is yin and yang, Xiaoduo's side. Behind these two families, there are experts guiding them. The Ning family used the power of their ancestral bloodline to occupy the land of extreme yin. They forcefully pulled out the earth veins and locked them down, making it impossible for them to move. And the Ming conglomerate used this tyrannical force to receive the sun and suppress the earth veins. On the surface, even if an ordinary Qi gazer were to look at them, they would look like yin and yang opposing each other, as if they were mortal enemies. But the roots of these two families are still on the ground. Even if the surface of the ground shows that they are opposing each other, if one were to carefully analyze the pattern of the earth veins, they are complementary to each other. In other words, it is because the yin and yang of these two families circulate around each other, forming an endless cycle of power that has been suppressing the phoenix veins. No wonder the phoenix can't fly. With the existence of this yin-yang chain array, even if 80,000 years pass, the phoenix will not be able to fly. Qin Fangyang seemed to understand. What do you mean? Chapter 165. You know what I mean. Xiaoduo's expression was cold. As long as these two clans are here, and this formation is not broken, the Phoenix Vein will forever be pinned down. Naturally, there is no hope of success for the Phoenix Vein to charge into the soul. Only death awaits. No matter how many plans you have, it will be useless. This is a dead end. Even with the help of the Fire Dragon, it won't work. Xiaoduo's expression was getting colder and crazier. A flame of madness was slowly growing in his eyes. Just tell me what you have in mind. It's simple. You just have to remove these two locations. It would be best if you could uproot the entire foundation. Then, the formation will break on its own. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly when he heard that. It was indeed a simple method. Simple and crude, with immediate results. However, it was impossible. Did Xiaoduo think that this was like eating steamed buns? That would end with one bite? Putting aside the fact that the Ning family's ancestral grave was related to the feng shui of their ancestors, once touched, it would be an irreconcilable feud. The Ming conglomerate's headquarters occupied a huge area. It was filled with people. There were more than 100,000 people working there. 100,000 people meant that there were 100,000 families. Moreover, this was just the headquarters. Uproot it, that was something that was absolutely impossible. The power of money was just that great. It might be easy to deal with a pile of cash. However, once it became a skyscraper or a landmark building, even the king of a country might not be able to tear it down, because it concerned the jobs and livelihoods of millions of people. If one took into account the business network that's spread throughout the country, the impact would increase exponentially. It might seem like a small conglomerate. However, the number of people that could be directly or indirectly affected was probably a terrifying number. Is there any other way? Qin Fangyang smiled helplessly. Speaking of other methods, he had his own. That was to attack the headquarters of the Meng Consortium with brute force and destroy it with brute force. However, there were two concerns with this method. First, the combat power of Meng Jiwei organization would not just sit by and watch. They would definitely launch a counterattack. Second, even if he really had the power to pull out the building and toss it aside like a carrot, he would not be able to do anything. However, the innocent casualties caused by this could not be controlled, and the people who lost their livelihoods were even more immeasurable. This loss, this responsibility, so many innocent lives, Qin Fangyang knew that he couldn't shoulder it. This was the helplessness of having a bottom line. If he was just a lawless and fearless devil, he wouldn't have to consider these things. How could Xiaoduo not know that this method would not work? A flame flashed in his eyes, and he said, "There are other ways." What is it? If it's possible, I'll be at your disposal. The method I'm going to talk about next is a method based on the Qi viewing art. Start from the Wenshui River that directly passes through the city. So Xiaoduo pointed. It's the Wenshui River that looks like a jade belt around your waist. This river? Start from this river? So Xiaoduo nodded. Yes, start from this river. This river flows from the west to the east. The water flow is always so gentle. Since ancient times, there has never been any floods or floods. Even if there is a heavy rain, this river will not change. The river is wide enough. Below it is white sand that is more than 1,000 feet deep. It can be said that this is the mother river of Phoenix City. Everyone in the city drinks from this river. Even the water in the 2 lakes in the city originates from this river. And it is precisely because of this Wenshui River that Phoenix City has become a land of treasures and wealth, separated by a strip of water. The reason why the Phoenix Vein can be successfully nurtured is also because of the existence of this river. It gathers the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers and connects the chi channels of the east and the west. This river also has a source. The source is very close. It is the Spirit Pearl Lake on the mountain in the west. It is like a pearl that fell from the sky. Under the Spirit Pearl Lake, the spring boils the sky, and it will never stop. Looking at the long river of history, even when the entire Central Plains was struggling to survive due to drought, Phoenix City still had good weather. Millions of acres of fertile land, because of the irrigation of the Wenshui River, had endless vitality. And all of this was actually because of the existence of Spirit Pearl Lake. The spring water flows to the east. It is also because of the righteousness of heaven and earth. Qin Fangyang was completely confused. Obviously, he did not know the true meaning of Zhuo Xiao's words. So what? According to what I know, there is another heavenly jewel lake on the mountain in the east. The basic structure of this lake is the same as the one on the mountain in the west. In fact, the reason why these 2 heavenly jewel lakes exist is to nurture the Phoenix Vein. The heavenly jewel lake in the east is not very famous. The main reason is that the west side is higher and the water flows to the east. As for the heavenly jewel lake in the east, it flows to the other side and becomes the Tsanglan River. When the 2 lakes meet, the Tsanglan River will not be so peaceful. However, the origin of these 2 heavenly jewel lakes is the same. If we want to change the general trend, we can start from this river. As long as we reverse the trend and change the direction of the river, it will have a considerable effect. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang and smiled. Reverse the trend of the entire river? Change the direction. Qin Fangyang's eyeballs hung out of their sockets. This idea sounded even more unreliable than attacking the Meng clan's headquarters directly. At least it was a plan that could be done with manpower. But you just opened your mouth and changed the direction of the entire river. Wouldn't it be like moving the mountains and filling the seas? Although the river is going against the trend and changing its direction, it can't be changed by manpower alone. You see, the basic direction of this river is from the west to the east between the 2 mountains. This section of the river is basically flat, so we don't need to deliberately go to war to deal with it. What we need to do is to block the mountain stream on the east side and then block the other side of the heavenly jewel lake. From this side, the water will rush down from this gap. As for the Spirit Pearl Lake on the west side, we don't need to change anything. We just need to make a tunnel at the bottom of the mountain. That side of the mountain is the Cold Water River. We just need to direct the water to the Cold Water River. In this way, it won't affect the people's lives or the ecology. Qin Fangyang listened in a daze, as if he was listening to a myth. For the convenience of drinking water, the Meng clan has built a man-made lake beside their headquarters. The water is drawn from the Wenshui River and then goes back to the waterway. Changing the direction of the water flow like this will not affect them at all. It will also turn around and then go out again. But, in essence, it will go in from the original exit and then go out from the other side. The same goes for the Ning clan's ancestral grave. They want to use the Yin Qi to suppress the Phoenix Vein, so they can't avoid the river that nurtures the Phoenix Vein. So, they also have a man-made lake like this. After changing the direction, it will have the same effect as the Meng clan. On the surface, it looks like it's for drinking, but in reality, it's a channel that absorbs the Phoenix Vein's energy. The water flows out from here time and time again, leaving the phoenix veins energy here. Zhuo lips curled into a cold smile. This countermeasure of mine only requires a few experts, and it's done secretly. I can guarantee that the Meng clan and the Ning clan will not notice this change at all. Firstly, it's too far away. Secondly, who will notice an ordinary man-made lake? After all, they are all important figures. He. Zhuo cold laughter sent a chill down Qin Fangyang's spine. He couldn't help but ask humbly, "What's the use of doing this?" Simply put, it's like flipping the universe and reversing the 5 elements. Metal generates water, and water generates wood. But if it's reversed, it's like water suppressing fire and fire suppressing metal. After the water flows in reverse, the phoenix vein will absorb their energy, and they will no longer be the ones absorbing the phoenix vein's energy. So Xiaoduo said casually, "Of course, we still need to make some extra arrangements. But that's the work of the Qi Watchers. Of course, they have been absorbing energy for so many years. Even if we change the direction of the river, we won't be able to gain the upper hand in a short period of time. But from the moment we change the direction of the river, they will have a chance of survival. Because after the water flows in reverse, it will become the phoenix vein's source of life, and it will no longer be a channel that absorbs the phoenix vein's energy. The continuous injection of energy will increase the phoenix vein's vitality bit by bit. Naturally, it will have an endless supply of vitality." Qin Fanyang felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that Zhuo's plan was very big, but he didn't know anything about this, so he could only listen to him half-heartedly. "Teacher Qin, you have to help me this time. This time, it's really too big of a deal." That's the phoenix vein we're talking about. This is something that will affect the safety of the continent. I can guarantee that these 2 families are in cahoots with the Umno Alliance. So Xiaoduo said angrily, "Every time I think about how these 2 families have deceived and used the old principle for so long, I have an impulse to kill them. These 2 families are just as the old principle said. They deserve to die. They're insane." Qin Fanyang couldn't stand this word the most. When he heard this, his eyes almost spouted fire. Although he knew that Xiaoduo was deliberately trying to arouse his hatred for a common enemy, it was a common enemy and a united front. Xiaoduo was only trying to get him to help him. That was all. If he helped him, he could destroy the Meng family and the Ning family's plan, and even defeat the Umno Alliance's plan. That would be a great thing, okay? Moreover, he could also vent his anger for He Yuanyue. Why wouldn't he do it? Qin Fanyang took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I agree." 6 chapters. Chapter 166. Zhuo's face was full of emotions. He said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. However, even though I'm 70 to 80% sure about this, I'm still a little uneasy. Should I ask Grandma to come out tomorrow afternoon and look at the East Mountain, West Mountain, Wenshui Lake, and Phoenix City's imposing manor again?" Well, Qin Fanyang couldn't make up his mind. The art of aura observation was so mysterious. It was a method to observe the changes of the qi of heaven and earth. It consumed the user's qi the most. With He Yuanyue's weak body, it was a huge burden. It could easily reduce her lifespan. Moreover, would she be able to endure such a rush? Actually, I'm sure even if Grandma doesn't check it, I'm just a little uneasy. So Xiaoduo frowned and said, "Since you're sure, why do you need her to check it?" Qin Fanyang was furious. "What's wrong with her body now? Do you really want her to die of exhaustion?" "Well, what are you talking about?" Qin Fanyang said, "Let me ask you, how confident are you in this plan?" "At least 80 to 90%. Are you sure? You're doubting me. Since we've known each other, have I ever said that I've missed anything?" "That's true." Qin Fanyang made up his mind. "That's it then. You don't have to ask Grandma to do it. At most, you can ask her to check it out and fix it. But in the process, don't let her worry about it. Your grandma has been exhausted since the incident with Sha Palang. Don't bother her with such a small thing." Qin Fanyang looked at Xiaoduo with dissatisfaction. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed helplessly. Okay, but Mr. Qin, you can't do it alone. If you do it alone, it'll take too long and it'll cause too much noise. Just tell me how many people you need. Qin Fangyang squinted. We need at least 5 or 6 experts to act at the same time in order to complete the task as quickly as possible. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the opponent noticing. So as Xiaoduo said, that's simple. I'll pull Li Changjiang and Luo Lialong and see if Sister Lan can help. We should have enough manpower. If you can persuade Mu Yin through your sister with cerebral palsy, plus your sister herself, you can finish it faster, right? So Xiaoduo nodded slowly and said, that makes sense. I'll talk to Sister Yin. So Xiaoduo had been in a gloomy mood the whole time. When the conversation came to an end, it took another 3 seconds before he seemed to react. He urged with a pale face, Teacher Qin, about my sister with cerebral palsy. Can we not talk about it? Qin Fangyang was in a great mood and said, there's no time to lose. Let's act immediately once we've decided. All right, are we going back now? Teacher Qin, please take me through Chinyu building on the way back. I want to see if Teacher Mu is still there. All right. Qin Fangyang and Zhou Xiaoduo flew all the way to the top of Chunyu's building. They saw Mu Yin in front of the window. She seemed to have sensed something and looked up. Zhou Xiaoduo made a 9 gesture, and Mu Yin nodded slightly. Qin Fangyang took Zhou Xiaoduo and flew into the sky in an instant. The whole process only took a few seconds. Qin Fangyang landed and put Zhou Xiaoduo down at the gate of the community. Then he left alone again. Be careful. We have work to do at night. Zhou Xiaoduo called out. Qin Fangyang didn't look back. He just waved his hand with his back to him and left. Let's go home for dinner. Zhou Xiaoduo rubbed his stomach as he walked home. It was dinner time, and along the way, he constantly smelled the aroma of food coming from all directions. Suddenly, he felt his stomach rumbling, and a feeling similar to dizziness appeared in his mind. Am I hypoglycemic? I'm hungry. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed home like a galloping horse. Mom, is the dinner ready? Is my dad back? Do we still have to unload the car these days? Why didn't he come to find me? Yin cat hasn't come back yet. No one answered his first 2 questions. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately knew that Zhou Xiaoyan wasn't at home, so he blurted out the word, Yin cat. Wu Yuding walked out of the kitchen with a faint smile. Son of a bitch, you're so bold now. You're a little arrogant, but you're much smarter now. You know how to read people's expressions. You guess that your sister Yin isn't at home just from a few words. You've improved a lot. Your IQ is really not low. Wu Yuding tapped her son's forehead. Mom, look at what you're saying. Am I not your son? How can my IQ be low? He. So Xiaoduo raised his head and said arrogantly, Mom, as a man, you have to be tough at home. You don't have the final say. I won't do it for even a day. Your son still has the status in this family. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and sighed. Son, huh? Actually, if you really find a wife in the future and can maintain the second-in-command position, I'll be satisfied and comforted. Ha 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 ha. So Xiaoduo laughed wildly. Mom, you're too pessimistic. Don't worry. Your son is very popular with girls. You don't even know how the girls in school are chasing after me. If Yin cat wants to enter our family, she'll have to chase after me. Otherwise, with my... Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly stunned. His mouth fell open and he stopped talking. He clearly saw Zhou Xiaoyan slowly walk out of the kitchen with a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were full of anger, but she still had a faint smile on her face. Zhou Xiaoduo was all too familiar with this expression. It was a sign that Yin cat's anger had reached its peak. In other words, every time this expression appeared, he was immediately doomed. He turned to look at Wu Yuding in disbelief. Mom, you tricked me? Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. My dear mother, she dug such a big hole for me. Wu Yuding pursed her lips. Son, I didn't trick you. Your sister Yin has been helping me in the kitchen, and she didn't hide from you. The moment you came back, you swaggered around. I wanted to stop you, but I couldn't. Let me teach you a lesson. Other than being good at reading people's expressions, you also have to be careful with your words and actions. You must know that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. So Xiaoduo looked like he was about to cry. How did you stop me? I'm your son. How could you? Wu Yuding turned and left. Son, you're on your own. TSK, TSK. Humans can't keep their mouths shut. They have to bear the consequences. So Xiaoyan walked over with a spoon. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. Son, what did you say just now? Many girls are chasing after you? Is her figure good? Is she pretty? Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Zhou Xiaoduo strode forward and grabbed Wu Yuding's hand. He pleaded, Mom, although I'm still young and don't know anything, I don't know what it means to be careful with my words and actions. But Sue, don't you think that Sister Nian Yin is too beautiful? There aren't many girls as beautiful as her in the entire mainland. Wu Yuding widened her eyes. But, Mom, I really can't bear to part with Sister Nian Yin. Help me think of a way. If Sister Nian Yin can be with us forever, never leave our family, never marry someone else, how great would that be? Sister Nian Yin is pure and kind, beautiful and gentle. She has such a good personality, such a good temperament, such a good figure, and such a suitable height. Not to mention, she's filial and hardworking. A good girl like her is really hard to find. Wu Yuding was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan. He said from the bottom of his heart, Sister Nian Yin, I really think now, how can you be so beautiful? Even a goddess can't compare to you. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes were already smiling, but she tried hard to keep a straight face. Son, when you came in just now, woof, 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 Zhou Xiaoduo said with a salivating face, woof, woof, woof. Sister Nian Yin, do you have any instructions? Woof, woof, woof. Ah-ha. Wu Yuding finally couldn't control herself and burst into laughter. Zhou Xiaoyan stared for a long time before finally laughing out loud. She held her stomach and said, Mom, why is your son so? Wu Yuding laughed until tears came out of her eyes. So shameless, right? Actually, I'm also very curious. Who did he inherit his shamelessness from? Ha ha. Zhou Xiaoduo had already moved behind Zhou Xiaoyan attentively. Sister Nian Yin, you've worked hard cooking. Let me help you massage your shoulders to relieve your tiredness. Sister Nian Yin's cooking is so delicious. It's my favorite. Nian Er, Mom taught Xiaoduo to be obedient today, and I'll also teach you to be obedient. If one day the dog starts to care about his own face in front of you, then it'll be terrible. Wu Yuding said meaningfully, in front of the people you care about the most, what's the point of caring about your face? Zhou Xiaoyan was deep in thought. She turned her bright eyes to Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo attentively massaged her shoulders. When he saw her turn her head, he hurriedly asked with a flattering expression, Sister Nian Yin, do you want to ride a horse? Hee. Woof, woof. Ha. Zhou Xiaoyan burst out laughing and jokingly scolded, Shameless. I'm a little shameless, little shameless. I'm laughing every day. Sister Nian Yin is so beautiful, so beautiful. I like you, I like you, I like you. Zhou Xiaoduo shamelessly began to sing. As he sang, he winked at her. Zhou Xiaoyan gradually laughed until she couldn't straighten her back. Her previous anger had long disappeared. What a clown. Wu Yuding looked helpless. This banter continued until Zhou Zhonglu returned. Then, they finally bade each other farewell. Just you wait. Zhou Xiaoyan waved her small fist and made a fierce pose like a tiger fighting a hero. I'll teach you a lesson next time. Woo-woo. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately put on a pitiful expression as if he was waiting to be beaten. Sigh. Zhou Chonglu sighed. The genes are so strong. Back then, I was finally sure that he was really my son. I'm going to eat lunch first. Look at the title of this chapter. Even if I don't eat, heat up the food for me. Wait. Once I give the order, serve it. If she dares to neglect, beat her up. Chapter 167. Wu Yuding craned her neck and frowned. What are you talking about? Zhou Chonglu frowned and put on a thoughtful expression. He said, I'm saying that Nianer has grown up. Should we go on a trip in the second half of the year? Wu Yuting's attention was suddenly diverted. She said excitedly, "A trip? A trip?" Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan also turned their heads and looked at them with shining eyes. This topic was too interesting. Therefore, the family naturally began to discuss matters related to the trip. They were still discussing until the end of the meal. Wu Yuting cleared the table and said to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, "Why are you two talking so enthusiastically? Who said we're taking you with us?" Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's faces froze at the same time. "Mom, what do you mean?" "What I mean is, you guys do your own things. Your mom and I are going on a trip. Only the two of us are going. We won't take you guys with us." Zhuo Chonglu said kindly, "We can't delay your business." "I'm not busy. I'm fine," Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately declared. "Well, we won't take you with us if you're fine." Zhuo Chonglu slurped the last half glass of wine into his mouth and sighed. "It's because of you two that your mom and I have been separated for almost 19 years. Life is long, but how many 19 years can there be?" Zhuo Chonglu sighed. "Can you two stop getting in our way?" The siblings, who had been disliked, pouted their lips and looked sullen. "A trip." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked melancholy. "Traveling." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with disappointment, as well as the sadness of being abandoned. "Stop acting. Your acting is too lame." Zhuo Chonglu exposed the siblings' acting. "You two were so happy when we went out to have fun. Now you're free. Besides, this matter hasn't been decided yet. We don't know if you'll go or not. I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" "Your Uncle Ma's shop is next to ours. It was sold today, and the person who bought his shop opened a blacksmith shop." Chonglu said faintly, "I want to take a look. This blacksmith's craftsmanship is passable. The two of you can go over and take a look some other day. You can go over and pre-order whatever weapons you want to forge." Zhuo Xiaoduo wondered, "But it's not time for me to use my natal weapon yet. I'm fine." Zhuo Chonglu said, "What's the point of your mother keeping so many materials from your Uncle Nan? If you can't use your natal weapon, you can forge one first and try it out. There are many times when you can only determine what's best for you after experiencing it. It's better if you can decide on your natal weapon. As long as you choose, you can forge it now. It's not too late to use it when the time comes. I heard that this blacksmith will only stay here for a month. It'll be difficult to find him in the future. This is a rare opportunity." Zhuo Chonglu said, "Don't miss the opportunity." "Okay, I understand." The siblings agreed at the same time. Their 4 black eyes turned at the same time. They were a little excited about this matter. "Hey, come and help me think about the shape of my sword. Well, I also want to think about what my natal weapon should look like." Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little worried. "I'm using a very light weapon now. I can't feel anything at all. What should I do?" The siblings went back to their room. Wu Yuting came out and frowned. "Wu Taijiang will only stay for a month? Isn't this too fake? He just bought someone else's shop, and he's going to stay for a month? It can't be helped." Zhuo Chonglu frowned and said, "He has other things to do. It's good enough that he can squeeze out a month. After he's done here, he'll immediately rush to forge other weapons. He won't have time to think about other things." "Oh, a month is almost enough," Wu Yuting said. "I'm not worried about Xiaoyan's weapon, but Xiao Duo probably hasn't decided what to use yet. If we let him choose early, won't it be too hurried to help him grow?" "You're wrong. He already has a direction." So Chonglu said, "He's always on the path of heavy weapons. If he doesn't have a goal, he won't do it at all. What Xiao Duo lacks now is an affirmation." "You're right. Last time, when he went out with a battle axe that weighed a few hundred pounds, I was so confused." "I won't be confused if you're confused. The weapon this kid will use in the future will not be lighter than a battle axe. If he really wants to use that kind of super heavy weapon as his natal weapon, then the 1,000 fantasy gold will not be wasted." Wu Yuting said proudly, "Of course. Although our son's talent was not very good when he was born, he has the peerless blade. Although he looks weak, he is born with great strength. Once he starts to cultivate, he will make great progress." She looked at the door. Zhuo Chonglu lowered his voice and said, "I'm not surprised at all that Xiao Duo's cultivation progress is so fast. But I'm very interested to know how he can cultivate. Logically speaking, even if a saint comes, it won't be able to change the initial talent. Wu Yuding said unhappily. What's there to be surprised about? There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are only things that people can't think of. Nothing is impossible. I don't care how he can cultivate. At least until now, he hasn't lost his life force. He hasn't lost his life force. He hasn't lost his life force. And he hasn't lost his divine source. As for the rest, I'm really not interested to think about it. So Changlu frowned and said, but that person, have you forgotten? He didn't have the same dream for several years in a row. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, what's the point of thinking so much? Okay, I won't think about it. If only we had trusted Xiao Duo a year earlier and helped him with all our strength when he told us about the dream. Sigh. The couple still felt a little depressed when they thought of this. The strange dream that Zhuo Changlu and his wife mentioned by Zhuo Xiaoduo was a strange dream that he had for 6 years in a row. In fact, after Zhuo Xiaoduo had a few similar dreams at the beginning, he told them about it. But after checking and verifying it many times, they even tried to arrange the environment according to what Zhuo Xiaoduo had told them. However, after spending more than 20,000 yuan, it still didn't work. In the 3rd year, Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he wanted to try it again. After begging for a few days, they spent another 20,000 yuan. But unfortunately, it still didn't work. In the 5th year, they even tried it twice. The first time, they spent more than 20,000 yuan, and the second time, they spent more than 20,000 yuan. But it still didn't work. After a long time, even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself didn't have any hope, let alone the couple. In this world, where an average of 2,000 star dollars was enough for an ordinary family to live peacefully for a year, it was already very generous to try it 4 times in a row and spend 100,000 star dollars as a bonus. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding were experienced and knowledgeable, and knew that the path of cultivation was full of fortuitous encounters. Therefore, they were willing to accept such a thing and try it over and over again. If they were ordinary parents, they would have flown into a rage long ago. What Zhuo Changlu and his wife didn't know was that Zhuo Xiaoduo had succeeded in his experiment on the 5th time. Otherwise, who knew how long this matter would have lasted? It was also because of this that Zhuo Changlu was very regretful. If he had tried it a few more times a year back then, would Xiao Duo have awakened a few years earlier? But this question was destined to have no answer. The past was irreversible. Even the most powerful people couldn't do anything about it. The past was the past, and it was the past. Let him go on his own. So what you said about the trip is true? It's true. Are we really not bringing them? Why should we bring them? They're a hindrance. Zhuo Changlu looked disgusted. This isn't okay. It's different now. Xiao Duo has also embarked on the path of cultivation. It's not impossible for him to catch up with Xiao Yan. Naturally, it's time for the two of them to spend some time alone and get used to each other. It's actually quite troublesome for us to stay at home all the time. What if? What does it matter? Well, you're right. It's true. Okay, then it's settled. Hasn't it been decided before? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't know that their parents had completely stopped them from going on a trip together. At this moment, they were discussing weapons. Zhuo Xiaoyan found a lot of pictures and spread them on Zhuo Xiaoduo's bed one by one. They were all long swords of various styles. Look, which one looks better? In my opinion, they're all very ordinary. Zhuo Xiaoduo took away the pictures of a few broadswords first. These and this and this. They're all men's long swords. They don't suit you at all. And this. The temperament and image don't suit you either. After the audition, there were only 3 pictures left. Only these 3 pictures are barely acceptable, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. I also like these 3 swords, but I still feel that there's something missing. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his chin and said, what's missing? It's missing a temperament that suits you. It doesn't have the ethereal feeling that you were born with, and it doesn't have the cold and pure aura that you have. Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I think so too. Zhuo Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes were shining. She didn't feel that way at all. It was only after Zhuo Xiaoduo said it that she realized that what he said made a lot of sense. Ordinary long swords are 3 feet long or 3 feet long. But if you're going to use it, you shouldn't use such a long one. I think 2 feet 7 is enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo gestured the length of the sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan took out her short sword and measured it. 2 feet 7. It's 1 foot 2 longer than this one. Good, good. Is 5 centimeters wide enough? Chapter 168. Make it a little narrower for point 5. Make it white. Not this kind of steel color, the kind that is white and transparent. What do you think? That's great. Can it change color? I've done my research. 1000 Fantasy Gold is good stuff. It can be made into any color and characteristics you want. Okay, the tip of the sword can't just be the tip of the head. Start from 2 feet 4 inches. Use a streamlined shape and go straight to the tip. Start from the mouth of the sword and make it a hole. What do you think? Okay. While Zhuo Xiaoduo was talking, Zhuo Xiaoyan was thinking and imagining. At the right time, a milky white star spiritual energy gushed out from Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand and formed the shape that Zhuo Xiaoduo had mentioned. The sword guard. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could finish, Zhuo Xiaoyan said excitedly, I've already thought about the sword guard. How about using 2 white puppies as the guard? Puppies? Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Sis, I made the sword in the image of a fairy, not a little girl's toy. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face fell. What should I do? I still want it to be cute. Cute? It doesn't fit your character. I think the hilt, head, and guard should be shaped like a phoenix. Add the sword tassel, and it'll be a perfect-sized phoenix. What do you think? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned by his own design. In Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand, the shape of the long sword that Zhuo Xiaoduo had envisioned was magnificent, and one could tell at a glance that it was a peerless product, a peerless divine sword. It was full of ethereal nobility and also contained a sense of awe-inspiring and unattainable. Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips and said, but I still want to put a puppy on it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. No, it'll ruin the image. Absolutely not. Whether it's the image of the sword or my image, it'll be ruined. Absolutely not. How about it? No means no. Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude was unprecedentedly firm. You actually want to make a puppy on your own sword? Humph. What were their intentions? Then consider what you've said. Zhuo Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. Instead, he asked Zhuo Xiaoduo to take dozens of photos of the long sword he had built with his spiritual energy and carefully preserve them. Sister Nian, the weapon I want to use is a hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. Hammer? Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. Are you kidding? Of course, there are some high-level cultivators who use heavy weapons as their natal weapons. But using hammers is too rare. Of course not. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. I plan to use a hammer. 2 big hammers. The heavier the better. He had a natural yearning for heavy weapons. After listening to Qin Fanyang's words, he was even more determined to use a hammer. Why do you have to use a hammer? Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled. One of the reasons. Mr. Qin said, I'm soft-hearted. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, with heavy weapons like this, there's no need to be soft-hearted. Either you don't hit it, or you hit it. With one hit, you'll become a pile of meat paste. If you don't use your strength, you won't be able to control it. Isn't that great? It'll save you a lot of trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He put his hands on the hammer and roared, Get out of my way. GG, can't even control my GG. Isn't that awesome? Zhuo Xiaoyan had already collapsed on the bed laughing. You're not bad. Well, look, I want the hammer to be designed like this. The handle should be a little longer. I want a groove here and there. Groove? What do you want to do? You'll know when you hear it. Zhuo Xiaoduo designed excitedly. There'll be a thin sword hidden in both grooves. Once, you'll immediately pull out the sword, understand? Make a hollow design in the middle of the hammer handle and connect it with a strong chain. If it doesn't work, it'll leave the hand and become a meteor hammer. It'll also be a long-range weapon. What do you think? It was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoduo had thought about his weapon thousands of times. He didn't even need to think before he said it. Everything flowed out smoothly like water. Make half of the hammer solid and the other half hollow. In the hollow half, Hide many small compartments of hidden weapons. Set up a mechanism on the surface. The body of the hammer is shiny and dazzling. When it's waved, it'll shine with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. No one could see the hidden weapon shooting holes on it. I estimate that a hammer should be able to install 99 small compartments, which means that it needs 99 holes. In addition, it should be matched with a single shot and a continuous shot design. I can't just press it and shoot them all out. That'll be a big mistake. The spring mechanism must be set up delicately. It'll be best if I can figure it out myself. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to fill in the hidden weapons. The size of the hidden weapons can't be too big. I think the oxhair needle is a good choice. Of course, it has to be suitable for long-range attacks. A slightly bigger awl needle can also be considered, but the butt of the awl needle can't be too big, or it'll take up too much space. Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned by his description. She was tongue-tied and couldn't say anything for a long time. How cunning can you be? You're holding a hammer that weighs thousands of kilograms, and you're using such a wretched method. One after another. This is too much, isn't it? Just by hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoyan could already imagine how terrifying it would be to fight against Zhuo Xiaoduo in the future. It was like a normal person facing over 100 machine guns, and they were all machine guns that were completely defenseless. But the most intuitive impression is that it's just two big hammers. Damn, your design is good, but the craftsmanship is too complicated. It's hard to do, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan swallowed hard and shook her head. What's so hard about it? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Isn't it normal? At most, you'll need more buttons to fire it. He frowned and thought about it. Do you still need buttons to fire it? Zhuo Xiaoyan wondered. The hidden weapons are all built in the hammer. If you want to use it, you can directly inject spiritual energy and fire it in the hammer. Huh! Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped his thigh and jumped up excitedly. That's right. Directly activate it with spiritual energy. I'm really a wise man who makes mistakes in his 1,000 considerations. But you're a fool who makes 1,000 considerations. No, you're a wise man who makes 1,000 considerations. He was really thinking about how many buttons he would need to install with so many mechanisms. Moreover, there were different corresponding buttons, and he had to follow the map without making any mistakes. It was really difficult. He had been worrying about it, but now he was enlightened by Zhuo Xiaoyan's words. He didn't need to go through so much trouble, but it's still difficult to make these two hammers. Zhuo Xiaoyan sighed. Since it's a big hammer, the first consideration should be its sturdiness. If you hit it, the hammer head will be deformed first, and the mechanism inside will be destroyed. Secondly, the hammer head is mainly designed to be hollow. If you want to shoot the hidden weapons, and at a very fast speed, the surface must not be too thick. It's really difficult just thinking about it. It's okay, let's go to the blacksmith shop tomorrow. If it can't be used, we'll find someone else. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't think much of it and said, if it really can't be used, I'll make 2 small hammers tomorrow. Let's use something else first. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, I suggest you use light weapons first. First, you can learn how to lift light weapons as if they're heavy. Second, when you're able to use hammers, you can still use light weapons to deceive people. If you use the hammer at a critical moment, your opponent will be surprised and will be particularly uncomfortable. Good idea. Catch them off guard. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave her a thumbs up, his eyes shining. Sister Nian, I didn't expect you to be more cunning than me. You really can't judge a book by its cover. You're the cunning one. Don't you know how to talk? You're cunning. I'm not praising you. You. Thus, the two of them started fighting. Let's go. I'll train you when we get out. Zhuo Xiaoyan got up from the bed with her hair in a mess, her face full of anger. She miscalculated just now. She was no match for this rascal in bed. She'd better go out and train him. Yes, I have something to do. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock. It was almost time. There's something that needs to be done at night. Put in a lot of effort, hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed mischievously. What is it? Zhuo Xiaoyan obviously misunderstood. Her face turned red and she said angrily, I'm telling you, dog, don't let your imagination run wild. Mom and Dad are here. I definitely won't. So Xiaoduo glared at her. What are you thinking? Then he explained his idea in detail. As soon as he started, he was beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoyan with a red face. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had been wronged. He had no idea how he had offended her. Suddenly, he was wrongly beaten up. What was going on? This was all he lamented in his heart. Women. What did you just say? Say it again. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was red. Zhuo Xiaoduo reintroduced his idea. We need to change the terrain and then reverse your fate. Will it work? Remove the will. It'll definitely work. It'll definitely work. So Xiaoduo was domineering. Look for my master? But we need to confirm whether Mr. Mu is in Qinyu Building. So Xiaoduo said, Qinyu Building and Meng Group's headquarters have the same aura. They're of the same origin. When I went home, I asked Mr. Qin to take me to Qinyu Building for a walk. He gestured to contact me at 9 o'clock. At this time, Mr. Mu should have already left Qinyu Building. Call him and ask, but be careful not to say it over the phone. Okay, Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately dialed the number. Mu Yinyin had already left Qinyu Building and was waiting for the news. After hearing what Zhuo Xiaoyan said, she immediately rushed over. Tonight, I'll go for acupuncture. Chapter 169. Change the terrain? Is it really that easy? It's really very easy. From what I can see, the terrain of the waterway is even on both sides. We just need to set it up at the source and endpoints on both sides. That's enough. So what Xiaoduo said, in terms of results, there won't be any big changes. What will be affected is only the luck of the two families. Mu Yinyin was also a decisive person. She said, in that case, there's no time to lose. A long delay means trouble. Let's start tonight. We still have to wait a while. There's still one arrangement that hasn't been completed. Zhuo Xiaoduo mysteriously took out a small jar from under his bed. Isn't this your puppy piggy bank? Zhuo Xiaoyan said in surprise. You're still keeping it after so many years. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, I still have money in here. He shook it and made a clattering sound. There were obviously a lot of coins in it. Zhuo Xiaoyan was speechless. This miser, the piggy bank that he used when he was 5 or 6 years old, still hadn't been used. Sister Yin, drip 3 drops of blood from your middle finger into it, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Zhuo Xiaoyan did as he said. Yes, now it's really ready. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook a heart. The coins inside were stained with blood. Of course, there were too few drops of blood, so it couldn't be stained too much. So Xiaoduo shook it hard for 3 to 4 minutes before stopping. He said with some regret, originally, Sister Yin is the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline. If you use the bearer of the dragon bloodline to set up this array, it would be the best. But where can we find the bearer of the dragon bloodline now? But it's the same if you use mine. Although the effect is slightly inferior, it will wholeheartedly protect Sister Yin's safety. Its thoughts are more pure and focused. Don't worry about anything. This is enough. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a little warm in her heart. Just as she was about to praise him, she saw him looking at the piggy bank with a pained expression. Sister Yin, there's a lot of money in here. Can you give me a few new $100 bills as compensation? Zhuo Xiaoyan was exasperated. Get lost. Okay. Mr. Mu, please. Place one of the money in this jar at the top of Meng's headquarters. Be careful not to let anyone discover it. The other one should be placed in the ancestral grave of the Ning family. It would be best to place it under the tombstone of the old ancestor. Still, be careful not to let anyone discover it. The third one is placed in the man-made lake of the Ning family, and the fourth one is placed in the man-made lake of the Meng Corporation. Make sure you're at the center of the lake. If possible, it's best to go straight into the mud. As for this jar, Sister Yin, you can hold it. Follow the order of Xishan Lingzhu Lake and Xishan Lingzhu Lake. Place a coin in each of them. The order must not be wrong. Lastly, put the jar and the money in it under your bed. Don't touch it again. So Xiaoduo giggled. Sister Yin, wait for your little brother to change your fate. Just as they were about to split up, Zhuo Xiaoduo's phone suddenly rang. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his phone. Why is Mr. Qin calling at this time? Do you want to confirm the time of the operation? Zhuo Xiaoyan glanced at him discreetly. Dog, did you change your phone? It's been a few days, and you didn't notice. 9 astral souls? Dog, you're so extravagant. Hello, Mr. Qin? Zhuo Xiaoduo picked up the phone. After saying a few words, his expression turned serious. What's wrong? Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan asked at the same time. Just a few hours ago, Qin Fanyang sent Zhuo Xiaoduo home. Just like yesterday, he strolled along the road, waiting for the upcoming assassination. But to stroll back and forth, Qin Fanyang felt hungry, but the assassination still hadn't come. What's going on? Could it be that the Shun family has gone crazy? If they're really listless, they're not completely hopeless. It's a burden to others and myself. Qin Fanyang was puzzled. He turned and walked in the direction of the Shun group, intending to confirm the situation. After walking a few blocks, a black limousine suddenly stopped at the side of the road in front of him. The door opened, and a long leg stepped out of the car. Then, a tall and handsome young man stepped out of the car. He was wearing a suit and tie. He was handsome, friendly, and his eyes were bright. He was definitely a handsome man. May I ask if you're Mr. Qin? The young man greeted him warmly and respectfully. His smile was full of sunshine and masculinity, making people have a good impression of him. You are? Qin Fanyang was puzzled. It's normal that Mr. Qin doesn't know me, but I've heard of Mr. Qin's name. The young man smiled and introduced himself. My name is Meng Qintian, an ordinary person. I don't know if Mr. Qin has heard of me. Qin Fanyang's eyes were cold. Meng Qintian? You're indeed an ordinary person. I've never heard of you. The young man smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. Mr. Qin, my father is called Meng Tianyue, the Meng group of our Phoenix City. He, Meng Tianyue? Qin Fanyang was impatient. Who is that? I've never heard of him. Why? Is he very famous? Very powerful? Qin Fanyang was furious when he heard the name Meng and Ning, let alone the person in question. To mention Meng Tianyu in front of me, I was so angry that I started to burn. This time, Meng Qintian was completely embarrassed. In Phoenix City, who hasn't heard of the Meng group? Who hasn't heard of Meng Tianyue? No matter how ignorant you are, it's impossible to not have heard of the richest man in the city, right? This Qin Fanyang was obviously playing dumb, but why would he play dumb? How do we offend him? Meng Tianyue must be the kind of person who is very rich or very powerful, and most likely very powerful. Qin Fanyang looked at Meng Qintian from the corner of his eyes. That's why you're so confident? Suddenly stopping the car on the side of the road and walking out like a gentleman. Do you think you're filming a TV show? Meng Qintian continued to be embarrassed. Qin Fanyang continued with his poisonous tongue. This kind of scene is basically impossible in real life, but it's a famous scene in a TV show where a domineering CEO meets a young lady. And suddenly stopping the car, stepping out of the car with his long legs, and then walking out like a gentleman. A very sunny smile, mature and steady, making the young lady's eyes light up. What? Young Master Meng? Are you trying to pick me up like a girl? Mr. Qin, this. Hee-ha. Meng Qintian was embarrassed to the extreme, but he laughed again, and his laughter was still very sunny. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be interested in those soap operas. This really surprised Qintian, huh? And I'm interested. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Fanyang's eyes were deep, and he was still aggressive. This kid, he can really endure. Let's see how long he can endure. She really wanted to punch a hole right through his face. No problem, no problem. Indeed, Qintian's actions are frivolous. I hope Mr. Qin can be magnanimous and forgive me. But in between words, Meng Qintian quickly adjusted his mood and smiled calmly. Mr. Qin, you've worked hard these 2 days. 1 against 10,000, madly fighting the phoenix's tail, killing until the corpses piled up like a mountain and blood flowed like a river. It's really majestic and murderous. We're all in awe of you, Mr. Qin. He smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect that I would encounter Teacher Qin's baleful aura that hasn't dissipated in time. Ha. Teacher Qin, you really scared me to the point where my heart almost stopped. Qin Fanyang narrowed his eyes. Your heart stopped? Do you want me to touch it? Cough, cough, cough. Meng Chuntian smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, please spare my life. With my small body, I don't dare to let you touch it. If you touch it, the entire Phoenix Tail mountain will be gone. After being ridiculed repeatedly, he could still joke. Meng Chuntian's psychological quality was really good. Even if Qin Fanyang knew that the person in front of him was not a good person, he still could not help but admire him. This kid, his interpersonal skills were really amazing. Even though he was being sarcastic, this brat didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he dealt with it in a natural and unrestrained manner. His self-restraint and ability to adapt to the situation were not something an ordinary person could compare to. Mr. Qin instinctively thought, if Swishaoduo encountered such difficulties, what would he do? Would he do better than Meng Chuntian? Just thinking about it, Qin Fanyang could not help but shake his head. Swishaoduo might have other ways to deal with it, but to maintain such a good demeanor from beginning to end, he would never be able to do it. What he could do would most likely make Qin Fanyang angry. You're looking for me? Qin Fanyang no longer made things difficult, and his tone became flat and official. I'm just a junior. Even if I had something to ask, I wouldn't dare to look for you at this time. Meng Chuntian smiled intimately. It's my father and Uncle Ning Suifeng of the Ning family. Who sent me to invite Uncle Qin for a chat? He said apologetically. Before I came, my father asked me to apologize to Uncle Qin. He should have come personally to invite you, but he was afraid that Uncle Qin would feel that it was too presumptuous. So, he let me come first to sound out Uncle Qin's mind. Qin Fanyang had only asked a question, but Meng Chuntian had taken advantage of it and called him uncle. Their relationship had become even closer. Qin Fanyang frowned. What if I don't plan to go? My father said that as long as Uncle Qin is not too angry, he will come personally to invite you. Meng Chuntian said with a face full of reverence. Qin Fanyang was silent for a moment. Let's go. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were looking for him. What do they want to do? What could they do? Or rather, what would they dare to do? Qin Fanyang was also very curious about the above question. Chapter 170. They got into the car. Meng Chuntian did not say much. He only tried to talk about a few topics. Seeing that Qin Fanyang was not interested, he stopped immediately and did not beat around the bush. Speaking of which, Second High has produced a lot of talented students in recent years. Meng Chuntian said, It's said that. Qin Fanyang closed his eyes and said, Did your father send you here to chat with me? Meng Chuntian quickly shut up and said, Uncle Qin, you should rest first. I'll call you when we arrive. With my cultivation, do I need you to call me when I'm not here? Are you saying that you look down on me? Qin Fanyang was obviously looking for trouble with him. Meng Chuntian obediently shut up and did not say anything else. His social skills had never failed him, but in front of Qin Fanyang, he was like a tiger trying to eat the sky. No matter what strategy he used, Qin Fanyang would always talk back. This made Meng Chuntian feel uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sit in the car with his head lowered and his brows furrowed. Our main corporation has always had a good relationship with Second High, and we have a deep relationship with the old principal. Why is Qin Fanyang acting like this? What's the problem? What's the problem? Meng Chuntian did not think that Qin Fanyang's personality was like this. In fact, after Qin Fanyang had shown his shocking strength, Meng Corporation had investigated Qin Fanyang's background. At the very least, they had investigated Qin Fanyang's decades of teaching experience in Second High. Meng Chuntian felt that he knew teacher Qin very well. There must be a reason why Qin Fanyang would say such cold words, be unreasonable, and even be hostile to him. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that there was something he could not do that left a bad impression on this almighty. Meng Chuntian would naturally look for the reason from Meng Corporation. However, after a week of thinking, he could not find anything wrong. He could not help but feel more and more puzzled. The car soon arrived at Meng Corporation's headquarters. At night, The main corporation was still brightly lit with neon lights. Meng Chintian jumped out of the car and ran to open the door for Qin Fangyang. He even covered his head with his hands and smiled. "Uncle Qin, we're here. Lead the way." Under Meng Chintian's lead, Qin Fangyang entered the Meng Corporation's headquarters and took the elevator to the 108th floor. Although it was very high, it only took them a few seconds to reach the top. On the left side of the elevator that led to the CEO's office from the 108th floor, there were already two people standing there with smiles on their faces. One of them was dressed in a traditional Chinese robe. His face was round, and he looked like a rich man. The other person was also dressed in a long robe, but it was green. His body was thin, and his face was emaciated. His long hair was draped over his back. He was dressed like an ancient person, and his hair was fixed with a jade hairpin. The two of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s, which was about the same age as Qin Fangyang. "Teacher Qin, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you." The two of them smiled and cupped their hands together. "Sure, I am Meng Tianyue. This is Ning family's patriarch, Ning Suifeng, Big Brother Ning." The slightly fatter one was naturally the CEO of Meng Group, the richest man in Phoenix City, Meng Tianyue. The other one was thinner and had a faint fierce aura. He was the patriarch of Phoenix City's #1 martial arts family, Ning Suifeng. He was also Ning Qingqing's biological father. "I have long heard of your name. One should be treated according to one's status." At the very least, Qin Fangyang could only say, "I have long heard of your name." This had nothing to do with anything else. It was purely the status that the other party had worked hard for his entire life. The process of this hard work was extremely difficult, so it was worthy of the greeting. "Teacher Qin, this way please. We have taken the liberty to invite you this time. I hope that Teacher Qin will not take offense." Meng Tianyue bowed. "All right." Qin Fangyang strode forward. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge office. As far as the eye could see, it was a dazzling sight, brightly lit, and the furnishings inside were at least a size larger than usual. Even so, the decorations in the entire room were still very harmonious. There were a few pots of green plants, lush and exuding a strong vitality. A wisp of sandalwood rose in spirals and slowly floated out from the crane's beak. Qin Fangyang sat down on the sofa in the guest seat and said faintly, "Chairman Meng and Master Ning are both busy people. I wonder what advice you have for suddenly summoning me." "Qin Fangyang?" Qin Fangyang squinted his eyes. "I'm a straightforward person. Why don't we get straight to the point? I feel that I should not have any interaction with the two of you." Meng Tianyue laughed loudly. "Teacher Qin, you have concealed your identity in Phoenix City for 28 years. Now that you have shocked the world and revealed your true appearance, you have killed so many people that they are scared out of their wits. We cannot meet such an expert. So how can we not come to pay our respects?" "Ha ha." Ning Suifeng laughed and said, "Teacher Qin, you really do not reveal your true appearance. If not for the battle last night, we would be blind. How could we not know that such a small place like Phoenix City actually hid such a fierce dragon like Teacher Qin for such a long time? Really, sorry for the disrespect, sorry for the disrespect, sorry for the disrespect." The two of them smiled as they spoke, full of flattery. At this moment, a few beautiful girls in white quietly came in with teacups. Instantly, the 1,000-square-meter office was filled with the elegant fragrance of tea. "Please have some tea," Meng Tianyue said. "This is the top-grade ancient Star Moon Tree tea that Patriarch Ning gave me last time. I've always been reluctant to drink it. Haha, since Teacher Qin is here today, I will accompany Teacher Qin to taste this top-grade tea." Ning Suifeng laughed and scolded. "Look at you pretending to be poor. If you're really happy drinking it, I will ask someone to send it to you later. At the same time, I will also give Teacher Qin a few caddies of this coarse tea. It is really not worthy of respect." Qin Fangyang picked up the teacup and drank, saying lightly, "This is not worthy of respect. Looking at the entire Yinwu Empire, the total annual production of this coarse tea is not even 50 caddies. It seems that it has been raised to 1,000,000 yuan per caddy. I'm just an ordinary teacher. How can I afford to drink such expensive tea? Ning Suifeng laughed loudly. Just based on the name Qin Fangyang, you are already worthy of any top-grade treatment in this world. Brother Qin, your words are too modest. The two wily old foxes accompanied Qin Fangyang, talking about all sorts of things. Soon, the atmosphere was in full swing. Although Qin Fangyang did not say much, the continuous flattery between the two of them did not make one feel disgusted. After chatting for a while, Qin Fangyang finally became impatient. Chief Ming, can we talk about serious matters now? The two of you may be free today, but I, Qin Fangyang, do not have so much free time. Ming Tianyue laughed loudly. I did not expect Teacher Qin to be so impatient. After saying that, she clapped her hands and shouted, "Bring it up." As soon as he finished speaking, a total of 98 white-clothed girls walked out in 2 rows. Each of them held a sandalwood box in their hands. They didn't stop until they were in front of Qin Fangyang. Another 10 black-clothed girls walked in with 5 black tables and quietly put them down. Then, the group of girls in white placed the 98 sandalwood boxes neatly on the tables. What is this? Qin Fangyang smelled the faint smell of blood. He already had a guess in his heart, but he still asked. A few days ago, these people offended Brother Qin. After knowing that Brother Qin's strength was tyrannical and difficult to defeat, they went crazy and set fire to Feng Wei Mountain, destroying the ecology. Meng Tianyue smiled. Now they are all here. He clapped his hands and said, "Open the boxes." The 98 girls in white opened the sandalwood boxes in front of them in unison. Inside the boxes, there were 98 human heads, neatly arranged in front of Qin Fangyang. And who else could it be if not Shen Yushu in the first place? How did so many people die? Qin Fangyang's pupils shrank. The majority of the 98 corpses here are from the Chun family. That Shen Yushu was a womanizer by nature. Other than his wife and children from the main family, there are also his mistresses and illegitimate children, a total of 59 people. Meng Tianyue said, "In short, everyone in the Shun family is here. I can guarantee that none of Shun Yushu's bloodline is left out and is still alive in this world. And the other 39 people are from the 2 families that shared the bounty with Shun Yushu. Their entire families, old and young, are all here. As for the other 3 families, although they talked big, but they did not participate in the operation. We are not people who like to kill." Ning Suifeng continued, "Of course, we all know that Teacher Qin is not a cruel person and has a large amount of tolerance, so we did not kill again." Meng Tianyue laughed, "But if Teacher Qin upholds the principle of killing and not stopping until death, it is only a matter of a sentence to get rid of the other 3 families. The other 3 families are still under surveillance, and it is all up to Brother Qin to decide." Qin Fangyang was silent for a while. A total of 98 people. To be honest, Qin Fangyang did not intend to let people like Shen Yushu go. A bounty of 1 billion yuan, and because of this, thousands of martial artists with good cultivation were killed. This enmity was too big. Qin Fangyang was not the kind of person who was soft-hearted, and he was not the kind of person who would repay evil with good. Under the years of killing, he had already trained a resolute heart to kill. But, other than Shen Yushu, Qin Fangyang did not intend to touch the others at all. Speaking of wiping out 3 families at once, this method was really too cruel, and it was simply crazy. Ning Suifeng sighed softly and said, "I know, Teacher Qin must not be able to bear it, and think that it is not to this extent. But this is really a helpless action." Chapter 171. Shen Yushu has been in business for many years. Not only has he accumulated a lot of wealth, but his relationships are also extremely complicated. With Teacher Qin's cultivation, he's naturally not afraid of their revenge. However, clowns aren't worth laughing at. What I'm afraid of is that they won't take revenge on Teacher Qin. In the past, Many people like this would turn to take revenge on society in despair. If that happens, I'm afraid that many people will be implicated and suffer. Perhaps thousands of ordinary people will die because of this mistake. Before, there have been many similar incidents. The number of casualties is innumerable. Based on this reason, we have to take precautions. Ning Suifeng faintly sighed. His expression was actually one of compassion. Meng Tianyue's face was heavy. That year, the Hua family is an obvious example. After the main culprit was executed, his son was only a young man in his 20s. The person involved gave him a way out. Who would have thought that the kid of the Hua family would not be grateful and turn over a new leaf? Instead, he used countless vicious methods to make a large amount of poison. He poisoned the water sources of Phoenix City and then set fire to the oil depot. Later, when he was chased into a corner, he held a bomb and detonated it in a crowded place. One person poisoned tens of thousands of victims. Meng Tianyue said heavily, "Teacher Qin, perhaps you don't understand our feelings, but Phoenix City is our hometown. This risk, we cannot take it, and we dare not take it." Qin Fangyang only felt a breath stuck in his stomach. He felt like he was being fed to flies by the other side. He waved his hand in annoyance. "Take it away. Take it away," Meng Tianyue ordered. The girls didn't say a word and immediately got to work. A few girls from outside quickly came in and opened the windows to speed up the air circulation. Then, they used their martial arts to spray water vapor in the air and wave their sleeves as if they were dancing. In just a moment, the air in the entire office was changed. Throughout the whole process, there wasn't the slightest bit of chaos and there wasn't much noise. It was actually quite pleasing to the eye. After a moment, the whole space was filled with the fragrance of tea. The air was fresh and pleasant. Boss Meng and Master Ning, it's understandable and reasonable that you have such concerns. However, isn't it too impulsive and extreme to slaughter the whole family so easily? Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. At the very least, it doesn't conform to the laws. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly. "Teacher Qin, are you testing us?" "Ha! Teacher Qin, no matter when, in every dynasty, including the era of martial destruction, those who have money, power, influence, and ability, when have they ever cared about laws?" Ning Suifeng also said in a sarcastic tone, "In an era where the law clearly stipulates monogamy, there are still many people who have a lot of wives and concubines, and there are also some who can't even pick up trash. When everyone is equal, in fact, there are still some people who are superior and some who are lowly. When princes break the law and are punished the same as commoners, there are countless people who are playing with other people's lives. Is the so-called approachable really a compliment? Everyone wants to be at the top. Why? Isn't it just for the sake of sometimes being able to ignore some things and do as one pleases? And isn't this the common goal that everyone pursues? No matter what era it is, Teacher Qin, society has always been that kind of society. Everyone is blaming others for breaking the rules, morals, and laws. But at a certain point, everyone's pursuit is to trample on and break these rules. Teacher Qin, don't you think this is ridiculous? Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes and said, "Ridiculous." Ning Suifeng smiled faintly. "Let's not talk about other things." These few families hired assassins to kill people and burn scenic spots. This is already a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. We killed them to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. And even, Ning Suifeng actually took out a banner from his spatial ring and said, "Our actions are to uphold justice and good citizens." It was actually a banner from the law department of Phoenix City. On it was written, "Be loyal to the law, assist in solving cases, maintain law and order, good citizens." Ha ha ha. Qin Fangyang shook his head and laughed. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. But our two families did this together. We didn't inform Teacher Qin in advance. This is our fault. We overstepped our boundaries. Meng Tianyue said, somewhat apologetically. In order to express our apologies, we have prepared some gifts for Teacher Qin. Please don't reject them. These should be your benefits. It's supposed to be my profit? Qin Fangyang frowned. He already knew what the so-called benefits were, so now he had a stomach full of anger that he wanted to vent. He really wanted to press the heads of these two powerful people in front of him into a cesspool. But Qin Fangyang understood very well. There were many things that couldn't be done on a whim. May I know what this is? Meng Tianyue took out a bank card, placed it on the table, and pushed it over. In this card, there is 1 billion star yuan. Qin Fangyang's eyes moved slightly. In this ring, there are 10 Astral Souls flame pills and 10,000 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade. This is a cultivation technique. It is said that if one cultivates with it, one can cultivate to the realm above the cloud transformation realm. These things naturally won't enter Brother Qin's eyes, but it is a little token from our two families. Meng Tianyue smiled very amiably. Our two families, without your consent, did this. Actually, the main purpose is to make friends with Teacher Qin. Ning Suifeng said smilingly, Teacher Qin, I know that this request is very abrupt. I hope that Teacher Qin can give us some face on account of our sincerity. Qin Fangyang really wanted to explode on the spot. He really didn't have any good impression of these two people in front of him, especially looking at the sky-high wealth in front of him. Qin Fangyang's heart was throbbing with pain. God knows how many heroes, because of these tricks, these things hindered the pace of serving the country and killing the enemy and became other people's lackeys. But he couldn't find a reason to explode. No matter what, it was others who worked hard for him, helping him to solve some problems. Even if he didn't need their help, even if their methods were very bad, they had already done it. What should he do about this matter? Qin Fangyang suddenly thought of a person. Zhou Xiaoduo. If Zhou Xiaoduo was here, what would that guy do? What should he do? Thinking that there was no one else to discuss this matter with, and he had a headache about this kind of matter, Qin Fangyang stood up and said, I want to make a phone call. Make a phone call? Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were both stunned. Brother Qin, please go ahead. Qin Fangyang walked quickly to the window and pushed it open. His body shot up into the sky like an arrow. After confirming that there were no spies around, he hid in the clouds and dialed the number. The call was connected. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice came. Teacher Qin, I have an urgent matter now, and I need your help to make a decision. Qin Fangyang said hurriedly, It's like this. In a few words, he told what had happened just now. Zhou Xiaoduo was directly confused. Isn't this matter simple? What's there to ask? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Qin, you're too honest and reasonable. You can't go on like this. What's that saying again? A gentleman can be bullied. It's probably referring to people like you. Although you're not a gentleman. Qin Fangyang was speechless. He really wanted to go through the phone and beat the guy up. Just say what you want to say. Cut the crap. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He called specifically to ask for advice, and he was actually so rude to Master Xiaoduo. His words were dirty. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would definitely beat him up. This matter is simple. You just have to be like this. And like this. If they say this, you do this. And if they say that, you do this. And like this. So Xiaoduo gestured as he spoke, his saliva flying everywhere. Qin Fangyang had been listening quietly. His face was as calm as when he was in school. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyan's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. Finally, Zhou Xiaoduo hung up the phone. Both of them gave him a thumbs up. You're too mean. What's wrong with your head? But on the other side, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng looked at each other. He was talking and going out to make a phone call. He actually flew out to make a call. Do you know who we are? We're the top figures in Phoenix City. Okay? One of them is a super rich person in Phoenix City and even the Astral Souls continent. The other is a martial arts family with thousands of years of history. He actually left us aside to make a call. And he even made a call for such a short time. Isn't that a bit too much? At this moment, both of them felt that they were in trouble. They just wanted to get rid of the troublemaker and do him a favor. Why? Did it turn out like this? Meng Tianyue hinted with her eyes. I feel that something is wrong. Ning Suifeng responded with his eyes. It's okay. Qin Fangyang has no enmity with us. With his strength and cultivation, it's normal for him to have some attitude. I'm saying that his attitude today is not right. Yes, it's his own attitude that is not right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. He has the ability to solve the problem, but we interfered and took the opportunity to do him a favor. It's equivalent to accepting a favor. He must be holding a grudge in his heart. This time, we're just taking the opportunity to get to know each other. It's not like we're going to establish a relationship immediately. With Teacher Chen's usual behavior, he must have some complaints about our actions. That's right. If he were to deal with it personally, he wouldn't be so extreme. But we've already shown enough sincerity. He can't refuse. He's definitely going to bear this favor. Then our trip won't be in vain. Both of them knew that Chen Fangyang's cultivation was high. He would definitely hear what they said. They only exchanged glances. After that exchange, both of them felt relieved. Chapter 172. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling person. Moreover, we solve a big problem for you and gave you a lot of wealth. Chen Fangyang, no matter how indifferent you are to fame and fortune, no matter how high you think you are, or how much you fish for fame, I don't believe that you would not care about such a huge amount of wealth. Unless you are a saint. Indeed, in this world, there is no one who doesn't like money, absolutely no one. Even those who said that they were so poor that they only had money left, or that money was just a string of numbers, were just words that had been embellished with words. It was still another layer of meaning that they were very, very rich and liked money very much. There is really no one who doesn't like money. The only difference was the extent to which he could restrain this desire. A figure flashed, and Chen Fangyang returned from the sky. He returned to the sofa where he was originally sitting and sat down steadily. He picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of tea, tasting it with relish. Then he praised, "Good tea." Ning Suifeng laughed. "It's rare that Teacher Chen likes it. I will get someone to send it to your school later. Give me 1 kilogram first." Chen Fangyang smiled faintly. "Then I will thank you in advance." Chen Fangyang slowly raised his head and smiled. "Bosses, we've never met before. Since the two of you have shown such kindness, I'm sure you have a request. I'm a straightforward person. If there's anything you need from me, Chen Fangyang, don't hesitate to tell me. If it's something I can do, I'll do my best. If it's something I can't do, I'll be frank and find other ways to return the favor." The two of them burst into laughter. "Teacher Chen, you've misunderstood us. We just want to make friends with you, that's all. After all, as long as one is alive in this world, even if one is missing something, one can't lose a friend." "Friends." Chen Fangyang smiled and picked up the bank card and flicked it. Meng Tianyue smiled. Ning Suifeng smiled too. "Pa." Chen Fangyang slammed the bank card on the coffee table and said coldly, "Friends and play tricks on me like this? Play tricks?" Meng Tianyue was confused. "Brother Chen, why do you say that? Although our actions this time are overstepping our boundaries, our intentions are sincere. There is really nothing else." Chen Fangyang said lightly, "Sincere? Was there? I've done my research before, and with Shun Yushu's net worth as a big shot in Phoenix City. Even if it's discounted, he still has over 100 billion in assets. Am I wrong?" "That's right. The karma between me and Shun Yushu, as the person directly involved, is the one most qualified to discuss how to resolve it. Isn't that the logic?" Chen Fangyang said indifferently, "If I settle it myself, everything left behind by Shun Yushu will be mine. Do the two of you have any objections?" Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng. Could this matter still be considered this way? "Chen Fangyang, are you a martial artist or a businessman? Although what you said seems to make sense, this statement is definitely not recognized by the law. They even wanted to arrest you. How come it's all yours now?" That was wishful thinking. More than 100 billion worth of wealth and assets, as well as the good things that Shun Yushu had plundered for so many years, heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. All these good things will eventually fall into my hands. And now you're giving me this? Chen Fangyang sneered. "What kind of person do you take me for?" To send a beggar away? Then you want me to be grateful and treat the two of you as my best friends? After listening to Qin Fangyang's argument, Ning Suifeng was so angry that his chest puffed up. Who the hell would use $1 billion to send a beggar away? Then I'll go and beg too. In fact, the two families did this because they did not lack the idea of embezzling Shun Yushu's assets. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Shun Yushu, who had provoked an expert at the peak of nascent soul, would definitely die. The karma between the two parties had been established, and they would not rest until death. Qin Fangyang would never let Shun Yushu go. The two families thought about it and took the opportunity when Shun Yushu came to find Meng Tianyue to directly detain and kill him, and then a series of operations that anyway. Even if Qin Fangyang killed Shun Yushu, he would not get Shun Yushu's assets. At most, he would vent his anger, and at most, he would take away some good things. And the two of them thought that this was a happy situation. Who would have thought that Qin Fangyang was not satisfied? This was completely out of their expectations. Then, Teacher Qin is not satisfied with these gains? Meng Tianyue was really puzzled. You're just a martial arts school teacher. How big is your appetite? It should be said that I'm quite dissatisfied. I was forced to expose my identity that I've been hiding for decades, and I don't know how much trouble there will be in the future. Qin Fangyang snorted, what can these things do? In an instant, Meng Tianyue, Ning Suifeng, and Meng Chuntian in the room all felt a toothache. 1 billion, 10 Astral Souls Flame Elixirs, 10,000 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls Jade, and an ancient book of cultivation methods. In exchange, they were actually asked, what can they do? This damn sentence actually could not be answered. You said that. What can they do? The two of us sincerely want to be friends with Teacher Qin, so please tell us the amount. How much do you want me satisfied? Ning Suifeng's face was already a little ugly. This Qin Fangyang, isn't he too insensible? Even if you're an expert at the peak of nascent soul, we're not ordinary people. Qin Fangyang's face was cold as he said, this unforeseen event is beyond my expectations, and it took me a lot of effort. But after all, the two of you have put in some effort. If I take all of these away, it's really not appropriate. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng frowned at the same time. Not appropriate? You actually want to take all of it? If so, I'll take a big step back. As for the money, I only want 50 billion. It's fine if it's less, but I can't let you work for nothing. As for the Astral Souls Flame Elixirs, since Shun Yushu can take out 10 of them as a reward for my life, then he must have a few hundred of them in stock. I want 100 Astral Souls Flame Elixirs, and 100 elixirs of the same grade will do. And 100 heaven and earth treasures that are more than 10,000 years old will do. I, Qin Fangyang, am not an unreasonable person. In this way, the two of you can still get a huge amount of wealth. You won't have worked for nothing, and you can consider it as repaying the favor this time. When Qin Fangyang said this, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's mouths were opened so wide that 2 duck eggs could be stuffed in. Oh right, and the top-grade jade of Astral Souls, he can easily take out 10,000 yuan. It's impossible that he doesn't have at least 1 million yuan in stock. I need this stuff, so I'll take 500,000 yuan. This is my bottom line. I hope the two of you won't say anything else. As for the ancient books of martial arts, he can take out 1, so he must have more. With the foundation of Meng clan and Ning clan, these little things are useless to you. I'll take all of them. You should have at least 10 ancient books of martial arts, right? After Qin Fangyang finished, the whole office was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Qin Fangyang frowned as if he was thinking about it, and said, the two of you, my request isn't too much, right? I've already taken a big step back. Do the two of you still want me to take another step back? Ha ha ha. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng sneered at the same time. Not too much, right? How thick-skinned are you, Qin Fangyang, to be able to say these words? If this isn't too much, then what is? Taking a big step back? You still want me to take another step back? You've already taken a step back? You're not joking, are you? Ha ha. Ning Suifeng was smiling, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly said word by word, "Teacher Qin, are you joking with me?" Bang! Qin Fangyang unexpectedly slammed the table and shouted in disdain, "Who do you think you are? Joking with you? Are you worthy?" Suddenly, he put on a hooligan's face. To be honest, Qin Fangyang's hooligan face was really not flattering. After all, he was not a hooligan. He was just acting according to the script that Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him. If Zhuo Xiaoduo did this, Ning Suifeng would have fainted from anger. But even so, Ning Suifeng's face was already ashen, and his eyes were full of crazy, killing intent. He had been the underground emperor of Phoenix City for more than 200 years. This was the first time in his life that someone pointed at his nose and said, "Are you worthy?" "Teacher Qin." Meng Tianyue's face was as cold as ice. "We have good intentions." "Good intentions? Embezzling my assets is good intentions? Then what if it is bad intentions?" Qin Fangyang felt that he was getting more and more into the role, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Shen Yushu and I have already established our karma. Our grudges have already been settled, and we won't rest until one of us dies. You guys rashly intervened, killed him, and took the money into your own pockets. Then, you give me the scraps and you say it's good intentions? Boss Meng, no wonder your business is so big, and you're the richest person in Phoenix City. It'd be weird if you didn't become the richest person in the city by doing business like this." Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and tried to restrain herself. "Teacher Qin, you can't calculate things like this." It's true that Shun Yushu has hundreds of billions of assets, and I recognize this no matter where he goes. But with his hundreds of billions of assets, just the liquid assets alone are no less than 30 billion. There's also his group, land, equipment, factories, stores. These fixed assets can't be immediately converted into cash, and the amount of cash that can be taken out is no more than 10 billion. You're asking for 50 billion right now. Don't tell me you want us to subsidize our assets to you. Meng Tianyue wanted to vomit blood. Not to mention the other things. Teacher Qin, are you deliberately making things difficult for us? If we really do as you say, what's the point of us doing this? Qin Fangyang said matter-of-factly. What's the point of you doing this has to do with me? Who told you to do it? You guys aren't even meddling in other people's business. You're just forcibly intervening. What right do you have to interfere in my business? Did you ask for my permission? The more Qin Fangyang spoke, the angrier he became. Today at 4 p.m., looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. I'm a little sad. After erupting for so long, I'll get a few more monthly votes. Chapter 173. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was using the anger manual that Zhuo Xiaoduo taught him. If you can't get angry and can't get angry, think more about how these two people deceived and used the old principle. Can you bear it? The old principle was bullied to this extent, and you can still bear to drink tea with them. It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were too vicious. Qin Fangyang's anger was at most a little bit, but after Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, it directly ignited his internal organs. That anger directly soared to the sky and was about to turn into a dragon. "I can't." Ning Suifeng's nose was trembling. He said sternly, "Qin Fangyang, don't push me too far. I'm not someone to be trifled with." Qin Fangyang slammed the table and stood up. "You're not someone to be trifled with, but you think I, Qin Fangyang, am a vegetarian? Old thing, why don't you try? Do you think I killed a few thousand people in one battle for no reason? Do you believe that I won't turn your Ning family upside down too? If you have the ability, show me your teeth again." Qin Fangyang pointed at Ning Suifeng's nose, his gaze sharp as if he was looking at the enemy who killed his father. "Old bastard, I'm giving you face and you don't want it? Must you see the blade? Do you think I can't pull it out? Do you think I don't dare to?" This general of the 5 forces who had been concealing his strength for 28 years had completely awakened under the stimulation of his extreme anger. He had never been this aggressive before. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was valiant from head to toe, his face and eyes filled with the aura of a bandit. That moment of impact made Ning Suifeng feel as if he was about to have a heart attack. Meng Tianyue didn't feel any better either. She only felt that her blood pressure was rushing up. This was a teacher? This was actually a fucking teacher. The teacher of the warrior class, who had remained indifferent for the past few decades, had remained silent all year round. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Tianyue coughed hard. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Suifeng covered his chest and coughed. The two of them were now competing with each other in regret. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have done it in the first place. As for Shen Yushu, why not just let Qin Fanyang handle it himself? There was no need for the two of them to be blinded by greed. Although Shen Yushu's burning of the mountain had more or less destroyed Phoenix Tail Mountain and affected the overall feng shui of Phoenix City, the degree of impact could not be said to be negligible. It was not too much of a hindrance. The two of them were more confident. Qin Fanyang was indeed a powerhouse at the peak of nascent soul, but he didn't have the manpower, material, and financial resources to take over all of Shen Yushu's assets. Sooner or later, they would fall into the market. With the combined power of the two, it was just a matter of convenience to deal with them. It was not much different from directly taking over. Now, this was great. He wanted to use this opportunity to make friends with a nascent soul expert, but he didn't expect that he would be such a pain in the ass. This was simply fucked by a fuck dog. The two of them didn't know that since Qin Fanyang knew about He Yuanyue's matter, he had always wanted to find trouble with them. It was just that he didn't have the right opportunity. Qin Fanyang himself was very depressed. Now, a pillow came when he wanted to sleep. How could Qin Fanyang not use this as a pretext to make a fuss and completely vent the anger in his chest? Not to mention that there was Xiaoduo, the dog-headed military advisor who was afraid that the Meng and Ning families wouldn't fall and the world wouldn't be in chaos. The way he thought of was as unreasonable as it could be and as arrogant as it could be. He was as greedy as a lion's mouth could be. Qin Fanyang. Ning Suifeng's throat seemed to be bellowing. You dare to be presumptuous. Although you are tyrannical, after all, you are only at the peak of nascent soul. Even in Phoenix City, you are not invincible. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are nothing. Ha ha, so that's the case? Then you just wait. I'd like to see what I am in your eyes. Qin Fanyang's face was full of ruthlessness. As the saying goes, taking people's money is like killing their parents. From today onwards, I will be against your two families. In the future, don't blame me if someone in your family mysteriously dies. I'll say it here. If you die without descendants, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Fanyang, you provoked me first. A threat. A red globe with threat. But at this point, Qin Fanyang himself was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that he had gone a little too far. According to Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan, at least at this stage, these two people couldn't die, let alone start to kill people from these two families. Once these two families were in turmoil, the consequences would be extremely serious. He really couldn't afford it. Now that the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, it was a good time to follow the clues and beat them at their own game. Not to mention anything else, if the two families were in trouble, the economy of the entire Phoenix City would experience a huge fluctuation. Countless people would lose their jobs, and countless people would have no food to eat. These were all foreseeable realities. At least, as was Xiaoduo's established plan, a smooth transition that didn't affect the lives of millions of people in Phoenix City was obviously impossible. After venting his anger, Qin Fanyang began to regret in his heart. In the end, I'm not as thick-skinned as was Xiaoduo. If this kid was here, he would definitely put on a smiling face and say, why are you so angry? If you have any objections, we can talk about it again. I'll give you a sky-high price. Why don't the two of you pay me back? Let's discuss. Everything can be discussed. It wasn't that Qin Fanyang didn't want to do this. He wanted to say this in his heart, but his negative emotions towards the other party forced him to say it out loud. So Xiaoduo can be shameless, but can I be as shameless? I still have to be a role model in the future. Bah, I've always been a role model and a role model. Today was just a stopgap measured up. Stopgap measures can't continue. It can't be repeated. Both sides were in a dilemma and gradually reached a state of mutual hostility. Suddenly, a voice broke the deadlock. Uncle Chin, Uncle Ning, Dad. Meng Chintian still had a smile on his face as he said, "We're a family, so why are we talking about this? We're just joking. Why can't we talk about it properly? Why can't we talk about it slowly?" Meng Chintian smiled. "Dad, you're really too much. Even if you ask for a sky-high price, there's always someone who can pay you back. You and Uncle Ning are really too much. Uncle Chin was just joking with you. With his character and cultivation level, how can he really care about such a small thing? You guys are really good. You just directly got carried away." "Uh-huh." Meng Chintian laughed and bowed to make Qin Fangyang sit down again. Then he went over to help Ning Suifeng to sit down. Finally, he helped Meng Tianyue to sit down. Then he said with some dissatisfaction, "Dad, you and Uncle Ning are really... As a junior, I can see clearly. In fact, this matter is really not a big deal, but, to be honest, you two have been in a high position for too long. You really think you're in a superior position. Not only can you not put down your face, but your temper is getting worse and worse. This is not good. Although it's not my place to say this situation is not good for the business and future development of our two families, right?" Then he turned his head and said in a sincere tone, "Uncle Chin, according to common sense, what you said is not wrong at all. Any normal person would have the same thoughts as you. Shun Tian expresses my understanding. However, although your cultivation is high, you have never done business before. You don't know the twists and turns in this matter." With a face full of sincerity, he said in a gentle voice, "In the business world, there is mutual deception and scheming. Naturally, there is also a lot of empty talk. Groups, buildings, companies, everything on the surface is just a shell. All the money is spinning on the road. In our words, only by spinning fast can you earn fast. To be more specific, it's in goods, real estate, and many, many more. It's in the form of money held down by business partners. The so-called $10 billion group can transfer no more than $100 million in cash at any time. This can be found everywhere. Take our South G City's Kong, the Elixir Company, for example. Everyone knows that he is the boss of a $100 billion company. Just a few days ago, he called me and planned to borrow $80 million in cash for a period of time. Really, this is not a lie at all. The transfer record is still with me. Shin Yushu's net worth is not small, but the results of his business these years are very ordinary, resulting in a huge backlog of inventory. His Shun Group is really just a shelf. Of course, if we estimate the total market value, there is still $100 billion. But when it comes to cash, even $10 billion is not enough." Meng Chintian sighed. "This is business. It's very difficult. Uncle Chin, you have to understand our difficulties. My father sincerely wants to be friends with you. As for taking advantage of you, it's just a small matter. To put it bluntly, we have already dealt with Shun Yushu through the government. Even if we don't tell you, Uncle Chin, isn't it fine to swallow it? Why should we make things difficult in front of you? Don't you think so? Think about it carefully." "Isn't it just a small matter? It's just that my father and Uncle Ning are not willing to go against their conscience and can't do such a thing. So, there's really no such thing as embezzling your property." Meng Chintian and the other two comforted him. Slowly, the three of them calmed down. Qin Fangyang took advantage of the situation, and Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were also reminded by Meng Chintian. Reason took over again. Qin Fangyang looked at Meng Chintian. This was the first time he looked at Meng Chintian. He realized that compared to Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng, this Meng Chintian was the most difficult to deal with. It was not hard to imagine how meticulous this person's mind was just based on his eloquence and his thoughtfulness. "Then what do you think we should do?" Qin Fangyang slammed the table. "Is this the so-called sincere way of making friends? You made me lose so many benefits for no reason. If it weren't for this wealth, do you think I would expose my identity and break the peace of my life for decades?" Ning Suifeng was about to rush up again. But Meng Chintian's words, "I changed it 4 or 5 times. After all, I'm not a businessman, and I'm not a smooth and slick person. It's so difficult." Chapter 174. Meng Tianyue had completely regained her senses. She panted and forced a smile. Teacher Qin, your original intention is not wrong, but the condition you proposed is too much. Perhaps you have already taken a big step back, but it is still unrealistic and even ridiculous. Qin Fanyang looked at him from the corner of his eyes, trying hard to control his impulse to slap him to death. There were already quite a number of people waiting outside. Qin Fanyang used his divine sense to check, and was surprised to find that there were a few people who were not weaker than him. He became more vigilant. The strength of these two clans was really unexpectedly deep and profound. Teacher Qin, I will say it again. We sincerely want to be friends with you. Things have changed to this point. It is not my wish, nor is it Master Ning's wish. Meng Tianyue said, how about this? I'll give you a number, and you can consider it carefully. If it works, then we'll both be happy. From now on, we'll often meet each other. At least we'll be acquaintances. If it doesn't work, then we'll have to rely on our own means in the future. Even if Brother Ning and I did something stupid today. Qin Fanyang was unmoved. Say it. I am listening. Star Yuan, 10 billion. Astral Souls Flame Pill, 200. 10,000-year-old Spiritual Herbs, 10. High-grade Astral Souls Jade, 20,000. The cultivation method is still the same. That is all. Do you think it is okay? Meng Tianyue said slowly. Ning Suifeng said angrily. Meng Tianyue. Meng Tianyue smiled bitterly. Brother Ning, if Teacher Qin can accept it, I think it is worth it. Ning Suifeng gasped for breath. With just these, Shen Yushu's wealth was not enough. At the very least, the Star Soul Flame Pill would require the two clans to contribute quite a bit. The 10,000-year spiritual herbs would also need to be contributed. Qin Fanyang looked at Ning Suifeng. Master Ning, I don't know what you think. Do you agree or disagree? Ning Suifeng opened his mouth and saw Meng Tianyue winking at him. He turned his head sullenly. I agree. Deal. Qin Fanyang slapped the table and laughed. The two bosses are indeed straightforward people. They are decisive and generous. If you want to fight, then. Hearing this, Ning Suifeng immediately turned around and got angry. Then he was stunned. Deal. Not only him, but even Meng Tianyue was also a little confused. The deal was done just like that. Qin Fanyang actually did not take another step forward. I even left him a little room to bargain. Since the price has been settled, I'll have to trouble the two of you to make some preparations. I'm going to take it away now. Money is really a good thing. However, it's best to leave in your own hands. That's the most reassuring and stable thing. There's no time to lose. A long night is fraught with dreams. Qin Fanyang crossed his legs and started drinking tea. At the same time, he said, by the way, Master Ning, don't forget to send the 2 kilograms of tea you promised me tomorrow. Ning Suifeng. Okay. Meng Tianyue did not delay and went out to prepare the supplies. Only Meng Tianyue, Ning Suifeng, and Qin Fanyang were left in the room. It had to be said that Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng were really sly old foxes. Just now, they had lost control of their emotions. Now that they had regained their rationality, they were not angry at all. Instead, they started to talk and laugh with Qin Fanyang again. Boss Meng, Master Ning, your two families really have deep foundations. Qin Fanyang said leisurely. Since we've cooperated, you can also let your shadow bodyguards rest. Won't they be tired if they stay like this all the time? Ning Suifeng laughed. Shadow bodyguards, their greatest value lies in the word shadow. If they come out, they're not shadow bodyguards anymore. He narrowed his eyes and said, besides, facing a super great master like Teacher Qin, without shadow bodyguards, how would I dare to hit the table with Teacher Qin? Then he burst into laughter. Qin Fanyang also laughed. He looked at the position beside Meng Tianyue and then at the position beside Ning Suifeng. He sighed sincerely. With such bodyguards, no matter who wants to kill the two of you, it won't be an easy thing. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng looked at each other and laughed in unison. Not long later, Meng Tianyue came back with a space ring. Teacher Qin, The money has been transferred to your card. The password is, as for the astral soul's jade, the elixirs, they're all in this ring. The elixirs have been stored in a warm jade box. Not bad, not bad. You're really not bad. Qin Fangyang praised. Then, that's it for today. Master Ning, don't forget about the tea leaves. I really like them. Before he could finish his sentence, he stood up and left. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, Teacher Qin, if there's time, I'll call you and we'll drink tea together. I guarantee that it'll be good tea that Teacher Qin likes. Okay. Qin Fangyang's voice came from afar. The other side seemed to be thousands of feet away. What a loss. After a long time, when he was sure that Qin Fangyang was far away, Ning Suifeng sighed. It's indeed a loss. Meng Tianhua said. Our initial plan was to use a sum of money to buy him over and make him owe us a favor. Then he would help us do things. But the situation changed again and again. We didn't even have the chance to say what we wanted him to do. Even if we had the chance, it wouldn't have worked. If it wasn't for Qin Tian, who came out to smooth things over, our relationship would have been strained. Meng Tianhua sighed. We misjudged Qin Fangyang's personality. We thought that he was a man of character and could be easily bullied. But we didn't expect that he's a typical outlaw. I'm guessing that the death of Shun Yushu's son, Shun Tainan, could have been caused by him. He used this to trigger Shun Yushu's killing intent. Then, he was killed by Shun Tainan and obtained a large amount of wealth. If not for this, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. From the root of it, we're really snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Why else do you think I was willing to give him so much money just to let him get rid of his resentment? Our family is big. We can't afford to waste time with him. If he's determined to assassinate us, it'll be a headache. Losses will be inevitable. Meng Qintian said quietly, but today's start is still a good thing. We can slowly contact him in the future. Friendship can't be built in a day. A friendship that can be built in a day isn't friendship, it's hypocrisy. That's right. Ning Suifeng nodded in agreement. Meng Tianyue said, Qin Fangyang's matter can be planned slowly. If it doesn't work, we can still put pressure on Second High. We can even reveal today's matter to Second High. We can label Shun Tianan's death and the plan to kill him as a conspiracy. It's a complete scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. Then like that year, one in the light, one in the dark, one in the dark, one in the right, one in the right. Let He Yuanyue put pressure on Qin Fangyang. Won't everything be easy to do? That's right. Ning Suifeng said. It's true that our initial prediction was wrong. I didn't expect Qin Fangyang to be a troublemaker who doesn't play by the rules. It's really unexpected. Meng Qintian frowned and said, Father, Master Ning, I'm afraid we can't make a conclusion about Qin Fangyang's character. When he first came in, and even when he met me, his personality was completely different. He probably said that he wanted to make a phone call, and after he answered the phone call, his whole person changed. I think this phone call is the key. Meng Tianhua suddenly woke up and said, That's right. Go and check who Qin Fangyang called just now. It's useless. Meng Qintian said. I went out and checked just now. Qin Fangyang's registered phone number in Second High, it didn't show that he made a call. The number he used just now should be another secret number. It's impossible to check. Then we'll pay close attention later. Ning Suifeng stood up tiredly. I've had enough today. It's really been too long since I've had such an experience. I've actually tasted it all today. I'm going back to rest. Tomorrow, I'll even send him tea leaves. Damn it. Meng Tianyue smiled bitterly and said, There's really no other way. Oh, by the way, Brother Ning, what do you think about the marriage between Qin Tian and Qin Qing? Ning Suifeng paused and sighed, saying, I've told that girl, but she's very wild now. She doesn't listen to me at all. Qin Tian, you see if you should take the initiative to get in touch with her more. After all, it's a matter between you young people. You can't expect me and your father to decide directly. How uncomfortable that would be. Meng Qintian smiled and said, Okay, Uncle Ning, but as for Qin Sheng, it's still up to her. I respect her choice. Ning Suifeng shook his head and sighed. He took his people and left. Meng Tianyue and Meng Qintian looked at each other and were speechless. Let's discuss it again. Okay. Qin Fanyang left the main group and went straight back to second high. He then walked around second high, changed his clothes, and rushed into the sky, hiding in layers of clouds. When he reappeared, he was already beside Zhou Xiaoduo's window. He gently knocked twice. Dong dong. Teacher Qin is here. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately opened the window. Qin Fanyang flipped in and nodded. Spiritual sense is here too. Zhou Xiaoyan bowed slightly. Hello, Teacher Qin. In good. Qin Fanyang said, how are the preparations on your side? Teacher Mu has already started. Zhou Xiaoduo looked unprecedentedly serious and said in a deep voice, when she comes back, we can start the next step of the arrangement. The problem now is, when can your people be in place? Qin Fanyang took out his phone and shook it, saying, Sister Lan and Luo Lai will come with one call. We've already agreed before. Let's gather outside the city. The risk of being exposed is lower. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo was suddenly curious. Teacher Qin, how is it? How's the harvest this time? Qin Fanyang smiled, but he couldn't help but sigh, saying, this world is really the world of bandits and ruffians. But this success, I don't know what to say. Zhou Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. This doesn't sound right. Sure enough, Qin Fanyang stared at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo, your temperament is a bit skewed. Look at the ideas you came up with. Aren't they pure ruffians? Chapter 175. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. This old man used my methods and wisdom to take advantage of me, and now he's lecturing me. This is intolerable. In this world, only bandits and hooligans can achieve their goals. Qin Fanyang lectured, Zhou Xiaoduo, you have to be careful. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Teacher Qin, how much did you get? Can you give me a definite answer? Sigh. Qin Fanyang sighed. 10 billion star dollars, 200 astral souls flame pills, 10,000-year-old elixirs, 20,000 high-grade jade of astral souls, and a martial arts manual. Wow. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes immediately turned into a resplendent golden color. He jumped for joy and grabbed Qin Fanyang's arm. Teacher Qin, my most respected and worshipped Teacher Qin. Qin Fanyang's face turned cold. He swung his arm fiercely. Get off me. Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body hung on Qin Mo's arm tightly. He spun around a few times without letting go. His face was full of flattery, and his voice was extremely corny. Teacher Qin, you can't forget that I am a great contributor. I gave you advice, I was at your beck and call, and I worked my heart out for you. Teacher Qin, even if you eat meat, you have to let me, your student, drink some soup. Get lost. If you dare to say one more word about me, I'll kill you right now. Qin Fanyang had a thick layer of goosebumps all over his body. He swung Zhou Xiaoduo more than a dozen times, but he still couldn't shake him off. This showed how obsessed he was with money. He said angrily, this money is ill-gotten wealth. Do you know that? What do you want it for? I plan to keep a portion of it in second high, donate another portion to the Empire's military, and donate the last portion to the Academy of Sciences. How many good things can be made with this much money? How many hot-blooded men can it save? You miser. I see. When Zhou Xiaoduo heard that it was a serious matter, he stopped pestering her. He paused for a moment and said, then I must donate with you. The donor is Qin Fanyang, Zhou Xiaoduo. I spent a lot of money on this project. It's a must to have the right to sign the project. As long as you don't mind the trouble, it doesn't matter if you remove my name. Just write that it was donated by Zhou Xiaoduo. Anyway, I was planning to donate it anonymously. Qin Fanyang snorted and narrowed his eyes. But are you sure you want to donate using your real name? Zhou Xiaoduo shuddered at the thought of the trouble that would come with donating a huge sum of money. I'm not sure. You can't write my name. Master Zhou has always done good deeds without leaving his name. Who do you think you are? Qin Fanyang slapped Zhou Xiaoduo and sent him flying onto the bed. Zhou Xiaoyan looked distressed. Damn, This teacher is so rude that, but as a teacher, no one could interfere when he was teaching his student a lesson. Moreover, he was teaching his student to get rid of his problems. Well, that damn mouth of his should be controlled. His parents and himself couldn't bring themselves to do it. With Master Qin's help, it would be a good thing. At this moment, the wind whistled outside the window. Mu Yinyan's beautiful figure came in through the window. Done. Master Mu, you are so awesome. It didn't take much time. So Xiao Duo praised her from the bottom of his heart. Then he asked, is there any problem with the Meng Group's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral grave? No problem at all. The whole process was carried out strictly according to your instructions. I can guarantee that no one will find out. Mu Yinyan was very indifferent. It would be strange if such a peerless master couldn't do such a sneaky thing without anyone noticing. As for the 2 stones placed in the 2 artificial lakes, I directly placed them in the soil 19 meters below the spring in the center of the lake. So Xiao Duo was worried. They won't be washed away or moved by the water, right? How is that possible? Mu Yinyan looked at Xiao Duo with some displeasure. This kid, he doesn't trust me? Even if there's an earthquake, those 2 coins will be safe and sound. They will be as stable as a mountain. That's good, that's good. So Xiao Duo immediately took on the role of commander-in-chief. Sister Nian Yin, take the piggy bank and let's go. The follow-up operation begins. Enough. Qin Fanyang took out his phone and sent out 2 messages. On the other side, Sister Lan and Luo Lai silently rose from the 2nd high school's campus and rushed into the clouds. Like lightning, they dashed out of the city. On the other side, Qin Fanyang grabbed Zhuoxiao's neck and flew away like lightning. Zhuoxiaoyan hurriedly chased after him. Master Qin, can't you grab his collar? At least it will make you feel better. He actually grabbed the dog's neck. That's too uncomfortable, isn't it? However, Qin Fanyang's speed was so fast that he ignored her. He still grabbed Zhuoxiao's neck and disappeared in a flash. Zhuoxiaoyan desperately chased after him with the piggy bank. Suddenly, a figure flashed. It was Mu Yinyan who came to Zhuoxiaoyan's side. She grabbed her shoulder and suddenly sped up. Suddenly, the master and disciple disappeared in midair. So Xiao Duo, who was being held by the neck, struggled in the air. He wanted to resist, but he also wanted to beg for mercy. However, the hurricane directly forced all his words back into his stomach. So Xiao Duo tactfully shut his mouth and closed his eyes. However, his hair had long been uncontrollably messy and soared into the sky. The flesh on his cheeks trembled as the wind blew against them. If Xiaoduo's current state was to be described with 3 words, it would be suffocating. His 2 arms flailed and his 2 legs kicked. He was like a tortoise that had been caught. He was carried by Qin Fanyang and flew for 300 miles. Bang! The moment the 2 arrived at the mountain outside the city, Xiao Duo was thrown down. He stood up and fell back down dizzily. He muttered, I must have done something wrong in my previous life. I can't believe I met such a master in this life. God, Qin Fanyang said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you complaining about? As a martial artist, you don't know how to adjust your breathing in the air. You are blown like this by the wind, and you still have the face to complain. No matter what the situation is, the rhythm of your breathing can't be messed up. If you can't breathe externally, can't you breathe internally? A martial artist must remember that the threat of life and death is always with you. Only in this way can you ensure that you can adapt to new situations at any time. Look at you, complaining to the heavens and the earth. You are a good-for-nothing. Zhuoxiao's face turned green. He lowered his head obediently and listened to the lecture. He had forgotten just now. After being lectured, he really couldn't refute it. Sister Lan and Luo Lai were already standing in the shadows. When they saw Qin Fanyang and his disciple arrive, they walked out at the same time. How do we do it? Where do we start? We still have to wait. So Xiao Duo looked into the distance. After a while, Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan's graceful figures appeared in the air like fairies and slowly landed. Sister Nian Nian. Zhuo Xiaoduo stroked his hair and hurriedly went forward. The two mountains and the two lakes belong to the heavenly eye in the aura examination technique. Therefore you, the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline, have to do it personally. Place the coin in the deepest part of the spring and make sure that it won't be shaken by external forces. It has to be firm and firm. There can't be any possibility of it shaking. We're going to open the mountain later. If it shakes, all our previous efforts will be wasted. You have to do it immediately. You can ask Teacher Mu to accompany you. You have to be quick. When you're done, come back here and meet us. Also, don't take out the coin before it enters the water. Okay, I understand. Zhuo Xiaoyan memorized Zhuo Xiaoduo's instructions with a serious expression and repeated them. Mu Yinyan was worried that her disciple was too slow and didn't want to be delayed. She simply grabbed Zhuo Xiaoyan and flew away. Teacher Qin, please go to the two man-made lakes and confirm the situation of the water inlet and outlet. If you can move it a little. Okay. Qin Fanyan's work was exceptionally easy. He was also very fast. It only took him a few minutes to fly back on his sword. I'm done here. They're not back yet? Not yet. Well, their work is more troublesome, especially to fix the coin. We can't be careless. It's okay if they're a little slow. When they come back, we have to start the follow-up immediately. Try to finish all the work tonight to minimize the possibility of being exposed. Okay. The moonlight tonight was extremely dim. The world was gray, and it was almost impossible to see beyond a few steps. So Xiaoduo looked at the gray in front of him and suddenly couldn't help but ask himself, isn't this too cruel? But then he made up his mind. To deal with such people, even if it was 10,000 times more cruel, it should be done. If it wasn't cruel enough, how could he completely destroy the enemy? To be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to himself and to everyone on his side. After less than a quarter of an hour, Mu Yinyan flew back with Zhuo Xiaoyan. The coin at the bottom of the lake has been placed properly. Now we can start the follow-up. Teacher Qin, please team up with Aunt Lan. It's Yin and Yang. Well, I'll be there too. I'll command on the spot. Teacher Luo, Teacher Mu, and Sister Nian, please go to the west and act according to the plan. Okay. Mu Yinyan, Luo Lai, and Zhuo Xiaoyan flew away together. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo and left together. Both of them felt a little strange. You're commanding on the spot? Damn it, you're commanding us. So this guy isn't ready to work at all? So, the hurricane infusion state was started again. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had learned his lesson. He shut his mouth and eyes tightly and activated his internal circulation. He only felt a wave of cool air pouring down from the top of his head and a wave of burning air surging up from the bottom of his feet. Above it was the Ren meridian, below it was the Du meridian, and gradually merged up and down at the tailbone. Thus suddenly, Qin Fangyang, who was grabbing his neck, was shocked and stopped moving at high speed. Chapter 176. Sister Lan did not know what was going on and instinctively stopped as well. Qin Fangyang slapped Zhuo Xiaoduo's face and woke him up from his meditation. His voice was filled with fear as he said, "What time is this? You're not allowed to break through." Zhuo Xiaoduo felt his head buzzing. His surging primordial qi, which was in urgent need of an outlet, suddenly dissipated and calmed down. Sister Lan asked in surprise, "Breakthrough? Just now." Qin Fangyang was speechless. I don't know what kind of freak this kid is. I held him by the neck, and he almost broke through the bottleneck of the innate stage. The muscles on Sister Lan's face twitched. This kid is so talented, even if he has reached the peak of martial master, but it's great that he can break through in such a special environment. Qin Fangyang was still a little angry. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If I let him break through like this, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Sister Lan was also an expert in cultivation. She agreed. Yes, if he broke through in such a situation, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Duo was confused. Isn't a good thing to break through? Why do you two look like it's the end of the world? Why is there a lot of trouble? We'll talk about this in class tomorrow. Your cultivation progress is so fast that you don't know much about the basics of cultivation. Now, control yourself. No matter what, you can't break through the bottleneck. Do you understand? Qin Fanyang warned sternly. Understood. Although with Duo said that he understood, he really didn't understand what was going on just now. However, after being interrupted by Qin Fanyang, he couldn't find that strange feeling anymore. Even if he wanted to break through again, it would be impossible for him. However, Qin Fanyang did not dare to hold him by the neck again. If this kid did it again, it would be difficult to stop him. He turned around and held his arm. He even used some of his primordial qi to help him block the wind, forming an air shield as they flew. Duo suddenly received preferential treatment and was actually somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. It was so comfortable that moments later, the three of them arrived at the peak of the Eastern Mountain. Carefree Peak, also known as Carefree Slope, was the location of the Phoenix's right wing as seen by the aura examination technique. At the top of the mountain, there was a crystal-clear lake. On the far right was a dam, while on the left was a natural mountain that blocked the flow of the lake water, causing the water to flow east along the dam. At the foot of this mountain was the Wenshui River. The water flowed slowly into a canyon and gradually disappeared. On the other side of the canyon was the surging Azure Billow River. The Wenshui River protruded from a part of the canyon, transforming into a waterfall that converged with the Kanglan River. Duo pointed at the canyon and said, "Later, we have to block that side and block the flow of the water. Then we have to raise the dam on the opposite side of the lake and move part of the mountain range over there. This will make the lake water rush down from here and rush to the west. It will drive the water flow and cause it to reverse direction. The banks on both sides of the river have to be raised to a certain height. Raise it to the point where the water can flow against the current, and it won't be destroyed no matter how heavy the rain." Sister Lan sighed. "So you want me to be your coolie?" Qin Fangyang's eyebrows twitched. Last night, when he heard Duo talking about it, he felt that it was extremely easy. But now that he was on the ground, he realized that it was a huge project when he actually did it. "Let me test the situation on the other side of the canyon first." Qin Fanyang flew up. In the air, his whole body suddenly burst out with dazzling sword light and slowly descended. The moment he landed, his 2 feet stepped on the rocks of the canyon, giving off a feeling that the whole sky was pressing down on them. Endless mighty power was slowly released from his feet. The bottom of the canyon under his feet constantly emitted cracking sounds, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Under Duo's dumbfounded gaze, the entire canyon actually collapsed. With a loud bang, the water stirred up waves of thousands of feet high. Sister Lan, who had wanted to help, had a look of admiration in her eyes. "Not bad, not bad. Qin Fanyang's brain is quite good. He just channeled his power down and used his Yin force to completely crush the rocks directly below. Once enough is destroyed, he will press down heavily. Naturally, it will not be able to withstand the weight above, and it will collapse on its own. This way, he can perfectly block the exit of the water." Qin Fanyang followed the same pattern and lowered the mountains on both sides neatly by 7 to 8 meters. Wenshui River, which was slowly approaching, gradually lost its way. The river water began to accumulate, and the water level kept rising. "It's my turn." Sister Lan flew up, her sleeves fluttering. In a flash, she had already reached the mountain on this side. Her sword light flashed continuously, connecting into one. Then, with a soft shout from Sister Lan, a mountain that was at least a few 100,000 pounds had already left its original position. Sister Lan carried it along the shore of the lake to the opposite side, and then casually threw it into the lake beside the dam on the other side. Boom! The water rushed up to the sky. Duo watched until his neck stretched out, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. From here to the other side, it was a few dozen miles that Sister Lan went over just like that, as if she was dancing. When he proposed this idea, Zhuo was actually not very confident. Saying that it would be completed in one night was just the most optimistic scenario. There was a 99% chance that it would be impossible. The reason was very simple. The project was really too big, at least in Zhuo's knowledge. It was moving mountains and filling the sea. However, he did not say it out loud. He was afraid that it would be too big a project and cause everyone's enthusiasm to diminish. He planned to take it one step at a time and see how far he could go. But now, it seemed that this project, which was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, was not easy in the hands of Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan. But really, it was not difficult at all. After Qin Fangyang blocked the river, he also started to move the mountain. His method was more meticulous. He turned the mountain rocks into pieces, and in the process of moving them, he gradually increased the height of the canyon and the topography of both sides of the river. Sister Lan was also constantly moving the rocks from this side to the other side. Zhuo stared blankly at them. The two of them moved the mountain back and forth, but it did not affect the native vegetation on the mountain. Whether it was sand, soil, trees, or grass, all of them were moved over in perfect condition. The mountain, which was made up of many broken rocks, was a complete, square rock in the hands of the two of them. Well, anyway, looking at the two of them, it was more like tofu. The mountain, which was almost 2,000 meters high, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, when Sister Lan and Qin Fangyang moved two relatively large rocks at the same time, boom, the water of the heavenly jewel lake finally began to pour down from the gap that appeared on this side. At this moment, Zhuo clearly saw the two of them turn their heads to look at him. "It won't work. It's not enough." Zhuo hurriedly shouted. "It has been raining heavily for the past 2 days. The lake water has accumulated a lot more than usual. Now, we need to calculate the water level according to the usual water level. No matter what, we have to go down another 7 or 8 meters. 7 or 8 meters. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan both rolled their eyes. That's just one more rock each. What's the point? As the last rock was moved away, the water of the heavenly jewel lake gushed down and converged into the Wenshui River. The water of the Wenshui River had already accumulated to a certain height. With the gushing of the water, it immediately reversed direction and started to flow back. Now, what we need to do is to continue to raise the riverbank. I didn't expect the water to accumulate to such a height. If the dam bursts from here, the other side will suffer." Qin Fangyang rubbed his chin and looked at it for a while. Then, he began to move the rocks down from the mountain nearby. "Try your best to erase all traces so that our actions won't be discovered by others as much as possible. Of course, it's best if we don't get discovered by others." Zhuo reminded him of the principle of perfection. "No problem." Sister Lan and Qin Fangyang agreed at the same time. Then, the two of them got busy again. Another hour passed. Finally, the two of them straightened their backs, sweating profusely and panting. Although the two of them were great grandmasters, they had been moving mountains and filling seas for so long. Furthermore, they had to be meticulous and careful at every step. They were afraid that they would accidentally cause the dam to collapse. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tired. What was more tiring was their mental energy. The two of them had put in more mental energy than physical energy. It was not inferior to the exhaustion of a huge battle. However, the effect was very obvious. It was immediate and clear at a glance. As the lake water continued to pour down, the Wenshui River indeed flowed in the opposite direction as Zhuo had said. The river water flowed leisurely and surged forward. Moreover, it felt very natural and there was no obstruction at all. "The work here is done," Zhuo said. "Next, we will follow the Wenshui River and head west. Along the way, we will take care of whatever we can." "All right." Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan agreed verbally. However, in their hearts, they had the urge to roll their eyes. This brat really had an evil landlord's temper. He had just finished such heavy work, and he didn't even say a word about taking a break, that he was desperately squeezing the labor force. Swishaoduo obviously didn't know what the two of them were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely say that he was wronged. Both of you looked more relaxed than the other. I thought you weren't tired at all. The two of them sprinted along the way. This time, they were purely relying on Zhua Xiaoduo's speed. The faster he ran, the closer Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan followed. Even though Zhua Xiaoduo had been sprinting all the way and was so tired that he stuck his tongue out, he couldn't leave the two of them even half a step behind. They ran like this for a full 70 to 80 miles. Only then did they see the scene of the rivers from the east and west colliding with each other. However, the river water from the west had obviously weakened a lot. It seemed that the Lingzhu Lake in the west had also begun to take effect. As time went on, the river water from the east gradually showed an effortless momentum, driving the river water from the west all the way back. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. It's very much like two armies facing each other. One side is strong, the other side is weak. It gradually evolved into a crushing situation. Qin Fanyang's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, begging for monthly votes, subscription, recommendation votes. Oh my God, why is this new month so long? I'm so tired. Chapter 177. The three of them followed the river all the way to the west. Along the way, Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan quickly cleared out the higher terrains and leveled them up. The water flowed all the way forward. At this time, the sky was already showing signs of light. It's 4:20 in the morning. So if the Xiaoduo looked at the time, we have to speed up. We can definitely finish it quickly. At most, we'll reach Phoenix Ridge in another 50 miles. There won't be a problem. Qin Fanyang looked at the mountain in the distance and made a rough estimation. As they were talking, there was a rumbling sound in front of them. Mu Yin and the others had also finished the transformation and were coming along the riverbank to deal with the obstructed areas. Qin Fanyang smiled and sped up again. After about 15 minutes, the two sides met. Done? Done. What about your side? Naturally, it's also done. There were 6 people on both sides. Except for Zhua Xiaoduo, the other 5 were all very tired, but they all forced themselves to pretend that they were not tired at all. Let's go to Lingzhu Lake and see if there are any flaws. Zhua Xiaoduo suggested. At Lingzhu Lake, Zhua Xiaoduo carefully observed the landscape here. Because of Mu Yin and Zhua Xiaoyan's meticulousness, the traces were cleaned up more naturally than the other side. The rolling river water flowed through the big hole under Phoenix Ridge and flowed into the Hanshui River. Everything was done without a trace. If it weren't for the preconceived idea, even Zhua Xiaoduo wouldn't be able to see that there was a reversal of the universe here. Luo Lai wiped the sweat on his face and grimaced. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to be a pangolin in my life. The whole 30-mile-long tunnel through the mountains and water was all opened by me alone. I have never done such a laborious work in my life. Old Qin, you have to treat me to a good drink and a good meal tomorrow. No problem, no problem. Qin Fanyang agreed. Everyone will go. I'll take care of the celebration feast. I won't be going. Sis Lan hesitated for a moment and said, I still have to take care of the former principal. Qin Fanyang's intentions were somewhat impure to begin with. He hurriedly advised, Sister Lan, we've accomplished great things here. How can we not celebrate? Invite the old principal along. Sister Lan snorted and said, Who is the old principal? Drink with you guys? What are you thinking? Qin Fangyang was a little disheartened. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Zhua Xiaoduo was very anxious. I wonder if anyone still has the energy to send Sister Yin back quickly. We must put the piggy bank away before the sun rises. Zhua Xiaoduo really didn't expect that this huge project would be completed overnight. The Zhua Xiaoyan part of the whole plan was actually a flaw that wasn't really a flaw. With Zhua Xiaoyan's current state, she might not be able to return home in time with her own strength. Mu Yin said, I'll go. Be sure to put it under the bed, directly under the pillow. Seal it well and don't move it. We'll use the same method of placing it. Be careful. Zhuo was still worried and reminded her again. There was a flash of sword light. Mu Yinyan had already grabbed Zhuo with her left hand and Zhuo Xiaoyan with her right hand and disappeared into the night sky. Since you're so worried, let's go together. Sister Lan looked in the direction Mu Yinyan left and said, flying 1,000 swords. Qin Fangyang, you're in this realm now, right? Qin Fangyang said, why? A breakthrough is right in front of you. Sister Lan said lightly. Qin Fangyang, you have to hurry. I don't know what your plans are after you break through. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment and said, I can break through at any time. I must find Qianqian first before I do anything. Sister Lan sighed and said softly, Qin Fangyang, it's better not to see her. Qin Fangyang said nothing. Sister Lan said lightly, according to what you said, I'm afraid your wife is no longer in this world. Why bother to look for someone who doesn't exist and waste such a good time? Qin Fangyang also said lightly, no, she must still be here. If she's no longer here, I will sense it. Sister Lan sighed faintly. Even if you find her, she has no cultivation and can't continue to absorb spiritual energy. The best-case scenario is that she's just an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair. What's the point? Qin Fangyang took a long breath and said, you mean you want me to let it go now? Then, he would find a new cultivator as his partner and live in harmony with the zither? Never find Qianqian again? He abruptly turned his head and stared intently at Sister Lan. The woman who gave up everything for me, her youth, her feelings, her love, her future, her aptitude, her life. Let her quietly die in a place that I don't even know about. Is that what you mean? Perhaps many years later, when I break through the cloud transformation realm, my lifespan will be longer and I'll laugh proudly in the world with my immortal partner. Then, I'll forget that poor woman who's already under a pile of yellow soil forever. At that time, I'll live until my lifespan is so long that I can't even remember her, to the point where I can't even remember her name and her face. Qin Fangyang stood alone as he looked at the night sky that had already begun to change slightly. He gently exhaled as if he had exhaled decades of yearning in one breath. He softly said, is that so? Sister Lan couldn't help but be speechless. Qin Fangyang laughed self-deprecatingly. Now it's my turn to ask you. If I do that, what's the point of everything Qianqian has done for me? What's worth in the world? She gave up everything just to save a heartless man? Did she lose out? Qin Fangyang turned his head and looked at Sister Lan with a sharp gaze. What do you think? Sister Lan sighed softly and turned her head to avoid Qin Fangyang's gaze. She said faintly, women can be so silly sometimes. Maybe she'd rather you forget her completely and not remember her at all. That's right. That's why she's worth remembering. She's worth me spending the rest of my life to find her. Qin Fangyang's emotions slowly became agitated. He said, I want to tell her. Tell her. Her love back then was not given to the wrong person. Tell her. Her sacrifice back then was not in vain. Tell her. The person she sacrificed everything to protect back then was not a heartless man. Even if she died immediately when I saw her, she should have left with satisfaction and not with regret. Even if she closed her eyes, she would still be worried about me and worry about my future. She would not have left alone with nothing, because when she closed her eyes, what she took away was the love that she had no regrets in her life. If I can't even give her this, then am I, Qin Fangyang, still a man? Am I still a man? All of you want to fulfill her wish and want to fulfill her wish. But why doesn't anyone think of fulfilling my wish? Qin Fangyang roared angrily. Have you ever thought about it? Are you really doing her a favor by helping her like this? Can't you see how cruel this is to her? Sister Lan was speechless. Luo Lai was also speechless. As Qin Fangyang's close friend, he obviously knew about Qin Fangyang's past. At this moment, there was only Qin Fangyang's heavy breathing in the air. Every breath was mixed with a kind of exhaustion and helplessness. That was knowing that there was a road ahead, but not daring to take a step forward. Heartbroken as he watched the most important person in his life slowly wither away. That kind of heartbroken calmness. That kind of heart-wrenching waiting. But he couldn't say a single word, and he couldn't change his gaze. Beside him, the sound of flowing water from the Wenshui River could be heard. Qin Fangyang looked at the river flowing happily to the west with envy. Many years later, the flowing water here would still be so cheerful and smooth, and it would still make the same sound. But the person I love would already be gone by then. I still know that she is still alive. But by then, it would be hard for me to even have the chance to suffer like today. At this moment, the east slowly brightened up. A red sun suddenly protruded from the horizon, emitting thousands of rays of golden light. The mountains and rivers were dyed with a layer of brilliant gold. Let's go back. Qin Fangyang lowered his head and moved his feet mechanically. Like a walking corpse, he staggered towards the direction of Phoenix City. Sister Lan looked at Qin Fangyang's back and inexplicably felt Qin Fangyang's extreme sorrow. The morning sun revived all living things, making everything bright and beautiful. However, Qin Fangyang, who was walking towards the sun, looked like a zombie that had decayed for tens of thousands of years. He could fall to the ground at any time and turn into dust with a snap of a finger. Sigh. Sister Lan sighed. Luo Lai, who was at the side, said softly, "Old Qin is really not having it easy. We should also help him find his wife. I hope that the heavens will not be so cruel to let this pair of lovers be unable to meet, even in death." Sister Lan glanced at Luo Lai and did not speak for a long time. She let out a sigh. Sister Lan really did not know what to do about this matter. She knew about Qin Fangyang's persistence, but she also knew about He Yuanyue's temper. If the two of them really acknowledged each other, then He Yuanyue would probably leave that night. Because she knew that her life was the biggest burden to Qin Fangyang. As long as she was still around, Qin Fangyang would definitely not let go of her to find his own happiness. Therefore, He Yuanyue would not allow this to happen. She would rather die silently. Everything would be over once she died. You know that I am no longer around, so you should give up. With your character, ability, and cultivation, there will naturally be many times more outstanding than me. Beautiful women who can cultivate and accompany you for a long time will appear. They will discover your good points and accompany you, making you happy for the rest of your life. However, Sister Lan realized that Qin Fangyang was on the other extreme. Similarly, everything would be over once she died. When Qian died, Qin Fangyang's heart would also die. Everything would be over. There is only one person in her heart. There is also only one person in his heart. Chapter 178. Ask the world, what is love? Sister Lan looked at the rising sun and sighed softly. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. From Qin Fangyang's words, Sister Lan could tell that Qin Fangyang already knew something. This was inevitable. Otherwise, he would not be so angry. You all want to help her, but why didn't anyone help me? This sentence was very obvious. Qin Fangyang is not stupid. No wonder Qin Fangyang had so many things to do with the old principal. He often went to He Yuanyue's office, and everything was so natural. Qin Fangyang was such an iron-blooded man. It was really hard for him to think of these reasons every day. Sister Lan sighed in her heart. But what should we do about this? Sister Lan absolutely did not dare to tell He Yuanyue what Qin Fangyang had already guessed. This was a bomb. It would immediately blow He Yuanyue to smithereens. Go back and rest. Sister Lan sighed and hurriedly flew away. Luo Lai naturally felt that Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan's emotions were very strange. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. Could it be that Sister Lan is the wife that old Qin has been looking for? After so many years, she has a new lover and does not want to acknowledge him. But I don't see Sister Lan's new lover. Old Luo scratched his head. He only felt that these boring things between men and women were really too tiring. It's better to be a single dog like me. I don't have the burden of a family and have no worries. Luo Lai shook his head. What love? It's so boring. He flew away. Mu Yin grabbed the siblings and rushed into Zhua Xiaoyan's boudoir through the window like a rainbow. Zhua Xiaoduo looked over. There it is. Put it down quickly. Zhua Xiaoyan hurriedly placed the piggy bank in the hidden compartment that had been prepared earlier under the bed and fixed it firmly. Although it was only a moment, the three of them were so nervous that they were sweating. As the saying goes, one should not fail at the last step. If there was a mistake at this last step, they really did not know how to cry. All right, so Xiaoduo wiped his sweat and sat down on the ground as if he had collapsed. He murmured, "How would I know that you guys are so capable? I originally planned to finish all this work in 3 nights. But in the end, it was done in 1 night. Way beyond the budget, way beyond the budget." Mu Yinyin snorted and said, "This is a matter of life and death. How can it be delayed? Naturally, it has to be done as quickly as possible." Zhuo Xiaoyan also sat down. This night, she was the weakest among the 6 people who worked hard. She was also worried about where every coin fell, so she was really tired. Mu Yinyin frowned and paced around the room. She was still a little worried. "Xiao Duo, will your arrangement really work?" So Xiao Duo closed his eyes and pondered. He deduced from the first step all the way to the last step. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said faintly, "There's no mistake at all. As long as the aura examination technique is real, then my setup will definitely work." Mu Yinyin rolled her eyes. Of course the aura examination technique is real. Hearing Zhua Xiaoduo's words, Mu Yinyin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she felt even more tired. She simply sat down on Zhuo Xiaoyan's bed and said, "Last night, Qin Fangyang used the method you taught him. How was it? Teacher Qin has made a huge fortune this time, but he's not willing to give me a single cent." Xiaoduo looked heartbroken. He wanted to donate it all. Alas, he's really a spendthrift. No wonder he wanted to take back the 2 low-grade jade of astral souls that day. He's really a miser. Mu Yinyin was silent for a moment and said, "Teacher Qin is really selfless. Xiaoduo, it's your blessing to have such a teacher. You must cherish it and study hard." "Well, I know. I'm just saying. You guys have a rest. I'll go back now." Mu Yinyin stood up and said softly, "Ling Yin, don't go out today. Have a good rest at home and recover your vitality as soon as possible." "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoyan agreed softly. The curtains moved slightly, and Mu Yinyin disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the sun had come out, shining on the universe and all living beings. "Dog, why don't you go back to rest? Are you going to school today?" Zhuo Xiaoyan leaned on the bed, lazily. Her beautiful curves were fully exposed. Zhuo Xiaoduo swallowed his saliva and stared straight ahead. "I want to study, study. Study hard." He was staring at her and did not even know what he was talking about. "Dog," Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. "What are you looking at?" Although she pouted, her posture did not change at all. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was frightened by her roar. He thought that Zhuo Xiaoyan was really angry. He jumped up and said in a panic, "Then I'd better go back and rest. I have to go to school later." With a whoosh, he ran away with his tail between his legs. "How dare you? I didn't chase you away. Do you have to be so scared?" Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. Her delicate body lay on the bed weakly. "I'm so tired." She finally fell asleep. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned to his room in a flash, but he did not rest. The first thing he did was to find a map of Phoenix City. He studied the map carefully, took out a pen, and drew a circle around the Meng's headquarters and the artificial lake of the Meng's group. After pondering for a moment, he drew a circle on the Ning family's ancestral grave and another circle on the Ning family's artificial lake. Then he connected the 4 circles together, forming a rhombus-shaped quadrilateral. After a pause, Zhuo Xiaoduo drew a circle on the spiritual pearl lake and a heavenly pearl lake respectively. He then drew 2 straight lines from the 2 lakes. There were 2 perfectly straight lines between the 2 lakes. The source of the two lakes was the Heavenly Pearl Lake, which ran all the way to the top of the Meng clan's headquarters, and then ran all the way to the Ning clan's ancestral tombs in the other corner. The other source of the Spirit Pearl Lake ran all the way to the artificial lake for drinking water of the Meng clan, and then the artificial lake for drinking water of the Ning clan. As the two lines continued to extend, they finally met. Zhua Xiaoduo had drawn a circle on the intersection, which was Feng Wu's residential area. Another straight line, along the Wanshui River, connected the Heavenly Jewel Lake and the Spiritual Jewel Lake, as if everything was sealed within. The enclosed space formed by these three lines coincidentally formed an equilateral triangle. The two corners of the triangle were the Heavenly Pearl Lake and the Spiritual Pearl Lake. The intersection of the third corner was Feng Wu's residential area, where Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan lived. After the intersection, the three lines extended endlessly. There seemed to be no end to them. After repeated checking, there was no mistake. Zhua Xiaoduo was finally relieved. Looking at the time, it was already past 5. He decided not to rest. He would eat and go to school. But that night, Jiang Zhongbin was not idle either. He appeared in front of the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Fenghai City. However, Jiang Zhongbin was no longer as arrogant and high-spirited as he used to be. He could only sit on the ground dejectedly. He went in to report to the director, explained the situation in Phoenix City, and asked for backup. He even directly asked for the Dragon Blood team, but the director did not agree. Jiang Zhongbin begged and insisted. The director lost his patience and told him to get lost. Jiang Zhongbin did not leave. He grabbed the director's clothes and asked, "Why not? Give me a reason first." The director was furious. "The entire Central Plains needs the Dragon Blood team. You want to give them to us? Then the Dragon Blood team will be exhausted. But I have something important to do. It concerns the safety of the astral souls." Jiang Zhongbin would not let him off. "What can happen to you? It's just Phoenix City, a tiny place with a population of less than 3 million. What kind of big thing could happen?" The director was also angry. "If the Umno Alliance wants to cause trouble, they can go anywhere. Why do they have to go to your small place? Soul transformation cultivators are everywhere, and their core essence is inferior to dogs. Why don't you say it's as important as the Sun Moon Pass and the capital? Based on what you've said, even if it was in the capital, it would cause a storm. Why would they gather in Phoenix City?" The director's face was full of distrust. "Jiang Zhongbin, I can see that you are anxious. I also promised to send you 2 people, but why do you have to ask for the Dragon Blood team? I have something important to do. Even if the Dragon Blood team goes, they may not be able to solve it." Jiang Zhongbin was anxious because he realized that the director was leaving. "If you don't send me people, if you don't send me the Dragon Blood team, then you can dismiss me today. Anyway, I can't bear the responsibility if there is any." Jiang Zhongbin acted shamelessly. The director was so angry that his face turned green. "You think I don't dare to dismiss you? Then please remove me from my position as soon as possible." Jiang Zhongbin did not give in. "I've done my best. Fortunately, I'm not going to be an official today. Otherwise, I'll be blamed. I'm not a scapegoat. What are you calling me a scapegoat?" The director was furious. "Scapegoat? Are you threatening me? So what if I'm threatening you?" Jiang Zhongbin was not stingy. "Anyway, I want a Dragon Blood team, and I want at least 4 people. You can either give me people or dismiss me. It's up to you. Shame on your mother." The director was so angry that he cursed. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your superior? You've already done it once. Jiang Zhongbin jumped up, his face full of anger. "You fucking ran away after having sex and left us in Phoenix City. You fucking forgot all about it. You didn't ask about us for more than 20 years. If it weren't for Teacher He's help, my mother and I would have starved to death. So what if it's a small place? Without this small place, there wouldn't be us. You fucking still have the face to say that you've shamed my mother? How many more times do you want to throw her away?" Jiang Zhongbin shouted. The director was embarrassed. "Can you fucking keep your voice down?" Jiang Zhongbin was furious and raised his voice. "I want to be loud. I'm not fucking afraid of being embarrassed. Why are you scared? Are you afraid of being embarrassed? Aren't you very impressive? Why? Are you afraid of being embarrassed now? Chapter 179. The director was so angry that his veins were popping. Let me tell you, the Dragon Blood team is not a child's toy. Don't pester me endlessly. It's not about the Dragon Blood team anymore. It's about you losing my mother. Jiang Zhongbin was fuming. Give me an explanation. What happened? How did you lose her? The director's bald head was red with anger, and steam was coming out of it. On Jiang Zhongbin's side, 80% of his bald head was also red and steaming. The two of them glared at each other like fighting cocks. Fuck you. The director exploded and slammed the table. Back then, I went straight to the Sun Moon Pass to participate in the war. I haven't returned to the mainland for 16 years. How many times have I explained this to you and your mother? Are you deaf? Are you stupid? Don't you know how to investigate? Do you think I didn't investigate? You did go to the Sun Moon Pass to fight, and that's indeed a powerful reason. But what about 16 years later? What did you do? He married the daughter of a great general over there and completely ignored his lover back then, didn't he? What other reasons do you have? Are you powerful enough? Are you persuasive? Jiang Zhongbin also flew into a rage. Are you still a human? Do you know how to write the word human? Smack! A slap landed on Jiang Zhongbin's face. Jiang Zhongbin was stunned and suddenly fell to the floor of the office, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. You hit me. Don't you know I have epilepsy? Let me tell you, Jiang Dagui, I'll blame you to death today. Someone come quickly. The director is so angry that he hit his illegitimate son in his office that he has epilepsy. The director was furious, but he didn't dare to let him scream. He directly covered his mouth. What are you shouting for? Don't shout. Why are you shouting about such a trivial matter? Even if you don't want your face, I still want it. Woo-woo. Jiang Zhongbin struggled and suddenly opened his mouth to bite. His teeth were sharp. Fuck you. The director quickly let go. Jiang Zhongbin squatted on the ground and panted. Tell me, are you going to send him to me? The director scratched his head and looked like he had a headache. You fucking used this trick at the most critical moment. I've already explained the matter about your mother many times. You've also used this to get a lot of things from me. But you can't use this as an excuse every time. Do you understand? It's not like you don't understand. It's like this every time. After all, I'm the director. Bullshit, general director. You're just a beast in human clothing and a scum of the society. I'm a branch director. Jiang Zhongbin mumbled. Am I shameless? The problem now is that every time I don't mention this, you won't do anything. What can I do? This isn't a one-trick pony. It's the only trick that works on you. Why wouldn't I use it? The head of the bureau looked like he was about to vomit blood. This was truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Back then, because he was about to leave, he went to the front lines. He didn't know if he would be able to return. He met a young girl by chance, and then he said that go to the front lines was very depressing. After that, he drank some wine. After that, he did it in a muddle-headed manner. After 16 years, he had really forgotten about this matter. He changed his job and found a wife. Who would have thought that his marksmanship back then was so good that this thing suddenly appeared out of nowhere? There was no need for a paternity test. One look at the characteristic of the young man's balding head, and he knew that he was his son. He couldn't deny it, even if he wanted to. Besides, the old principal treated me so well. After so many years, you guys didn't even care about the things that I reported so many times. I'm embarrassed to say that you're my father in front of her, although it's a cheap father. What do you mean by cheap father? The head of the bureau was very angry. I'm a biological father. Isn't a cheap father? Is there something expensive? Cheap or expensive? Do you think I'm buying leaks? And that Phoenix City's Phoenix vein? The king of the Central Plains has already sent people over, and he said no. Do you think I'm a high-ranking official? Do you think I dare to go against the king of the Central Plains decision? Do you think your old principal is a god? Whatever she says goes. I can't do it. I don't have that kind of trust. Can't you think for me? Other than making a scene, what else do you know? The head of the bureau was very melancholy. Your mother only knows how to cry, and you only know how to make a scene. Let me tell you, Jiang Zhongbin, my pants were too loose back then. Bullshit. Jiang Zhongbin exploded. Wasn't my mother a virgin back then? Didn't she go to the front lines because of you? You're crying in front of her because you haven't touched a woman yet. Back then, you were crying in front of a woman and said that you were still a virgin even though you were dozens of years old. Why don't you talk about how promising you are? My mother had me back then. You left and didn't come back. Who knows where you were buried? Haven't you thought about how difficult it was for a young lady like her to raise a child? Didn't she bear to kill him because he might be the only descendant of a hero on the front lines? Do you think it's so difficult to hit a child in this society? If my mother had been more ruthless and hit me, nothing would have happened. She would have been living a stable life long ago. She didn't want to marry you and raise your child for the rest of her life. She waited for you to come back. You're a fucking rich and full of glory, but you've forgotten about her. It wasn't easy for you to see me. If you have a conscience, you should acknowledge me. Did my mother pester you? If she made a fuss, you'd be committing bigamy. She's been staying in Phoenix City all this time. How dare you say that about her? Tell me, are you even human? What did you say about your pants being loose? How do you have the guts to say that? Jiang Zhongbin shouted. Jiang Dagui, are you still human? Tell me, are you still a human? The head of the bureau was in a mess. He used a tissue to wipe his face, but it wasn't sweat. It was all Jiang Zhongbin's saliva. Luckily, he changed his name after he made a contribution. Now, the entire bureau knew that he was called Jiang Wenzhou and not Jiang Dage. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out of the international scene. Can you keep your voice down? Bureau Chief Jiang Wenzhou was also very annoyed. This time, when he saw that this kid was willing to come to see him, the fatherly love that he owed him for many years suddenly surged up. He planned to satisfy him this time. In the end, he might as well not see him. He wanted the Dragon Blood team the moment he came. Did he think the Dragon Blood team was cabbage? And the biggest problem now was that he really couldn't spare any manpower. Do you have to ask for the Dragon Blood team? Director Jiang pinched his nose. Yes. Then wait here. I'll see if there's anyone left in the Dragon Blood team. Jiang Wenzhou sighed and went out. Jiang Zhongbin waited in the office. Suddenly, a few people came in and asked him to wait in the hall. Jiang Zhongbin thought about it. There were too many secrets in the director's office. It was normal, so he went to the hall. Then, the director didn't appear. Then, Star Shield got off work. Off work? Jiang Zhongbin was naturally kicked out of the door. When he called again, he realized that he couldn't get through. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Jiang Zhongbin, who came to his senses, squatted at the door of Star Shield dejectedly. Fuck, I was actually made by such a thing. What director? Bah. He ran away and hid like a rabbit when he encountered trouble. He was irresponsible at all. Just look at what happened today. Isn't it similar to the time when you abandoned my mother? Back then, he could abandon his wife. Of course, he could betray his son now. Fucking Jiang Dagui. Seeing that night was coming, Jiang Zhongbin felt hungry, anxious, and angry. Finally, he made up his mind. Fuck, isn't it just embarrassing? If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? All of a sudden, Jiang Zhongbin raised his head and let out a long howl. As the director of Star Shield, his cultivation was naturally not weak. At this moment, he suddenly roared into the sky in the busy city. It was deafening and could be heard by tens of thousands of people. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. This bald fatty had such a loud voice. What was he trying to do? Seeing that the response was good, Jiang Zhongbin decided to go all out. He jumped and came to the side of the loudspeaker for square dancing. He picked it up and flew directly to the flagpole of Star Shield. Standing on the flagpole with one leg, he looked mighty and majestic. He shouted, "Everyone look carefully. Today, I'll perform a striptease for everyone. I'll be dancing on this flagpole. Can you see it clearly?" Hearing such an explosive announcement, the crowd below immediately exploded. What did this person say? He was going to do a striptease in the center of the busy city? Fuck, did it have to be so exciting? Yes, we can see it clearly. Tens of thousands of people shouted, "Hurry up and dance." Although you're a man and a fatty, I still want to see it. It's a waste not to see it. How far do you want to strip, fatty? Jiang Zhongbin roared into the sky. Strip until you're completely naked. After that, you'll have to dance for 3 more hours. Don't miss it. Everyone, give me a round of applause. Come, 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 give me a few monthly votes. Give me a few whistles. Suddenly, there were howls and whistles that could break through the sky. Oh. Come and see. I'm going to be shameless today. Roar. Before I dance, let me introduce myself. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Zhongbin shouted with the chi in his dantian. Standing on the flagpole, he proudly introduced himself. Do you know that I'm an illegitimate child? But do you know who my father is? The crowd below was extremely cooperative. Who's your father, fatty? My father is. Whoosh. In the night sky, 2 silhouettes swept over like lightning. Their movements were extremely fast, and they didn't give Jiang Zhongbin any time to speak. One of them hurriedly attacked and knocked Jiang Zhongbin unconscious. The other person shook his hand and revealed a large sack. He covered Jiang Zhongbin and carried him away. In an instant, they disappeared into the sky. As expected, the sound system on the flagpole fell down with a clang. Luckily, it did not hit anyone. The crowd was in an uproar. They were about to reach the climax. Why was he gone? What kind of situation was this? Kidnapping an innocent man in broad daylight. Wasn't this too arrogant? Fatty, countless people shouted together. Come back and dance. Are you still not coming back? Chapter 180. In a secret office, Jiang Wenzhou's white and fat face had completely turned purple. Even in Sichuan opera, it was rare to see such a color. Jiang Zhongbin was still half covered in a gunny sack. Only his chest was exposed. The rest of his body was in the gunny sack. Tell me, what do you want to do? Director Jiang was completely helpless. Dance, of course. Dance to take off your clothes, the kind where you're completely naked. Dance your head. Director Jiang flew into a rage. What the hell do you want? I'm the director of the Phoenix City Shield Branch. You don't have the right to detain me. It's time to get off work. I'm free to do whatever I want. You don't have any right to say anything. You can send someone to escort me back, but I promise that I'll be back within a day and continue my personal freedom. As long as you don't send people, I'll do a striptease. What about it? Isn't it just a face? I am an illegitimate son. What face do I have? Director Zhang's bald head was fuming. He was really fuming. You have guts. How can I compare to you? Jiang Wenzhou was like a trapped beast. After a while, he picked up the phone and made a call. How many people are left in the Dragon Blood team? Just 2 stationed at the headquarters. Send someone over to Phoenix City for me. I have something to do. Director, there are only 2 left. If you send them all out, the headquarters will become an empty city. Send them to Empty City too. Director Jiang was furious. If you don't send them, I will send myself out. Okay, be quick. The faster the better. Yes. Putting down the phone, Director Jiang was dejected. I must have owed you in my past life. Do you still need to use your past life? Jiang Zhongbin straightened his neck. You have owed me too much in this life. I am afraid you will not be able to pay me back in this life. Jiang Wenzhou's whole body was sprawled on the seat. He was speechless. Sigh. In the end, he was not by his side since he was young. He did not teach this child well. Look. Now, what has the old principal taught him? This is a hooligan, a scoundrel. These 2 people are both at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm. There'll be enough for you to deal with. Jiang Wenzhou said weakly, stop it when you go back. Don't come to me for no reason. I'll find time to visit your mother. Hee. If you dare to laugh again, do you believe that I won't send these 2 people? You're awesome. Your power is overwhelming. Jiang Zhongbin said no more. A wise man submits to circumstances. Chief Jiang admitted that he was a good man. Not long after, someone arrived. One was tall and the other was short. Both were skinny. Director. Yes, that's him, Phoenix City Shield Director Jiang Zhongbin. The two of them turned their heads with strange expressions on their faces. Above the 7 emotions. We are all well-informed people, but this is the first time in our lives that we have seen the director of Star Shield in a sack. This is Han Song, and this is Yang Yu. Both of them are your seniors. You must respect them and treat them well. Do you understand? I know. Greetings, seniors. I'll have to trouble the two of you in the future. Greetings, Director Jiang. Something special has happened in Phoenix City. I need the two of you to help Director Jiang Zhongbin deal with it. When you get there, listen to Director Jiang's arrangements. You could do whatever you want. Yes. Jiang Wenzhou sighed and said, Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to keep you for dinner? No, I can't afford your food. Jiang Zhongbin exerted his strength and got out of the sack. He even raised his hand to tidy up the remaining 90% of his hair. He looked at Jiang Wenzhou with a sense of superiority, shook his head, and snorted provocatively. Get lost. I'll get lost. Seniors, let's go. There's something big waiting for us over there. Just as he walked out of the office, a cup flew out and the director's angry roar came from inside. Get lost and do your big thing. Don't ever come here again. Bah, who cares about you? Jiang Zhongbin pursed his lips and flew into the sky with the two masters. In midair, he thought of something and said loudly, Remember to pay attention to the internet. Someone must have filmed what happened tonight. Even if you don't want your face, I still want mine. Get lost. The director's furious voice. Han Song and Yang Yu had a strange look in their eyes. This Director Jiang of Star Phoenix City Shield was something. He actually dared to yell at the director like that. Shio. Jiang Zhongbin flew away. He was in a good mood along the way. He had borrowed people. This time, he had 2 more Cloud Transformation Realm Masters to help him. This matter could definitely be done. Early morning. Sister Lan walked into He Yuanyue's office, as usual. You're here. He Yuanyue looked up tiredly. What'd you do last night? Last night, Teacher Qin Fangyang asked me to help him. So I went. Sister Lan did not intend to hide it. Help? He Yuanyue was instantly interested. What help? That's the gist of it. Sister Lan briefly told her what had happened. However, after a few sentences, He Yuanyue suddenly frowned. Wait, what you said just now. Tell me in detail. Sister Lan did not dare to delay and told her everything she knew in detail. However, Sister Lan did not know much about the whole matter. She only knew that after leaving the city, they started to reverse the flow of the Wenshui River. She did not know anything about what happened before that. He Yuanyue frowned and pondered. This is not right. Zhou Xiaoduo used 3 high-level nascent soul experts, one at the peak of the Origin Core realm and one at the Quasi-Earth Origin Core realm. A lineup of 5 experts, just to reverse the flow of the Wenshui River. This doesn't make sense at all. Reversing the flow of the water at this time is really meaningless and useful. The art of providence needs a subtle process, and what we lack the most now is time. This action is too big, but the effect is next to nothing. He Yuanyue spread out the map of Phoenix City and drew a few lines with her pointer. She muttered, No, this is not right. It does not make sense. It is only reversing the flow of the water of life, but does not have much effect on the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements. What we should pay more attention to now should be the general trend of the stars. It is only changing the effect of generation and suppression. The two have nothing to do with each other. He Yuanyue frowned and looked at Sister Lan. Sister Lan, did you participate in the whole operation? Sister Lan was stunned for a moment and said no. Oh, I went directly outside the city to wait for the rendezvous. It seems. After we gathered, Mu Yinyin and Zhuo Xiaoyan went to do something first. They went to Lingzhu Lake and Tianzhu Lake respectively to put something. He Yuanyue frowned. Put something? Yes. What is it? I don't know. He Yuanyue pondered. Is still not right. The reversal of the Wenshui River between the 2 lakes is limited. He Yuanyue looked at the map. This Wenshui River. No. The 2 artificial lakes in the city center are connected to the Wenshui River, right? This is the lake of the Meng family and the Ning family, right? It seems so. If that is the case, it is somewhat interesting. Is Xiao Duo's plan to turn back the providence that was taken away? He Yuanyue frowned and thought hard. If this is the operation, it makes sense. It seems that's where Xiao Duo really studied the providence technique. This action began from the perspective of the Wenshui River to set up the reversal of the yin-yang situation. Although it is too big and the result is not good, this idea is still good. He Yuanyue was very pleased. But I still have to ask about the specific situation so as not to make a fool of myself. The two families have been in the Phoenix City for a long time. Once there's a mistake, we will be completely exposed, and the enemy will be in the light, and we will be in the dark. He Yuanyue picked up the phone and called Mu Yinyan. How did you arrange the feng shui situation last night? Mu Yinyan was also confused about the so-called arrangement. She knew nothing about it, just like Sister Lan. When she heard He Yuanyue's question, she simply said, I will go to the second middle school to find you now. This matter can't be explained clearly on the phone. In fact, I wanted to find you. Although Xiao Duo said that this method can reverse Xiaoyan's providence, I'm still worried. Okay, in less than 2 minutes. Mu Yinyan came to He Yuanyue's office. He Yuanyue was very happy and asked Mu Yinyan, how is it? Xiao Duo said that it is enough to reverse the yin-yang situation. Mu Yinyan said, Xiao Duo said so, but I don't know the specific effect. Then Mu Yinyan told her the whole story, from the beginning of the arrangement of the coin on the top of the Meng's group, and then she explained all the arrangements in detail. She was almost involved in the whole process. Although she did not know the reason, she could explain the process. The more Mu Yinyan talked, the more severe the change in He Yuanyue's face. In the end, her face was pale, and cold sweat slowly oozed out of her head. When Mu Yinyan finished, she drew a few points on the map of the Phoenix City. She looked at it and confirmed it again and again. Finally, she could not help but sigh. So poisonous. Poisonous? Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan were puzzled. They looked at He Yuanyue and waited for her to explain. He Yuanyue sighed softly and said helplessly, but it is also the cycle of karma. Since these two families have done such things, they should bear the consequences and bear the karma. Mu Yinyan asked very carefully, this arrangement, is it not appropriate? It is not inappropriate. The arrangement is very, very good. Even if I arranged it myself, it would be just like this at most. Even, it is not as good as this. He Yuanyue held her head tiredly. You can go out. Let me be alone. Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan left, as they were told. The two of them looked at each other, confused. In the room, He Yuanyue looked at the map and drew a few intersecting lines several times. Finally, she sighed softly. There were too many things that she did not dare to say. Although she could not bear it, the arrangement set by Zhuo Xiaoduo was in line with all the interests of her side. In any case, He Yuanyue could not ruin it. She could only choose to rot in her stomach. Chapter 181. If I had known about this plan in advance, I would have advised them to reconsider. But since it has already been formed, then, no one should know about it. Let this plan continue to exist. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Now, for such a huge plan, it is too unsafe. I don't trust anyone. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. This scheme was really too big. Even though the consequences for the Meng family and the Ning family were extremely cruel, but for Phoenix City, there were endless benefits. What meticulous plan! What a vicious heart! What a long-term plan! These 3 sentences kept echoing in He Yuanyue's heart. With the Phoenix blood and resentment as the guide, the Star Origin coin is the official currency of the Yanwu Empire. It can even be said that the Star Origin coin is the foundation of the Yanwu Empire. With the Phoenix blood as the foundation of the country, and with the help of a special formation, it is equivalent to gathering the power of the entire Yanwu Empire to suppress the Meng conglomerate and the Ning family clan's providence. With the phoenix blood as the foundation, it goes deep into the center of the drinking water of the source of life. It is also using the power of the empire to suppress the source of life. After the plan is formed, no matter what method the Meng and Ning families use, no matter where they are, as long as they are still in the Astral Souls continent, no new life will be born. This is the second plan. The above 2 points can already be said to be extremely vicious, but it is just the beginning. With the phoenix blood as the foundation, it will push back the flow of the river. Between the 6 coins, there is actually another layer of array. It will draw back the power of the phoenix vein that was intercepted and stolen by the Meng and Ning families. It will also wantonly absorb the accumulation of the 2 families' fortunes. From now on, Xiaoyan will be the one to take all the providence that comes with the trillion-dollar assets of the Meng Consortium. The Ning family's thousands of years of fortune and ancestral legacy will not be enjoyed by the people of the Ning family anymore. It will be taken away bit by bit and turned into the power of the phoenix. Using the rivers, mountains, and rivers, as well as the ancestral bloodline of a clan with 10,000 years of history, and the fortune of a wealthy conglomerate as the layout, it seems to be the 7 stars yin-yang fortune seizing layout on the surface, but it's not in the bones. It's because it's mixed with the fate of the nation. The 7 stars correspond to the celestial bodies. The worst thing is the piggy bank in Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. It's the accumulation of the person who inherited the fire dragon's vein. It's tainted with the fate of the nation and the blood of the phoenix. There should be more than 1 or 2 coins in the bank. As long as there are more than 3 of them, it will be 1 that gives birth to 2, 2 that gives birth to 3, and 3 that gives birth to all things. This is the heavenly layout. Heaven and earth, yin-yang, fate, stealing, killing formation. As long as this trap exists, Zhuo Xiaoyan will benefit from it. 70% of the luck in this trap is given to Zhuo Xiaoyan, and 30% is scattered in Phoenix City. In this way, even if the Phoenix Pole Spirit fails and Zhuo Xiaoyan dies, the Ning and Meng families won't benefit from it. Their luck will slowly dry up, and it's a foregone conclusion that all of them will perish. And the luck will only continue to feed back to Phoenix City. Even without Zhuo Xiaoyan, it would still be the same. On the other hand, if Zhuo Xiaoyan failed to break through the soul with the Phoenix vein, then Phoenix City, under the influence of this situation, would welcome a new soul with the Phoenix vein in less than 200 years. He Yuanyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. So Xiaoduo's trap really proved one thing. Even if I die in the future, even if I don't get anything, the Ning and Meng families won't get anything either. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Of course, if I live, you'll still die. The harder you struggle, the more you feed back to Zhuo Xiaoyan. From now on, there won't be a Ning family or a Meng family in Phoenix City. He Yuanyue sighed softly. Also, is this the only effect of this trap? Maybe there's something I can't see through. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Zhuo Xiaoyan. He Yuanyue heaved a sigh of relief. I pray that you can fly and soar in the sky. Although I won't be able to see that day, I'm still willing to do my best to pave this path for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo, this young man's temperament. He Yuanyue murmured, the devil's heart. The devil's heart hasn't shown anything yet, but this devil's heart has already formed. If he doesn't leave any leeway, the future will be full of troubles, child. He Yuanyue was full of worries. And the person she was worried about was sitting in the classroom, listening to the lesson with a well-behaved face. It was the first lesson of the day. Qin Fangyang appeared in the classroom, full of energy and vigor. The melancholy from the early morning seemed to have long disappeared. In this lesson, you don't need to fight or practice. You just need to sit quietly and listen to me. Qin Fangyang stood on the podium. First of all, I like to say that this lesson is very important. As soon as they heard Qin Fangyang's words, the 48 students in the class became alert. Well, all 48 people in the class were present. Originally, there were 48 people in the 19th class. 6 of them died in the previous training. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others filled in the 6 vacancies, so there were still 48 people in the class. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Xiaoma was not disabled because of the timely treatment. Last night, I accidentally found out that Zhou Xiaoduo had begun to break through to the innate stage. Qin Fangyang's voice was heavy. I stopped his breakthrough. Do you know why I stopped him? Everyone in the class looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, who was sitting high up in the main seat, and shook their heads in confusion. Many people had looks of envy in their eyes. This guy had only broken through to the martial arts master a few days ago, and he was already ascending to the innate stage. Especially Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and the others, they were all scratching their heads. Are we going to be completely left behind by Zhou? This is not good. We have to work harder, work harder. Long Yuxing and the others had already reached the pinnacle of the martial arts master, but they did not feel like breaking through. If I hadn't stopped them last night, Zhou Xiaoduo would have most likely succeeded in breaking through. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. His expression turned serious. Do you know that in the martial arts realm, there is often a saying of fighting beyond one's level? For example, an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner can defeat an origin elixir realm grandmaster. He can even defeat an intermediate origin elixir realm grandmaster. Why is that? Some origin elixir realm grandmasters can even defeat a soul transformation realm expert. Why is that? Some soul transformation realm experts can even defeat Huaiyun. Why is that? Could it be that the division of ancient martial art practitioners is always so messy? Practicing to a high level, but being defeated by someone of a low level. Then what is the use of the level? What is the use of the so-called realm? Qin Fangyang said, Are you all thinking this? All the youth's faces were filled with confusion. Yes, why was it like this? If such things were very common and normal, then why was there a need to set up levels? Even if they were of the same level, the pinnacle of the origin elixir realm would not be able to withstand a single blow from another pinnacle of the origin elixir realm. Why is that? Qin Fangyang asked again. Long Yuxing raised his hand and asked, Could it be because of the martial art techniques that we practice? Some martial art techniques are mysterious and have the ability to fight beyond one's level. Qin Fangyang nodded. This is indeed one of the factors. However, most of these martial art techniques exist in ancient martial art families and hidden sections. They would not end up in a martial arts school like ours. And any martial art technique, once it enters a martial arts school, will be lost in the crowd in a short period of time. Why is that? It is not that the martial art technique is not good, but that everyone is practicing it. This martial art technique will naturally lose its advantage. Therefore, martial art techniques can only be regarded as a very small aspect and also a very special aspect to the general public. Qin Fangyang smiled. What's more, many families have special martial arts techniques that can only be practiced when one reaches the innate realm or above. This is the origin of the saying that those who do not enter the innate realm are all ants. So, is not caused by the lack of combat experience? Li Chenglong asked nervously. There are not many things that combat experience can affect. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, it could be made up for through continuous battles. As long as one has courage and is not afraid of losing or dying, one can continue to accumulate combat experience. Qin Fangyang no longer kept them in suspense and said, The reason why I used the class today to explain to you is also the reason why I stopped with Xiaoduo from breaking through last night. The students in the class were in high spirits, and each of them pricked up their ears. Breaking through to the innate realm is, of course, a good thing. In fact, most of the warriors would stop at this threshold. However, for those who have absolute confidence in breaking through to the innate realm, there's still a prerequisite. That is accumulation and the capacity of the Dantian to maximize. Qin Fangyang's expression was serious. He turned around and took out 2 instruments. Everyone looked carefully and saw that they were 2 balloons. The Dantian is like this balloon. The total amount of your true chi is included in this balloon. Let's make an analogy. After breaking through to the innate realm, the conception and governing meridians will be opened, and the bridge of heaven and earth will be connected, entering a whole new realm. If you need this breath to penetrate it, then the size and length of this breath will be the key to success or failure. Opening the meridians is a process of both sides exerting strength at the same time. The source of strength for both sides comes from the dantian. Take a look. Qin Fang Yang started to blow the balloon and stopped when it reached the size of a fist. The most direct example is if one needs to have this level of strength and reach this realm to break through to the innate realm, then the total amount of strength in these two balloons will only add up to this amount. Correspondingly, the capacity of the dantian will also be fixed at this size for a long time. Qin Fangyang's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the class. Do you understand now? Chapter 182. Qin Fangyang tied the balloon in front of him, then picked up another balloon and blew it until it was the size of a human head. He stopped. However, when your dantian's capacity is only the size of fist, when you can break through, you resist the urge to break through and save up your strength. Then, when you break through, your starting conditions in the innate stage will be many times better than others. There's no limit to the dantian, as long as you can do it. Qin Fangyang picked up the fist-sized balloon again and blew it until it was the size of a watermelon. At this point, won't I have more strength? At this time, when I break through to the innate stage and open up my meridians compared to those who break through to the innate stage at the same time, won't I be much stronger? At this time, when you fight those martial artists who break through to the innate stage at the same time, won't you be able to defeat them? This is the strength of the foundation. Qin Fangyang directly transformed the mysterious spirit Qi foundation into something concrete and explained it. Everyone in the class was suddenly enlightened. Even if they already knew this before, they didn't see it as clearly as they did now. Therefore, when breaking through to the innate stage is inevitable and you have full confidence, then you have to try your best to inflate your dantian and maximize it as much as possible. You have to accumulate more strength and more foundation. The more the better, the thicker the better. Qin Fangyang concluded, although doing so may take more time, in terms of the lifespan of a martial artist, the only way forward in the future is to consolidate one's foundation. Only then will one be able to go further and have the confidence to climb to a higher level. Why are some martial artists unable to advance after they reach the elixir stage, nascent soul stage, and cloud transformation stage? That's because, at the beginning, they don't accumulate enough foundation. When it's completely used up, they naturally have no strength to move forward. They can only stay at that level and slowly kill time. After years of struggling to break through, they die helplessly. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his hand and asked, then how can you be sure that you've reached the limit of inflating your dantian? This is a good question. Qin Fangyang said, actually, there's no fixed standard. It all depends on how hard you work. From the beginning, you have to work hard to control it and persevere until you can no longer control it. Then, you can let your Jinqi break through on its own. Every time the Jinqi is about to break through, you have to try to control it. Don't let it succeed. If you can control it, it means that you haven't reached your limit yet. And when you can't control it, that's when you have to make a breakthrough. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, that's how it is. Everyone fell in a deep thought. Qin Fangyang's heart stirred. He realized that his words were a bit extreme. So he hurriedly added a few more words. However, the method I'm talking about is only limited to your current age group. The maximum time limit is before the age of 20. If you're close to 20 years old, for example, when you're 19 and a half years old, you don't have to think about how to maximize your dantian. You have to get past this hurdle first. Leaping through the dragon's gate and entering the innate realm before the age of 20. It is a necessary point to have a way forward. Qin Fangyang said, everyone's situation is different, so it's best to be aware of your own situation. How many 19-year-olds are there in our class? The 5 of them stood up in shame. The 5 of you, don't be restricted by what I said before. No matter when you feel that you can break through, you have to break through as soon as possible. Don't worry about anything else. The corners of Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched unnoticeably. He had almost made a mistake. What he had said before was mostly aimed at geniuses. This method was not only useless to people with average aptitude, but it was also harmful. Fortunately, he thought of it in time and made up for it. If the students were to delay their breakthrough because of his theory of maximizing their dantian, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Yes, the 5 of them were a little dejected. One of them muttered, "Teacher Qin, if we break through now, would we be those negative examples that you mentioned just now? The ones that will be defeated by people who are of a higher level?" Puff. Someone couldn't help but chuckle. Yes and no. Those who are able to challenge those of a higher level are basically the cream of the crop with outstanding talent, or those who have other opportunities. In this world, the vast majority of martial artists follow the prescribed order one step at a time. Of course, if you advance to Xiantian in the most ordinary way, your path will definitely be narrower than those talented people. However, after breaking through to Xiantian, you still have a chance to catch up with others. That is the thorny road before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. At that time, as long as you can endure the pain that others can't and achieve more than 6 pressures, you can still make up for your lack of foundation. Qin Fangyang said, "It's just that the pain that you have to endure at that time is not something that anyone can endure." Yes, or I should say that every ancient martial art practitioner has to go through an extreme pain to hone himself. That time, it's a test of endurance, and innate ability. Everyone was deep in thought. The Xiantian stage is the most crucial stage in the process of a martial art practitioner's cultivation. Although the Xiantian stage is only the beginning, it is related to how far you can go in this life. I hope that all of you will remember this. When you reach the Xiantian stage and break through to the embryonic breathing realm after completing the thorny road with 6 pressures, you will be able to crush someone of the same level who has completed the 5 pressures. However, when you face a practitioner with 8 pressures with 6 pressures, you won't be able to retaliate at all. This is the huge difference. Therefore, when you face an enemy in the future, don't think that since everyone is in the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm and the intermediate stage of the primordial elixir realm, we should be evenly matched. This kind of thinking is absolutely wrong. Xiantian is different from Xiantian, and embryonic breathing is even more different from embryonic breathing realm. The difference between primordial elixir realm and primordial elixir realm could be as huge as heaven and earth. Remember this. Qin Fangyang's voice was very solemn. In his voice, there was a kind of vigor that was similar to the evening drum and morning bell. These words were firmly engraved in the hearts of all the students. So Xiaoduo's heart was in awe, and his eyes were filled with worry. Teacher Qin was burning himself like this, but who knew how long he could continue burning? Qin Fangyang ended today's lesson. Everyone, think with all your heart for 15 minutes. After that, those who should go for training, go for training. Those who should go for training, go for training. As for Li Chenglong and the rest, they rushed out as fast as they could and went to the gravity room. So Xiaoduo walked in front of Qin Fangyang and said, "Teacher Qin, I need to apply for leave in the afternoon." "For what?" "To forge weapons." Qin Fangyang looked at him with surprise and asked, "Forging now? Isn't a little early? Let's forge them first and leave them there. My father said that a very skilled blacksmith came to our house. He won't be staying here for too long. This is a rare opportunity, so let's make good use of it." Qin Fangyang frowned and said with some understanding, "Then you can go." "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to meet the old principal? When? Why don't we meet now?" Xiaoduo asked tentatively. "All right." Qin Fangyang's face softened and said, "I'll ask the old principal if he has time." Qin Fangyang led Zhuo Xiaoduo into the large office. But as soon as they entered, He Yuanyue asked them to leave. Teacher Qin, I have some questions to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo today. It's not convenient for you to be here, so please help yourself. Qin Fangyang's face was gloomy. What's going on? I haven't even said anything, and she's already kicking me out. Qin Fangyang left. Lan Jie was also sent away by He Yuanyue. She turned her eyes to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, you should know why I asked them to leave. Your teacher Qin and Professor Lan are people I can trust, but I still asked them to leave. What do you think of that? Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head. He put on an innocent face and said, It must be Grandma, he who wants to teach me a secret. She doesn't want it to be known to anyone else. He Yuanyue didn't laugh. Instead, she looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a serious expression. For a long time she didn't speak. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but put away his laziness. He actually felt a little uneasy and laughed dryly. Grandma, what are you doing? He Yuanyue let out a sigh of relief. The matrix you set up, is it the yin-yang reversal array? Or is it more than that? Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent. He didn't want He Yuanyue to know about this, but He Yuanyue still found out. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that he couldn't hide this from the old principal for too long, he still hoped that he could hide it for as long as possible. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. It's the stellar cycle of 3 souls and 7 spirits, yin-yang reversal. He Yuanyue couldn't help but gasp. He had already thought of the matter as sinister as possible, but he didn't expect that he had overlooked one point. He hadn't thought of it ruthlessly enough. His premonition was actually true. Yes, the Spirit Pearl Lake, the Heavenly Pearl Lake, and Zhuo Xiaoyan herself. These 3 intersecting points are the 3 souls parallel array. On the surface, it's the heaven, earth, and man tripartite array, but underneath, it's the 3 souls array. The Heavenly Pearl Lake, the Spirit Pearl Lake, the Meng Corporation, the Ning family's ancestral grave, these 2 man-made lakes, and the Zhuo Xiaoyan side, reflect the 7 spirits' reverse radiance. Above, it's the Qian Tian. Below, it's the topography, it's the earth and earth. The heavens and earth combine, and all the stars in the sky are under its control. Reversing the original topography, it's the yin-yang reversal. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Xiaoduo, your method is a little too sinister. It's against the harmony of the heavens. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment. He put away his carefree attitude and said coldly, The people I've dealt with have only been the ancestors of the Ning and Meng families in their past lives and present lives. It didn't involve any other families or surnames. Old principle, think about it. If these 2 families succeed in the end, who will be the victims? The closest ones will be the millions of people in Phoenix City, and the farthest ones will be the billions of people in the astral souls. What punishment can't be meted out? Based on this reason alone, I don't think I did anything wrong. On the contrary, I hate that I don't have enough power. If I had enough power, why would I have to go through so much trouble? I just kill my way to their door, overturn the Meng family, crush the Ning family, dig up their ancestral graves, and burn their bones to ashes. Do you think it's better to update separately? Or to update in the afternoon or at night? Chapter 183. Zhuo Xiaoduo added another sentence in his heart. I only did this for Niancat. The well-being of the mainland, the people, and the people of Phoenix City are secondary. Just because these 2 families wanted to deal with my Niancat, I will make sure that they will never be reincarnated. Perhaps others would repay evil with good, but it will never be me, Zhuo Xiaoduo. I only hate that my revenge is not ruthless enough. I only hate that my methods are not ruthless enough. I only hate that the consequences are not tragic enough. But you set up this trap. Heaven and earth are turned upside down, and yin and yang are rebelling. If there is a past and present life and reincarnation, the The people of the two families who have entered the cycle of reincarnation will also have their fate and life extracted. Xiao Duo. Yuenua's eyes were full of pity. Your plan is to extract the fate of these two families. Is there a fixed number? So Xiao Duo said quietly. I used the coins in the piggy bank as a guide. The number of coins is the number of lifetimes. Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You're a promising person. There should be at least 17 or 18 lifetimes, right? Not only that. So Xiao Duo coughed and said, Principal, you know that I am. Cough, cough, more or less stingy. That is the piggy bank that I have been using since I was 5 or 6 years old. All the coins that my parents gave me in those 2 years, I did not spend a single cent. It is all in there. There should be at least 300 to 500 coins. Cough, cough, cough. Yuanyue suddenly coughed. 300 to 500 coins. That corresponded to 300 to 500 lifetimes. The phoenix blood and dragon soul were activated. The power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and the 1,000-year fate of the country was suppressed. In addition, the stars in the sky were strangling, the yin and yang were reversed, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits were locked. The structure of this formation was already incredible, but the degree of danger was even more terrifying and shocking. This was more or less stingy. You did not spend a single cent. Did you know this when you were 5 or 6 years old? That was impossible. It could only be said that this was fate. What smoke rose from the ancestral graves of the Ning and Meng families to provoke such a person? Yuanyue could only be speechless. We'll need to hold on to such an interconnected setup for a period of time. If someone with ulterior motives sees through it and destroys it, our plans will inevitably fail. Don't worry, old headmaster. The plan has already been set. No external force can destroy it. As what Xiao Duo said proudly. That's already a dead end, destined to die. It can't be destroyed? Yuanyue frowned. Yes, because I've already broken the momentum of heaven and earth of Phoenix Ridge and Carefree Slope. As for the heavenly Jewel Lake, it changed direction and flowed along the Tsonglan River. As for the spiritual Jewel Lake, it also used the Hansui River to change direction. These rivers are the lifeblood that runs through the entire Central Plains. Unless someone could reverse the flow of the Coldwater River and the Tsonglan River, which were thousands of kilometers long, it would be difficult to break this situation. Even if the Ning and Meng families were turned into dust, it would still be the same. Old headmaster, you're an expert. You should know that the Coldwater River goes all the way south, connecting the heavenly snow mountains to the clear sea. The source of the Tsonglan River seems closer, but it converges with the Star Beast Forest and the Astral Souls Mountains. It goes all the way east and converges with the Tianyuan River, returning to the Eastern Sea. The only feasible way to change this situation is to turn the 2 seas on the other side into 10,000 tall mountains, and then turn the original 10,000 tall mountains into the seas. Only then can we steal the sky and change the sun and eliminate the Death Rebellion. So Xiao Duo smiled innocently then. It's almost the same as the sea turning into mulberry fields. I think that the Ning and Meng families don't have the power to do that. Yuanyue closed her eyes and sighed. How could the Ning and Meng families not have the power to do that? No one had the power to do that. If that was the case, it would be better to turn the entire continent upside down. When you were setting up the plan, how much did you leave for the Phoenix City? Yuanyue asked. You should know that the moon's profit will lead to a loss. Did you not consider this? Of course I did. That's why I set the origin point at the Phoenix Dance Home District. The Phoenix Dance Home District occupies a certain proportion of the Phoenix City, including the city's power, the ley lines, and the population's fate. So as Xiao Duo said sincerely, how could I take it all? The original intention of setting up this plan was for the sake of my beloved hometown, the Phoenix City. Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You might as well take it all if you distributed it in such a way. Although the Phoenix Dance Home District was a large residential district with a population of more than 80,000 people, it only occupied 1% of the inner city area of the Phoenix City. In other words, the Phoenix City's share of fate was at most 1% of the city's fate. Even if the city center was added, the city's power and the tens of thousands of people's fate were added, at most 1/10 of the city's fate could be distributed to the entire city. That was the most. You purposely set up this plan behind my back. There must be another reason, right? He Yuan Yue asked curiously. But with my attainments in fate observation, I can't see it. Zhua Xiaoduo hesitated and said, after the success of the Wind Pulse Spirit, Sister Nian Yin's future will be very smooth. It's only a matter of time before she becomes famous. But no matter how smooth her life is, it's inevitable that there will be envy and jealousy. And the biggest reason I set up this plan was for Sister Nian's sake. In the future, no matter where Sister Nian Yin is, if anyone intends to use feng shui, terrain, or even secret curses to target her in the Phoenix City, they will suffer from the backlash of this array. Because this array already contains the 5 elements of yin and yang, the stars in the sky, and the heavens and earth's fate energy, there's basically no trick that can exceed this limit, right? He Yuan Yue muttered, "You're so far-sighted, so thoughtful." Also, over time, because of this array, Sister Nian Yin's fate will gradually be linked to the fate of the nation. After all, the object that the array carries is equivalent to the Yinwu nation's currency. So as Xiaoduo said, when that time comes, in the entire Yinwu nation, whoever has bad intentions towards her will also suffer from the backlash of varying degrees. But that's a matter for a very long time. It's just a little wild hope. He Yuan Yue smiled bitterly. There's a longer wild hope? Yes, I've spent so much effort. How can stop here? So Xiaoduo replied very straightforwardly. He Yuan Yue was already confused. She was just asking casually. Who would have thought that there was really more? In her opinion, it was already unimaginable, shocking, and terrifying that an array could be set up to this stage. How could there be more? A deeper level of wild hope. I used the Yinwu nation's astral soul's currency as a fixed object. In essence, that's placing the array on the empire's time of existence. This is actually a variable. Perhaps it will be taken over by other empires in the future. After all, the change of dynasties is inevitable in history. And once the Yinwu nation falls, Nian Yin, who is connected to its fate, will definitely suffer from the backlash. But there's another mystery in this array. That is, it's connected to the yin and yang of the stars. It means that after a certain period of time, under the influence of the heaven and earth array, Sister Nian Yin's individual fate will be connected to the fate of the entire continent of astral souls. That way, even if the Yinwu nation, cough, cough, it won't be a problem. So as Xiaoduo said with a look of relief. He Yuan Yue sighed. You set up this array to this stage. It's practically invulnerable. Even if the sea turns into mulberry fields and the stars change, it might not be able to destroy it. But have you ever thought that setting up this heaven-seizing array with your own strength will harm you? I've thought about it, but it doesn't matter to me. After all, I'll be with Sister Nian Yin often. With her exuberant fate, she'll be able to offset some of the backlash for me. As for the rest of the damage, let it be. At most, I'll do more good deeds in the future, save more people, and accumulate more merit. It won't be a problem. So Xiaoduo smiled calmly and confidently. He Yuan Yue snorted. This brat really planned for her sister Nian Yin to the extreme. However, this brat missed one point, and that was, he was a dragon bloodline bearer himself. Therefore, not only would this array not harm him, but it would also benefit him greatly. Whatever benefits Zhuo Xiaoyan could gain, he would also gain. It was just that this brat didn't know that he was the dragon bloodline bearer, so he was still in the dark. However, this was a good thing. The heavenly Tao was most wary of creating one's own luck and harming others to benefit oneself. Once it happened, one would be punished by the heavens. It was only a matter of time before retribution came. Under the premise that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that he was also a beneficiary, he set up this array and perfectly avoided this heavenly punishment. It was really fate and luck. What a great fortune! He Yuan Yue couldn't help but sigh. This brat was so lucky. Your aura examination technique. Did you find Qin Fangyang to enlighten you? He Yuanyue didn't ask about the array anymore. What was done couldn't be changed. It was useless to ask. Yes. Very good. You've improved at a godly speed. It's unexpected. He Yuanyue was very satisfied. It's very impressive that you can inherit this secret technique. Where did you discover this array from? Although Xiaoduo's aura examination knowledge came from He Yuanyue only skimmed through most of it. She really didn't have the energy to learn all of it. If Xiaoduo stuffed 1,000 books into his head, He Yuanyue could only study 50 of them at most. Of course, this was already very impressive. The foundation of my array came from a heavenly fate evil lord. Xiaoduo coughed and said, this lord once set up an array in a vain attempt to connect half of the continent's aura with himself. But he suffered a backlash in the end. Many of the strange stories of aura examination have more or less mentioned this incident. It's a typical example of a failed plan to set up an aura examination bureau to warn future generations. I was very curious about this, so I summarized it and modified it. Then I got this array from it. Besides, the terrain of Phoenix City is really suitable. If I don't use it, I'll feel embarrassed. Chapter 184. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You little brat, you really put in a lot of effort to gather all the relevant clues about this formation and finally reconstruct it. In the entire Central Plains, I'm afraid that no one has a more comprehensive collection of chi-observing skill than me. However, chi-observing skill is hard to learn and hard to master. It's even harder to put into practice. In the future, when you encounter relevant knowledge, you still have to study it seriously, understand? Understood. Xiaoduo agreed very obediently. In terms of chi-observing skill, based on your attainment in setting up this formation on your own, I have nothing more to teach you. At most, we can discuss it together in the future. He Yuanyue was very gratified, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Well, if I have any questions in the future, I'll come to ask Grandma he at any time. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. You mustn't be arrogant and complacent. You mustn't slack off on your cultivation and the advancement of your concealed weapons. If possible, you mustn't fall behind in other aspects. He Yuanyue warned, it's best if you can always progress together. By the way, now that your talent has been revealed, whether it's the Dragon Gate or the Thorny Road, you must maximize your limit before facing them. Do you understand? Even if the time to break through is much slower than others, you must build a solid foundation. Don't worry about temporary gains and losses. Understood. If there's nothing else, you can go back and cultivate. He Yuanyue said kindly, Xiaoduo, you've taken over a lot of my burdens. Grandma, he is very happy. So Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment and said, there's one more thing. I don't know if I should say it. What is it? He Yuanyue asked casually. It's about Master Qin Fangyang. So Xiaoduo lowered his voice and began to complain. I found that Master Qin has been very strange recently. Strange? What's wrong? What's wrong? I found that Master Qin is teaching students now, and he often uses the skill of passing on fire. His spiritual force will appear to be in a state of burning when he teaches students. So Xiaoduo looked at He Yuanyue anxiously and said, but I can't persuade her. When He Yuanyue heard the words Legend of the Torch, her body in the wheelchair suddenly straightened up and her eyes became extremely sharp. However, after listening to it, her eyes became more and more uncertain. Her face revealed an indescribable sadness and heartache. I understand. He Yuanyue waved her hand and closed her eyes. She leaned against the back of the wheelchair and motioned for Xiaoduo to leave. So Xiaoduo left quietly. He Yuanyue lay in the wheelchair and did not move for a long time. Only silent tears flowed down silently. Fangyang, what are you trying to do? She wept silently, almost silently sobbing. Her heart ached to the extreme, But it was undeniable that the satisfaction and sweetness that arose spontaneously in her heart also overflowed in the same way. After a long time, she carefully wiped her eyes and face clean and pressed the button. Sister Lan came in. "Let's have a meeting," He Yuanyue said softly. "Gather, Li Changjiang, Guyuan Luo Lai, Kong Zifong Meng Deki and Qin Fangyang and..." She called more than 20 names in a row. The principal, the vice principal, the teaching director, the grade minister, the logistics director, and several outstanding martial arts teachers brought Qin Fangyang in without leaving a trace. "Okay, when?" "This afternoon. Set the time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon," He Yuanyue said. "Okay." Sister Lan hesitated and said, "Qin Fangyang wants to see you. "Oh," He Yuanyue said. "Let him in." When Qin Fangyang entered He Yuanyue's office, he saw He Yuanyue holding a book and wearing a pair of reading glasses. She was calmly and peacefully reading a book. There was a calming incense burning on the table, and the air was filled with astral soul origin qi, as well as the scent of heart-cleansing grass. Obviously, He Yuanyue was nourishing her body. Qin Fangyang was slightly relieved and said respectfully, "Old principal, I'm here." "Well, Fangyang." He Yuanyue put down the book and put on her reading glasses. She looked at Qin Fangyang kindly, as if she was looking at her own junior. "What's the matter?" "Well, there's indeed something. Last night, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng came to me." "They came to you? What's the matter?" He Yuanyue was surprised, and her expression changed slightly. Qin Fangyang said, "It's probably because of Shun Yushu's incident. The Meng family and the Ning family took advantage of Shun Yushu's falling out with me, and my identity as a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul was exposed. So these two families must want to make friends with me. They actually joined forces to wipe out the Shun family and the other two families who participated in the bounty hunt for me. They sent me 98 heads with great fanfare." He Yuanyue's body trembled, and she slowly raised her head. There was a look of disbelief in her eyes. 98 heads? Yes, including Shun Yushu's whole family, even his illegitimate children, and so on. Then there were the families of the other two students who participated in the hunt. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Really vicious and merciless, too cruel. He Yuanyue slowly closed her eyes and only felt a throbbing pain in her heart. Whose family's child died without anger in their heart? Why can't they be scolded? It's human nature to be emotional. It's understandable. After all, they were children who were raised with feces and urine. If Shun Yushu and the others went too far and were killed by your counterattack, then it's their own fault. But why did the Meng family and the Ning family annihilate their entire family? He Yuanyue said angrily, "It's enough to kill the culprit. Why do they have to annihilate their entire family?" Qin Fangyang stood quietly and didn't speak. After a long time, He Yuanyue asked in a low voice, "What else? These two families killed people. They didn't just want to do you a favor, right? What did they want to do? They didn't have the chance to say that I blamed them for giving me too little. Ahem, it's not that the heads were too little, but they gave me the bounty and so on. I said that I thought these things were too little." Qin Fangyang said, "Well, what did you say?" "Old principal, don't misunderstand. When they were persuading me, I secretly contacted that Child Shao duo. He let me use this opportunity to make things difficult for them and extort a large sum of money and resources from them. I have no use for these, so I want to ask you, old principal, in the name of Second High, how much exactly?" "A total of 10 billion star yuan. Astral Soul's flame pills, 200 pills. 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, 10 stalks. High-grade Astral Soul's jade, 20,000 pieces. A cultivation technique that can allow one to cultivate to cloud transformation." "What do you want to do?" "The Astral Soul's flame pills and spirit herbs, as well as the high-grade Astral Soul's jade and the cultivation technique, will all be left in Second High. The Astral Soul's flame pills and some spirit herbs will be beneficial to your body, old principal. I hope you can accept them to heal your body." Qin Fangyang looked at He Yuanyue's face, and said seriously. He Yuanhue was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll accept them. Qin Fangyang's spirits were roused as he said, in addition of the 10 billion star origin coins, I would like to leave 2 billion for second high school. As for the rest, I would like to trouble principal to donate 2 billion to the soldiers of Sun Moon Pass in the name of second high school. Okay, no problem. There's still 6 billion left. 1 billion will be donated to the Military Research and Development Department. 2 billion will be donated to the Disabled Soldiers Resettlement Department. The last 3 billion will be donated to the Yinwu Weapons Research Institute. Okay, I agree. I'll get it done for you. He Yuanhue smiled happily. Teacher Qin, I can't thank you on behalf of everyone, but you don't have to say anything. Qin Fangyang smiled. I'm just using this money to buy peace of mind. Peace of mind? What a good peace of mind. He Yuanhue admired him and couldn't help but smile. Yes, peace of mind. Where the heart is at peace is my hometown. I'm satisfied to be able to have peace of mind. Qin Fangyang also smiled. Okay, where the heart is at peace is your hometown. Good, good. He Yuanhue clapped her hands and praised. Teacher Qin, you must remember this in the future. Don't forget your feelings. Qin Fangyang was stunned. I've learned something. Zhuo Xiaoduo left the principal's office and went to the gravity room. Just as he was about to enter, the teacher in charge of the gravity room stopped him. Wait, what's the matter? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. I've already used up my contribution points. Why do I have to wait? My time is very precious, okay? It's like this. Your homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin, has prepared some weight-bearing equipment for you. In the future, whether you're in the gravity room or anywhere else, including eating and sleeping, you have to wear these weight-bearing equipment. Get used to it early. After saying that, the teacher took out a set of weight-bearing equipment. This equipment was originally prepared by Qin Fangyang, but he was busy the entire night and had many things to deal with in the morning, so he didn't have the time to explain it personally. Teacher Gu, who was in charge of the gravity room, was afraid of delaying Zhuo Xiaoduo, so he took out his own equipment and gave it to him under Qin Fangyang's name. Weight-bearing equipment. Yes, I'll help you put on. It'll be a little difficult at first, but it'll be fine once you get used to it. Teacher Gu took off all the weight-bearing equipment. Wrists, elbows, back, ankles, calves, thighs, and even the very small weights on his fingers. Even on my fingers? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. Aren't you going to train your skills with hidden weapons? The flexibility of your fingers is the key, Teacher Gu said earnestly. Don't underestimate the 10 small pieces on your fingers. As long as you keep wearing them and get used to them, you won't be affected no matter how you use hidden weapons. In the future, the power of your hidden weapons will be increased by more than 10 times. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Remember, no matter what you do, even if you go to the toilet, you can't take them off. Okay, but how long do I have to wear them? Wear them until you get used to them. When you can move freely like normal, you can change them to heavier ones. Teacher Gu rolled his eyes and said, as long as you haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage, you can always wear them. Chapter 185. Understood. But don't be stupid. Take it off when you're in a life and death battle. All right, after you wear it for a while, take it off to get used to your current state. For example, speed, strength, etc. Do you understand? Teacher Gu said, don't be like some idiot who wears it all the time. When you charge into a battle, you can't control your speed and end up on the tip of the enemy's sword. Fuck. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There's such a thing. Can you tell me about it? Tell your ass. Hurry up and get in there to cultivate. Teacher Gu kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo in. This brat, no wonder Qin Fangyang kicked him here and there. He really deserved a beating. Teacher Gu was too curious. Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the gravity chamber with the weights. He felt something different the moment he entered. He felt his whole body suddenly drop. If it wasn't directly attached to his skin and was fixed to his pants, the belt of his pants would have fallen to his ankles. Fuck. It could be used as a tool to take off my pants. Duo muttered to himself. After getting used to it, he found himself in a situation that was even more difficult than the first time he entered the gravity room. With a thought, he immediately activated the flaming sun scripture. The effects were immediate and his body suddenly felt lighter. However, a certain spear also rose into the air with him. The weights are still lacking. This place should be able to withstand 180 kilograms of weight. Duo looked at it and muttered to himself. He couldn't help but daydream. I wonder if this place needs to be trained? After thinking for a long time, he gave up. It'll be troublesome if I don't train hard enough and break it. However, even if he gave up, Duo still had new ideas and worries. This thing is actually pretty good. I kick people's crotch every day, but my crotch is more obvious than the average person's. What if people kick me too? Protective gear. Should I make an iron underwear? Protect it? Duo looked at his second brother and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Second brother, you're too majestic. You're too big a target. It's too shocking. You're too easy to attack. You should know that the gun shoots the bird that sticks out, and the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. As he mumbled to himself, he began to train. As expected, even with the help of the flaming sun scripture, it was still much more difficult than yesterday. Many of the movements that he was already familiar with began to go out of shape. It really isn't easy. Without any protective gear, he could have completed all the moves consecutively and could even perform them in the air. However, after putting on the protective gear, he was already exhausted after just one set of galaxy steps. He could not continue. Sure enough, it works. Duo endured the pain and stood up to recover, just like before. Then, he continued to train and sharpen his body. Until 12:30 in the afternoon, Qin Fangyang, who was waiting outside, realized that Duo still hadn't come out. When he opened the door, he saw that the kid was lying at the door. He didn't even have the strength to open the door. Just like before, he grabbed his scalp and dragged him out. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. You added more weights? Beside him, Teacher Gu looked at Qin Fangyang's rough movements. The corner of his mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and said, even his form teacher forgot about it. What can I do if I don't prepare it? Am I going to hold him back? Qin Fangyang nodded apologetically. Thank you. I'll return it to you when I make a new one. There's no need. When this kid graduates, just let me keep it. It doesn't matter who uses it. Teacher Gu was unusually open-minded. I think this kid will definitely become famous. I might even be able to benefit from it. After all, I'll be able to guide him in his cultivation. Qin Fangyang stopped and looked at Teacher Gu seriously. Old Gu, since we're acquaintances, let me give you a piece of advice. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Teacher Gu was confused. Why? Can't you tell what kind of person this kid is? Even if he becomes famous in the future, it'll probably be a bad name. The higher his cultivation, the more enemies he'll have. By the time this kid reaches my current level, his enemies will be all over the astral souls. Are you sure you'll benefit from it? Teacher Gu subconsciously imagined the possible scenario. He couldn't help but shudder. Then forget it. Looking at Qin Fangyang dragging Duo away like a dead dog, Teacher Gu muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Qin Fangyang's words made sense. This kid's personality, if he really reaches the level of nascent soul, even if his enemies can't be all over the astral souls, they can still be all over the central planes. I'm from a small family, not to mention the astral souls all over the central planes, even if it's all over Phoenix City. I won't be able to take it. Teacher Gu gave up and stopped thinking about it. Forget it, I'll just treat it as doing a good deed and not leaving my name behind. The other few brats seemed to be stronger than this brat. Today, they all came here with weights. Although it's not as heavy as 50 kilograms, it's obvious that their families are experienced and understand the process of progressing step by step. Even that little girl has brought a load with her. These fellows are really putting their lives on the line to cultivate. The only one teacher Gu couldn't understand was Li Zhongming. What's wrong with this guy? I don't understand. He went to the gravity room with weights and entered a deep sleep. Isn't the quality of his sleep too good? Should I ask him how to treat insomnia? This guy should be an expert in sleeping. After leaving the gravity room, Zwishaoduo quickly recovered and rushed back home as fast as he could because he was about to starve to death. This time, he was really starving to death. When he got home, he happened to see Zwishaoyan coming out of the bathroom wearing a large bath towel. Her hair was wet and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Seeing Zwishaoduo barging in, Zwishaoyan subconsciously kicked him out. Ah, Zwishaoduo saw something he shouldn't have seen. Then, he flew out of the bathroom. Zwishaoyan rushed into her room with a red face. She could feel her heart pounding. Damn it, what did you see just now? This bastard actually came in just like that. How dare he? Humph! Zwishaoduo had a small footprint on his stomach. He climbed up the stairs with a sad face and saw Wu Yuding smiling. Damn it, what are you doing? How would I know she was taking a bath? Zwishaoduo was angry. You're so unreasonable. I didn't have time to see anything, and I was kicked out. What else do you want to see? Zwishaoyan changed her clothes and walked out angrily. She couldn't help but blush. Humph! I can't afford to offend you, but I can't hide. Zwishaoduo, who had turned his grief and indignation into appetite, started to eat like a maniac. In this meal, he actually ate 12 more steamed buns than usual. Wu Yuding was dumbstruck by what she saw. She couldn't live like this anymore. Her dog's appetite had increased again after lunch. Wu Yuding, who knew that the siblings were going to forge weapons, gave the storage ring to Zwishaoyan. Let's go, Zwishaoyan said. Wait, I have something to do. Zwishaoduo pulled Zwishaoyan into Zwishaoyan's room. What? Zwishaoyan asked with her eyes wide open. Now that it's completely stable, I made an extra accessory for you. Zwishaoduo smiled and took out a jade pendant made of jade. What are you doing? Zwishaoyan looked at it from the corner of her eyes. It was so exquisite that she liked it. What are you doing? Of course, I'm doing something good. Zwishaoduo snorted and bent down to take out the piggy bank under the bed. He poured out a bloody coin from it and put the piggy bank back. Then he put the coin into the hollow jade pendant. Wear it and don't take it off in the future. Do you understand? Zwishaoduo ordered with an unprecedented, domineering aura. Zwishaoyan's face suddenly turned red. She looked at Zwishaoduo and gently lowered her swan-like slender neck. Put on for me. You want me to put it on for you? Zwishaoduo said impatiently. Women are so troublesome. Can't you just put it on yourself? So troublesome. Are you going to put it on or not? Her canine teeth were exposed fiercely. Yes, let me put it on for my dear sister Nian Yin. Zwishaoduo immediately gave in and helped Zwishaoyan hang it around her neck. Then he pulled open her lapel and put it inside. You pervert. Bang. Zwishaoduo flew out again. His whole body was stuck to the wall like a New Year painting. He slid down like an air-dried frog, his face full of grievance and unhappiness. Didn't you ask me to put it on for you? Why did you get hit again? Looking at his confused and wronged face, Zwishaoyan almost laughed out loud. Blushing, she tidied herself up and said nonchalantly, Let's go to the blacksmith shop. Zwishaoduo followed her out with a sullen face. After a while, he said angrily, Why did you hit me? He wanted to swallow his anger, but he realized that he couldn't. Do I need a reason to hit you? Do I need it? Do I really need it? Zwishaoyan snorted and walked in front without looking sideways. Oof. If you hit me again, You'll what? I'll bark and bite you. Zwishaoduo made a fierce expression. Huh. We're this for a while. This thing is still too fragile. But we really don't have any good materials now. When we get to the blacksmith shop, see if we can make a stronger one. Otherwise, it could be easily broken in a fight. It'll be a hindrance, Zwishaoduo said. Zwishaoyan was speechless. Blacksmith shop? Are you sure you're serious? Student Zwishaoduo, have you ever seen an accessory hanging around a girl's neck? Was it made in a blacksmith shop? This line of thought was simply too strange. I really want to open your head and see what's going on in your brain. How can you always say such shocking things? Zhua Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. Chapter 186. It was clearly a very heartwarming and romantic thing, but when it was done by this kid and then said by him, it changed and distorted. Anyone who heard it would only want to beat him up. They really didn't know what kind of trait it was. The siblings hailed a taxi and headed to the business district. When they got in the car, Zhua Xiaoyan didn't feel anything strange. However, when Zhou Xiaoduo got in the car, the whole car's chassis suddenly sank. The driver looked back in shock. Did a bear just get in the car? They arrived. They got out of the car. There's a big board in front of them, Long Road Astral Soul Stone Shop. Yes, this was Dad's shop, and also their family's shop. Next to it was the destination of the day, a blacksmith shop. There was also a board hanging at their destination, but this board was made of a freshly cut piece of wood. A name was written on it with a brush, and it was hung there without even removing the bark around the board. As for the name, it was even weirder. Iron River Blacksmith Shop. TSK, Tisk. So Xiaoduo couldn't stop clicking his tongue. How unique. This name is really unique. If you don't write it, people won't be able to imagine that this is a blacksmith shop. Long Road Astral Soul Stone Shop, Iron River Blacksmith Shop. What a perfect match. At this moment, a person walked out of the blacksmith shop. It was none other than Zhou Chonglu. Mr. Zhou frowned when he saw the siblings. Why don't you come in since you're already here? Are you wasting time? Oh. Zhua Xiaoduo put on his most obedient and adorable face and walked in carefully with Zhua Xiaoyan. Dad, are you here to help us investigate? How's the blacksmith skill? Don't worry about it. No matter what you do, your Uncle Wu will help you perfect it to your heart's content, Zhua Chonglu said. That's awesome. Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo obviously did not believe it. The moment they entered the room, they were greeted by numerous blacksmithing tools. All of them were extraordinary, and the main thing was that they looked really strange. Regardless of whether it was the furnace, hammer, fan, etc., they were all different for what the two of them knew. However, all the blacksmithing tools were complete. Every successful craftsman would create a set of tools that they could use easily. This was not surprising. However, what the hell was that bronze statue standing by the side? Its figure was no different from a living person, and it was extremely lifelike. Seeing the family of three enter, the bronze man actually moved while the two people were dumbfounded. He smiled and said, Brother Zhua, are these your daughter and son? Indeed, they're all dragons and phoenixes among men. Zhua Chonglu smiled and said, This is your Uncle Wu. Your Uncle Wu is called Wu Taijiang. Remember that. Zhua Xiaoyan and Zhua Xiaoduo stood at the door, stunned and speechless for a long time. Damn, the two of us really thought that it was just a bronze statue. This Uncle Wu really deserved to be called a blacksmith. He had almost turned himself into a bronze statue. That bronze-colored skin, bronze-colored face, and bronze-colored hands, it was just two. Realistic, all right? If he stood at the door, or anywhere else, he would look like a bronze statue. Hello, Uncle Wu. The siblings quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully in unison. Well, no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you want to make. I'll do it as soon as possible and get it done as soon as possible. Uncle Wu was obviously impatient and went straight to the point. I want to make a sword. Zhou Xiaoyan took out her phone and opened the pictures. Uncle Wu carefully looked at the dozens of pictures and even exported all of them. He used the projector to enlarge them on the wall and studied them bit by bit. It's not a big problem. Making a sword like this is not difficult. Wu Tiejiang's large hand, which was like a cattail leaf fan, was pointing at the projector. At close range, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were shocked to find that Blacksmith Wu's body was almost like a giant among ordinary people. He was at least 1 meters tall with broad shoulders and long legs, big hands and feet, and his entire body did well. It was as if he was made of pure bronze. Uncle Wu, I have an additional request. Zhou Xiaoyan pointed at the giant sword on the wall that was bigger than her and said, The guard of the sword hilt is the sword guard. Can you hit 2 cute puppies with it? Cute puppies? What do you mean? Blacksmith Wu was stunned. Zhou Changlu's mouth twitched. Zhou Xiaoduo was even more stunned. Didn't I already convince you? You broke it down and talked so much. Why do you still want to hit puppies? This, Sister Yin Yin? Shut up. After listening to Zhou Xiaoyan's explanation, Blacksmith Wu studied it for a long time and said in a low voice, the puppies you mentioned can definitely be hit, but it's a bit of a waste. For your sword, we will use 1,000 fantasy gold, mixed with heavenly witch copper and the ice soul silver, sky heart chromium, and wind supporting essence. It can completely create a holy, noble, and cold ice phoenix sword. The sword hilt can be designed with the head or tail of a phoenix. For the overall structure of the sword, it's fine. It's beautiful and complements each other. But if it's a puppy's, Uncle Wu thought about it carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unimaginable and indescribable. He couldn't help but be speechless for a long time. What's wrong with girls these days? After such an awesome sword was forged, there might not be a second peerless divine sword in the whole continent. Why would a puppy's be mounted on it? Also, a puppy's was a puppy's. What the hell was a puppy's? Why did it have to be a cute puppy's? What kind of aesthetic was this? It was simply unbearable. So as Xiaoyan said, it's fine if the puppies are not obvious, but the eyes must be cute, the ears must be cute, and the mouth must be cute. Blacksmith Wu was stunned for a long time and said dejectedly, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this. Why don't you find someone else? She was actually asking him to leave. I have forged weapons my whole life. However, she couldn't imagine how a puppy with eyes that should be very obvious, ears that should be very obvious, and mouth that should be very obvious could achieve puppies that are not obvious. This is simply making things difficult for me. Fat tiger. So Zhonglu naturally understood what his daughter was thinking. So, he tried to mediate the situation. Old Wu, you can't back out now. This girl's request is a little unusual, but you can ignore her. The sword hilt will still follow your original design of the Ice Phoenix. You just need to carve 2 lifelike puppies on the pattern of the sword guard. They will surround the Ice Phoenix on the left and right sides. So Xiaoyan's eyes lit up and said, yes, just like that. As expected, Daddy is the most resourceful. Blacksmith Wu looked at Zhou Changlu in disbelief. His eyes were full of disbelief. Is this the person in front of me, the one I know? Damn, I really don't understand this world anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo stood at the side with an I've been ignored, I've been abandoned expression. Sure enough, in the end, this puppies actually still wanted to fight. From now on, the puppies will always be in Yin Yin's palm. Humph. Palm it is. What's the big deal? What about you? Blacksmith Wu turned his head and asked with Xiaoduo. I also want a sword, 3 feet long, standard type. It should be as light as possible, preferably no more than half a kilogram. The lighter the better. If it can be made as thin as paper and has the characteristics of hardness and sharpness, it should not break no matter what. This request isn't too high. So Xiaoduo gestured the sword in his heart with his hands. Blacksmith Wu put down the hammer in his hand and couldn't help but rub his face with his big hands. This request isn't too high. A sword, 3 feet long, standard type, as light as possible, no more than half a kilogram. The lighter the better. If it can be made as thin as paper and has the characteristics of hardness and sharpness, it should not break no matter what. Listen, is this something a human would say? I also want a sword like this one. Who will make it for me? You might as well say, you can make me a sword as tall as a building, but it should not exceed half a kilogram. Boss Zhou. Blacksmith Wu looked at Zhou Changlu with a sullen expression. I really can't do this job. Why don't you try other masters? Not only can I not do it, I have never been so sullen in my life. Did you ask me to come here just to let your son and daughter play with me? Zhou Changlu almost laughed out loud. It was really rare to see Blacksmith Wu being bullied by a customer's request. Don't go too far. Zhou Changlu looked at Zhou Xiaoduo seriously. Your request is not realistic. Change it. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Changlu with a wronged expression. Dad, didn't you say that Master Wu is a first-class craftsman? My request is so simple. Zhonglu glared at him and said, "Nonsense. You should think about your basic requirements. A sword that's 3 feet long should weigh no more than half a kilogram. Both you and Yin's weapons are based on the 1,000 illusion gold, which is extremely dense. No matter how thin and light it is, its basic weight is still there. How can you have both of them? Not to mention, you want to be both sturdy and sharp. You must be dreaming." Xiaoduo's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "I was thinking too much. I only thought that an outstanding craftsman would be able to do what others can't and forgot the basic concept." This way, when others think that this is a heavy weapon that can only be used in close combat, and they're complacently distancing themselves from me to consume my strength, I'll fly out with a bang. Their expressions must be very interesting. Interesting, that's for sure. Wu Tiejiang's facial muscles twitched. He glanced at Zhuo Chonglu again and murmured, "That's really cunning." After thinking for a while, he said, "If you plan to design it like this, the materials of the hammer handle and chain must be carefully considered. Ordinary metals definitely won't meet your requirements for hardness. I'll have to think about it seriously, but it's still possible. It's not difficult. It's good that it's not difficult." So Xiaoduo beamed with joy. "Then let's talk about the design of the hammer itself." Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. "You've been talking for so long, and it's still not the design of the hammer itself? I have an ominous feeling that Xiaoduo was in high spirits. I plan to make a hollow hammer. Well, the middle of the hammer body should be solid, a big piece, and then there should be a gap between this big piece and the hammer face." Gap? Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. A hollow hammer is already ridiculous enough. If there's a gap, is it still a hammer? Yes, there should be a slight gap. Isn't this a 100-faced hammer? There are about 70 faces in the front and the left and right sides. Leave 2 shooting holes on each face. Then, set up a mechanism inside. A hammer face has 2 holes. One hole is for the ox hair needle, and the other hole is for the awl needle. As long as the vital energy is activated, you can choose between single or consecutive shots. There should be 20 to 30 needles in one hole, and 10 awl needles in one hole. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. "That shouldn't be difficult, right, Uncle Wu?" Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He didn't feel good at all. "I've been hammering my whole life. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of hammer." "This is fucking cunning. I'm a grandmaster of cunning." Wu Taijiang turned to look at Zhuo Chonglu. The muscles on his face kept twitching. Finally, he asked, "Brother Zhuo, is this really your son? Your biological son?" Zhuo Chonglu's face darkened. "What else? Do you want to come over for dinner tonight?" Wu Tiejiang's face stiffened. After a while, he smiled and said, "No, no, 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 no. I have to concentrate on making weapons for the children. I have to prioritize things." So Xiaoduo had a harmless and youthful face as he innocently asked, "Uncle Wu, look at this hammer. Can it be used?" "Yes." Wu Tiejiang's face began to distort. "But it will take more than a month. Your request is too complicated. I have to think about it carefully." "It's not that complicated." So Xiaoduo found a piece of paper and started to sketch. "Look, Uncle Wu, first make this hammer face, then make the inner hammer. Naturally, there shouldn't be a hollow space between the inner hammer and the hammer face. Use this small column to fix it and weld it. Then, one by one, the mechanisms here are designed one by one. Actually, you only need to prepare 2 types of mechanisms. As long as you create the first set and model it, the rest will naturally follow suit. It's very easy. As for the mechanism, it doesn't need to be too strong. The ox hair needle can be lethal within 50 meters, and the awl needle can have a shooting range of 300 meters. There shouldn't be a big problem, right?" So Xiaoduo asked. "I can't do it. I can't do it. Wu Taijiang shook his head like a rattle drum. What kind of joke was this? How could the ox-hair needle be shot 50 meters away with the power of the mechanism and still be lethal? Do you know what ox-hair needle is? It's not much heavier than a catkin. How could it be shot 50 meters away? Are you kidding me? How far can you make the mechanism? Xiaoduo looked slightly disappointed. He felt that the so-called superclass blacksmith introduced by his old man didn't seem to have any other characteristics other than shaking his head. It had only been 10 minutes, but he had already said, "I can't do it," and find someone better several times. If you can't even do this, how can you be a blacksmith? How can you be worthy of such a high title as a blacksmith? If Wu Taijiang knew what Xiaoduo was thinking, he would definitely grab the steel furnace in the room and smash it on this kid's head. Let's talk about it. After refining all the water out of this kid's head, what you're talking about, even if the entire continent or the entire universe covered the Milky Way, there might not be anyone who can do it. This was purely making things difficult for him. As far as I know, the ox-hair needle can only be lethal if it's more than 10 meters away in the entire continent of astral souls. Moreover, it must land on bare skin. Wu Taijiang said weakly, then set up a mechanism that can shoot at least 10 meters away. So Xiaoduo said, by the way, with the addition of true qi, it can increase the shooting range by quite a bit, right? The mechanism can't be controlled by true qi. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Oh. Xiaoduo was a little disappointed. He once again called him a useless person in his heart, then asked, what about the cone needle? It's easier to make the cone needle. It can guarantee that it's lethal within 50 meters. Wu Taijiang calculated. If the hammer face is made with a hole, it won't deform under heavy impact, right? So Xiaoduo asked again. It depends on the material. Although the 1,000 fantasy gold is good, it can't be deformed unless it's indestructible gold. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Then we'll use indestructible gold for the hammer face. Wu Taijiang said weakly, 1 kilogram of 1,000 fantasy gold can only be refined into half a kilogram of indestructible gold. 25 grams is the limit. As long as you can make it, the material is not a problem. So as Xiaoduo said generously, we have a lot of material. It's more than enough. More than enough. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Chonglu doubtfully. Zhuo Chonglu coughed and had to smooth things over for his son. It's more than enough. Little Nan sent some over a few days ago. Wu Taijiang said sympathetically, Little Nan, it's so hard. Zhuo Zhonglu immediately shot him a stern look of warning. He also received an invitation letter that was about to be handed over to Zhuanglu. Wu Taijiang felt a chill run down his spine. The material is not a problem. It can definitely be used, right? So Xiaoduo asked eagerly. It can be used. Wu Taijiang gritted his teeth and said. He could feel that these two hammers were very likely to be the most expensive and luxurious hammers he had ever made in his life. It's good that it can be used. So Xiaoduo was beaming with joy. He felt that this blacksmith had some skills. He could barely be considered a competent blacksmith. How many kilograms do you estimate these two hammers to be? The weight must be accurate. The more Wu Taijiang thought about it, the more he felt that there was a big problem. He couldn't help but ask, if it's too small, it won't be able to hold so many things. But if it's too big, it will be too heavy. Using a weapon like a hammer is not as simple as just lifting it and smashing it. No matter how heavy the hammer is, in the hands of the user, it must be as light as a feather. This really requires a lot of strength. Especially with your material, the requirements are even higher. Zhuo Chonglu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder and said, when we're done, we'll settle the accounts together. I'll give you everything together, including your salary. Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. But Zhonglu replied with a smile. It's just a pair of hammers, a few swords, and some scattered concealed weapons. What's the big deal? I know you want to say forget it, but I can't do that. After all, you've put in a lot of hard work and tiredness. How can I take your hard work for free? Who said forget it? What did I say? Look at how noble you are. You can't take it for free. Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. No, I know you have it. I know. Zhou Chonglu interrupted. How can a blacksmith be short of materials? Don't you think so? Wu Taijiang struggled. But these... I understand. Zhou Chonglu smiled and said, it's settled then. Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. Why? Zhou Chonglu said, after we're done, I'll ask my sister-in-law to cook a few dishes and treat you to a big drink. We're brothers? Ha ha! Wu Tiejiang's complexion turned pale, and he immediately lost his breath. After being stunned for a while, he said weakly, forget about drinking. I'll do my best. So Chonglu said, then I'll leave everything to you, my good brother. Baswa, you're too kind. It's my duty. Wu Tiejiang's face twisted. He looked at Zhou Chonglu as if he was about to cry. It's my duty. Good brother. Zhou Chonglu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder. Let's keep in touch in the future. Wu Taijiang sat down on the chair and muttered, I'm not rich. I wouldn't dare. Zhou Chonglu laughed and said, let's not talk about this. You're being too polite. How many days will it take for your daughter and son to finish the swords? Wu Taijiang did some calculations and said, it's easy to finish the swords. 3 days. I'll finish it in 3 days. It's just that the hammers are more troublesome. Got it. Zhou Chonglu said straightforwardly. Then I'll come and get them in 3 days. I'll bring them home directly. These 2 children still need to cultivate. I won't let them come. Sure. Zhou Chonglu said, you two, go back and do whatever you need to do. Zhou Xiaoduo, aren't you still in school? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head. I took the afternoon off. He looked at his watch. It was not even 2:30. He said, should I go back to school directly? So Xiaoyan also said obediently, I'll go and find master. Go. Zhou Zhonglu drove his son and daughter away. Wu Taijiang watched the 2 people disappear. His face was pale and his eyes were red. He felt like he was about to cry. Brother Zhou, aren't you cheating me? Zhou Chonglu said apologetically. Brother, I'm sorry. Now the burden of the whole family is on my shoulders. Even a landlord's house doesn't have any extra food. You don't know how much Xiao Duo can eat in one meal. Your brother Zhou is so poor that he's about to sell his blood. If you really feel that it's difficult, you can ask your sister-in-law to cook 2 dishes tonight. My wife and I will thank you in person. Go and take care of the shop. Wu Taijiang pushed Zhou Chonglu out. I wouldn't dare to drink or anything like that even if you beat me to death. You go about your business and I'll work. I'll work, okay? Haha, thank you. Zhou Chonglu also left. Wu Taijiang sighed until his throat was smoking. He finally accepted his fate and began to work. This is fate. Clink, clink, clink. That blacksmith Wu started to work, and his work efficiency was extremely high. After all, there was only one thought in his mind. I have to finish as fast as I can and leave this place as soon as possible. This place is really not a good place. It's too scary. In this city, there's a feeling of fear and trepidation every moment. That meal is definitely not to be eaten. He was sweating profusely when he suddenly felt a shadow flash in front of him. It was Zhou Zhonglu again. He walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Wu, are you busy? Wu Taijiang could only straighten his back. Yes, I am. Well, Old Wu, I thought about it. These are the weapons of the 2 children. Zhou Chonglu frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said with a heavy heart, You don't have to sign your name. Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. What? I can't even leave my name on the 2 divine weapons that I made with my own hands? There should be a limit to your bullying, right? Chapter 189. Zhou Chonglu coughed. You can sign their names elsewhere, such as on a piece of paper. I'll ask them to keep it and keep it well. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. What do you mean? This is what I think. So Changlu said, do you think these two weapons are unique in this world? He looked at Wu Taijiang meaningfully. Wu Taijiang's face suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, you're so thoughtful. Well, do you understand? If you insist on leaving your name, it will inevitably involve karma. Zhuo Changlu said thoughtfully, if you insist on leaving your name. I know. I won't leave my name. Wu Taijiang thought it through very clearly. Your son and daughter are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men and are blessed by the heavens. But at the same time, they are also accompanied by the heaven-soaring, baleful tribulation. Once they reach the nirvana tribulation stage, the road ahead will inevitably be filled with a reign of terror, and it will always accompany them. Zhuo, I have to admit that you're right. If I were to leave my name behind, just the karmic ties of your son and daughter would implicate me to death. This should indeed be avoided. You're right. Zhuo Changlu nodded slowly. There was a slight worry in his eyes. Yes, if they can pass the tribulation, they'll have a bloody life. Especially Xiao Duo. He's too murderous. His weapon is a lethal weapon. As the person who made the weapon, you're already involved in karma. If you leave your name. That's right. However, as his biological parents, I'm afraid this karma. This is what we should bear. Zhuo Changlu looked indifferent. As parents, how can we not bear the karma of our son? Can they pass the tribulation? Wu Taijiang asked with concern. I don't know. Zhuo Changlu said softly. Everything depends on their fate. Wu Taijiang lowered his voice and said, if you do it yourself, Zhuo Changlu shook his head worriedly. If I could, I would want to. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Wu Taijiang's face was full of worry when he heard this. He said, in that case, wouldn't the future of these two little fellows be very uncertain? Zhuo Changlu said quietly, originally, only female children would enter the calamity, but now they have the same fate. Wu Taijiang asked, how are they? Zhuo Changlu looked more and more worried. He muttered, he's faster than us. Much faster. He's already decaying. Wu Taijiang said in shock, even with the strength of you and your wife, you can't suppress him? Zhuo Changlu sighed with melancholy. He was much more ruthless than the two of us. He actually completely abandoned his memories and even used the aura observation technique to forcefully extract his lifespan. He used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. At that time, we didn't think of this. What we experienced was only the purest mortal tribulation. Later on, what's done can't be undone. The two of us have already restrained each other. We can no longer interfere. Besides, he was earlier than us in the first place. By the time we discovered it, we were already too late. However, his tricks are not the right way. Wu Taijiang said, I believe that in the future, he will no longer be your opponent. Zhuo Changlu was silent for a long time. He said, now, we can only take one step at a time. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. So what? In fact, it will take at least a few decades for an official battle. Under such circumstances, can he make a move? No. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. No one can make a move. But you said that he used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. Do you mean that he will return earlier than the two of you? That's right. Then how many years can he be ahead of time? Zhuo Changlu thought carefully. Perhaps, in the next 1 or 2 years, he can be free. As for us, we will still be restrained here and cannot move for at least a few decades. Zhuo Changlu said solemnly, this is also one of the most important reasons why I asked you to come here this time. He sighed softly. The last time Nin Xiaoxiong came, I didn't dare to tell him. That guy has a bad temper. Wu Taijiang gasped. If that's the case, won't we be in a state of emptiness for a few decades? Not to that extent. Zhuo Changlu said, let the tiger take over. Wu Taijiang murmured, I'm afraid the tiger can't take it. I didn't say to let him take over forever. Can't he maintain a balance for more than a decade? Zhuo Changlu frowned and said, besides, even if he returns, he used a trick after all. The luck extracted by the heavenly Tao is not small. It will take at least 10 years to make up for it. In other words, we don't have to consider the first 10 years. Wu Taijiang asked. That's right. Even if he reappears in the first 10 years, he will still be blind. Zhuo Changlu said with certainty. Wu Taijiang smiled bitterly. At his level of strength, how big of a difference does it make whether he's blind or not? A small difference is enough for the tiger. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently. By the way, did you bring the life-prolonging pill I asked you to bring? Wu Taijiang said, I did. How many do you need? I brought all 3 of them. One is enough. Any more, and I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. It might even arouse Sky Shaman's vigilance. Zhuo Changlu was a little helpless. He said, actually, just one is enough for Sky Shaman to react. However, it can still be considered normal. Any more, and it will be troublesome. How much lifespan can a life-prolonging pill extend for the blind man? Wu Taijiang was a little conflicted and also a little distressed. This kind of heaven-grade elixir was actually used to prolong the enemy's life. It was really too unreconciled. However, if he didn't extend his life, he could end the mortal tribulation and return at any time. That would be the start of the real trouble. Based on the basic effects of this elixir, it can extend a normal person's life for at least 1,000 years. However, for this guy, 11 is already the limit. His origin has already been depleted by himself. That's too cruel. Zhuo Changlu said, that's still 100 years. Isn't that enough? Wu Taijiang was relieved. Not enough, not enough. Have you forgotten how that blind man is courting death? Zhuo Changlu was speechless. He used the true spiritual aura observation technique. Anyone who observes aura will have their lifespan extracted. Even if his lifespan is increased by 100 years, it's definitely not enough for him to torture himself for long. 3 to 5 years should be the limit. Wu Taijiang was also speechless. This is really fucking. Can we think of a way to stop him from observing aura? Imprison him? Don't let him come into contact with the outside world. Wu Taijiang suddenly had a strange idea. What are you thinking? Under the rules of the heavenly Tao, how can we stop him? If we really do that, wouldn't we be telling him that we already knew? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. If we could really do that, he wouldn't be blind now. Why would he need to use the life-prolonging elixir? I have many ways to make him live 1,000 years. But the problem is, who can withstand the backlash of the heavenly witchcraft? That's true. Here's the life-prolonging elixir. One is enough. Take the rest back. We can't waste them here, Zhuo Changlu said. Okay. Wu Taijiang wanted to say something, but hesitated. In this Phoenix game now, you must be careful. Wu Taijiang was a little worried. Your son and daughter are both peerless geniuses. If because of this, Zhuo Changlu was silent for a long time. Then, he said, the heavenly Tao is balanced. The Dragon Phoenix tribulations rely on their own opportunities to pass through. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. I only asked you to come here one after another because of the destiny of his parents. But I can't do anything more than that. We can't interfere with the destiny of the heavenly Tao. Wu Taijiang sighed. It's difficult, really difficult. He felt that if he were Zhuo Changlu, he would be in so much pain that he wanted to die. The Phoenix tribulations come one after another, with each wave higher than the last. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, this is determined by one's destiny. Step by step, one pushes toward the path of nirvana. It's too common to die halfway. Rumor has it that in the past 30 million years, no one has successfully reached the end of the Phoenix tribulations. The path of the Phoenix tribulations is full of divergent paths. Most of them die on the road ahead, unable to continue. Not to mention that I'm powerless now. Even if I could protect them forever, they won't be phoenixes when they grow up. Zhuo Changlu's eyes flashed with sadness. Don't worry, I have a feeling that it'll work this time. Even if no one has succeeded in the Phoenix tribulation since ancient times, it'll definitely work this time. Wu Taijiang comforted him. I think that kid in your family is a genius. He's really a powerful helper. With his despicable, shameless, and wretched personality, he's willing to use any means possible. Maybe he can reverse the situation and create a miracle. Are you trying to say something nice? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. Thinking about Zhua Xiao's his temper, he couldn't help but smile warmly. My kid is indeed a huge variable. At the very least, even the two of us didn't expect him to be born. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded to the extreme. That kid is really your biological son. Isn't he like a girl? That Zhou Changlu's face was as black as the bottom of pot. Wu Taijiang, that's my Zhou Changlu's biological son. By blood. Really by blood. Zhou Changlu emphasized several times. Wu Taijiang's eyes widened to the maximum. He suddenly jumped up. How? How is this possible? Zhou Changlu's breathing became rough. He glared at Wu Taijiang fiercely and breathed through his nostrils. Why can't I have a son? Wu Taijiang said in astonishment. But this is clearly impossible. Don't you understand the whole story? Zhou Zhanglu took a deep breath and said, but it just so happened that we had a son. Wu Taijiang looked like he was struck by lightning. He said, impossible, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Zhou Changlu couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, you fucking, go hit your iron. At this moment, dude at the sound of a walking stick hitting the ground was heard. In the distance, a blind man tapped the ground with a walking stick and walked slowly in the crowd. Well, today's third watch. Please vote. Chapter 190. The moment he saw Blind Hong, Wu Tiejiang's pupils shrank. He immediately turned around to continue forging. His eyes were fixed on Blind Hong, and his mind was completely focused. Zhou Chenglu turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop. He laughed heartily and said, Old Hong, why did you come here personally? As soon as he walked out of the blacksmith shop, Wu Taijiang immediately closed the door. He really wanted to smash this blind man to death with his hammer. Actually, he really wanted to smash this guy with the surname Zhua. Blind Hong rolled his eyes and coughed a few times. He looked even more senile and said, Boss Zhua, do you have the jade of astral souls that I ordered last time? Yes. Come. Zhou Changlu floated Blind Hong into the jade of astral soul shop and helped him sit down. He said, I told you before, you're already so old. Why are you running around alone? Just give me a call and I'll send it to you. Tell me, why didn't you listen to me? Blind Hong tried to catch his breath. He was out of breath and said, Boss, I've been lying at home all this time. It's not because of that. I really don't want to wait for death. Only by going out for a walk can I feel that I'm still alive. Zhou Changlu laughed and said, You're right. Come, old Hong. I happen to have the best tea here. It can help you replenish your vitality. Look at how weak your body is. Blind Hong said gratefully, all these years, it's all thanks to Boss Zhua's kindness and support. If it weren't for your benevolence and generosity, helping me many times, I'm afraid my old bones would have been buried in the ground for a long time. Zhou Changlu said unhappily, we've been brothers for many years. Don't treat me like an outsider. Come. This is a 700-year-old piece of ginseng. It's said that it can prolong your life. He helped Blind Hong into his shop and started to brew the tea. After a while, the rich fragrance of ginseng filled the air. Blind Hong sniffed, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He said in a deep voice, Boss Zhua, this ginseng tea of yours is really extraordinary. It must be more than 700 years old, right? Zhou Changlu picked up the teapot and filled the old blind man's cup. Old Hong, you have to take it easy. It's best if you only soak the first cup. Don't spill it and waste my good intentions. Blind Hong grinned with his toothless mouth and said happily, Of course. She reached out her trembling hand to touch the teacup. He touched the teacup, but he touched the other side of the teacup instead of the handle. Blind Hong's trembling end caused the teacup to tilt naturally. With a splash, about a third of the tea spilled out. Ouch! Blind Hong hurriedly brought the remaining 2/3 of the tea to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, he felt his entire body relax. It was an indescribable comfort. He couldn't help but smack his lips in pity. What a pity! I actually wasted half a cup of this top-grade tea that can replenish vitality. What a waste. Zhuochanglu looked at the spilled tea and sighed helplessly in his heart. It's okay. Come, there's more in the teapot. Boss Warrior tea. Blind Hong could feel a gentle heat flowing through his entire body, constantly replenishing his body that had already deteriorated to the extreme. Even his broken meridians were beginning to regain their vitality. Moreover, this feeling of being filled with life continued to strengthen, benefiting him continuously. Slowly, there was a strange feeling of returning to youth. Your tea, Blind Hong said in shock. Baswa, your tea is obviously a peerless treasure. How can I, an old blind man, accept such great kindness? Old Hong, after so many years, there aren't many brothers that I can talk to. Moreover, I've always been a loner. Zhuochanglu sighed. You're the only one who keeps in touch with me. We talk a lot, but your body is in such a state. Old Hong, you must take care of your body in the future. Take it as accompanying me and living for a few more days. 2 lines of tears slowly rolled down from Blind Hong's shriveled eyes. He groped and grabbed Zhuochanglu's hand. Old Hong, Brother Zhua, it's worth it to have a brother like you in my life. He was trembling. It was obvious that he was really moved. It's a pity that I, Blind Hong, have nothing to repay you with. He thought for a while and felt his body. He drank another cup of tea and slowly felt it. Then he said softly, Old Zhua, this cup of tea has really replenished a lot of my vitality. How about this? When it's convenient for you, let your son and daughter come over. I'll take a look at their lives. This is the only thing I can do for you. Blind Hong wiped his tears and said sincerely, Old Zhua, you're a good man. Your life has been smooth sailing. There's no disaster to speak of. With my little ability, I'm the most powerless when it comes to people like you. However, I heard your son talking the last time I came. That's your son, right? The one who knows physiognomy? Yes, that's my son. That child's body is overflowing with the aura of a genius. However, his life is full of misfortune and calamities. Last time, I want to take a look at his face. However, I don't have much lifespan left. If I try my best, I'm afraid I'll die before I can take a look at his face. Blind Hong took a few breaths and said, This time, you've made up so much for me. There's a lot left. I'll take a look at his face. If there's anything that can't be avoided, I'll help to think of a way to avoid it. I've revealed too many secrets in my life. I'm destined to have no children and be alone. However, I also know that in a person's life, the person who thinks about the most is none other than his own child. As long as the child can be well, the parents and elders can be at ease. Blind Hong said, Old Zhua, please don't reject me. They should be the legendary Taoist priests. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, because at the moment he saw these 4 people, a few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Qi Watchers. They must be the so-called Qi Watchers. According to He Yuan Yue, Qin Fanyang, and Li Chenglong, all the Qi Watchers were like this. Besides, Zhou Xiaoduo quietly felt the aura of these 4 people and came to a conclusion. These 4 people each had very profound strength. How could there be 4 Qi Watchers in Phoenix City at the same time? What were these 4 Qi gazing warriors here for? Chapter 191. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was filled with doubts and astonishment. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at them. Not only did he see the aura of these 4 people, but he also saw from their faces that these 4 people had a thick aura of death lingering on their faces. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw these 4 people, they naturally saw Zhou Xiaoduo as well. One of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He took a step forward and blocked Zhou Xiaoduo's path. He smiled from ear to ear and said, Little brother, I see that your face is different from others. Face? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're just a chi diviner. What face do you know? Besides, talking about face in front of Masters was the same as showing off in front of God's secret. How dare you? When this person came over, the other three people also looked over. The moment they saw Zhuo, they were all stunned. This youngster's aura was really extraordinary. That aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Could it be that I had just arrived in Phoenix City and was just strolling around the pedestrian street to buy some daily necessities, and I actually met a genius of Phoenix City? Because of this, the four people couldn't help but surround him with interest. When the four of them moved, Zhuo immediately noticed that there was a surge of aura around him. It seemed that these four people not only had extraordinary abilities, but also had bodyguards secretly protecting them. They were definitely not ordinary people. So Zhuo stopped and looked at the person in front of him with the innocent eyes of a young boy. He was very confused and said, "This, Taoist? What can I do for you?" The person who stopped Zhuo laughed and said, "Little brother, you're still a student, right? What do you study?" "I'm a student." Zhuo's face was filled with surprise and curiosity. He blurted out without thinking, "I'm a student of number 1 middle school." "How did you know? How can you tell?" "Ha!" The man squinted his eyes and laughed. "First high school student. What's your name?" "I'm Tong Hao." Zhuo gradually showed some impatience. "Why are you stopping me? What's the matter?" It's fine. Meeting you is fate. I'll give you a few words of warning. This meeting was not in vain." That person smiled and said, "Little brother, I see that your face doesn't look too good recently. I'm afraid that a bloody disaster will befall you in the next few days. Remember to avoid it." Zhuo almost laughed out loud. "So he's a liar?" Zhuo snorted and said disdainfully, "Are you going to say, 'I'll give you some incense money, and you'll help me find the right path to avoid this bloody disaster?' There's no need for that. Just be careful." That person smiled faintly and looked at the top of Zhuo's head. He said, "Young man, your luck is not bad. You have a strong aura. I purposely made it clear that I wanted to form good karma with you." "Good karma?" Zhuo snorted and said, "I'll remember your reminder. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." That person laughed and handed over a business card. He said, "If you really encounter a bloody disaster, call me at this number." "Okay." Zhuo took the name card and looked at the four of them with vigilant eyes, as if he had encountered a swindler. He slowly moved his body and rushed past them from the side. He ran away like a nimble rabbit. After drilling into the crowd twice, he disappeared without a trace. "What's wrong?" The other three people looked at the person who stopped Zhuo with interest. "Brother Feng, what did you see?" Brother Feng laughed and said, "Brother Jiang, Brother Wei, Brother Yin, what do you think? This young man is energetic and has a bright future." Brother Jiang smiled and said, "His green chi has begun to show. He's in the ascendant. His future is promising." Seeing a smiling face. "Oh, congratulations. There's a happy occasion recently. Isn't this a normal operation? How is it a fancy operation?" "That's right. Let's wait and see if this kid will come back to you." The other three people couldn't help laughing. This kind of deception was really too funny. Zhuo left the four of them. As he walked, he looked at his fortune from a shop window on the side of the road. Bloody disaster, my ass. This bastard is just spouting nonsense. He's just fooling me. But these four people are undoubtedly chi-guessing warriors. Moreover, they stopped me because they wanted to form a good relationship with me. This should be true. I believe that any chi-guessing warrior with a small achievement can see that my momentum is strong. So Zhuo frowned and pondered. However, it's a very bad thing to be seen through by others. Later, I have to find a way to hide it. Zhuo's mind raced as he suddenly remembered that night when he was on duty with Zhuoxianyan. The loot he got was the breath-concealing technique in his ring. I don't know if that book is useful. These days, because of Zhuoxianyan's matter, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about the book. If he hadn't met the 4 frauds today, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. That book should be useful for reference. So what Xiaoduo thought in his heart. That person has been living in seclusion in Phoenix City for so long and has never been discovered. He should have the ability to hide his momentum and cultivation. As for the specific level and how high it is, I don't know, but it should be effective. I'll try it when I get back from school today. Otherwise, when I meet these frauds in the future, they'll come up to talk to me one by one when they see my momentum. It'll be so annoying. People have so many troubles when they're too handsome. Sigh. So Xiaoduo made a turn and entered the alley. He sped all the way to the second high school. It was almost 3 o'clock now, but he could still cultivate in the gravity room for 2.5 hours. Before entering the gravity room, he had to chat with his classmates in class and improve his relationship with them. He had to ask them if they had enough contribution points. He had to show some concern. He could also talk about his troubles and complain. Sigh. I have too many contribution points. I can't spend them all. I'm so worried. At this moment, the higher-ups of Second High were having a meeting. It was a small meeting, and there were no more than 20 people in attendance. However, every one of them was a core figure in Second High. Among them, there were only a few form teachers from the key classes. Yes, there was also Qin Fanyang. The person in charge of the meeting was, of course, the old principal, He Yuanyue. When everyone arrived, they were all very respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old principal had not called a meeting in person in Second High for many years. It must be something important to announce. Today, I've called everyone here for a very important meeting. He Yuanyue coughed. The old principal's body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She was half lying in the wheelchair, and it seemed that she could only lean on the back of the wheelchair to support her neck. Qin Fanyang sat at the back. He felt his heart aching. She was haggard again. Qin Fanyang looked at her from below the stage. There was only endless pain and sadness in his heart. What I'm going to say is very important. How important is it exactly? He Yuanyue smiled and said, It's probably about my entire life. Everything needs to be entrusted to all of you. When everyone heard this, their bodies stiffened subconsciously. What did she mean? He Yuanyue said calmly, I've worked hard for my whole life in Second High, but I've also persevered for my whole life. Recently, my health has been getting worse and worse. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. There's not much time left for me to be conscious. At most, I have 1 year left. He Yuanyue gently raised her hand and looked around, suppressing all the noisy voices. I hope that everyone will be able to quietly listen to me. He Yuanyue said softly, I'm afraid that when I want to make arrangements in the future, I won't be able to speak, and I won't be conscious anymore. So, I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to explain all the things that I haven't done, the things that I'm worried about, the things that I'm regretful about, and the things that I hope to do. I'll make arrangements for all of them. Today was the birthday of Alliance Master Mo Luo Ruishan. Happy birthday to him. Chapter 192. Everyone's face was covered with a layer of gloomy clouds. An inexplicable, sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire office. The eyes of Uriyun and many other female teachers immediately turned red, but they still tried their best to hold back their tears, not letting them fall. Qin Fangyang's heart suddenly tightened. My life's work was all in Second High. When I came to Feng City, Second High was in ruins. Under the previous principal's request, I rebuilt Second High from the ruins. I didn't dare to slack off for decades, and finally, Second High became what it is today. My life's work. He Yuanyue looked at Li Changjiang and said, Now, Li Changjiang has succeeded as the principal. You are diligent and dedicated to your duties. I am assured that Second High will be supported by you in the future. Changjiang will follow the old principal's example and do his best for Second High. Li Changjiang stood up and said almost as if he was making an oath, I will not let Second High be humiliated because of me. Ruoyun can pass on my mantle. He Yuanyue looked up at Hu Ryun and said, "If I go, Ryun can inherit my position in second high and take good care of second high for me." "Yes, old principal." Hu Ryun choked with sobs. "Vice Principal Liu, you helped me stabilize second high in the past. Now, you are helping Changjiang to manage second high. You have made great contributions. In the future, I still hope that Vice Principal Liu will not forget your original intention and be the same as before." The white-haired Vice Principal Liu stood up calmly, his eyes slightly red. "Yes, old principal. The thing I am most concerned about now is the teaching staff of Second High. In recent years, we have been infiltrated by the UMNO Alliance. This is a great humiliation. In the future, everyone has to be responsible for recruitment. If there are similar cases, the dedicated leaders can directly turn themselves into Star Shield." He Yuanyue said, "In the future, we can consider recruiting some of the students who graduated from Second High. After all, they're the children that we have nurtured and trained. They can be trusted. Yes, I hope that all the students who come to Second High will not lose the opportunity to study because of their poor family background." Everyone stood up in unison. "Yes, I hope that in the future, the students of Second High School will be more vigilant when they spar with each other inside the school and train outside the school. Try your best to ensure that the students' hearts and minds reach the standards of a warrior before they graduate. Regardless of whether they enter or drop out of school, their hearts and battle experience must be in place. I've seen a lot of cruelty in school, so I'll be able to handle it more easily when I'm in the martial world. The teaching staff must have the heart of a loving mother to guide the students earnestly, and must also have the heart of a strict father to teach the students strictly." Yes, when He Yuanyue said this, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She drank a mouthful of ginseng tea and opened her eyes tiredly. She said, "That's all for Second High's matters. Everyone, I hope you won't let me down. I will do my best." Everyone stood up together. "Next, there are some personal matters of mine, some regrets, and some unfinished business. It doesn't matter if any of you have the time, or if you have the opportunity. You can help me fulfill my wish. If not, then forget it," He Yuanyue said softly. However, the people below all pricked up their ears. Everyone realized that this was the old principal's dying wish. They must help her fulfill it. "In this life, I once had a wish, and that was to set foot on the UMNO Alliance's mainland. In the UMNO Alliance's mainland, I'll wield my sword and travel everywhere." Qin Fangyang seemed to understand in an instant. It was elder brother, not big brother or elder brother. "And I understand now. I, He Yuanyue, have taught for dozens of years. Second high school students can be said to be all over the world. Countless good men of Second High School have achieved great things in the Yinwu continent. My heart is filled with joy, but there are still some imperfections. Until now, no one in Second High School has been able to shake the world and reach the ranks of the peerless geniuses in the continent. 200 years ago, young Master Blue Blade appeared in the first high school. Today, in just a short 200 years, young Master Blue Blade has become a hero above the cloud transformation realm. Young Master Blue Blade is the pride of the first high school. Although our second high school has gone through many years of hard work and exhaustion, and many talents have emerged, we have never been able to surpass the first high school. This is because of young Master Blue Blade's reputation," He Yuanyue said softly. "Everyone, please take good care of the students. I hope that in the near future, our second high school will also have a famous person who can shake the world. If there is such a seedling, I hope that there will be someone who can protect him and help him soar into the sky." He Yuanyue, many years of a dream, Li Changjiang said softly. "Old principal, the goddess of spiritual thoughts, is also considered to be from second high school. It will not be difficult for her to soar into the sky in the future. We will do our best to help her." He Yuanyue shook her head. Spiritual thoughts spent very little time in second high school. Then, she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect. She is a genuine member of the Kunlun Taoist sect. Our second high school will not go so far as to forcefully pull the golden face of others onto our own face. She is not a student of second high school. Do you understand? Li Changjiang said repeatedly, yes, yes. He Yuan Yue sighed softly. 100 years of white hair in a dream, gradually knowing how desolate the world of mortals is. The young ambition is still regretful, looking back, the vicissitudes of life. This seemed to be a poem, but he Yuan Yue only read the first 4 lines and did not continue. She sat in silence for a long time and muttered, meeting adjourned. Qin Fanyang walked out of the meeting room in silence. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window outside and looked at the sunset outside. He did not speak for a long time. Stepping on the continent of the Umno Alliance, wielding a sword to travel the world, slaughtering the enemies who violated the border. This wish is the regret of my life. Back then, the 2 enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. I cannot kill them with my own hands. This is the regret of my life. My elder brother, He Yijian, can't return to his hometown in life. He can't return to his homeland in death. This is the regret of my life. Our second high school can produce a signboard to protect him, to help him soar into the sky, to reach the clouds. He Yuan Yue, many years of a dream. At this moment, the lake in Qin Fangyang's heart was rising and falling endlessly. His thoughts were surging, and it was difficult to stop. I completely know, you said all this with only one real intention, and that is to not let me die. You don't want me to go with you, that's all. I know, but how can I let you live in regret for the rest of your life? How can I let you die in peace? After you die, there will be no one in this world who is worthy for me to stay and be attached to. After you die, my heart will follow you. A person whose heart is dead will die even if he lives. You really put a lot of thought into this. You know what I care about the most, and you know what I look forward to the most. You also know that I can't reject any of your requests, especially it was unstoppable. So a Xiaoduo, who had been suppressing the breakthrough, could clearly feel that his dantian was expanding bit by bit. He practiced his fists and legs with all his might. Galaxy step, dragon gate leg, star plucking palm. He exhausted the surging qi in his body. However, as long as he circulated his qi, the true origin would immediately return and fill his dantian. However, you're still some distance away from Zhua controlling your own breakthrough. Long Yuxing lay on the ground and said with difficulty, "We will definitely catch up to him." The others didn't even have the strength to nod. They just snored a few times. They were so tired that they could fall asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. It's understandable that they're sleeping, but why are you still sleeping? Teacher Gu's mind was full of questions. She kicked Li Zhongming. You've been in deep sleep for 5 hours. Why are you still sleeping? Li Zhongming said with difficulty, Teacher Gu, I'm really resting when I'm sleeping now. Sleeping inside is cultivating. It's different. Teacher Gu rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to sleep. Stand up. Look at how fat you are. You're so careless. The others have trained themselves to death, but you're still sleeping. She kicked Li Zhongming mercilessly. She didn't touch the others. She just kept kicking Li Zhongming. Even though they were exhausted, Li Chenglong, Wan Lixiu, and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. However, no one was willing to defend Li Zhongming. Teacher, Li Zhongming is cultivating the great dream divine technique. It's a family technique. Sleeping is cultivating. No one said this sentence. Yes, they wouldn't say it even if they were beaten to death. They just liked to see the little fatty get beaten up. It was pleasing to the eye. So Xiaoduo was obviously getting used to the current situation. He came out a little earlier than the others, so he had recovered some of his energy. He went to get 2 buckets of cold water, grabbed the 5 people by their hair, and pushed them into the buckets. He pressed them up and down and bullied them. Okay, spare me. The 5 of them were in a sorry state. However, they recovered some of their strength with the help of the cold water. They stood up shakily. They looked at each other. Each of them looked like a drowned rat. They laughed together and were full of energy. So as Xiaoduo's eyes narrowed, he glanced at the crowd. The moment he saw Long Yusheng, he suddenly frowned. Long Yusheng's face was full of black smoke. Bad luck was on his head, and it was slowly gathering. It was almost tangible. This was a disaster, and it was a great disaster. This was a real disaster of blood. Zhou Xiaoduo's face suddenly became serious. School is over. Wan Lixio shouted happily. Let's go. Wait a moment. Zhou Xiaoduo led the way in front. All of you follow me. Okay. A few of them follow behind. They walked until they were under a tree not far from the classroom. Zhou Xiaoduo said in a deep voice, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, you guys go home. I have some private matters to discuss with Long Yusheng. Li Chenglong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After a pause, he said, Okay. He pulled Li Changming and Yu Moyan away. What's the matter? Long Yusheng's matter is our matter. Why are you pulling us away in such a hurry? Yu Moyan and Li Changming expressed their dissatisfaction. Why don't you guys understand? So his meaning behind his words is that he doesn't need us now. Why are you guys so gossipy? Do you think we'll let you go when we need to do something? Li Chenglong said, just wait patiently. Long Yusheng and Wan Lixio looked solemn as they watched the 3 of them walk away. So, is this what you said a few days ago? Yes. So Xiaoduo's face was heavy. Xiao Long, did you go home and tell him what I told you a few days ago? Long Yusheng frowned. When I got home, the first thing I did was to tell my father, my grandfather, and my uncles. But they didn't believe me. They didn't want to move. Sigh. As early as a few days ago, so Xiaoduo told Long Yusheng to remind his family to move to avoid disaster. Long Yusheng had obviously tried very hard, but it was useless. There were usually 2 situations. One was that people achieved something through hard work, and the other was that no matter how hard they tried, they still didn't achieve the desired result. Similarly, it was all about people. The former was a blessing, but the latter was most likely a tragedy. The black gas between your eyebrows is getting more and more solid. I'm afraid it will come true in the next few days. Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. So Xiaoduo said softly, something big will happen in these 4 days. Long Yusheng, no matter what method you use, you must make your family leave your old house. Make sure that no one is at home in these 4 days. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. What you're going to face is a regional disaster, not a man-made disaster. As long as you hide, you can avoid it. Why don't you hide? So Xiaoduo frowned, expressing his confusion. Long Yusheng was so depressed that he wanted to die. You don't know how stubborn my grandfather and father are. But then again, they haven't seen your ability with their own eyes, so they don't believe in the saying of disaster falling from the sky. Now that the old principal has endorsed me, they still don't believe me. So Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I also used the old principal's endorsement to persuade them, but they just don't believe me. What can I do? Long Yusheng was extremely uncomfortable. I even thought of using force, but with my current strength, even if I use force, I can't do anything. Each of them can easily beat me up. Everyone could see Long Yusheng's powerlessness. Wan Lixio was also anxious at the side. You can't say anything else. I'll give you a way, an effective way. Long Yusheng was overjoyed when he heard this. He said happily, Boss, you have a way. Tell me quickly. So Xiaoduo looked at Wan Lixio. You'll be the one to do it. Wan Lixio was stunned, and then her face turned red. Me? You're the most effective way. You're their future daughter-in-law. Chapter 194. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio asked with concern, Zwa, is your stomach uncomfortable? Didn't you bring any tissues? No. Zwa Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. I'm holding my breath. Wan Lixio blushed and rolled her eyes. Long Yuxing was also speechless. Are you going to break through again? Can you not make an expression like you have diarrhea when you're guiding your true spirit chi? Well, how many times have you done this? No. You'll know when it's your turn. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and squeezed his legs together. He tilted his head and the muscles on his face twitched. After a while, he finally returned to normal. Okay, let's continue. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing couldn't look at each other anymore. The crisis was over, and Zwa Xiaoduo's mind became flexible. Why don't you see if you can persuade your father? Why? The two families are gathered together. What kind of social gathering is this? Both of your families are related. It's logical to find a reason to make an appointment. Long Yuxing is too young, and the elders in the family don't trust him. But if you come forward and persuade your family, the effect will be different. Zwa Xiaoduo said, but even if my father comes forward, he can only invite Long Yuxing and his family. Other than his parents, who else can he invite? Wan Lixio was melancholy. The other uncles and Grandpa Long won't come. There's no excuse to invite all of them, especially Grandpa Long. He's an elder. Then let your grandpa invite them. Zwa Xiaoduo said, you can find any reason. For example, you found a good holiday villa, and the two families can go out and relax for a few days. Isn't this a normal invitation? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, you make it sound so easy. Who is my father? He's the governor of Phoenix City. Phoenix City is in a perilous situation now. Go out and relax for a few days? It's hard to even spare a day of free time. So Xiaoduo knew that Wan Lixio was telling the truth and couldn't help but secretly worry. What kind of method should he think of to transfer this family out? The timing had to be precise. So Xiaoduo steeled his heart and activated the deva to look at Long Yuxing's face. Long Yuxing. Tomorrow night at midnight, he would encounter the aftermath of a great battle. His clan would be destroyed overnight. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Zwa Xiaoduo was shocked by the result. So fast. It was fortunate that he had taken a second look. Otherwise, the Long clan would have been finished. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuxing or Wan Lixio, it was impossible for them to decide and take action today. Long Yuxing, I remember that your family's cultivation method is the Silver Dragon Heart technique, which can only be changed after reaching the innate stage, right? Zwa Xiaoduo asked. Yes. Then, do you know the specific characteristics of this cultivation method? Of course it has its special characteristics. It's even very strong. It's said that when one reaches the peak, a silver dragon will appear with one attack. At the final level, millions of silver dragons can appear at the same time. It's earth-shaking and earth-shattering, covering the sun and sky. Long Yuxing coughed and said, but this is what my grandfather told me. I don't know if it's true or not. My family has kept this cultivation method. Until now, it seems that only a certain great-grandfather from many generations ago has practiced to the third level. My grandfather, my father, my uncles, actually, they haven't been able to officially enter. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed. They haven't officially entered. It's a bit of a trap. So Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed and said, in a younger generation of my family, I'm the only one who has the chance to reach the innate stage before the age of 18. Then I'll try the Silver Dragon Heart technique to see if it fits. The others have already confirmed that they can't. Alas. So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, you can definitely do it. There's no doubt about that. Definitely? Long Yuxing said, in surprise. He now firmly believed in Zwa Xiaoduo's physiognomy. Well, you can definitely do it. By the way, how many levels are there in your family's Silver Dragon Heart technique? Zwa Xiaoduo asked curiously. 12 levels. Cough, cough, cough. Long Yuxing was extremely embarrassed. 12 levels. Then the most powerful person in your family has only practiced to the third level? Are you kidding? So Xiaoduo was shocked. How useless was that? Cough, cough. My great-grandfather is said to have practiced to the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level. But then he got stuck. Long Yuxing was also very embarrassed. Nascent soul. Grandmaster. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes almost rolled out of their sockets. In the past generations, the most powerful person was only at the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level. It had to be said that Master Zhuo was very arrogant now. He dealt with nascent soul cultivators every day and subconsciously thought that nascent soul cultivators were just cabbages that could be found everywhere. Long Yuxing's face turned red, and he said angrily, "Boss, who is the most powerful person in your family? What level is he at?" Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned and murmured, "You asked the right question. You have ancestors to talk about." "I don't know who my ancestors are." My dad didn't say." Master Zhuo was embarrassed and angry. "I'm talking about your family's big matter. Why are you interrupting? Don't you know that people will die if you talk nonsense?" Long Wan and the other two rolled their eyes in unison. They didn't know who was the one who interrupted first, who was the one who couldn't compare. "Let's do this and do this and do this, and naturally everything will be fine." So Xiaoduo said, "Come with me now." We have to hurry up and find something. In any case, before tomorrow's dinner, your family can't stay at home anymore. No matter what, you have to go back in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Long Yuxing was shocked. The great calamity will happen tomorrow night. Yes, it will happen tomorrow night. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. The three of them hurried out of the school gate. It was already dusk. The three of them rushed directly to Zhuo Changlu's Astral Soul's stone shop. Zhuo Changlu was about to lock the door. "Dad!" Zhuo Xiaoduo took the lead and rushed over. Zhuo Changlu turned his head. "Why are you here?" "These two are my classmates." Zhuo Xiaoduo introduced them. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing bowed respectfully at the same time. "Hello, uncles." Wan Lixio looked at Zhuo Changlu and thought, Zhuo Xiaoduo's father is so handsome. No wonder Zhuo Xiaoduo is not ugly. But this kind of calm temperament, this kind of mature demeanor, why didn't Zhuo Xiaoduo learn it? "What's the matter?" Zhuo Changlu greeted Wan Lixio and the others, then asked Zhuo Xiaoduo, "Tell me, what's the matter? Are you interested in something in my shop again?" "It's like this. We have an urgent matter and need a piece of dragon skin," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "Dragon skin?" Zhuo Changlu's eyes widened. This time he was really surprised. "Dragon skin? This thing? Do you think your father has it?" "No, it's fine as long as it's similar. It doesn't matter even if it's fake." Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Zhonglu to the side and explained everything to him. Zhuo Changlu finally understood. "This matter can't be delayed, but I really don't have the thing you want." "Oh, why don't you understand? It's just an excuse. Say that you found the true dragon's vein or the true dragon's hidden treasure. It's fine as long as it's similar. As long as you can get the whole family to go out and work for the whole night tomorrow, it'll be fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo simply revealed the whole truth of the matter. Zhuo Zhonglu fell into deep thought. It's not appropriate. This method doesn't solve the root of the problem. The most important thing is that it may not work. Once it's exposed, the Long family's anger is secondary. It's more important that they can't save the lives of the whole family. Zhuo Zhonglu was worthy of being called Zhuo Xiaoduo's father. He was a wily old fox. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea for his son. "You think of a way. Find a few experts and destroy the Long family tonight. Won't that be enough? The whole family doesn't have a place to stay. They can't stay in the ruins, right? Won't everything be solved then?" "Oh." Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped his forehead. This really woke him up from his stupor. Not bad, not bad. It's much easier to operate this way." Zhuo Xiaoduo was infinitely regretful. "Why didn't I think of this? Dad, you're so smart. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is." Zhuo Zhonglu snorted and unhurriedly closed the door. He thought, "Your father has demolished more houses than you have ever seen. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. I'm afraid that I'll still be rich, even if it's tens of thousands of times more." Was there need to think about this kind of thing? Wasn't it just a matter of slap that he actually had to deal with the dragon skin treasure map, the true dragon's land, and all kinds of complicated things? Why bother thinking about it? Then let's hurry back to the school and find Mr. Chin. He must be familiar with this work. He hasn't done anything yet. Speaking of this kind of rough work, Zhuo immediately thought of Qin Fanyang. Mr. Qin was undoubtedly the best choice for a hired thug. After midnight, he directly covered his face and rushed over. I'll give Mr. Qin a call first, in case this old man is lonely and goes out to fool around again. The three little fellows ran off like a wisp of smoke. From afar, Zhuo's voice could be heard. Dad, I'll be home late for dinner tonight. Remember to leave some food for me. Leave more. I'm starving to death. Zhuo Changlu, he's really raising a pig. He's so old, but he doesn't know how to eat vegetables. He only knows how to eat and drink from me. Zhuo Changlu sighed, but this kid reminded me of a lot of things when he talked about the dragon skin. Zhuo Changlu, who was about to lock the door and go home, suddenly turned around and strolled to the blacksmith's door. The clanking of iron inside suddenly stopped. Wu Tiejiang's bronze face stuck out. What's the matter? Nothing. You look tired. So, I wanted to ask if you'd like to go home with me for dinner? Zhuo Changlu was now a little enthusiastic about treating people to dinner. Wu Tiejiang's face suddenly changed. Brother, I have diarrhea today. I won't disturb you. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. How many meters do I need? 50 meters each. A total of 100 meters. I'll leave you 110 meters. That should be enough, right? Zhuo Changlu said angrily. I knew that craftsmen like you usually like to keep good materials from customers. I didn't expect you, Wu Taijiang, to be such a person. Fine, fine. I'll leave you half. Wu Taijiang hung his head dejectedly. Okay, if your nephew wants to use it in the future, he'll come to you for it. Okay. Wu Taijiang made up his mind. After I finish this job, I'll immediately go far away. I'll make sure your family can't find me for the rest of their lives. You want the rest? Dream on. Is there anything else? Wu Tiejiang's face was ugly. Yes. There's more? Wu Tiejiang's eyes bulged. Zhuo Changlu looked embarrassed and embarrassed. He said, Look at your niece's sword. We're only talking about making a sword, but a sword needs a scabbard. Otherwise, it won't be beautiful. Besides, a girl carrying a lightsaber doesn't look good, does she? Your sister-in-law remembers that you seem to have obtained the dark vermilion bird's fur. Dark vermilion bird? That was a mythical beast in the legends. It was only one level lower than the legendary phoenix. Because of this, the dark vermilion bird had another name, Ice Phoenix. The scabbard made of ice phoenix feathers was not just a matter of beauty. As long as it was worn, it could absorb the power of the ice attribute between heaven and earth at any time and instill it into the body of the owner. Even if it couldn't hold it, it would wash the meridians over and over again to strengthen the meridians. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure that all ice attribute warriors dreamed of. Countless people only wanted to get an ice phoenix feather and would wake up laughing in their dreams. But here, they wanted to make a scabbard. Wu Tiejiang's face twitched. His heart ached to the extreme, and his face changed constantly. Why don't we talk after dinner? Let your sister-in-law talk to you personally? Zhuo Changlu said. No problem. Wu Taijiang immediately patted his chest. It's just a scabbard. It won't be used much. I'll make it for my niece. He had already taken out the flood dragon tendons, so he didn't lack this little bit. Anyway, it was a foregone conclusion that he would bleed profusely, so he might as well be straightforward. Brother, you're too kind. Zhuo Changlu was a little regretful. It's a pity that you're too shy. You said that it wouldn't take much effort to have a meal at home. Wu Taijiang laughed bitterly. He didn't dare to open his mouth, for fear that he would spit out his gallbladder if he did. Little Bear, Nan, went to have a meal, and now he was so scared that he ran to the Umno Alliance to stir up trouble. How would I dare to go? I have a small family, a pauper, and small arms and legs. If I really went to eat this meal, I'm afraid that as he thought about it, he shuddered a few times. I can't stay here for long. I won't sleep or cultivate at night. I'll do my best to work. As long as I finish forging these two little guys' weapons, I'll leave immediately. I won't stay for even a quarter of an hour. Hey, your sister-in-law said. Zhuo Changlu said. My sister-in-law. Wu Qiajiang's face had turned pale. He stuttered. Brother, my sister-in-law. What else did she say? Your sister-in-law said that the scabbard shouldn't be made too gorgeous. It's not good to be recognized at a glance, right? It'll be robbed. Your niece's cultivation is too weak. Zhuo Zhonglu sighed and said, Your sister-in-law is really worried about her son and daughter. She spoils them too much. Sometimes I can't stand it. I can't stand it even more. Wu Taijiang was cursing in his heart, but he was relieved on the surface. As long as they didn't take anything out, everything was fine. He patted his chest again and said boldly, Brother, go back and tell sister-in-law to relax. I'll take full responsibility for this matter. I've worked for so many years. How can I not think of this? That's good, is what Changlu said. Then I'll go back and tell sister-in-law that you've agreed to apply a layer of dark magic silver. Thank you, brother. This will solve a big problem. Dark magic silver? Wu Taijiang had difficulty breathing. When did I agree? What did you say? Alas, I'm getting old, and my hearing isn't as good as it used to be. It must be because I'm tired. Perhaps I'll have to ask my sister-in-law to help me look after the store. Let me tell you, my sister-in-law is better doing business than me. Zhuo Zhonglu smiled helplessly. Don't. Wu Tiejiang's voice changed. Brother, you're too modest. You're so energetic. How can you be tired? We men can't shoulder everything just because we're tired. We can't let women do it. Wu Taijiang said seriously, It's just a little bit of dark magic silver. It's not that you didn't hear it clearly. It's that I didn't say it clearly. It's my fault. You must tell sister-in-law not to worry. Don't worry. That's good. So Changlu nodded and said embarrassedly, Isn't it a little too troublesome? It's too much to ask for, No, it's not troublesome at all. Of course. Wu Taijiang said honestly, Brother, it's not early anymore. Look, okay, I'll go home now. Zhuo Changlu said helplessly, I wanted to ask you out for a drink, but you refused. It's been hard on you. Look, I brought you a bottle of erguitu. I remember that you like to drink it. It's century-old Niur. Look at this bottle. It's full of royal style. Zhuo Changlu took out a bottle of wine and handed it over. Brother, don't be shy. Take it and drink to your heart's content. I have more here after you've finished. Such good wine. Wu Tiejiang's bronze face was trembling. He forced himself to be surprised. How can I accept this? It's okay. We're brothers. Drink as much as you want.